he I don't know if he's ever going to listen to this.
No, he won't. I've been trying to get him on this for years. Yeah, he'll never do it.
Number one, I did love the guy, but he didn't have anything. What he had was an audio tape that he thought he had found in the house. He lived at the K house where the murders happened. He and Trent Reznor moved into
they recorded an album there, right?
Yeah, well, they were living there and recording an album.
Right.
And while they were there, he found stuff that had been like left behind by the previous owner and tenants. And one of them was an audio tape of Roman Polanski's police interrogation. And I had it already, you know, and you can get it. I had it actually 20 years before when nobody had it. But in the last 5 or 6 years, it somehow got out and they're bootleg and you can buy it online.
Right.
So it was difficult because Marilyn was, you know, already partying. We didn't, he said, don't come before 11 o'clock at night. So we got up there at 11. And it was actually a historic night if you're a fan, because it was the first time he and his guitarist, who we threw out of the band a number of years, Twiggy were together, and they had reconciled recently, but they hadn't met yet. So he invited Twiggy over to hang out with me and Dan and him and talk about Manson. And Twiggy, I guess, had been through rehab and everything. Yeah. They were both really sweet guys, but Twiggy was sober. And Marilyn has this amazing screening room that feels more like a harem. Unsurprisingly, there's no furniture. You just sit on pillows and it's pitch black. And there's this huge, what would have been a huge, beautiful window with a view of the valley, because it's high up in the hills. So it's all blacked up with bricks. Because I think all the windows in this house were like that. I'm not 100% sure. So we just spent like 3 hours talking about the book, and he was trying to find the point in the tapes. And he said, well, even if I had them, you probably don't have this. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure I do that. And then I thought, well, I'm just going to humor him. I didn't mind. We were still having fun. Right. But thank God for Twiggy, because Marilyn didn't know how to operate any of the technical stuff. So Twiggy was going through everything. And
were they just little like cassette tapes? Or?
Yeah, they were cassette tapes. And we finally, when we were done listening to them at about 3 or 4 in the morning, let's just say there was a lot of substances offered to us. And Dan and I were on an adventure, so we accepted them. Twiggy stayed away from everything.
Right.
And I think he left at about 3 in the morning. And then the even better stuff came out, because he didn't want to have to Twiggy, yeah. And then at about 7 in the morning, I said to Dan, because Dan's 20 years younger than me, I said, Dan, if I do any more of this stuff, I'm going to have a massive heart attack or a stroke. I go, I can't die in Marilyn Manson's house. He's got enough problems, you know, without that.
Oh, my God.
So we literally left, I think, at 7 or 7:30 in the morning. And it was fun. I mean, the one thing I can tell you about him, since you are a fan, is he's one of the smartest guys and funniest. I mean, he could be a stand-up comic. The problem was he was so kind of, let's say, feeling good that he slurs a lot, and he also talks under his breath, and he's not performative, but to say these off-the-wall remarks that almost make you piss in your pants. And I missed so much because he was slurring a lot. And I thought, this guy could have a whole, 10 other careers. I know he acts now, but, he's a really intelligent guy. You know, he was having problems with his fiancée then. It was the night before the Oscars. And they had a huge fight because they disagreed on what he was going to wear to the Oscar party. They weren't going to the Oscars, but they were going to the big Gun and Fair party. And he helped Dan and I helped him decide what to wear.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He had already, they had been supposed to get married 2 or 3 times already, and they kept fighting and canceling it. She was somewhere in the house. We never met her.
Which woman was it?
She's his latest. She's a filmmaker. I can't remember her name. She's beautiful. I mean, Dan and I, when we looked her up the next day, she's a beautiful woman. I don't know if she's still with him or if she's made any of these allegations, but he went through all his old ex-girlfriends with us and told us stories.
Really?
He should have made us sign an NDA, but he can trust us, you know.
Right.
Yeah,
Did you drink any absinthe?
He had it.
Yeah.
He brought out tequila. And when Dan looked at the tequila, I don't know my tequila, he said, this is like a $300 bottle of tequila. And of course, we're sitting on the floor because there's no furniture, and you get kind of uncomfortable. And after you drink a lot of tequila and do a lot of other stuff, you're not as mobile. And at one point, he brought out a second bottle of it, and I knocked it over right after we opened it. And he has a shag rug. Oh, no, I'm so sorry I spilled a bottle. He goes, I got cases of them in the basement. Don't worry about it. So, yeah.
Oh my fucking God.
Yeah.
What a story.
Yeah. He's an open book. We were talking about the rumors about, the rib being cut out.
Oh, yeah. What did he say about that?
He said it wasn't true. He had a scar there for something. I can't remember half of what happened that night. Luckily, Dan took notes the next day, so I called up Dan to refresh. I should have done that. I didn't know you were a fan.
That's one of the most classic rumors about him, is removing the rib to suck his own dick.
Yeah.
And he had a bunch of funny, witty answers when people would ask him that in articles.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's incredibly intelligent and witty.
Yeah.
Like on the spot, being able to just destroy people.
Yeah, and he had just finished his record, which had a song, or maybe it was a title, had chaos in the title.
Oh yeah, We Are Chaos.
Yeah, and my book's called Chaos, and he's like, "Don't you try to sue me for plagiarism? I didn't steal it from you. It's a common word." I go, "No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. When you're performing it, hold the book up or something." He's doing millions of fans, but I guess he's not going to tour now.
Yeah, I don't know if he's doing anything. I don't think he's been in the public at all since Evan Rachel Wood came out and said all that stuff about him.
And then a couple other piled on, I think.
Yeah. But I think one of his ex-wives actually said that he does do a lot of dark, demented shit, but he never did anything that was Dita Von Teese, right? She's like, he would never do anything as far as like rape somebody or like.
I think he should have stayed with her because she was the one he had the nicest things to say about when we were talking. It was. Sure. And then he texted us. I knew he wasn't going to bed, and he had mentioned at some point that he never gets up before 5 in the afternoon, and he did text me at like 5:30 or 6. Saying he just wanted to make sure we got home okay and we were fine. And I'm like, wow. I said, I could do that a second night in a row, but whenever you do it, after I've had a few days rest and relaxation, just let me know. I'll come back. And then a couple months later, he texted me Easter Sunday morning, so I know he hadn't gone to bed yet, at like 7 in the morning, and just said, Happy Easter, Tom. And I had Marilyn Manson, into my phone, so I had Marilyn Manson, Happy Easter.
Wow. Oh man, it's kind of just so bittersweet. Just his story, his life. Like, you can't be that age and sustain that lifestyle.
Yeah, I don't know how. So, it was. He played us some new music that hadn't been released. He had a music video that hadn't been released. And Dan got to talking about music, which made him, so happy.
Yeah.
But I'm older school. I'm like before my music was Patti Smith.
Right.
The Ramones and stuff like that.
Yeah, well, his obsession was with, those days with the American obsession with, and the combination of someone like Charles Manson and his story, being a serial killer. He was just as equally, such a part of American culture as Marilyn Monroe was. And that mixed with like the Kennedy assassination and like, all the obsession around that. And it's just fascinating how obsessed people are with true crime and these kind of cultural iconic American stories. So what is the next book going to be? Is the next book? How could you possibly expand on everything that you went through over the past 20 years to create this book?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be that difficult. First of all, for your listeners, if they don't know anything about the book, I don't want it to be oversold. It doesn't answer the biggest questions it raises. Basically, that's why it took so long. I kept looking for a smoking gun to prove the theses. There's more than one in here. And my agent kept telling me after like the first 5 or 6 years, you've got enough stuff. You don't have to prove everything. You definitely completely blow apart the official versions of the Manson murders, the reason for the murders, the fact that there were more people involved in the commission of them and the manipulation of Manson. That's huge. That's enough. But I was never satisfied because I always felt like I was, one day away from going on and on and on.
Yeah,
So
that's what keeps you going, right?
yeah, for better or worse. So what I've gotten since the book came out is I've gotten a lot more substantiation. It's like building a pyramid and I'm almost at the top. And I'm thinking, like I told my collaborator a week or two ago, I said, I think if I can get a few more things in the next month, then I can stop and we can go and start on it. If not, I do think we have enough anyway, even if I don't get it, but I'll still want a little more time. We didn't write anything about the Sirhan case in the book. Assassin of Robert F. Kennedy. The assassination occurred about a year and a month before the Tate murders in Los Angeles. And the same cops, same attorneys, same players, and I uncovered a lot of new and pretty compelling information proving that Sirhan was a Manchurian candidate, somebody who was programmed to be in the pantry. Believe me, I'm not the first one to do that. A lot of really respected writers and authors have been trying to get this case reopened for years. I had some new information, but we couldn't link it to the main psychiatrist in our book who we alleged manipulated Manson. He was a good candidate, but I said without linking it, it would have been 2 or 3 whole chapters that wouldn't have stayed on our narrative through line in the book. So when we do the new book, I think I will be able to link it, and that's one thing, for instance, that'll be in the new book, and also the Jonestown case, with the Jim Jones and the mass suicides in Guyana. All this stuff happened, and the Patty Hearst kidnapping. Right. So it's basically just kind of unraveling a lot of stuff that are pretty much landmark historic crimes in the United States that occurred in the 60s, and I tried to stop in the 70s. Right. That were presented to us by media, a media that was complicit with the government and the CIA to cover up truth and realities of how many of these things were provoked.
How frustrating is it knowing that there is evidence out there that basically would give you the answers?
Yeah,
to all this book, like what is it? The guy Tex Watson. There's recordings of him. There's tapes that are somewhere that you just can't get your hands on. And it must be so frustrating to know they're there and they exist.
Yeah. So that's actually, the book kind of ends with me trying to get those tapes, and I won't spoil the story, but that was incredibly frustrating. I hope that comes through in the book, because number one, I discovered these tapes existed, that they were in a safe in an attorney's closet in Texas that he had kept since November of 1969. And it was, what he had told me, were 20 hours of audio tape of Tex Watson, Manson's kind of right-hand man, who did most of the killing and all the murders. Manson was absent from the murder scenes, right? The second night of the La Bianca murders, he tied them up and told the others what to do, but left before the murders happened. So Tex, before anyone knew who he was, who the Manson family was, they weren't in the papers yet, only the police considered them suspects, had been detained. He had fled home to his little town in Texas where he was from, and the LAPD wanted to interview him as a suspect. So they called up his cousin, who was a lawyer in the small town that he lived in, and he was the sheriff of that town, and the cousin agreed to take his nephew into custody while the LAPD cops came down. And he called a lawyer, Bill Boyd, and Bill Boyd came over and said, I'll represent him. He said, what are these guys coming down here to talk to you about? He said, I have no idea. He goes, well, something happened in Los Angeles. And he said, it beats me. So the 2 cops came down and sat down with the lawyer, Tex, his parents, and his uncle, the sheriff. And they said, where were you on the night of August 8th, 1969, August 9th, 1969? And the others put it together. And someone said, are you talking about the Sharon Tate murder? And he said, I never knew I had nothing to do with that. So Bill Boyd said to the others, can I have a few moments alone with them? And they said, yeah. So they left. And then he said to Tex, he said, Charles, his real name. He said, Charles, these are pretty serious allegations. I want you to think about it. and then answer as honestly as you can uh, these detectives' questions, and I'll represent you and make sure you don't go to the death penalty. Because he already knew, he could tell that he was getting caught up in some lies. So they left Tex alone for an hour or two, and then Bill went back to see Charles. And again, along just one-on-one, he said, "Do you know what these men are here for?" And he goes, "You know that girl Sharon Tate, that actress that they mentioned?" He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I killed her." And he said, "Okay, I'm going to tell them you're not talking to them, but that I'm going to represent you." So he said, "You're done with my client. You can come back, with a subpoena or whatever, but right now he's my client. I don't want him answering any questions." So then he went and reported Charles for 2 days, just telling everything about how he met Manson, where the people were around. And I called him, this lawyer, in 2008, I think, to interview him. And he made the mistake during the interview by telling me, "I have these tapes that nobody's ever heard, and they were before anything had been written in the newspaper, so they're probably like the purest account of what really happened." Charles was so honest. We just talked for about 20 hours. And he said he even described other murders that the police had never learned about. The minute he said that, I thought, number one, he's implicating his former client, who's always your client, in other murders. And number two, he's never going to let me hear those tapes. Right. So when I said, "So you're talking about murders that the police hadn't discovered?" And he said, "Yeah, other murders." And then all of a sudden he realized what he was saying. He goes, "Not that Charles had committed, but that Charles was aware the others had done." And I said, "Well, who were they?" He goes, "Well, I haven't listened to them in, I guess I know it was like 40 years. He goes, "I know there were a couple bikers they killed, and I was already looking into these missing bikers who were in last seen with the group in Death Valley." And I said, "Mr. Boyd, is there any chance I could come down and listen to the tapes?" And then he got really nervous, because then all of a sudden he's realizing he violated his confidentiality. He said, "Well, I couldn't do anything without Charles' permission. But I'll ask him." And then that was it. He wouldn't take my phone calls. The secretary would always say, "Oh, he had no time to see him. He's traveling." And after like 3 months of blowing me off, I told the secretary to tell him I was going to write to Charles in prison, tell him what he said, and ask for an interview. And she had just told me he was in China on business. So she said, "I'll tell him." And she hung up, and the phone rang a minute later. And my caller ID said McKinney, Texas. And it was him on the phone. "Don't you dare write to my client. If you say that I said all that, I'll deny it." God damn it. And I said, "But you said it all on audio tape." He said, "I didn't give you permission to tape me." I said, "Not only did you give me permission, you did it on tape." God damn it. So he died 2 months later of a heart attack on a treadmill at about age 68 or 7, I think. I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, he definitely did.
Long story short, the tapes went into, his firm had gone bankrupt. So they went to the bankruptcy court, and for about 2 years, I tried to get the court to release the tapes to me rather than put them up for auction or destroy them or whatever they were going to do. And again, it's a very long story, but I'll keep it short. The trustee in charge of them ended up contacting the deputy DA in Los Angeles, who knew what I was doing and really wanted the tapes too, and was kind of advising me. And I said, "If you don't think I'm legit, you can get in touch with him." So she did. And then, of course, stupidly, I was naive enough to think that that wouldn't ruin my chances. But sure enough, Patrick Sakira arranged to get the tapes from her. And he had always promised me that the minute, if he got them first, I would sit down with him and listen to them for the first time.
Who's Patrick?
He was the deputy DA who was in charge of all the parole hearings for the Manson family. So he called me up really excited. He said, "I can't believe that they're going to release the tapes to me, but we can't let the press know, because if the press finds out, the Tex finds out, he's going to stop it." But somebody down there in Texas found out. Oh no, the trustee told Watson's current attorney because she had to. I don't know why Patrick thought that wasn't going to happen. So then Watson immediately went to court to stop the tapes from being released. And then there was a 2 or 3 year process from the county court to state court to state Supreme Court, where they finally decided the tapes should be released. Then the LAPD and the DA's office got them, and then they wouldn't talk to me anymore. And to this day, they're sitting in the vault because I believe those tapes tell the truth about why things happen, how they really happened, and who was behind the scenes manipulating Manson.
So that, Austin, can you hit the power button on the AC real quick? What camera? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Just put it down to like 75. So this may be a stupid question, but Tex is in prison for life. So
He does get parole here.
okay.
He has 4 children that he's had in prison. She got married, and until the late 70s, prisoners were allowed, even convicted murderers on death row, were allowed to have conjugal visits. Sharon Tate's mother, Doris Tate, when she found out that Watson had had his first child, she spent, I think, 10 years lobbying the legislature, the state legislature of California. She became a political activist, and she finally got them to write a bill saying no more conjugal visits for prisoners in California. So because of the late Doris Tate, prisoners can't get laid in prison anymore.
Oh wow!
Yeah, but he managed to have 4 kids before she prevailed, and they're now grown up. One of them is in the Marines. The wife he had them with divorced him, and I think he's remarried to a new woman.
That's so weird how women love to marry people on death row.
Yeah. Yeah, Bruce Davis, another convicted Manson family member, is married. You might recall the year or 2 before Charlie died, he was engaged to this young woman that really looked a lot like Susan Atkins, Star.
Yeah.
Who is interesting now. She is now the lover of, oh shoot, I forgot his name. He's an actor, and he was a Manson obsessive. There was a movie called Buffalo 66. Oh, Vincent. Can I?
Yeah, sure.
Because this is fascinating, and it's never been reported before,
really,
to my knowledge. Yeah, she was engaged to Manson, living outside of the prison walls in Corcoran with a guy named Grey Wolf, who was Manson's communication man on the outside. Like when I interviewed Manson, I had to go through Grey Wolf to get to Manson. Everything had to come through him. So Grey Wolf was an old hippie in like his 70s. Mm-hmm. Star was living with him and visiting Manson every weekend that she could.
Wow.
And they were this close to getting married, and then Manson found out that she was fucking Grey Wolf.
Oh.
So he ended his relationship with her and his relationship with Grey Wolf, who had literally devoted his life to making sure Manson had money, got his mail. Any interview that Manson did had to be approved by Grey Wolf.
Right.
And a friend of Manson's, who I kept in touch with, said that Charlie cried himself to sleep every night after found out he'd been betrayed by both Star and Grey Wolf. And I thought, she couldn't get laid with Charlie, so she was maybe thinking of Manson when she slept with this guy who looked a lot like him, same age, but maybe a foot taller.
I would imagine a guy like Manson would have already been able to cope with that idea by that point, having spent his whole life in prison.
Of course.
Like, haven't you not thought of that scenario already?
And I mean, when he was Manson, he was sleeping with 5 women a day. Right. There was nothing about monogamy in their lifestyle. But I guess when you're an older guy and it's done to you, maybe.
And the girl Star, she was much younger.
Yeah.
She was like in her 20s or something.
Yeah, and she shaved her head. She did the swastika on her forehead. I can't remember if it was scratched in or maybe tattooed or something. The actor's name is Vincent Gallo, and he was kind of an underground indie actor. But I'll show you a picture.
Pull him up on the screen, Austin. This guy?
That guy, yeah. No, yeah.
Huh. He looks like a
freak. Yeah, he was a Calvin Klein model. He used to live around the corner from me in Little Italy in Manhattan in the 70s and 80s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and he did a lot of really good movies. He directed a couple. He moved out here. He does character parts in some films.
And he's obsessed with Manson.
Yeah, so I think he got to know Grey Wolf, and they were interested in, he would buy stuff at auction, you know, Manson's paintings and things like that. And somehow Star got in the mix. So as soon as Grey Wolf threw Star out, my sources told me that she moved out to Malibu, and he took her in, and they became lovers. And now they're in New Mexico or Arizona or something.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah.
That's totally wild.
A lot of soap opera drama even to this day.
So you met Manson face to face?
No.
Never got in the same room.
Unfortunately, when I interviewed him in 2000, he was what they call in the hole, in solitary confinement. He wasn't allowed to have visitors. He was only allowed out of his cell like for an hour a day, and he was allowed to make phone calls one night a week. So during the period that I finally set up the interviews, I couldn't go in. And you always want to face somebody, and it's really frustrating, especially with a guy like him who plays so many games. Yeah. So we talked on the phone 2 or 3 nights. One of my claims to fame is the first time I spoke to him, I went to premiere the magazine who had commissioned the article because my editor didn't want them having my home phone number. So she's like, you have to do it at the offices. I don't want them to know how to find you. I'm like, if they want to find me, they're going to find me. But I agreed to do it.
Who's they?
Manson and the people that are in the outside of prison.
Okay, his crew outside.
Yeah. So I went to their office at the time, like 9 or 10 o'clock. And all of a sudden it occurred to me it was Valentine's Day. And I'm like, wow, it's tragic. My Valentine's Day with Charlie Manson. So when he answered the phone, or when he got on the phone, he called me, and I go, hey, Charlie, how you doing? He goes, real good, man. How are you? And I go, great. I go, happy Valentine's Day. He goes, oh, thanks, man. Same to you.
Charles Manson was your Valentine.
Yeah.
Marilyn Manson texted you on Easter.
I was at a wedding in London about 15 years ago, and there was this very old man there. And we had a competition to see who had the greatest crush with evil. He won. Mine was the Manson thing. Happy Valentine's Day, Charlie. He was a Jewish man who, when he was about 7 or 8 years old, was playing with some friends, and the Fuhrer, Adolf Hitler, was surveying this little community he lived in that was, they had already been partitioned off to Jews. And he said to this little boy, who was like 7 or 8, you're a cute little boy, would you like an ice cream cone? And he said yes, so Hitler bought him an ice cream cone. So at the wedding, they had a vote to decide who has brushed with evil, and they decided that getting an ice cream cone from the Adolf Hitler was scarier than Manson saying Happy Valentine's Day.
Yeah, I would say it trumps the Manson Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's backtrack a little bit. Explain to people who don't already know how did this whole thing start for you? Like, how did this whole journey start with you just being, you weren't initially interested in the story at all. You just kind of like
I didn't even want to do it. I was freelancing. You know, I moved out to LA for what I thought was going to be 2 years, sublet my place in New York, was going to go back the following 6 months later. My editor, who I'd written with at another magazine that we had all left, it was called Us Magazine. It's still around. It used to be an entertainment magazine that was mostly about motion pictures, music, and TV. And Jan Wenner, who owned it in Rolling Stone, had decided to make it much more tabloidy. Reality TV was just starting, and he wanted us to do stories about the Kardashians, the reality people. So all of us at the magazine let our contracts go and quit, and they all went to Premiere Magazine, all the people who I worked for. So she said, you should come over with us, but you got to do one great piece here. And she said the anniversary of the Kate LaBianca murders were coming up in August. This was March. And she said, do a story on it. I'm like, a story on what? And she goes, read the book, you'll find an angle. I go, oh, come on, Leslie. I go, number one, I've never read the book. Hasn't it been written to death? And I didn't say that, to be funny. I didn't realize it until after I said it. And I just said, there's nothing about that interests me. And she said, well, it's what I got for you right now. And I know you need the money because I haven't worked for a few months. And she said, here's something I'll tell you. Now that I put his name into your head, you're going to realize that you hear him reference sometimes every day. She said, I hear he's always, compared to the most evil person in the world, described as a metaphor for evil, popular culture, news, and sure enough, all of a sudden I'm seeing his name in newspapers just as a descriptive, like an adjective or something. So I agreed to do it, and it was supposed to be a 3-month job. And I read Helter Skelter, and I circled stuff or noted stuff that seemed a little bit, something that I thought could be explored a little more. And there were lots of stuff that Bugliosi, who was the author, Vince Bugliosi, and also the prosecutor who convicted the Manson family group in trial in 70 and 71. There was a lot of stuff I could kind of go along with, but I'm like, listen, this is so amorphous. I don't know how. And she said, once you start, you'll find an angle. You always do. I've been working with her for like 15 years in the magazine business. She was always my editor, and we thought alike, and she was great. So she said, if you can't find anything else, just find out how it changed kind of the culture of Hollywood, because, that's when everybody started retreating from public places, stars, putting walls up, buying guard dogs. They didn't feel safe in their homes anymore. That didn't interest me either, but I thought, all right, I need the money. But what I did was I read Helter Skelter, and then I interviewed Vince Bugliosi first, spent about 6 hours at his house. He was very generous with me, talk. Said a couple of things that are too complicated to explain in the interview. It would take like a half hour, but if you read the book, it takes chapters, and it's not till the very end you realize why it's so important. A couple of lies he told me. But after that, he basically told me everything I'd already read him. He'd said to other interviewers. I thought, why don't I reach out to people who've never talked about the case, principal witness? Because at the time, people really were frightened of the Manson family members on the outside. So the prosecution witnesses, the guy that owned the Tate LaBianca house, the guy that owned the Tate house that rented it to him, has always been pursued by journalists because he's never talked about his pivotal part in all this. Terry Melcher, Doris Day's son, who also was connected to Manson. Right. So with the passage of time, I thought maybe they was frightened. Maybe people who wouldn't talk will. So first, actually, I reached out to people like Sharon Tate and Roman Polanski's crowd. They were very close friends to dozens of Hollywood people, but most close to Robert Evans, the producer, Ali McGraw, Michelle Phillips, John Phillips of the Mamas and the Papas, Warren Beatty, Jane Fonda, Roger Vadim. None of them would talk to me. No one would talk to me. It started getting really frustrating. And then I went to the witnesses, people who actually were lesser known except in the Hollywood industry. And I got a couple to agree to talk to me. And I realized it wasn't that they were less scared, but nothing had really happened to them since then. A lot of them, their lives went off the rails being associated with this, especially this one guy, Rudy, who owned the house where the murders happened. He was a principal prosecution witness for Bugliosi. He had to testify about Manson having this visit to the house before the murders to establish that Manson knew where these people lived and how to get into the property. And Rudy had lost his life savings. He had owned that house, kind of became a drug addict, went through everything, had to sell the house to Trent Reznor of the Nine Inch Nails, and was living in a shitty garage apartment in Van Nuys. What year did you sell the house to Trent Reznor? I think he owned it for 20 years after the murders, so that would be 79, 80.
Yo, what up, GB? How you living, pimp?
And he had a long-time
What's good?
business partner who was his lover. That guy had died, and he was being kept alive.
It's only the third known interstellar object in our solar system. This newest visitor is 460
Excellent. I'll have to take a look at it right now. Just a moment. So I would find it in the Telegram. Okay. Didn't we have a Twitter community, or was that just for Sprotos? Okay, very well. I wish I could do more on Twitter. I mean, you're probably like Rabbi. You live stream more on Twitter than anybody. Period. Like anybody. But if I interact with anybody, they've got my IP tagged or something, or my account's tagged, and my account gets banned like just about instantaneously. That's why I can't like or upload anything of anybody. The only thing I can do is just create new streams, and that's all I do. Would if you would put it in the Telegram, and I'll look at it right now. Okay, GB, I'm looking at it right now. Oh, that's baller. This is the power of retention. See the glow of this man's eyes after not releasing himself for a year? This could be you. Never stop, never boom. Love it. I love it. Thank you, man. I feel like a member of ZZ Top. Do you know who ZZ Top is? Yeah, absolutely. This is my second longest beer of my life, and this has been like maybe about 6 months or so. The longest one I ever had was like this. It was really, really big. And yeah, it becomes really hot. But it just I'm gonna grow it out that big, and I'm thinking I'm just gonna be one of those people who just never shaves again, basically, or like I think I'm gonna have a really long beard this time. So get ready. It's gonna. Yeah, exactly. And it was very, very big, and I would get this issue where like I don't particularly. I mean, I think I know, and it's something that's common where you like, since you can't clean your skin, because you can like run your skin under water, like run your beard underwater and stuff, but it can get dried out, and it just would get to the point where I would want to like have it a little bit like more how would I say, softer. And so I got some beard oils, and these beard oils work a lot better. So this time around, I think it'll just be able to not get as dry, and it'll be really big. So yeah, the other rabbis refer to it as like, because it's like a red beard, which is different than my normal hair. It's like a certain haplotype that I am. It's known as MC1R, and it's pretty common of people who basically, like, we have a higher pain tolerance than most people. It's just like something that happened through evolution. So we have like red patches of like my normal hair is brown, and like my chest hair is brown, but my beard hair is red, or like kind of not bright red, but like a little redder than. So okay, then you're probably the same. So what color is your hair? Oh, your hair is blonde, but your beard is red. There you go. So very similar, and it's pretty common amongst people. So all right. So what are we doing now? I've got all these people who are complaining about me on Blue Sky, and that's great. It's very much. I'm sure you've seen the meme, because I've seen it a lot in the crypto community, of the guy who's diamond mining, and you never know when you're just right at the wall before you turn around. And but I did this thing. I created a bot on Kick, and I haven't given up on Kick yet. And the bot on Kick just basically posts clips of mine, or like I make clips of people, but it puts my YouTube in there and it puts my Discord link, and it. I had some people who messaged me in Discord like, "Hey, why did you do this?" And I'm like, "Oh shit!" When I find out like that works, that's a big deal for me because, like basically it's about how much time and effort I'm putting in, and so I think I'm gonna have one device just doing Kick, and the other devices doing um, Blue Sky, and it'll cut my Blue Sky spamming down about a third, which isn't a huge amount. I mean, it's enough, but it will give me like multiple platforms on which I'm spamming. So I think that'll be positive. And I found this really nice website that, like, the thing that would always kind of be difficult for me in spamming or creating a bot is when I go on Kick, it gives you the front page. And so I'd have to scroll down the front page, which takes time to find and like have it do on an automated fashion to find a new person to spam. Well, this I found a website that allows you to just do a random stream of somebody. And that's a lot more beneficial for me because you just go to it and it just randomly gives you a new stream. And so that allows me to mix things up a lot more than normal. And I just figured out a way of logging in with multiple accounts. So I've got some things in the hopper, which is positive. And when people like I had a bunch of people in my Discord last night, um, and they find out for me from Discord. So it's kind of like I have no idea how people are going to find out about me. I mean, I don't even consider Discord like a. I mean, it's big for me and being able to communicate with people, but like getting new people in, I don't even expect them to find out about me on Discord. But it's by far the way that people find out about me the most because I'm live in so many different Discords simultaneously, just live streaming. So I'm going to work on this bot, and I hope you have a wonderful day off. I love the content that you make. It's amazing. And I had somebody, this made me laugh so hard. They made okay, do you know who Vince McMahon is of the WWE? Okay, so there's that meme of him where he's like, oh, I can just show it to you. Um, he, yeah, I do this thing where I spam people, and it's like come to board and discuss Santa Claus machines, which are like replicators. Basically, it's like to every element in the periodic table, and so not just like 3D printed stuff, but like it let you make a computer or like a dog, or you could make a dime. You can make whatever you want, but it's not just out of plastic. So there's that. Then I say invisibility cloaks, and then I selfs, and it's like Vince McMahon like getting hot, like hornier and hornier, and then the final one where he blows is it's like and be made a trillionaire. And this person made me laugh so hard. This happened like within the last 36 hours. I laughed so hard. I captured it on my stream and then actually uploaded it to the guy because it was so fun. So I get some people who just make some stuff that is just really, really creative and makes me laugh and stuff. And you're definitely one of those people. So I am gonna continue making my bots. I appreciate you hopping in, and know I'm always here for you. Enjoy your day off, and if you have more time, come back a little later. Okay. Love you too, GB. You're the man. Take care. Peace. That's GB, everybody. The man, the myth, the legend. What a sweetheart. All right. Welcome. How are you? Hello? Hear me? Hello? How's your day going? Oh, it's Brinks. What up, pimp?
Secretary previously said their goal was to lay off roughly 8,000 employees. The total stuff is around 407,000 people. scrapping those plans, and we'll see what the number ends up being.
Yeah, no,
Leave our veterans alone, people.
470,000 employees. Doesn't the U.S. government have something like 2.3 million employees, something along those lines? And out of that, 470,000 work for the VA. In any
Can't
case,
have too many as far as I'm concerned.
well, the VA press secretary said, as you said, the cutback is not nearly as big, but no major changes, and none of these reductions are going to impact veteran care or benefits. All mission critical positions are exempt. I don't know. We got that many people down. Are these guys that mow the lawn? Is that 30,000 of those? So that one I don't know the answer to. The numbers are so skewed across the board these days that I have absolutely no idea. I don't think anybody does as to what's really going on. Oh, here's some more numbers.
All right, the Trump administration is ending the temporary status for 80,000 Hondurans and Nicaraguans that has allowed them to live and work in the U.S. for nearly a quarter of a century. These are people who came here after the devastating hurricane in Central America, I believe, back in the 90s. And now their status has been reviewed, and Kristi Noem is saying it's time to go.
Yeah, but think about this. This temporary status, protected status, was as a result of the infrastructure being destroyed in Honduras. They have rebuilt a lot of that. And so people are going to take the side of the government on this one. Does temporary status mean permanent status? And that is what I think advocates saying. Once you've been granted temporary status, it's really permanent status. Let's not kid ourselves. Well, Trump administration is saying no. Temporary is temporary. And based on our rules, what we set up, what we defined as the basis for this temporary status, those terms or those situations no longer occur, and now it is safe to return back. The government has a right to do that.
It's what we're seeing with companies now saying, okay, COVID's over, essentially, get your ass back to work.
Right.
Well, wait.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Wait a second. You let us do remote work. Therefore, we should do remote work forever, even though the pandemic is over. All right, let's go ahead and take a break. We'll come back and finish handling the news on this Tuesday morning. Let's check in with Heather, live in the KFI 24-hour news.
LAPD officers were attacked during a vigil and street takeover in Hyde Park. Police say rocks and bottles were thrown, tires on patrol cars were slashed, and a search line had to be formed. No word yet on any arrests. An ozone advisory has been issued for parts of Riverside County as a heat wave affects the Inland Empire. The advisory started yesterday afternoon and will stay in effect until 8 o'clock Thursday night. The South Coast Air Quality Management District says high temps are likely to cause multi-day extreme smog events. We're going to check the 605 when we come back.
I bought my first house when I was in my 20s. How many people in their 20s can do that today, right? Tell me it's not a different world. But in any case, I sold it and then bought a better house and just moved up, which people do. And every time I did sell it, I listed it with a real estate agent. And that was the formula. You list, pay commission, you paint, you clean, you make the place spotless. Prospective buyers are going to come through. It has to be, you have to have an absolutely spotless home. You can't be there when the buyers, prospective buyers come through, and then the offers, counter offers, escrows, and then it goes on and on. Well, that's a lot of hassle. DirectBuyers.com, there's no hassle. DirectBuyers.com, they'll buy your house. And I mean right now, give you a fair offer, close within 10 days or less. You know what you have to do? Cash the check or accept the wire coming in at the end of your 10-day escrow period. They won't even walk in your house. They'll actually buy your house from the sidewalk. That's DirectBuyers.com. And as I said, you'll get a fair price and no lowball either. DirectBuyers.com. Call 844-2422-SELL. 844-2422-SELL. DirectBuyers.com.
From Odoo.com Weather Center. Odoo, the only business software you need, is It's going to be a little cloudy and overcast today. Then highs will be in the 90s to around the mid 90s in Metro LA and OC. This report is brought to you by Dell Technologies. A crash on the 605 in Seal Beach.
And this is causing some problems for the southbound side of the 605, right before the 405. Left lane blocked with a wreck there. You're going to find slowing back from Spring Street. It's a little rough there on the 605. Also rough on the 405, the southbound side of the 405. This is going to be just past Getty Center Drive there. This overpass crash on the right shoulder. Things are really slow. Go back from Sherman Way. And look out in Orange County. Big mess on the 550 southbound. Get into Anna. Got a crash there. 5 southbound of Grand. Things are blocked up there. Traffic slow all the way back from Anaheim Boulevard. Also a stall in the same area. 5 freeway southbound of Main Street. The right lane blocked there. With Southern California's Center of Traffic reports, I'm in full swag.
You've got an app for your music, but what about your favorite morning show, sports team, or live local news and weather? Yep, there's an app for all that too. iHeartRadio. Download the #1 app for radio. The free iHeartRadio app.
Records, milestones, first, last, and everything in between. What happened today in spring on iHeartRadio? What's happening, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's look back on this day in sports history, July 8th. We'll start today back in 1941 at the MLB All-Star Game. The game was notable for bringing the Yankees' Joe DiMaggio and the Red Sox' Ted Williams together on the same team. 2 Hall of Fame outfielders were each having legendary seasons, with Williams batting over 400 and DiMaggio breaking the consecutive games hit record. Of course, the game ended with drama. Williams stepped to the plate with 2 outs and 2 on in the ninth and hit a towering 3-run home run to give the American League the win. Williams later said that was one of his favorite moments of his career. Jumping way ahead today in 2007 at Wimbledon in the men's tennis final, Roger Federer of Switzerland wins the singles title for the 5th consecutive year, beating Spain's Rafael Nadal. And today in 2010, LeBron James shocked the sports world by announcing via a live ESPN special called The Decision that he would be leaving the Cleveland Cavaliers, taking his talents to South Beach, joining the Miami Heat. LeBron would win 2 titles with Miami, then he'd return to Cleveland and give the Cavs their first championship. Now you know, today in sports history on iHeartRadio.
Hey everybody, it's me, Katie Nolan, here to talk to you about my new podcast called Casuals, starting January 21st. It's a sports podcast, but for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners to sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports and not screaming. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly and not about something as serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. Is this making sense? You guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy, go and click that follow button. Listen, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it if you feel like that was a bad decision. It's not going to get a notification when you do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal because it's going to be good. Oh, it's going to be good.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
From Tenderfoot TV in Atlanta, I'm Pete Lindsay.
And I'm Maggie Freeling.
This is Up and Vanish Week.
From the team that brought you Up and Vanished comes an all-new podcast that brings you a weekly dose of true crime cases. Join me as I talk through cases with special guests and true crime experts.
There's got to be something at the heart of that evidence that they've got.
It's got to be DNA. Yeah. Tune in as Payne Lindsay lays out the crime in true Up and Vanished style.
A late night knock at the door, a missing car, and a mysterious shadowy figure caught on camera.
Up and Vanished Weekly is available now. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KFR, AM 640. More stimulating talk. Today after 3 on the John Koval Show, we're going to have USC professor Michael Mache on. He's the one who's predicting that gas prices will be over $8 a gallon not too far down the road. And he wrote a piece in the LA Times explaining how we're going to get there and why. That's coming up after 3 o'clock today on the John Koval Show. KFI handle here on Tuesday morning, July 8th. Our neighbor besides the flooding that's going on in the rest of the country. Before we move on and finish up handle on the news, quick reminder: the Dodgers take on the Brewers in Milwaukee. First pitch at 4:40 today. Listen to all the Dodger games on AM 570 LA Sports. Stream all Dodgers games in HD on the iHeartRadio app. Keyword AM 570 LA Sports. Brought to you by Navien. High efficiency water heaters, boilers, and the new NPF Hydro Furnace. I'd love to tell you about that if I had any idea what the new NPF Hydro Furnace was. Learn more about these. I'm a big fan of these water heaters, tankless water heaters. Navien, and that's Navien, Navien Inc. As incorporated, NavienInc.com. Also, sorry about that, a little froggy this morning. Neil, tell us about your broadcast this Saturday. You're doing a remote.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Handle. Come out this Saturday, July 12th. Join me in Wild Fork Foods in Santa Clarita. It's just right there off of Magic Mountain Parkway, 25. In-store broadcast, celebrating summer grilling season. Tons of stuff away, including protein from Wild Fork. There'll be samples, food samples, all kinds of stuff there on Magic Mountain Parkway. Don't miss it. Saturday, July 12th, this Saturday. For more details, kfb.com/wildfork.
Should be a lot of fun. You'll get free samples of great meat. And then right across the street, Magic Vomiting. So that all works out.
And then see it again.
Yes,
All over.
coming in, coming out. All right, let's go ahead and finish up handle on the news on this Tuesday with Heather DLA.
And his bills were paid by an interesting group of his former clients. He was a talent manager. Dick Van Dyke, Jack Nicholson, Jimmy Darren, who was a kind of a pop singer actor, and Sally Kellerman. So they were allowance because they all felt so sorry for him. So I started trying to get him to talk. First, he wanted me to pay him, and you're not allowed to pay people. I said, I'll just take you out. That's the best I can do. So we went to Russo and Frank restaurant. We all once upon a time in Hollywood. It's where Al Pacino's character has his first big dinner with Brad Pitt and Leonardo DiCaprio. It's a classic Hollywood movie location restaurant. So that turned into his dinners for about 2 or 3 years, and for 2 or 3 years. I mean, because he was lonely.
Right.
After the very first dinner, when he was driving home, he said he was off the road, got in a car accident, and was almost killed. He thought that it was because he talked to me. Everything did happen. He did have an accident. Somebody hit him and ran. He did have to go to the hospital. I tried not to get paranoid. Nobody ever did again. He got notes and stuff from people telling him to stop talking to me, but the point being, he didn't have enough money to buy another car. So then I had to drive out there to Van Nuys from Venice, which is, you always want to go about 5 or 6 o'clock. So that meant a 2-hour drive with rush hour traffic. Then you always wanted to go out and swank places in Hollywood. So that's another rush hour traffic would be 45 minutes. We get to a restaurant and he wouldn't order food for 2 hours because he wanted to have all his martinis or gin and tonics. And the next thing you know, he's grabbing the waiters' asses. He was a real character and he got away with it. But and then I'd have to, on the way home, stop at the supermarket at midnight. And I didn't pay for his groceries, but walk with him through the store, and it took forever. So it was like an 8-hour investment. And I had to drive all the way back to Venice, but he was giving me information. And that's how you get it. You know, you have to really kind of embed yourself into people's confidence and lives. And he was the first, and then there was like dominoes, because people knew he was talking to me, more people to me. And then, but it doesn't happen overnight. That's when the story changed and evolved into something that wasn't going to be a magazine story anymore. My editor-in-chief of Premiere became obsessed with what I was finding, so he kept extending my deadline. He said, we don't need to do it if it's too important. So I think they paid me for a year and a half, a monthly salary, just to report the story. that editor-in-chief got fired, and I went to my editor who worked under him, and I said, please tell me Jim didn't get fired because of all the money that he had spent, like $150,000, not just on my salary, but on my expenses for dinners and stuff, and London dinner with people. She said it didn't help. So a new editor was hired, and I got a call the next day from him. He said, sounds like you got a really exciting story there. I go, I hope so. He goes, well, I'm really going to be proud to publish it, and I'm slating it for the issue after the next. Oh, well, I can't finish it. Jim would have told you. He goes, no, Jim's not here anymore. He goes, you got to have it in. So at that point, I got a book agent. And I didn't want to put out one because there were so many loose ends, and I thought once I put the most important stuff, the LA Times, maybe I was grandiose, the New York Times, they're going to put their teams on this, and they're going to get it good. Finish it. Right. Yeah. So my agent got me out of my contract with a caveat that I had to reimburse all the So at that point, well, sometimes I wonder, because the next thing I didn't sell the book for another 5 years. In 2005, I sold the proposal, but I got an enormous, Penguin Press gave me called a preemptive bid, which is higher than they'd normally pay, but for, I think it was 48 hours, nobody else could try to make a deal with me. And if I didn't take their offer in 48 hours, then they would withdraw. Then it would go to auction. Okay. So I said yes. My agent said they're really the best publisher in the business. They do like presidential memoirs, and they're boutique and powerful, and just publishing with them is going to give your crazy conspiracy book complete legitimacy. So I did, and they gave an advance that was like breaking for somebody who had never written a book before. I'd just been a magazine journalist, and that was going to be a real happy ending. But then they got impatient in 2011, and long story short, they canceled the deal, and worse, they then sued me for a return of the advance, which had been spent by me on all my reporting. So from 2012 to about 14 or 15, everything was frozen. I couldn't go out and try to sell the book until the lawsuit was resolved. I had to get a pro bono lawyer. So I just kept reporting as if I was going to have something.
How are you paying the bills?
I was living, borrowing money, and living off of what little was left from the advance. But I lived very frugally. I mean, I've done it in New York for years. As a struggling journalist, I drove a horse and carriage in Central Park for 8 years. I knew how to hustle. Okay. But I didn't have any real full-time job during that period, because I worked 7 days a week in research. So once the lawsuit was resolved in 2016, I think, or 15, I got Dan as a collaborator, and we revised my book proposal. The original book proposal was book length. It was 220 pages. In fact, when Dan and Scott, the two people at Penguin Press, bought it, they said, you've written the book. All you have to do is fill in some of the guts. This is the guts. Just fill in some of the stuff. And I'm like, easier said than done. They're still recording. So once I got this wonder kid, and only because Prince died. If Prince hadn't died, he would have been working with Prince for 3 more years. Prince died, and all of a sudden, his agent said to my agent, I heard you're looking for someone. Dan would be perfect for this. He can't pick up the Prince thing for at least 2 years until that estate is figured out, because they were all fighting over whatever Prince, his money, his future projects. So Dan had like 2 years off, and me and I turned it out in 2 years. And it came out literally, we turned in the final draft, after all the editing notes from the publisher, the day before what would have been the 20th anniversary of the magazine assignment. So it was literally 20 solid years.
That's incredible, man. Yeah. That's incredible.
I don't advise anybody to do that. It took off 40 years of my life. It was brutal. You keep thinking it's going to end, and it doesn't. And the scariest thing is if the book had never come out.
Yeah.
That would have been, I would have been the tragic figure. Spent his whole life writing a book and then pushing his book. So, now I feel like if I got run over by a bus today, that's fine.
Yeah.
This is still here.
Right. Right. You achieved your goal. You got it out.
Yeah.
You can wash your hands, but you're still, obviously going to put out more.
Yeah.
It's not going to take 20 years. So, okay, what was the guy's name who owned the house who sold the Trent Reznor?
Rudy Altobelli. I can tell you an interesting story about him that just happened recently. So Quentin Tarantino released his movie, a few months after my book came out in Hollywood, and it was his most successful box office wise. I had two mutual friends of his, and one of them is one of his producers and his longtime first AD, and the other one was an ex-girlfriend, was one of his only ex-girlfriends who remained friends with him. So both of them gave him a copy of my book, an advance copy that I had signed months before my book came out and months before his movie came out. And they said, we're not going to give it to him unless we read it first. We know you, we love you, but we want to make sure it's something that you like. Everybody wants something to Quentin. So they did, and he never, I wasn't surprised because he about to release one of the biggest movies of his career, a lot of publicity. So about a year after, like last fall, I think it was, I got a call from one of our mutual friends and he said, can Quentin call you now? Definitely go, excuse me, I needed him like 2 years ago, but sure. I go, why? He goes, he's obsessed with your book. He finally got to read the one I gave him, and he has a million questions. And, if Quentin Tarantino has a million questions, that means it's like blah, 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 blah. So he called me from Israel, where he was living, and
Going to Israel?
Well, I just read an interview with him a couple days ago. I knew he was there, and I didn't know why. I knew he had married an Israeli woman and had that. When the pandemic hit, they came. So
Hopefully he's not still there now.
He was on Jimmy Kimmel a couple nights ago. Oh, okay. So he was there doing a lot of that, and the interview I read said, I think he was in Tel Aviv. He didn't say anything about, bombing, violence, or anything. He loved it there. Yeah. So he, his wife and kid have now moved back, I think, in the last month or two. But so he started calling me, and a million questions, but it was because he's doing the novelization, the movie. He's fleshing out characters, adding scenes, and he'd always wanted to write a paperback book, kind of like a pulpy paperback book. So that comes out Tuesday. And he, talking about Rudy Altobelli, and like our second or third conversation, like, Rudy, how did you ever get Rudy to talk to you? That's amazing. He goes, damn it, I've got his character in the book. I didn't have him in the movie, but I have to, fake his name, or he goes, or do you think if you reached out to Rudy and asked, would he take like $250,000 from me to let me use his name in the book and promise not to sue me? Well, Quentin Rudy's been dead for 10 years. Are you kidding me? You just saved me $250,000. And I'm still in debt, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Right. And I'm like, Rudy, or Quentin, give it to me. So I should have said, give me the cash and I'll deliver it to you.
Oh yeah, you definitely should have done that.
So the book comes out Tuesday, and I'm hoping.
You know the name of it?
It's the same name as it's the title of the movie. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Okay. Yeah. So I think he was on Jimmy Kimmel a night or two ago, and I was flying, so I didn't see it, but I read the recap of the interview. But I'm hoping, for the in-depth interviews, if he was telling me the truth, he said, oh my God, he goes, I thought I knew this, and I didn't know anything about this character, that character. I'm hoping he'll mention the book, because all the Quentin fans then might be interested and get the book.
Right.
Yeah, so we'll know. But it's already going to be a bestseller because it's a Quentin Tarantino book. It's the first one he's ever written. And he keeps saying, I didn't just turn the novel into a script. He goes, it's like a whole fresh take, new characters, much more about the Manson family, the murders, all this stuff.
So there was literally barely anything about this.
Yeah. He released a trailer. The publisher released a trailer last week that he put together for the book. And so it's like a 2-minute trailer. And he has scenes in the trailer that are in the book, but they were cut from the movie. So there is a scene between the Manson character at the house looking for Terry Melcher. And they don't show who he's talking to, but in real life, it would have been Rudy Altobelli. So the guy who owned the house, he went up there looking for him. So I'll know a lot when the book comes out Tuesday. I hope he gives me an acknowledgement if I save him $250,000.
Oh, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you definitely put your name in there. Shout you out somewhere.
Yeah.
Fucking Quentin. So Rudy, so when you talk to Rudy, I mean, what was it about Rudy that opened, what did he tell you that opened Pandora's box for you?
He began very slow, started telling me that he had suffered more than anybody else who was associated with the victims, Sharon and Wojciech. They were all his friends too. He lived in the house behind the main house. So Rudy owned a beautiful property at the top of Cielo Drive. It was like a French design country house, one story with like beautiful views everywhere. There was a pool, and then there was a guest house. So he lived in the guest house, bought the house I think in the 40s, and among the tenants who stayed there were Katharine Hepburn, Clark Gable, Cary Grant, and then Terry Melcher, who's the son of Doris Day, who's a music producer. He moved in there in 65, moved out in January of 69, and they all did from Rudy, and Rudy always stayed in the back all he needed, but he only rented to people he thought he'd party with. He was a youth partier. He was one of the first out gay guys in Hollywood who was flamboyant, didn't care what people thought, real character. And when Roman and Sharon moved in, he and Sharon became very, very close, Sharon Tate. So they moved in February of 69, and then in March went to Europe, him to do script notes and fixing on The Day of the Dolphin, which he was going to direct in London, and Sharon went to make a devil movie called The 13 Chairs in Italy, and then they came back. Sharon came back in July, and Rudy never came back. He went over with Sharon. He flew over there. He wasn't her manager. He was just her best friend. So they flew together. And then he went off with an actress named Olivia Hussey, who was in Romeo and Juliet, which was this big sensational in 1969. So his relationship with Roman and Sharon and Terry Melcher was really important to what became the line of inquiry I was doing. Did people in Hollywood have relationships with Manson that were concealed by either Hollywood, the machine, the publicity machine, or law enforcement? And Rudy started kind of telling me, yeah. So he'd get drunk. I'd usually drive him home, and he'd always want me to come into his shitty little apartment for one more nightcap. And that's when he'd start talking. And he had a few drinks, and he goes, you know what? Terry went on, he had a great career, produced all these bands. He was so alive then. Roman's never suffered for this. He was the only one who lost their house, lost their reputation, because people thought he had a relationship with the family. Even law enforcement. They eventually said he didn't, but a relationship with the Manson family, that was another reason for them to come up there. He was just bitter and angry, and he said if the truth ever came out about Roman and them, and Terry and Dennis Wilson, the Beach Boys, and some other people, he goes, nobody would believe if it was true, and I could tell you. And so he ended up started telling me how that the district attorney, Bugliosi, had covered up a much more involved relationship with Terry Melcher, for instance, and then government people who were involved with Manson. And it's hard to say with people who haven't read the book, and I don't want to give too much away, because part of the fun of the book is you think it's gotten pretty crazy and it's over, and then like the next couple of pages is like, oh, what? It's even crazier.
So the official narrative of Manson is that from a young kid, his mom was a prostitute.
Yeah.
And he was just involved in a bunch of petty crimes throughout his life, in and out of prison. He kept getting out of prison. And then eventually there was one point where he went in for 7 years and then came out different.
In 67. And he immediately violated his parole. He was paroled to Los Angeles. Without permission, he went up to San Francisco, to the Bay Area, turned up at the parole office and said, I want a parole officer here. They looked him up and they said, you're not allowed to be here. You've got to go back to LA. They wrote to LA. LA demanded he come back. He didn't. And then all of a sudden something happened which I can't find the paper record of. The reason I have the records I do have is the Freedom of Information request Bureau of Prisons, and I a part of his parole record for the time he was supervised from his release until the murder, which paints a whole different picture. He got assigned to a parole officer in San Francisco named Roger Smith, who was a criminology student at Berkeley and also a drug researcher, and working out of the Haight-Ashbury Medical Clinic, and that's where things get really crazy.
Now, was he connected to Sidney Gottlieb?
Not that I know of, but Jolly West, who was a psychiatrist, who went to leave of absence from the University of Oklahoma to study the explosion of the Summer of Love in '67. He somehow anticipated that like 6 months before. He went to the Haight. He opened what he called a hippie pad, a laboratory described as disguised as a hippie pad, where they put up, posters. And he had grad students. He told them in January, "Grow your hair long. I want you to staff this hippie pad. We're going to study the young kids that are going to invade the Haight in the summer." He knew this all in advance, and there's a whole reason that I won't get into here about how he did it. It was basically engineered by a bunch of these people to happen in government. And Jolly West had been working in the CIA's MK-Ultra program since 1953, which was a program that their ultimate goal was to learn how to create programmed assassins, people who would kill without recollection or not only the killing, also their program. And that was what this guy's specialty was. He was a very well-known psychiatrist, and in 1975, this information about this secret program, MK-Ultra, came out because the State Department heard the record, what was left of the record, blew the whistle. There were congressional hearings. He was identified as one of the CIA researchers who gave drugs to prisoners, to people in fake apartments to study them in the Haight in New York, a couple other cities. And he was fingered, but he denied it, and he was never investigated. At that point, by '69, or after '69, he went to Los Angeles to UCLA and the head of the psychiatry department until he retired and then died. The year I started this book, the year he died, and he was actually murdered by his son. What? Well, he was dying of cancer, as was his wife, and the son had. His wife was a doctor too. They had a family plan that if they ever became terminally ill, that the son would give them administered lethal drugs to them. So nobody knew it at the time, but after both of them were dead, and I think the son waited a number of years. And there's no statute of limitation on murder, but for this kind of thing, I'm not sure why, but he did publish a book in the early 2000s. So they died like 6 months apart. His parents were killed by the son. And that was 1999. And the son published a book in about 2011 called The Last Good Night, where he describes the planning and the killing of Jolly West and his wife Catherine by lethal drug administration.
Where is he now?
So the son wouldn't talk to me before he wrote the book. He said, "I will never talk about my father. It's too dangerous. He had too many secrets." I couldn't get him to talk to me. Then the book comes out in 2012 or 13, where he talks about the rumors of his father being CIA, but he doesn't say anything more. It's mostly about just the human family drama of what it's like to have to be talked into it by both your parents and then to actually carry it out for them. He got a lot of press. He was on Good Morning America, all the talk shows. So when the book came out, I thought, well, now he's gone public, I'll try him again. But I waited a year or two and found out he had died in the previous year or two. And he would have only been about 55. I can't find any record of where he died, how he died. He has two sisters. Neither of them would talk to me. One's in Europe and one's in New York. I begged them to let me interview them. So I don't know what happened to him.
Whoa.
Yeah, I just found a death notice, you know, an ancestry, and no record of him at any of his old addresses.
That's so weird.
Yeah, yeah. So
he didn't get in any trouble for killing his parents, even though they wanted him to kill them.
Yeah. I mean, I have the book, and somebody asked me recently how he got away with it, and I think it was something technical, like he enabled them to inject it themselves. He gave them everything. You know, he did all the concoction, but he didn't do the injection. Something like that, or so he said. Who knows? He did it to a way. You know, he had lawyers advising him, and there was definitely a risk of him getting charged. But I think it would have only been as an accessory, and maybe it was that if it's only an accessory after a certain number of years, they can't charge you rather than the actual murder. I'm not sure. That's a good question.
Wow, what a crazy thing.
So Jolly West was working at the Haight-Ashbury Medical Clinic, which serviced the community in the summer of '67. It was built to take care of the needs of all these runaways, and it was opened by a guy named David Smith. It's confusing. David Smith allowed Jolly to recruit subjects for his studies of hippies and LSD around the corner in his laboratory disguised as a hippie pad. And Roger Smith, who was the parole officer of Manson, had Manson come to the Haight-Ashbury Free Medical Clinic where he was working on his own drug research and doing his parole. And it was during those pivotal 2 or 3 months. Manson got out in March of '60. He was just an ex-con. You know, he'd been in prison half his life. He was 32, I think 17 years in an institution.
For dumb stuff, like
everything was
robbing grocery stores.
Yeah, and he was never in a county jail. He kept waiting for federal trials. Yeah, stealing a car and then taking it across the state line, which makes it federal. The last thing he went to prison for was stealing an envelope from the mail, which made it a federal offense. So if that had been stealing, there was a check for $37 that he cashed. If he had just stolen that check and cashed it, it would have been a local thing. He probably wouldn't have even gotten jail time. But since he took it from the mailbox, he got a 10-year sentence. And we're going to go into that more in the second book about, it looks like they wanted him in these federal places for all those years. And even Bugliosi admits in the book, why every single time he committed a petty crime. And, stealing a car is not that serious. It happens all the time, but he always happened to go across the state line, maybe just for a few hours, making it, and then come right back. He said it was weird. Bugliosi admitted it. Well, I found evidence that there were. He didn't go of his own volition. He had no reason to go to the next stage, because they were doing this research in prison. Wow. So I think. Well, I don't want to say it now because I haven't proven any of this part yet. Case now that this all began when he was still in prison, experimenting with him.
Have you ever met a guy named? Have you ever heard of Stephen King?
Yeah, he wrote the Sidney Gottlieb book.
Right. Yeah, talking about that. And the way he explains MKL is just fascinating. How it's basically, he had to go to different countries, went to Germany because he was violating the human rights. Like the stuff he was doing, he had a license to kill from the government. Like he was destroying people.
So you had him on the podcast?
Yeah.
How'd it go?
It was great.
Somebody asked me if I would go on a podcast with him, and I
said,
yes,
it was. Yeah, I wanted to have you guys both on together.
And I said, I don't think he'd do it. My book, his book is very straightforward. He's a New York Times best-selling author.
Yeah.
It's not academic, but it's very sober. And I don't think he'd want to be in my category.
He kind of shut down and started to ask him about Charles Manson.
Of course, yeah. I'd love to sit down and ask him why Louis Jolly isn't even in his index in his book. And this guy, my book was already out for his book, and nobody wants to take somebody else's findings. Even you would obviously acknowledge them, but I have the documents. I show that he was Gottlieb's first psychiatric partner when he was at the Lackland Air Force Base in Texas. I have all the letters that I found that West accidentally left in his archive at UCLA, where they're page after page after page describing what kind of experiments they're going to do. They're all illegal on patients. And West says we can hide it from the the doctors on these wards because the patients are already suffering from mental illness. So what I do to them is just going to look like another one there, but it's going to be with mycosis. And Gottlieb's like, we have to double, all the ways of correspondence. Gottlieb had an alias. He wanted West to have an alias, but West didn't want one because he thought that would draw attention if anybody caught that. So he did that from 53 to at least 67, 68. I've got a paper record of him corresponding with nobody has the unredacted record like I do. Like everything got Kinder saw. I heard the room I saw grapes.
Yeah.
The stuff he got through other people's Freedom of Information Act requests, and it's all redacted. Because I read it. He doesn't have. He's got a lot of great stuff in there that fills in the gap. But for him to completely ignore the scientist that John Marks was a whistleblower who was a State Department official who found these financial records for MK Ultra, went to Congress, told them about it, caused a congressional investigation. Seymour Hersh, the famous investigative journalist, worked with Marks, and he wrote the first big stories in 1974 or 5 on this horrifying program that our government did since the early 50s, where they were testing drugs on people without their awareness, making them eating guinea pigs, and some of these people died, committed suicide, or had massive nervous breakdowns.
Right.
So I didn't think Kinzer was. If he hadn't even mentioned my findings, I knew that he didn't want to have anything to do with my book.
Why would he? What would be his reasoning of ignoring the stuff about West?
Do you want to know what other people tell me?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I'm fascinated by it.
Do you know what a limited hangout is?
What's a limited hangout?
A limited agency uses a media person to release more information than they've released before because it's coming out anyway or is about to come out, to try to keep people from suspecting even worse. So people accuse him of being. Actually, I would have him see this podcast and reach out to me and tell me he's going to sue me or something. So people I know who are serious researchers think he's paid by the CIA as it's called a limited hangout guy.
Because people would question it if it came directly from an agency.
There's not a lot of new information in this book. So there's only been a couple really good books about MK. So they were all written in the 70s. John Marks, who was a whistleblower, wrote the very book. It's called The Search for the Marine Candidate. Mm-hmm. Seymour Hersh books, a guy named Opton and Lipton, I think their names are. They wrote a book called The Mind Manipulators in the late 80s. Mm-hmm. And nobody really wrote a book just about MK Ultra until Kinzer did. And I think his book came out like 6 months after mine or something. I think that, there's a lot of stuff that's not substantiated in this. Unless you read it cover to cover, it sounds crazy, Right. And that's why, I don't want it. I know that I was on Rogan, and Rogan's audience is an audible, they listen to books. And I'm so glad that people are buying the book much more since I've been on his show, but almost all of them are the audiobooks. And I listen to audiobooks now, but if you do the audio, you're not seeing all the sourcing.
Hold it up a little higher so we can see it on the.
Yeah, I think it's 60, 70 pages of endnotes. And I don't know if you're an author who's doing the endnotes is we cheat by adding more information than you really should, because it doesn't fit in here. You don't want to stop the reader with like where this came from.
Right, it disrupts the flow.
Yeah, it disrupts the flow. So you put in the endnotes, but then what you do is you give a little more that you had to cut out of the main narrative because it gets too detailed. So some of my endnotes are like a half a page long, and there's just so much information in the endnotes. I'm more proud of the endnotes half the time.
Really?
Yeah. So so people that get the audio, they also, you don't get the pictures, right, in the audio book.
No, you don't get the pictures. It's just people. Nobody has with all the media on your phone and everything these days. People don't have time to do anything.
I can't blame them, honestly.
Who has time to sit down in front of a book for hours on there?
So this is Rudy in the guest house having a party, and that's Candace Bergen. And this is like 1966. Rudy Altobelli, and then this is him when I would go see him in his apartment. I took that picture of him, and he had like 20 cats.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. Yeah. So, what? Yeah, just hold it up by your face. There you go. You point, yeah, you just point to it that way. The camera can see it, right?
This is Rudy with his kitten.
Yep.
Yeah, he took care of like 20 stray cats and had 3 crippled dogs, and got mugged in his neighborhood once a month. And then when Rudy lived in the guest house in the 60s, whoever was in the main house became, especially the women, would be like his pet. So Candace Bergen and he were very close. She was tearing up his girlfriend. So that's a party he's having with Candace in the guest house. That's Candace and Cody Melcher. But yeah, if you guys didn't get if you only get the audio,
you don't get this. No, I'm gonna order the hardcover.
That's a picture of me when I was young, when I started the damn thing and didn't go white until my threats.
Wow, man, look at your computer.
Oh yeah.
The computer really tells it all.
And the one at the bottom is me more recently in my office with
okay. Oh my God, what a bookshelf that is. That's incredible. Yeah, another thing about MK Ultra is they like all the stuff. Whitey Bulger.
Yeah.
Apparently, like, what's the story with him and MK Ultra?
Well, the government admitted after he died. That's when it came out. I can't remember who. I think it was a journalist or something during his trial.
I thought he was like open about it.
Yeah, he was talking about it, but nobody would believe it. But during his trial, I think his lawyers were able to get his prison records, and somebody sent them recently where they have the dates, LSD. And this was all in the 50s, before Manson was in prison. In the 50s, he's still a kid. He didn't. He was prison in 67, so 57. He was then 22. He was in the same prisons that were treating people like Bulger experimentally with LSD. So one of the jurors who convicted Whitey Bulger reached out to me when my book came out, and she's gotten a lot of national attention. She didn't know that there was a little bit of mention in the trial, but the judge wouldn't let too much of it in. After he was convicted, he started writing her and telling her all about the experiments. And she is a very good reporter. She's not a journalist, but she lives in Boston, and she started looking into it, working with researchers, and found out that it was much more extensive than anybody ever knew, and could have been the reason he became such a violent sociopath. In the years
when he was very young.
Yeah.
It happened. He became a notorious killer after.
And then the entire time being protected by the government. He was a federal informant, and well, with 2 agents who the FBI denies that anybody but the agents knew that he was that they were rogue agents that were paying him to get information and provoking him and stuff. So she wanted me to write a book with her. And I can't do something just on Whitey, but keep coming to me with your information. And also, so we've been sharing information since I haven't talked to her for a few months, so I don't know if you find another author. But yeah, Whitey Bulger had what happened to, I believe, Manson in prison on paper. I don't have a record yet like she got, but I'm working with some people now trying to get records from when he was in prison, and they won't release them because they say they're medical records. But he's a convicted, dead, notorious criminal. So I actually have a lot of work to do. I have to find out how they got the medical records of Whitey. I think it was because Whitey was alive and Whitey shared them, and he had access to his own records. I'm never going to get the rest of the records from. If you read in the book, it took me like 2 years to get the records I did get from the Bureau of Prisons about Manson, and the trial when he was convicted, his defense attorney was trying to get his prison record, and they wouldn't release it to him. And this was during the death penalty phase of the trial. And when I talked to experts about that, they said anything should be allowed to be introduced when somebody's life is at stake. So the state was arguing for Manson and the others to be, executed. Irving Kinnaird, the defense attorney, wanted to show that Manson had always been a docile prisoner, had never been badly behaved in prison, never been violent. And he couldn't believe that the U.S. government wouldn't release the record. And he screamed and hollered. And since the trial was such a circus, and everything there was pretty crazy too, nobody took him seriously. It wasn't. I talk about it in my book. The Attorney General in 1971, John Mitchell, who ended up going to his prison himself for being part of Nixon's cabinet and part of the plumbers and stuff, you know, in the mid to late 70s. He sent a representative of the Department of Justice who worked beneath him to argue to the judge against releasing Manson's file. I can't find evidence of that having any case in the history, but I believe that's just like the Watson tapes. There's secrets in there about what was going on with Manson's head and what they were doing to it that they're never going to share. So the record I got was, I think, 70 pages out of probably 300. 400. They described it. One of the Canaric got somebody to describe what the parole record looked like, and I think they said it was like a book thick. And I got like that much.
So who was his parole officer before he went in for the 7 years?
That was interesting. The parole officer who violated him in so he got convicted for the stealing the letter in the mailbox. And that was a 10-year sentence. And he was released, I think, after 2 years on parole. And then within a month or two, he didn't show up for a parole hearing. And not a parole hearing, an appointment with his parole officer. They immediately violated him, sent federal marshals to Texas, who went into Mexico where they had information that he was in Mexico. The Mexicans turned him over to the marshals at the border of Laredo and Texas. They don't do that for these small-time criminals. And then they brought him back to L.A., and then he was sent to do the next 8 years of his prison sentence, which would have taken him, I think, 9 or 70. But then they decided to release him 2 years early in 67, so he'd go and do what he did. But what's so ironic, and I mentioned this in the book, he got sent back to prison for missing one appointment, one meeting. You know, he's supposed to be either once a week, once a month. Roger Smith, when he was his parole officer, he wouldn't show for meetings, and then for months at a time, and he was never violated. He was getting arrested for rape, for drug possession, for pimping, going 67 to 69. Charges dropped every time. In my book, I have a scene where I take this record that I had gotten, what few pages they released to me, the prisons, and this retired district named Louis Watnick in Van Nuys, and
to the judge.
He was a judge, yeah.
Right, okay.
So he had been a DA and then became a judge in I think it was Van Nuys. And then he retired, and he was sick and dying, and he's like on a oxygen machine, so he's raspy, like a tape recorder, and he's going through my documents. And he actually, Manson had come before him when he was a judge on some petty charge. And he said, I dismissed him on that case, I remember, because there was no evidence. It was something like breaking into a car or something. But he remembered very well. But when he's looking, he said, I have no idea. And he said, there's something, this is chicken shit. This is all chicken shit. And I'm like, what's chicken shit? He goes, well, obviously people make mistakes. We're a bureaucratic system, but this is like almost on every other week he's been picked up, taken in, booked, and then released without charges. All of these are violations of his parole. He should have been sent back 10 different times on the stuff you're showing me, but he also should have been prosecuted on half of these things, and they just dropped the charge. He goes, somebody wanted him out. He was more valuable to people outside than inside. Somebody worked to keep him out on the street.
Like he was an informant?
That's what I said. You mean like an informant? Well, people confuse what an informant is. An informant doesn't just provide information. Sometimes, and there's a history of it, other criminals commit crimes. They can conspire with them and then walk away. And then the police know what's going to happen right before it happens. They can be much more proactive. So he said, you got to find out who he was working for. I go, how am I going to find out? He said, I don't know. You're the well, who do you think it was? He goes, well, I'd start with the Los Angeles Sheriff's Office, then go to the LAPD. They're not going to tell you, but that's who you look at. And I go, that? And he goes, no. DEA, FBI. He didn't say the CIA, but he said it could have been any number of agencies who he was either sharing information, was sharing something with, and they would keep going. But there's no way this is an anomaly, like there's a couple mistakes. He goes, this is a pattern. There's no way we would have missed this.
Whoa.
And what was important about him was he was in law enforcement from the prosecution side and then as a judge during that same period. So, a lot of times when I show it to somebody now, they say, oh, of course he should have been picked up. We have computers, but he didn't. So he was important because he knew exactly how they shared information, how it came in. And even Roger Smith's relationship with Manson, his parole officer for the first year, while he became Charlie Manson. When he came out of prison, he was panhandling, playing guitar in the Bay Area, gets hooked up with Roger, and within a couple months has this following of women. The first 6 months, I think he had anywhere from 4 or 5 to 10 women that were following him all over, going to the clinic. He would leave the women with the doctors to get tested, for DD and get, some of them were pregnant, get pregnancy attempts, and he'd go in and meet with Roger for his parole hearings. And everybody, they described it to me. I'm not the first one to report it. They said the women would follow Manson. They never stood beside him. They always had to be behind him. They wouldn't speak unless he spoke to them first. They would pick things up for him. How did he become this guru in a few months? How did he develop the skill to all of these people do what he said, and then within 2 years do whatever he said, including go kill some strangers in a house that you've never been to before except for text, and do it, with as much, brutality as imaginable, and then come back and not talk about it. So that's the kind of thing that, the book shows what was basically withheld from the public, and that's what Bugliosi did. He wrote the best-selling true crime book of all time, and Helter Skelter, yes. That to this day, you can probably go into any bookstore.
Yeah, even if you Google Charles Manson documentary or book, there's also a documentary called Helter Skelter.
Well, no, there's 2 scripted movies.
Oh, okay.
So the first one that was made in 70, the book came out in 74, I think, and then the first TV movie, it was a 2-night movie, which they didn't do back then. It was like a big event. I think it was 76, and at that point, it was the highest rated TV movie in the history of television. It took 1 and 2 spots. I think number one was the second part, and number 2 was the first. Then he remade it in the early 2000s. He updated. It was the exact same story, but it was new actors.
Bugliosi's narrative.
Again, yeah. And then, in my book, they'll see it opens with our confrontation. My confrontation with Vince in his kitchen, where he's threatening me and trying to stop the book, and writing to my publisher and calling me at all hours of the night.
Now, what? Obviously, your first meeting with Bugliosi was very pleasant.
Yeah. So the first time I went over there, and this is what was interesting too.
People listening who aren't familiar will remind you, Bugliosi was the prosecutor, right, on Manson's trial.
Bugliosi was an unknown prosecutor in 1969, and he was given a career-making case. This was the highest profile murders in the history of California. Crazy case. And not only did he know it was his ticket out of the DA's office, and then he wanted to run for president and or be a famous author. Not only did he know it was his ticket out, he got a book contract and hired an author to sit in the front row of the trial every day for a year and a half, which today would get you disbarred. But back then they didn't have, the bar association didn't have rules about it because nobody did it until he did it. People never knew he did it until I reported it in my book, because Kurt Gentry, his co-author, told me, well, the cops told me, who were at the courthouse every day. He had a damn author in there. He was planning for his reading audience. He didn't care about justice. He was making it as sensational as possible. And Kurt Gentry told me that's the truth. He said, I had a spot in the press thing that Vince reserved for me, and he would be pissed if I wasn't there every single day. So, so he wrote the book, and it became the best-selling book of all time. And then
Is it still the best-selling book of all time?
True crime, yeah.
True crime book of all time.
Well, I say that in my book, and Little Brown's like, we have to fact check that. And they said, you know what? We're not going to fact check it. We know it's likely, but we can't get records from all the way back to 75. But we do know that it sold millions and millions and millions of copies. I think it sold like 18 million or something over. It's always reprinted. So it launched his career. He left the DA's office right after, and he wanted to run he did want to be president. So talk shows, interviewed by everybody in the world, and he ran for the district attorney of Los Angeles. And a few months before the race, he was Democratic nominee, and he would have won, except a couple came out and went public. Herb and Rose Wazell. The craziest story is also Sedina in 1964, and the Bugliosis won as Ralph. Vince had his first child, Vince Bugliosi Jr. in I think it was. With the baby's birth, Vince decided that it wasn't his child, that it was the milkman's child. So he started stalking the milkman and harassing him. And the milkman didn't know who was accusing him of being the father of one of his clients or customers' child, except that it was a man who had eyes everywhere. What he didn't know was Vince was using investigators for the DA's office to trail him and report on him. And he told the investigators that he was a witness in a murder case, lied to his own office to get info.
Because he was just paranoid about. Did he actually believe this guy was the real father, or was he just?
He did, and so much so that he picked up the kids at school. And when the parents found that out, they said to the kids, "You can't ride the bus home anymore." He intercepted the bus, picked them up. The daughter story. He got in touch with me after the book came out.
A little bit. Scoot to your right.
The daughter wrote me an email after, and about a lot of this, but what I'm telling you now, I didn't. I knew that the parents thought he was going to do something with the kids because he talked about when they got out of school. He would write these anonymous letters to them. I have one or two of them on my Instagram page because I post stuff about it. And the threatening letters saying, implying that he's going to hurt the kids. The daughter wrote me after, and she goes, "You got everything in your book about what he did to our family is right, but you didn't get a lot of other stuff, which I'll share with you." And I'm like, what kind of stuff? And she goes, well, for instance, he picked me up at school, told me I could buy whatever I wanted, brought me home, left me on the sidewalk with this pile of toys. I was 5 years old. My mother comes to the door, and Vince waves to her and drives away. And she said, my mother just burst into tears because she had already been, they knew that there was this man who was a danger to their kids, and he was sending them a message. I can win your kids over if I want. This is while he's a deputy DA, prior to getting assigned.
This guy's a psychotic piece of shit.
Yeah, and then what happened was the milkman finally hired someone to tail Vince because he would sit in front of their house and watch them. So Vince knew he was being tailed, was about to be exposed, but he didn't think the milkman would go public. And the milkman wasn't going to go public. He just wanted him to stop. So Vince sent his wife, Gail, to the door to insist to the other wife to talk her husband into taking a blood test. It goes to the door, Rose answers, and this is all in the depositions that came out later. And she said, my husband is mentally, that child is his child, but he won't believe me, and the only way to get him to stop this is for you to get your husband to take a blood test. And she goes, I absolutely won't do it, and we are going to sue you for everything as soon as we find out who your husband is, because they still didn't know his name. So I think it was that day or the next day, they did get Vince's plate number. They found out who he was. They contacted the DA's office. No, they first they found out that Vince had a private lawyer, so they called him. That lawyer arranged for a meeting between the couple and Vince and his wife, and Vince admitted everything. All right, he goes, I thought he made my wife pregnant, and I wanted to know whether this is my baby or not. What's wrong with that? And they're like, you've been sending us threatening letters. You park outside our house. You picked up all this stuff. So
You lied to your own office and told them it was murder. They were searching them for murder.
So the lawyer said, Vince, you can't do that anymore. And if the DA's office didn't know about it, he said, they're going to find out about it. So I'm going to have to tell them because it's better coming from us than you. You have to pay them a financial settlement and promise you'll never follow them. So Vince offered them $200 in cash. And the Weisel said, we don't want your money. We want your word that you will never bother us again. And he didn't. A year later, the LaBianca murders happened. The DA's office knows about this history of Vince, and they give him the biggest, highest profile job in Los Angeles. You'll see in the book, I believe they needed somebody that they could control as a DA who would be who would break the rules, and Vince was a compromise.
Someone they had leverage on.
So this story didn't become public until he ran for district attorney of Los Angeles. After the Manson convictions, after he left the DA's office, he runs for the DA, and the Weisels never wanted to go public with this, but they thought, that's the most powerful law enforcement person in the city. He's insane. Look what he did to us. So they went to his opponent and said, we have a story to tell. And the opponent said, will you tell the public that? And they said, absolutely. So they stood on the stage. It was a press conference. And they told what I just told you. Actually, I might have told you more than they told, because I don't think they knew about the DA's investigators until they actually had the civil suit. So Vince responded with his own press conference, and he told the media, here's what happened. That man was our milkman in 1964, and he stole $200 from our kitchen table. When I was at work and my wife was upstairs, he delivered the milk and he stole $200. I was investigating him for the theft of $200. Now, listen, press didn't ask these questions, but he basically called him a thief. The lawyer for the Weisels didn't say it then, but he told the police or the reporters later. Number one, that story can't be true because Vince wouldn't have been investigating him in 1966. Whatever the date was, the statute of limitation on home robbery or whatever was 2 years. So he was saying he was investigating for a $200 theft more than 2 years after.
Right.
He said, I called the Pasadena Police Department. Why didn't he ask them to investigate it? They have no record of this theft being reported. So we're going to sue him for libel. And then it went to court, and Vince paid him a fortune. And the agreement was they would to tell him lies. But Vince lost the election, and then 2 years later, he runs General of California, even bigger position. And a woman comes to his opponent, Virginia Carwell, and said he shouldn't be the Attorney General. He beat the shit out of me, held me captive. Police. She had gotten pregnant with his baby, and he gave her, I think, $300 to get an abortion, and called the doctor, and the doctor said she never even showed. I mean, the doctor's not supposed to say anything, but since it's been the doctor said she can come in for an abortion. He went to her house, and she said, I'm Catholic, I'm not gay. I'm aborting that baby. He beat the shit for like 4 hours. She went to Santa Monica Police Department. I have the photographs, black and blue everywhere. She had a miscarriage. And then
After he beat her?
Yeah. And then that night, someone saw it on one of the journalists at one of the papers saw it on the ticker or whatever. They see everything that comes in and out of the police station. Bugliosi accused of assault and kidnapping by a woman. So the next day, it was in the LA Times, the Los Angeles Herald, that this famous prosecutor had beaten up this woman. And this is before he ran for attorney general. He was writing a book at that point, Skelter. And Vince went back to her house with his secretary, held her captive for 4 or 5 hours until she agreed to go to the police and say she filed a fake report. So the secretary typed up a receipt, and the story that they came up with was that Virginia had recently gone through a divorce, consulted with Vince about city payments. Her husband, her ex, wasn't paying for the 5-year-old kid who was in the house when all this happened, and had never had a sexual relationship with him. He'd never been to her, and so she was going to go to the police station, and they called her up because they wanted her to come back in for more questioning. And Vince was in the house with her, and so was his secretary. And you want me to come? Okay, you're going to send a car? And she said, oh no, I'm fine, I can go. They knew something was funny, sent the cops anyway, and Vince's still there, he wouldn't let them in the house. And I interviewed the cop who came to try to get her out of the house. He eventually did. Then what happened was the police interviewed Vince, and he lied to them. Said she's in love with me, she's stalking me, and it's $200, yeah. And, she still told the story to the police that she had made it all up because she was angry at him for charging her. She was terrified of him, and it wasn't until a couple of days, and the papers reported that she was crazy and she was charged, with filing a false report, and she's vindicated. And then a couple of days later, her brother said, she told her brother, he said, no, we're hiring a lawyer, you can't let this go unaddressed. So they quietly filed a lawsuit against him. He admitted to everything, paid her, I think, $10,000 or something, and then a year later runs for attorney general, and she did the same thing the Wiesels did. They violated their NDA, and she violated hers, and she knew he could call her a liar, but she knew he couldn't sue her because he'd have to answer the questions. So he lost the race again because of that, because everyone believed her and not him. Right. So he was a monster, and that was the end of his political aspirations. But he did write probably 15 best-selling books for the next 20 or 30 years until he died.
Now, when you guys got into that heated argument, like the last couple of days before you published the book, what parts of the story was he pushing back on the most? Like, what was
the biggest part was Terry Melcher, because Terry Melcher, he called one of his most important witnesses, because if it weren't for Terry Melcher, Manson never would have known that this house existed. So Terry Melcher had met Manson through Dennis Wilson, the Beach Boy drummer, at Dennis Wilson's house. The official story was he met him once, and then later agreed. And then Dennis drove Terry home with Manson, and Manson saw the house, saw where Terry lived. And the official version is Manson knew Terry didn't live there anymore, but the Tate House, but he wanted to kill whoever lived there to send a message to Melcher, and then to the world that Helter Skelter was happening, and he wanted it to look like the blacks. This is all Vince made most of this up.
The race war.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
explain that for people who
well, Manson did talk about a race war that he said was coming, and he called it Helter Skelter, named after the Beatles song that had come out in the White Album, I think in the winter of 69 or something. And he did talk about it and prophesize it, but the only people that said he wanted to ignite it by committing these murders before were 3 former Manson family members who believed, let's say, manhandled into saying that. There was a truth that he would talk about it, but not that the murder happened for this. It was really difficult to convict Manson of the Tate murders because show that Manson knew the house was there, knew maybe not who they were, and then ordered these people to go and kill. So Terry had to get up and testify about, yes, Manson had seen he was part of the official version. He went out to the twice to audition Manson for the murders, and then he said he wasn't talented. I didn't tell him that. I just said he'd be better as a TV documentary, and then I never saw him again. But what I found when I got access to sheriff's files, because of the cop who I think he felt sorry for me, the retired cop called another retired cop at the barracks and said, let this guy in the back door, because his job was to be the security guy at the archive. So I was there the whole summer of, I think, 2000, going through the entire Manson file. And I found all these smoking guns about the fact that Melcher, Rudy had already told me that Melcher had Manson's, one of his followers, Dean Morehouse, living with him in the house. And the girls were up there, and Manson was up there all the time. In the Tate house with Terry Melcher before Roman and Sharon moved in. Okay. And that Rudy said he told Melcher they had to leave because they scared him. And I got corroboration of that from other people, but then what I found in the files was that Terry went out to see the family right after the murders happened. And there's an eyewitness account in the police report. A guy named Paul Watkins said that Terry fell to his knees and he was crying and begging forgiveness to Manson, and that Manson said they all had to die, all the pigs had to die. Now, the frustrating thing for me is the sheriff who took the report was dead, so I couldn't ask him what that meant. You know, what these are notes, so I didn't have a tape recording, and it's like a shorthand. Like, they all had to die. Terry falls to knees, crying, begging for forgiveness from Charlie. First week of September 1969, so like a month after the murders. Paul Watkins, who told the police this, who was one of the acolytes of Manson, was dead, so I couldn't ask him.
Paul Watkins was one of his followers.
One of the followers. He's the one who told the police the story
about Terry falling to his knees.
Yeah, and then Terry denied that the story was true. Right. So I couldn't verify it from anybody else except that report. Then I found other eyewitness reports of Melcher going all the way to Barker Ranch and to have another meeting with him. And this was 2 weeks after the Spawn Ranch one. And you know, that's a substantial trip. It's like 6 hours. They were hidden in the valley at that point. I mean, in Death Valley at that point. And there were 2 or 3 different family members. We talked about Terry Cummings going off in the car with Manson. And the 2 or 3 family members who told the police that admitted it wouldn't talk to me. And then Terry denied it. And the cop that took it was also dead, but I couldn't find him. But I found out that Terry's relationship was significantly different than he said under oath. He said he barely knew Manson. He met him once at Wilson's and then twice at Spawn Ranch. It was all about music, you know, maybe producing him. So the fact that, as Stephen Kay, who was Julio's co-prosecutor in the trial, said to me when I showed him these documents,
Julio's
co-prosecutor. He was an assistant DA who helped Julio's prosecute questions people. First, he said, you will never be able to convince me that Terry Melcher had anything but a fleeting acquaintance with Manson. Because I'd already told him what I found. And I said, now I want to show the documents. I had like 3 meetings with him in his office because he was from the DA's office. And he said, you'll never convince me of this. Because I knew Terry, he goes, I examined him on the stand, not only at the main trial, but at the Watson trial. Then I showed him the documents, and I described in the book. He's shaking his head, and I don't know what to think about this anymore. I've been going to these parole hearings for 30 years at that point. Every time a Manson family member had a parole, he had to go represent the state, and he had to go through the official stories. The person who was on parole, met Manson family, what they did in theirs, everything. He had this blueprint story that he told again. Now, I don't know what to think about this anymore. And clearly, this is Vince's handwriting. He had taken these interviews, people. This changes everything. He said, and more frighteningly, if Vince lied about this, what else did he lie about? So that's why, for instance, that revelation about Terry was really, really important. And that's why when I took the step that I took with Stephen to Terry's house, I'm like one of the 2 people he's ever talked to about these murders. He gave one interview in the 70s. He released a solo album of himself singing.
Yeah.
And then he agreed to talk to me in 2001, and it was only because he knew that I had something on him. So I went to, he had just moved down from Carmel, where he had lived with his mom, Doris Day. Hadn't recorded music for like years, but had decided to do Kokomo with the Beach Boys, which I think is the worst Beach Boys song ever, but it was their best-selling song of all time. And then work with Lou Adler again. He had produced all his albums. He's getting back into the business after being retired like 10 years. So we got a penthouse on Ocean Drive in Santa Monica. And he says, don't go to my apartment, just go right up to the roof. So then you go up to the, have to go to the doorman. The doorman said, yeah. He said, don't go to his apartment, just take the elevator to the roof. Uh-oh. But I got to the roof. There's a pool, there's an outdoor dining, but he was the only one up there. It was the 4th, like 3 in the afternoon. It was weird. There wasn't a single other person on the beautiful roof, but it wasn't, I thought at first, am I going to be on a spare roof? So he was there, and big bottle of wine was on about 3 in the afternoon. He's already wasted. And I knew his drug, I don't have the name, it's like Calalodon or something like that.
His what?
The drugs that he likes to take. It's like Xanax, but it's called
Klonopin?
No, it begins with D. D-I-L-U. I can never pronounce it. So he's stoned and high, and he's got sunglasses on. He looked like Jim Morrison from the photos I've seen, because he used to be a blonde, young, good-looking guy. He was bloated, and his hair was long, and he had these aviator glasses on, and he was slurring. I sat down with him for like an hour or 2 on tape, showed him the same documents I had shown Stephen. Wouldn't even look at them. So I'm reading them to him. So that's shit. People just trying to be famous. Always trying to. I go, Terry, this is serious. I mean, you perjured yourself in a capital case, meaning you lied and gave testimony that resulted in people getting the death penalty. All 7 of them got death penalties, but the Supreme Court overthrew the death penalties in the early 70s, saying it was unconstitutional for anybody, so they suspended the death sentences, and that's the only reason none of them were killed by the end of the 70s.
Right.
They all got their sentences commuted to life in prison with possibility of parole. Right. But for you to perjure yourself in a death penalty case, you can be susceptible to the same penalty. So it's found out that you lied in a death penalty case, you can get the death penalty if your testimony convicted and sentenced. I think if they got it executed. So it's a serious charge. And I go, it's not, and again, it's not like one little lie or fib, but everything he said about Manson and how you knew him, where you met him, who else, you had them living with you in that house. And they asked him, he was on the stand for like 3 or 4 hours. Did you ever meet this person? No. I go, almost every word that came out of your mouth was a lie. So finally he's like, who sent you? Why are you doing this? Who wants to fuck with me? I go, I'm a journalist. He goes, listen, here's what I offer you. I've never written my memoir. I've been asked so many times to write about my mother, my life producing the Mamas and the Papas, the Beach Boys, my mother's records, about her life with Sammy Davis. She was part of the Rat Pack, Frank Sinatra, all those guys. I could tell you stories that would shock the world. We would have a bestseller. Want to do it with me? I'm like, Terry, you know what this sounds like? I said, number one, why would I trust any of your stories when you lied about this? And number two, you're trying to buy me off.
Right.
And he said, yes, it'll be a much more. He says, nobody's going to believe this bullshit. I'll give you my book. We'll do it. Let's do it. I can tell you're good. I go, no, sorry. And he said, okay. He goes, I have lawyers. And he starts naming these lawyers. And I heard some of them who will crush you if you try to publish. I will crush you. And in fact, right now, I'm going to take your briefcase and throw it off the roof. And I'm like, Terry, I have copies at home. I wouldn't have. Yeah, so that's, there's a lot more of it in there. But that was, yeah. I mean, the same thing with Vince. He was calling me into that meeting when I was at recorders off. So recorders off. I will hurt you like you've never been hurt in your life. And I said, what does that mean, Vince? He goes, you interpret it whatever you want, but I will hurt you like you've never been hurt in your life. He goes, does that mean you're going to beat me up like Virginia Bardwell? You know, you're going to stalk me like the milkman? Yeah, that's crazy.
Austin, you quiet down. Okay, so the reason you want to know water?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Will you do sparkling water? Austin, will you grab a bottle of water from the fridge out there? Thanks, man. Okay, so
When I go off into the weeds, just go like this.
no, you're good. I love it.
Sometimes I get too deep.
I love it. I'm just right now. I'm having trouble understanding how. Okay, I understand the evidence that you found throws off the official story, and it throws off the helter-skelter narrative. The fact that Terry Melcher met with Manson in the weeks following the murders. What?
How is that significant?
Right. Like obviously, it's significant because it changes the whole story. It shows that their shit was covered up, shit was false. But what is like? It's the smoking.
I mean, it opens the door to the possibility, like, were these people killed because of something Terry had done? Why would Terry be begging forgiveness? Thank you. Forgiveness for what? Why did... The most important thing is just that the prosecution withheld this. For instance, when I showed this stuff to Paul Fitzgerald, who was probably the sanest of the defense attorneys, he was Leslie's attorney, no, Patricia Quinn-Winkle, and as Juliosi said in the book, the smartest and the best. We were having lunch at a dim sum place in Chinatown, and he starts pounding his hand on the table. He goes, "This is amazing." He goes, "I've been interviewed 1,000 times about this." It was probably like 2001 or 2. He goes, "This would have gotten the case thrown out. This principal witness lied under oath and then scripted the lies." Because everything at that trial, just like Stephen Case said, now is questionable. Because he lied with his own witness, and he knew the witness was lying, because he would have been arrested for that, disbarred automatically, and he would have been charged. So, other stuff I found out, this isn't in the book, but that makes the whole helter-skelter thing fall apart, is I found out that there was an attempt on the lives of the same 4 people, Sharon, Wojciech, Abigail Folger, and Jay Sebring. The night before, at Jay Sebring's house, he lived down the canyon from Sharon lived at the top of Cielo. Jay lived in a castle on Easton that was a famous, they thought, haunted castle because this film director, Paul, was murdered there by probably his wife, a famous 1930s starlet. But the studio protected it and made it look like a suicide. Jay lived in this house, had wild parties there, had secret doors, was into S&M, had drugs. Well, the night before they were all murdered, he had dinner for Sharon and Wojciech and Abby, Giddy and him. And while they were when they finished dinner, he had installed cable TV. Now, when I first read this in the police report, that's how I found out about it, because it's not in the popular literature, it's in the police files. I thought they didn't have cable TV in 1969, but then I looked it up, talked to experts, and they said in the mid-60s, the public didn't have it. You had to have a fortune, but you could subscribe, and they had it, and only some very wealthy people had it. Jay had cable, and they were going to watch a movie after dinner in his bedroom, and then all of a sudden there was, according to the police reports, from an electrician who installed all of the YJ's house. His father was Jay's lawyer. He was a law school student, Paul Greenwald, and Paul went to the Sebring house 2 days after the murder because his lawyer, who was Jay's lawyer, said, "Go get a suit for Jay." Because about 2 days after I was there, he told the police before the murders, Jay had called because the cable had out. And he went to the back of the house when he went to get the suit 2 days after. And, the police were guarding the house, and they interviewed him only because he came there. And they said, "What are you doing here?" And he said, "Well, I think you should know this. when I went to the back of the house, the lines had been cut, and I could tell by the gradation that they were deliberately cut because they were all sliced in the same direction. There were like 4 lines, and 2 of them were cut. And he said it couldn't have happened. It couldn't have been a gardening accident because it was 9 o'clock at night. There wouldn't have been gardeners there. It wasn't an animal that chewed through it, but it seemed significant that the night before those same 4 people died at the Tate house, somebody cut the wires at Jay's house. Now, if you know the Tate murder scene, the first thing they did was find the pole and cut the phone wires. Just the phone wires, not the lights, to the house, so nobody could crawl out. So Paul Greenwald, I found him when I found this report, and he said, "Oh yeah, I remember following that. I mean, telling them that like it happened yesterday. Clearly, someone tried to kill them the night before." And I asked him for more detail than was in the report. He goes, "Well, what's interesting is the lights were on in the house. They only lost cable. They didn't know what they were doing. You know, they were trying to cut they thought it was a phone wire and it was a cable. They'd never seen it before, but they hit another wire, and he said that causes a surge of electricity. So every light in the house would have blazed, and he had lots of just for like a second, and then they couldn't watch cable. So Jay called, and this is in the police report, Jay called Greenwald at 9 o'clock, said I had Sharon and Gibby and Boy check over. We've lost cable. We don't know what happened. Come over and look at the wires. And Greenwald said, I finally got this girl to go out with me. I've been trying to get her out for 3 months. It's 9 o'clock. I got to be at her house in like minutes. Please. And they said, all right, forget it. We'll go to Daisy, which is what they did. They went to the club. The very next night, Watson cuts the correct wire at the Tate house about a couple hours later, about 11:30. They go in and slaughter those same people, and then Steve Perrin happened to be in the back house. So if this is all true, and it is, I have the contemporaneous report that Greenwald gave in August 12th when he went to get the suit. That means that the whole argument that Bugliosi made that these people were strangers to their killers, that they picked people they didn't know, just that they knew had to represent Hollywood and glamour because Manson knew Terry used to live there. So that meant that whoever there was now was likely in show business. It meant, no, they were stalking and targeting
specific people.
At least one of those 4 people, maybe 2 of those 4 people, maybe all 4. Bugliosi kept all that out of the book, and the only reason I found it was because I got asked to. After I got the sheriff's files, then I got an LAPD cop who was he was a sergeant who was in charge of the Tate murder investigation. He copied the entire file. Bound through collectors, he was $17,000, and he was the only one who had the whole file. Holy shit! And he wouldn't consider letting me look at it for free. I flew out to Sally, Idaho, and this is when Bruce Willis and Demi Moore were still married. This comic who had retired lived in a mansion next door to me, a beautiful millionaire's mansion. He was a really corrupt cop. Holy shit! So I spent 2 days there, went to the house twice. He had married a homicide detective, a woman. He and her left their spouses in the middle of the night and ran off together and got married. And they were still married all these years later. So I got drunk with them for 2 days. They were both alcoholics. I'll do whatever I have to go shoot heroin if it's going to get me.
Man, you had a lot of fun escapades with your subjects.
So at the end of 2 days, he agreed to read from some of the stuff he had on these principal witnesses. Long story short, that was like 2001, I think. It took me until 2008. They relocated from Utah to Palm Springs, Palm Desert. Bought a beautiful house that used to belong to Russ Meyer, this famous pornographer. He made all these 60s pornography films, and they lived there then. So I started visiting him there about once a year, and finally I broke him down. And he said, here's the deal, I want to write my own. He said, if you organize all I've got, he had like 2 or 3 boxes, alphabetize it, index it, put it in an organized way. He said you can copy whatever whatever you want. So there, in his garage, taking everything, copying almost all of it, if not all of it, and then putting it in hanging files in these boxes with labels and everything. Except every day at lunchtime, he'd come out. Time to go lunchtime. They'd take me to this little steakhouse every day. And they didn't like it if I didn't have a martini. And they didn't like it if I didn't have 2 martinis. So we'd get rip-roaring drunk at lunch and then go back to the garage. And I'd try to keep working. And he'd keep drinking and just sitting there in a folding chair, Tori's mouth else that he'd stumble out. Oh, you leave that thing, get alone. You got work. And I was staying at a friend's house, but it was a week of that, and I got everything, and that's where I found that report about the wires.
Oh my.
That's why it takes 20 years. It took me 7 or 8 years to get him to finally look at it, and that was probably 10 visits to him, 1 in Utah and then 9 in Palm Springs until I got him over. He died a couple years ago, and then she died last year. And I know that the son, I shouldn't even say his name is. I don't care. The son is a cop now, and he has the files. And I've always been worried that he's going to sell them. I guess it doesn't matter now because I took the best stuff, but there's another box of stuff there. I'm not going to say because I don't want to publicize. I'll tell you after the show.
Okay.
But it's really, really important that he wouldn't let me look at that. And the son has it now.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's
This is just trying to give you the overview of why an investigation like this doesn't happen like it does on TV.
right.
Yeah.
Have you considered doing any sort of like docu-series on it or anything like that? Has anyone approached you about that?
Yeah. I mean,
Especially since you've done the joke and that's like blew it out of the water.
yeah, it sure did. But before Rogan, actually before the book came out, I told my first publisher's meeting, everything stopped.
Yeah.
As far as me being, and my agent said, because frankly, you're getting sued by this publisher in the business, the most respect. That's why we went with them. I might never sell this book again, even if we resolve the suit and settle. He goes, you've got a black mark against you because you couldn't deliver that book. I'm like, thanks, Mom. I just want you to know the truth. So I actually reached out to, I don't know if you know who Errol Morris is.
Errol Morris, isn't that Hamilton Morris's dad?
He knows Hamilton,
Yeah, but I've heard the name.
But his dad is a lot more famous than Hamilton. And has got his following. I know Hamilton.
Oh, yeah.
Errol. Errol made his first movie that kind of broke him out was The Thin Blue Line.
Okay.
About a wrongly convicted killer in Texas that got the guy out of prison. And it kind of changed documentary filmmaking back in probably the mid-'80s. Just phenomenal technique, everything he did. So every movie since then has been a big story. He won the Oscar in I think 2005 for a movie called The Fog of War, where he got the Secretary of State McNamara, Bob McNamara, who prolonged the Vietnam War by lying about it under President Johnson. Never admitted before that they knew we were going to lose the war, that they had reduced the number of casualties. They basically lied to keep the war going. Errol got McNamara on camera to admit about all these lies and break down and cry when he was like 90 years old, and it won him an Oscar for Best Documentary. So his last film was about Timothy Leary and his girlfriend. It came out on Showtime last year. So in 2015, I reached out to him because when Penguin was still working with me, they thought he would be a good match for me as a collaborator because he also wrote books. And I said, oh, I'd love to work with Errol Morris because I'm a huge fan. So they sent him my proposal, and Errol said, I'm not going to write a book with this guy. I want to make a movie about him. And they said, no, we got a book. We'll get back to you when we're done the book. So it occurred to me when I was desperate and broke, and when my agent said we might never be able to sell the book, I said, I'm going to go see if Errol wants to make the movie now. And I had his email address. I'd never met him or spoke to him, but I had it on the bunch of some agencies. So I just emailed him out of the blue, and he called me. Yeah, long story short, he and I worked together for a year. So he came out to my place in Venice with a crew and shot for 3 days, I think. They wired my whole bungalow with cameras. There were like 15 cameras on remote tracks. And then they went in an empty bungalow across the lot. And they had like 10 computer guys with these massive screens controlling the cameras. Yeah, they'd be tracking across my ceiling. And then it's just Errol and I in the bungalow. One other woman who was pulling focus on one camera that you couldn't use remotely. And then like a crew of 20 or 30 people on the whole property. And then we went to a sound stage and they moved half of my apartment to the sound, like my desk, my chair, all those books you saw in that picture. Right, and just we have to put them back exactly where they are. And the promise for the place it didn't. Then they recreated my apartment on the sound stage in Hollywood. And then they had a camera like 50, 60, 100 feet in the air, swirling down like when I'm going through my stuff. And then he has smoke and all his, he does a lot of weird stuff. So he sold it to Netflix, and it was going to be a series about me and the book, and it was going to be 6 hours. And right after he sold it, but before I signed the contract with Netflix, he changed the focus, and there was another guy who he decided he wanted to combine our stories. This became a series called Wormwood. It was on Netflix about 4 years ago, and it's a guy named Eric Olson, whose father was murdered by the CIA in 1952, thrown off a building at the Statler Hilton in New York City because he was going to be a MK whistleblower. And to this day, the government only admits used him in an experiment because he committed suicide. But with Eric, his son, who's 70-something now, enough evidence together that Errol believes in, and most people do. So Errol wanted to blend our stories of Eric chasing his and me chasing mine. And I said, well, that's not what I signed up for. Yeah. You know, and my book isn't written. If my book were written, maybe, but you know, right now you're the author of this story. I'm not going to give it up to you if I'm sharing it with a whole other story. No,
you've dedicated way too much to this.
So I walked out on it. And I would have made significant money, and I was getting evicted from my apartment, not for not paying because they were demolishing it, and I was fighting back. It was the lowest time of my life, but you know, I walked away. He was furious. There was nothing he can do because my contract gave me an out until I signed a deal with. The first deal I signed with him was just to work with him and nobody else until he sold it. And when he sold it, because he invested $250,000 to shoot all this with his own money. I was working, but then as soon as he sold it, it was my last chance to quit if I liked the direction it was going in. So I quit. And it was a tough decision, and he hated me. And then he ended up just doing Eric's story. It's like, hey, that's what I wanted. And it was called Wormwood. It was a big success. You can see it on Netflix. He used real actors for the first time in a documentary. So he blended documentary with scripted. So Amazon student this, they got a hold of the proposal. My original proposal was 220 pages, and we shrunk it down to about, I think, 30 after the lawsuit was in 2017. We sold it to Little Brown. They published it, but before we'd written it, somebody got a hold of the proposal, even though it was under NDA, brought it to Amazon, and they came to us with an offer to option. So that meant that they, for 18 months, could develop it, even though there was no book, but just own it until the book came out. And I didn't want to do that because they wouldn't say whether they were going to do a limited series or a feature film. Right. I knew it was going to be scripted. I preferred documentary, but I knew scripted was much more money, and I'm in a lot of debt because my resolution was kind of
books out. Fuck it, scripted, give me the money. But it would be a million times better if it was an actual a proper documentary.
That's where this is going, and it might be a happy ending. So what happened was, my agent said you can't get them to commit to one or the other. You have to hope that when they get the book, they'll see it could only be a limited series. And I said, how much are they going to give me? And he said that. Because you know that they give you that, then you and Dan can write the book full time. You don't have. At that point, I had started driving Uber, which is horrible. Like, all you can do is the book, and you need to do it and get it done in 2 years. Right. So I took the money. They renewed the option when the book came out and hired a screenwriter. He finished his feature-length script, not limited series. Pulled his hair out. You know, he told me, he goes, "Now I know why it took you 20 years. And I don't know how to condense this in 2 hours. That's what my assignment is."
Right.
So he turned it in November to Amazon, and you know, he did a good job, but it just doesn't reflect the book. It just jumps across them. So Amazon pulled the plug, and they didn't say it was because they didn't like his book. I don't know if this is true or not, but they said it's because they're pulling away from movies with white middle-aged protagonists, that they want to do people of color and women protagonists.
Really?
It was the whole Me Too thing and all that.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I think they were trying to make him feel good. I don't know, but whatever. But they pulled the plug. So I called Errol. I go, "I don't know if you're mad at me or not. I haven't spoken to him for 5 years, but just so you know, it's available." Because I wasn't allowed to do a documentary, but they own the script. So Errol and I are. Oh, I'm not supposed to be talking about this. I don't care. He wouldn't care. We're negotiating now to do. Netflix has already said they'll do it. So
that's amazing.
We've gone back to start.
Yes, dude.
But I don't get my hopes up anymore.
No, not with that industry, man. You can't.
Yeah,
It's just full of letdowns. I just could be a part of that world.
Really?
Yeah, I pitched many TV projects and had my heart broken too many times, which has got me to the podcasting YouTube world.
Which you probably love.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's so much fun. I love it.
Yeah.
No one to answer to.
Well, when we're off camera, then you have to be your dad and ask you, because I've also been thinking. Obviously, that's doing something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for coming in, everybody. It's called Chaos, the book. It's a masterpiece.
Thank you.
And I'll link it below.
Great, thanks. Yes.
I appreciate it, Tom. Hopefully we can do this again. Once your doctor's out, or your alleged possible documentaries out.
Yeah.
Cool.
Or the next book in
Or the next book. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that as well. I'm looking forward to that. Well, cool.
Thank you.
Tom,
Okay.
I appreciate it. Goodbye, world.
There's some things that are scary, like, you know, the back rotors. It's an eye level. That's what people. It's like never walk in the back of the helicopter. Oh yeah. Remember that one girl? She made my money. She walked into a helicopter. Yeah, that'll happen. Fucked her face and what's wrong? Yeah. Should have done a selfie or some shit. Oh Jesus! I can't even talk about it. I don't know why I get all like. Let's take a little break here, man. Dude, I want to talk about boots. All I do in Texas is wear boots really easy to run. In the train, you need weather boots. Dude, they're the most comfortable boots I've ever freaking put on. These balls I got here. Good too.
Yeah, just gotta keep moving. All right, Craig. Thanks for doing this, dude. I appreciate you. Appreciate coming down. I know you're here for a couple days in Tampa, but thanks for having me, man. Absolutely. So what's your story? What's your background? Where are you from? And how you doing comedy?
I'm Los Angeles, born and raised, born in Harbor City, and raised in Torrance and Bonita. And then I'm half Mexican, half white boy. German, English, Mexican. My dad's white, my mom's brown, and just got in the game at like 25 or 26. Did improv first before stand-up, so I was terrified of it at the Second City, and then after I went through that program, I started hitting stand-up pretty hard. And that was probably about 9 years ago. So I got like a decade or 11, but stand up consistently. I don't really count the first 2 years because I did it like twice a year. You know? I don't know what to call it. I just say a full decade. Average up or down. I don't know. And then it's cracking now. I'm going everywhere.
You're cracking. You're full tilt. You're traveling the damn country, man. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's crazy. I prayed and wished for this my whole life, and then I got it. I'm like, oh man, I'm never home. I'm just like, oh, this is tiring. It's a beautiful problem. Yeah, I'm a little homesick. I'm not gonna lie, because he's gone all the time. Yeah, look at my flights and shit. It's hopping everywhere.
Last comedians that stayed in California, right? Like they all moved out. They're all moving out.
Yeah, good chunk.
They're all following the almighty Lord and Savior Joe Rogan.
Yeah, I mean Joe's the man, but I'm LA baby. So, yeah, I think it's actually great. I think it's great. I don't know. There's mixed reviews on the internet. You see a lot of haters out there. I'm like, what? Who cares? I don't think Austin will ever become like an LA or New York. No, but it's a great scene. And it's just leveling out the playing field. I don't even know if you said that, but I heard that and it's right. It's just creating another hub. Yeah. What's wrong with that? Like, people are such haters. It's just creating more work for everybody. That's fucking awesome. Yeah. And when the big dogs leave, it gives the up and comers chance to rise up. So it's a win for everybody. Right. And then there's more work here. And there's more work there. Everyone talks shit. I'm like, you idiot. It's literally a win-win, and you're talking shit. Like, comics are the most hateful people on earth,
dude. I was listening to Tim Dillon's podcast a couple weeks ago, and he was talking about how much he hates Austin.
That guy is so fucking funny.
Dude, it's insane. He goes, I'm fucking done with this hellhole. Yeah. He's like, the food sucks. You got to put in your reservations 7 weeks early to eat some shitty brisket. And he talks about like the shitty rivers you float around in.
Terry Black's barbecue is the best barbecue I've ever had in my life. So he's wrong about that, but he's right about everything else. That man is so funny. That guy just spits fire, bro. I'm a huge fan.
Dude, I was
Austin is a bit of a. I love Austin, and I've worked there a few times. But I went down by the freeways. It's a bit of a shithole, but I'm not. So is LA. I'm not one like. There's just homeless epidemics happening, and my heart goes out to them. But yeah, it's just sad and awful. Yes. And some guy on this possibly Connor wonders. He said Joe Rogan drew an Austin. It was a joke, but he's like the homeless, was in LA, and then he moved to Austin, and he's like, okay, they followed him. It's funny because I was like, it looks like it's true, but it's obviously not.
Yeah, I just started following one of those that Instagram profile all about like gutter people. It's called Gutter People of Los Angeles.
It's so sad and dark, but it's like I don't want to watch it, but you're just like, it's easy.
I don't remember it ever being like that.
The pandemic amplified it by 10, man, and the cops stopped policing or doing anything about it. And I don't know if that's policy or because they're pissed off everyone was protesting against them, but I'd say this. I did notice after the protests, they're a lot slower to get to the crime scene, And it's just like, all right, the reason we're talking shit is because of the murder, It seems reasonable to stop shooting unarmed humans.
Well, didn't that guy just get sentenced to like 22 years?
25. Should have been 30.
Yeah, he just got sentenced yesterday.
The max was 30 and he got 22. Anyways, that's an awful.
He'll probably only be 10 if he's paid. Yeah, probably get like rolled out like after 10 years. Maybe 15.
Yeah, I don't cops do in prison, but I imagine it's not good.
You think he'll get protective custody? You think he'll get like protective?
I think he has to go get shower like day one. Yeah, I imagine they have to put him in protective. Yeah, I've only spent overnight in jail. God bless my mama who bailed me out.
What did you go to jail for?
Just firecrackers at police officers, Yeah, allegedly. Yeah. No, it was an accident, and just that's why you offered me a beer. I was like, I'm retired. That's why.
You're not drinking it, or you just don't drink this early?
No, I don't drink. I'm sober.
Oh, you're sober. Okay,
Yeah.
so you used to drink.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Story of firecrackers.
How old are you?
37.
37. Okay.
Cool.
How long have you been sober?
It's going to be 8 years, August 10th. but I started smoking weed like 3 months ago. So I'm California sober or whatever, but
3 months ago.
wow, or something like that. I don't even remember, but very recently, yeah, the pandemic hit and just some, dark shit, and I was like, man, fuck this. Weed saved my life from, pills, narcotics, whatnot, and alcohol. So I never really had a beef with it, but I just had to put everything down to get to where I was going because I have a voracious habit. I like to go hard at whatever I'm on, and I know like some other critical people too. Like I started smoking weed at 12 years old. Right, I'm a huge advocate of pot, but it can ruin your life, motherfuckers. I'd have it. There's the guys that just don't leave their homes. Yeah, it doesn't ruin your life in the sense you smoke crack and leave your family and your teeth, but you don't do shit. This analogy, like if you're smoking weed like Snoop Dogg, but you're not fucking Snoop Dogg, put your pipe down, bro. You work at Starbucks, dude. You're not yet. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like you live with your mom, bro. Chill out, go life. Then chief up all you fucking want. Yeah. And if you ain't Cheech Chong, if you ain't Wiz Khalifa, if you ain't Doug Benson, whoever's got a career, you slowing your shit down. And that was my whole point. And all these stoners, they're like, I'm like, dude, I smoked from 12 to 29, 17 years, motherfucker. Like, I'm on your side. Yeah. I'm just saying, balance, fucking balance. It's all about balance.
No, I'm a super fucking lightweight when it comes to anything, especially weed. Like, I can't. Yeah, I eat these little edibles, these little square edibles that are probably like, I don't know, maybe they're 20 milligrams, whatever. My wife can eat a whole one, no problem. She smokes a joint, eat a whole edible. I only can eat like a little bit of a quarter of it, but I still have a full dose of capacity.
That's like my girl. Like and she's built her tolerance a little bit. I had 5 milligram gummy. She took a bite of one. We're watching like fucking Lord of the Rings. Yeah, of course, right? And then I look over, and it looks like she's passed out on heroin, just like this, in her chair, like this. I'm like, how does that? You ate 2 milligrams,
I'm the same exact fucking way.
I did grow up though. Like I give this analogy too. Like I used to smoke the whole fucking joint to the head. Hey, that's not necessary, Now I take 4 hits. I get a little high. I put it out. I go back to it, 2 to 4 hours later, and I'm functioning. Like I get to work. It helps me with my anxiety and shit. And then, but if I smoke the whole joint, it amplifies my anxiety, and I'm just in my head like, what's up? Yeah, that's fun. So weird how like this little bit's perfect. It's just life easier, food's better, sex better, all that shit. A lot of it, you're just like, oh my god.
Remember that dude told the Simpsons quote? The Simpsons character said, "I don't even need drugs to enjoy this, just to enhance it."
Yeah, that's what it said.
They got curly, maybe. But you gotta like, it's like a fine line. It's hard. You can't take too little, you can't take too much. As long as you're like dancing like a fine line, it like just benefits like work, especially for me. Yeah, like work. Like if I'm even like doing something like editing or whatever, and I eat like or smoke the perfect amount or eat the right amount of an edible, I can just be like hyper focused on something.
It's fabulous for a long time. It's fabulous. I even noticed that my girl, my fans, my podcast producer noticed, they're like, you speak better, like it slowed me to spit my words out correctly, and then obviously there's sometimes too high. It was not the case, but when it was that perfect little balance, just a couple hits, good sun and soil organic kush, I'm a hippie. I like that.
What's the name of your podcast?
Community service. You guys do no research, huh?
No, I know. I was just teeing you up for it. So, how many episodes do you do? Do you do an episode every week, or how often do you do it?
I do a weekly episode. Community service drops every Wednesday. I drop the ball on the tour a couple times because I've been on like the whole month. But as soon as I get back to LA, I'm gonna stack episodes.
Do you do them remotely most of them, or do you?
I do it. No.
You do it in person?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I saw you had Bill Burr.
That was the one remote podcast I did because it's Bill fucking Burr. Right, yeah. Any of my friends asked, want to do Zoom? Like, no.
Bill Burr.
Oh, you're not Bill Burr. It's way harder. It's it costs more money. I'm just like, nah, man. You get down to my come over here.
Yeah. Bill Burr wants to do Zoom. He can
He
do
can
Zoom.
do
I'll
Zoom.
fucking
Hell
Zoom
yeah.
him from Mars. Though.
Right.
Whatever you want.
Right.
Yeah, fuck it.
Yeah,
I'll
that's sick.
forget.
What was that like, man? That was cool, huh?
I was shitting my pants.
Yeah.
Dude. I am just so lucky that he saw my shit on the internet and then he liked me.
Did he reach out to you? Or
Yeah, well, I
or you
asked
had, like,
him.
a connection?
I did like 20 shows with him, and I worked in the store, Laugh Factory, Improv, in Hollywood and shit, and I'd MC a lot, and I'd get to work with big dogs like Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Sarah Silverman, all so dope. And so I work with them in that capacity a bunch. But when you're the MC, they don't see your set. They show up later, and you do your time. You do 10, 15 up top. He's usually up last, like he didn't see. So he knew who I was. It's just like, oh, I know that guy's face. Like I've seen him around. He's always here. He's a comic. And then he saw later. He saw my shit on the internet. This is like over 4 years. I maybe did like 10, 15, 20. I don't know, quite a bit of shows. Like, and he saw my shit on the internet, and then he honestly he's like, hey man, I didn't know you were funny. And, because it's true. It's true. It wasn't a shot or nothing. You don't know until you see someone go up or you see this shit online. And then he's like, you're fucking weird, huh? And I was just like, I was literally like this. Like, I was like, what is happening?
Yeah.
I was so happy. He's like, yeah, man, you're funny. And then he flagged me down again, and he told me, he showed his wife my videos of getting raided. I got raided by the cops, and my buddy was the cop pointing a shotgun at my heart. It's a crazy story. Anyway, yeah, it's fucking nuts. And then he saw that and he showed his wife. And I was just like, my mind exploded. Yeah, he's in my ear, bro. Like,
He's watching your video.
yeah, I was like, what's happening?
Yeah.
Like, a dream came true. And then I did a couple shows. This was pre-pandemic. And then the pandemic hit, and then I did for like 6 months until LA started to open. And then I was doing a bar with Mark Hayes, my Irish buddy, and Josh Adam Myers, another good friend of mine, he was on the show. I got my 100th episode of my podcast coming up. I want to ask Bill. And he's like, well, does he know you? Like, yeah, he likes me. He said, I'm funny. He's like, yeah, fucking ask him this, because if you don't have a relationship, you just kind of ask him. Yeah. And then I stood up. I bring up Josh's name because I credit him for me asking him. So I stood up to go ask him, and then I bitched out and I sat back down. I was like, oh, I'm scared. I don't want to do it. Shit. And he's like, get the fuck up. He's like, you go ask him. And I was like, all right. And I got up, and I was like, excuse me. Like, may I please, could you please do it? I said, yeah, I'll do it. What is it? And I was just like, that's how cool. He didn't even know what it was. I was like, oh, it's my podcast. That's so sick. And then he's like, yeah, give me your number. And then I was like, okay. And he said yes. And then he set to do it from 100 episodes. And then he goes, hey, kid, you know what? I booked SNL. I can't do it. Can we do it next week? And I was like, yeah, man.
Yeah.
Of course. Right. And so he ended up being the 102nd episode because he was gone to New York. And he's like, don't tell anybody. It's not announced yet. And I was just felt so cool. I was like, I was like, what the fuck planet am I on, dude? And then consistently. Like, I'll do solo episodes, and some of them are hits. And some of them, like, oh man, I don't know. Like, I think we'll edit that a little bit. It's so to keep that for an hour or more by yourself.
Yeah, that's hard.
It's so hard. So I like to have guests. It helps.
Yeah, I've never done a solo one. I probably never will. They're
so boring, bro.
You better have
notes.
Yeah, for real.
That's all I got to say. Those guys
loads
just
of
riff.
ready to go.
Just riff. Go. what are you guys? It's just funny because he can make fun of his producer guy. The guy that sits at the theater, like, that's funny.
I love that guy too.
He just laughs.
Ben, right?
Yeah, when he laughs, it just makes it so much funnier. Just because we're laughing at him laughing.
Yeah. And he's so like mean to him. It's mad. You know, when he fired him for at least Sayat, another buddy. I hope I pronounced his name right. I apologize. My apologies if I bitched it. But that shit was so funny. The Curb Your Enthusiasm music. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
He got mad at Ben. He fired him, and then all of a sudden it was Rick Hands Lee going in.
Really? Oh, I did see that.
Yeah, and I was dying. I was like, oh no. And I thought it was real for a fraction of a second.
Yeah.
Then I was like, nah, that's a bit.
And they put the music in there.
Yeah. Dude, they're great.
So what happened with your friend sticking a shotgun in your chest? What's that story?
I was living in Culver City, and feels weird telling it on a podcast, out on stage.
You don't
But
really do that?
no, I do. It's a great story.
Okay. I want to
It's
really
a great.
it.
No. It's already posted on the and that was like 10 years ago. I maybe had done stand up twice when I did this story at the Moth storytelling, Grandstone, I don't know. Anyways, I was at classes at UCB for improv and storytelling, so I was scared of stand up still. That's why I went to that world. And then my friends were like, hey, come to the Moth storytelling show. And I was like, all right. And then I put my name in the bucket. And it was, the theme was getting deep, like tricked or whatever. And I was like, well, I got raided yesterday, and it was the wrong house. So that's like a dupe. I don't know. And then, so when I told the story at the Moth like a decade ago, I got raided the day before. So I got raided, and then I told the story. So when you watch it, and I'm so raw and green, like I forget what I'm talking about. And I'm just like, I'm in the middle of the story, and I'm just like, I fucking love you guys, you know, because I don't know where I'm going. You know, like you can see the greenness in me, but it's fun. You know? And then I'm just telling a true story because those, it's hard to mess those up. Anyways, I was working at. I'm gonna tell the whole long story. That's not the green version. I was working at Trader Joe's and I was training my coworker. I bring that up because I was a mad stoner back then, and we're on lunch break, and I'm training him. He's a little shifty. He's pretty cool, you know, but he's my people. You know, he's Latino, and then I was like, "Want to smoke a bowl?" We're on lunch break, and I pulled a fucking weed bowl out like a normal human. He pulled out the fruit pipe. Weed, man. I'd never smoked meth in my life at that point. And then he's like, you want to, you know, and everything in my mind, body, and soul said no, but I'm an addict. I was like, all right, you know, and I took a little hit. I was like, oh, that's good, you know. I was good work for that day, let me tell you. Yeah. And then, you know, I was like, I want more. And then I went to his house, you know, in the fucking hood of Upper, and I was just like, oh shit, this is a spot. And it's LA, you know, South Central shit. I don't even know where that was, but it wasn't a good neighborhood. Yeah. I was scoring dope, fucking ghetto birds were up there. I was all paranoid in my head. I get home, and then I'm good, and me and my buddies do some shit, go out drink and have a good time. I say all that because, cut to maybe like 4 or 5 days later, I'm asleep in my bed, and I just hear noise, and I don't know what it is. I'm asleep. What it is fucking SWAT team breaking down the gate. We lived in like a back house. It was a house, but the landlord split it in half. There was a front house and a back house, but it wasn't like a duplex. He just did that to create double home, double rent, to make money. So I'm in the back house, and I just hear noise, and I'm just like, I'm waking up, you know, and I'm blind as a bat. I wear glasses and contacts, and minus like 7.5 is bad. I can't see shit. You could be blurry from this distance. And I think it's my roommate, my buddy, playing a prank on me, you know, and I just hear hands in the air, and then I'm reaching for glasses, and I hear hands in the air, motherfucker, and I'm just like, who is this, you know, like this, and then
You're doing the motherfucker.
yeah, oh yeah, and then they fill up this window and this window and this window to my little studio back bungalow, whatever you call it, and then I'm just like, oh shit, you know, like what the fuck, yeah, and all I kept thinking is like, oh, the meth guy, you know, because I was selling a little weed, a little fireworks, a little mushrooms, but nothing
I'm no Pablo Escobar. It was like quarter pound of weed, an ounce of mutton, some Roman candles, firecracker, the basics.
The basics, just the necessities.
Yeah. And then they go open your door because I had a deadbolt and shit, and then I open the door and there's a Culver City cop pointing a shotgun at my chest, and then I just go, Chris, and he goes like, right, and he pulls the gun back, and it's my buddy Chris Caraballo. I'm not sure if I was supposed to say his full name. I keep fucking it up in the show. Anyway, just edit it out. Oh yeah, just be laughing. And I've known him since I was 12 years old.
Yeah.
I played Little League with him, maybe even younger. I went to middle school, high school with him. He's my buddy.
Yeah.
And I'm not even fucking rated, man. And we went down different paths,
Yeah,
and then I'm just like, help me.
Right.
What the fuck happened? No. And then he handcuffs me, and in my act, I say like that motherfucker, he put him on loose. He really did. I've been cuffed up 3 times prior. Anytime. Fuck them, man. You crank them on so hard, you get nerve damage. They cut you. I literally got locked up twice before overnight, and then I had to go to work Trader Joe's, and I couldn't even ring people up. I was like, oh, my wrist, I couldn't stock apples. They're like, stop getting arrested. I'm like, I'm not trying.
Oh my god.
Anyways, that's why I'm sober. And then so. I'm like freaking out. I'm like, dude, I got like weed in there. He's all in there, and he's like, bro, I see my friend. He's like, hey man, stop telling me this, And then I was like, I got fireworks in there, and probation fireworks because I was a firecracker, another slang. And then he started. He's like, oh yeah, the one that made the paper because it made a couple local newspapers, of course. And I was like, yeah. And they bring another cop up, and he has a big sniffing dog. And then he's like, you got anything? Yeah, of course. And then, like, tell me where it is. I'm gonna rip your rib apart. I was like, yo, it's in the dresser. And they pull me out to the alley and with my roommates, and we're sleeping, we're in our underwear, and then they were questioning me, they surrounded me, and I got really nervous in a party, and I swear I'm gonna lie, I put on the cop, and my roommate was, I was like, listen, I was just nervous. I was like, really sorry. And looking at me like, it's hard to hit on this. Just farted up hands. Yeah, and then later, I know, seriously. I was like, and then all I kept thinking is, I can't yell again. My mom's not gonna bail me out for a 4th time. I have to bail myself out. I'm not a man, 4th time. I'm like, leave me in. I'm sorry. That's on me. And all I kept thinking is like, I can't miss UCB school. I paid $750 for the comedy class. I know that sounds crazy like a bit, but that's all I was thinking. I gotta go to school. I gotta get money. I gotta go to fucking house. And then I didn't even know this. My good buddy Grant Lyons told me. Because I was in UCB with this guy. He's a great comic, and he's on my show in LA. So I second him with his joke. He had me famous West LA, and then he said that I had told, because I was like, I'm a fucking weird, addict kid going to these improv classes. Everyone's from out of town. I'm from LA, and they're just like, what are you? And then like in that UCB class, I'm and I was like, you smoked meth yesterday first time. And everyone was like, why are you telling me this? I was like, I don't know. And then cut to like, man, I got raided, and then just like everything's adding up. And then later in that class, I farted in. This is right after I got raised. I made it to class because I didn't go to jail because they were there to clean my front house. He was a drug lord, running after some shit. He had 2 strikes.
now?
No, just the front house.
Okay.
He was a 2-time striker. They were trying to strike him out and send him to prison for the rest of his life. I guess he was dealing like meth and drugs or something. Yeah, good cook, though, I tell you what. Yeah. And then his name was King Mike on the Wi-Fi. I just thought it was funny. And in the act, I say his password is Doug 1 2 3. You know, that's obviously a bit. That's the only fabricated part of the story. And then what was that? I don't remember. Oh,
the class he's talking about. Like,
so
smoking that.
yeah, he told me that I farted. Like I didn't even remember. I farted the same day in class that I farted on the teacher. And I know that sounds crazy, but like I got cops, witnesses, classmates that vouch for me. Like it just sounds made up, you know.
It's a weird day.
Yeah, but I always have been a farter, and I think it's funny and hilarious. The cop one was more nerves than anything.
Yeah.
The class one I forgot, and I probably thought it was gonna be quiet, and it wasn't. The teacher's like, "Are you fucking serious? Did you just fart?" I was like, "Yeah."
Was it a loud one or a silent
Yeah,
one?
it was a loud one, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why. And then I ended up running into my buddy Chris, the cop, later on the streets. He was just patrolling, and I was like, "Oh my god,
How crazy was
remember
that?
when you almost killed me, bro?" He's like, "Yeah." He said the precinct talked about me for like a month or 2. He's like, "Remember that dumb hippie that fucking farted on him?" And I was like, "Yeah,
Hell yeah.
just fucking like, you can't even make this shit up." Thank you, God, for all my
Holy
stories.
shit, man.
Yeah, dude, it's so wild. Anyways, I got sober. I'm off narcotics, no alcohol, only weed. I'll never touch a narcotic again. I think it's the devil reincarnated. It ruined my life. It ruined my friend's life. It killed many of my friends. It's the worst. And in my opinion, alcohol is the fucking worst drug on earth because it led to all my narcotic behavior, which I never. No one smokes weed, and then I'm gonna go do meth. You know what I mean? You get shit faced, and then some motherfucker is like, "You want some meth?" And you're like, "All right," you know, it doesn't just happen like that. It's 98% of the time it's alcohol.
You think all drugs should be legal?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. Legal education, you know what they are. They're clean, they're made, no fillers, no fentanyl, no harmful byproducts. There's rehab facilities. I think everything should be legal unless it's murder, rape, and of course that horrible shit. Prostitution should be legal. Legalize all of it. Whenever you make it illegal, it just makes dark entities take it over. And now I want prostitution to have unions, retirement plans, mental health care, exit strategy. Hell yeah. Fucking Roth IRAs. Let's get these hoes some fucking millions, man.
Retirement plan.
I'm serious.
Roth IRAs.
Roth IRAs, baby.
For the prostitutes. For the law.
Why not? The way it's going now, it's been around since fucking Jesus. As the pimps control it, they beat the fuck out of them. They're all constantly. It's not regulated. They're getting murdered and kidnapped like weird fucking meth truckers, you know, lot lizards and shit like that. Let's legalize this shit, unionize it, get them dental and fucking rehab and exit. Hell yeah. And problem, man. That's why is that crazy? It's not. There's a couple countries that do it. I think Holland is the one that lets you know this. When prostitution is legal, rape goes down. Oh yeah, real fast. And I learned that from comedy. My buddy Greg Romero Wilson did it in a bit. And I was like, "Is that true?" And he's like, "Yeah." And then I googled it. And I was like, "Holy shit!" Yeah, it also saved women. Yeah. It's crazy. I was in Aruba and it's legal there. And like girls would come from other countries there and it's legal and they have to come in, check in with a doctor, get paperwork, get tested, get paperwork signed off with their clean, and then they can go legally prostitute. It's amazing. If it's legal, it's done by choice. When it's illegal, that's when they're getting kidnapped and hooked to dope and trafficked. It's fucking insane. The solution is so simple. Legalize it. I'm a big union guy. My uncle's in the union, you know. Is he? Yeah. This is make a livable wage. Like, why do people always want to go against the union? Oh, you don't want a hardworking worker to have a life and buy a home and feed his family and have health care? Right. That's fucking America. That's what we're about. Right. It's like, no. Minimum wage. Make them work 3. This country's so stupid. Richest nation in the world without health care. Unions are pretty dirty, though. There's some unions up north that are pretty fucking ruthless. Like Mikey tells stories about some of those unions that would march on top of it gets a little mafia.
Mob
Hey,
starts to run certain parts of it too.
they give me my Roth IRA. I'll look the other way.
Right. Hey, whatever.
They let me buy my home for my family. Yeah.
Where's Jimmy Hoffa?
Yeah.
But they,
Wet.
aren't there
In the
some,
ocean.
there's some corrupt motherfuckers on the top unions that collect their union dues that they probably break some legs.
It's everywhere. Yeah. I'm anywhere, including the unions. I'm more open with that because at least working man is getting a fair fucking shake. You know, he's getting. It's just crazy how hard he has to work.
Nowhere in Florida, by the way, because you got they're cutting down trees with a chainsaw 2 inches away from the door.
What's crazy is you got the good marks. I got these too. It's like of course it's inside of our brains and heckling them, but 98% of the time it doesn't come through that. Yeah, because I have the same thing. LA. You start the podcast, and then the neighbor starts mowing his lawn. Like, damn it!
Love it. I just love leaving it in because that shit always over here, and I just leave it in for the comments. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like slide.
Does doing the podcast, does that help your comedy? Does it help your
for sure.
Like your writing or whatever, like working stuff out? And there's a lot, like pretty much every comic they have podcasts.
Yeah, you can flesh out some bits on it. It's quite fabulous. You go on rants. You're able to talk about it longer, which on stage you might not be able to because on a podcast you don't need laugh in front of a live audience. You're bombing. Bombing. You're not gonna get booked again if it's too long those periods without laughing. So yes, it's beautiful for that. And you see Bill Burr do it all the time. I don't know how to do it on his level and because that guy just turns a bit. Ken Dillon, same shit. Like these guys are just fucking geniuses. And it's like, wow. They're also 20, 30 years in the game.
Right, yeah, they're better.
You know, everything comes with time.
How much of it is like developed still versus natural?
Hello, bro.
Hello. It's both. You know, there's always Eddie Murphy. You know, that guy was just born top dog. Yeah, that guy was just never left. He retired from stand up at 25. You know what I mean? Most people
That's crazy.
don't make it. That guy retired as one of the goats by 25. I'm like, okay, Tupac. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
But of course, natural goes way further than anything. But I have seen painfully unfunny comics work extremely hard and get good at it.
Really?
It's a muscle. It can be learned.
Yeah.
It's just like you know, you're bad at math. You take a tutor at math every fucking day. All of a sudden, you get good at math. I've seen bad comics get good, and I respect that. You, of course, when anyone bombs that guy, you can't even look them in the eye. But when they work that hard and they turn it around, like, oh, all right, I see you. Goddamn, you know, you suck.
Yeah.
And now you're good. That's crazy. But of course, the natural, you know, goofy motherfucker. They just get up there and you're like, I like this guy. You know, I know people where their aura and energy and presence on stage is way more advanced than their bits. Like, I'm not really a fan of their bits, but I'm a fan of them. So I still love it. It doesn't matter, you know. And also, it's just weird, you know. Everything's time. Like, everyone's in such a rush. There's no stand-up comedy. It's just time. You know the analogy, 10,000 hours? Yeah. In stand-up, you're trying to get 10,000 hours, 3 minutes at a time. It's not easy. Yeah. In the beginning in LA, anyways, you get 3 to 5 minutes at open mics. And then you know, that's 2 to 6 years of that, depending on growth. And after that, you get 8 to 15, right? Averaging out about 10. So, yeah, I'm 10 years in, and I have a pretty good following and well-liked, and I only get 10. I'm not saying I deserve more. I'm just saying I'm just trying to get an accurate description. It doesn't matter. Like even Bill Burr, Joe Rogan on the comedy show, I know they get 15. There's just too many comics in Los Angeles. And so,
Still.
oh yeah. Yeah, we're like cockroaches. 10,000, rise up. You never see comedy, man. And it's just crazy.
I love California though. I was hoping that
That rant going.
like natural born talent.
That's what it was. Yeah. Natural shit always wins, but you gotta work hard too. You have to write.
You have to. No shortcuts in this game.
Yeah, I was hoping that like maybe enough people from California would move from Texas to Florida and kind of like put it out there, and then maybe like get the price of real estate go up here. I can sell all my shit here and go back to California. Or like go to like San Diego. I like San Diego better. I like
I love San
San
Diego.
Clemente, San Diego, like
Escondido, San Jose. Yeah, my cousin Don lives down there. I go visit her. Do the Hoya Comedy Store.
okay.
It's like Josh Nelson show. He's the producer of the comic and he has the fire shows. And I love San Diego. It's just like, well, sometimes it gets a little too fucked up. PB is a little bit too much cocaine, a little too much liquor, a lot of. You're like, too many of shirts and tank tops. I'm like, calm down, dude. We're at the beach. Oh, sorry, Pacific Beach.
Oh, okay.
PB San Diego.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It's just like, hey, we're at the beach. No one needs to be that angry.
There's a
You
lot
know,
of
like,
cocaine down there.
yeah. Anywhere with
We should go.
yeah. It's cocaine everywhere.
Yeah,
You're in
that's
Florida, dude. Are you
Right.
fucking
Dude,
kidding me?
I heard that.
I fucking love it. The
Like,
thunder
yeah.
scares me. Oh my god.
Oh, yeah, it was storming.
Holy shit. It something like it hit my house.
It's a cool time of year. It's like it just started happening like a week ago.
Yeah.
It's
It's been
scary,
dry
bro.
for a long time.
It's been dry. It hasn't rained since like I feel like it's been 10 months since it's rained. And now all of a sudden the weather's like this every night. Like
It's like the rain season.
Yeah. Yeah, I like weather, but it does scare me just because I'm from and raised and I haven't really seen weather my whole life. Besides visiting it very short, you know. So when it happens, I'm like, whoa. But then an earthquake happens and I don't even really, I just lay in bed. And like everyone's like, you alright? I'm like, yeah, who gives a shit?
We've never had it.
My whole house will be rolling. I'll be on the phone like, when's this? It's so weird. I don't know it. I know I should be scared. Grew up with them.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, it's just an earthquake. We haven't had the big one yet, and of course, you know the story. We're supposed to fall off the ocean. We're long overdue. That's scary. We're on a fucking fault line, and I thought the fault line was up north, and then I googled it very recently. I was like, oh, I'm dead. San Andreas Fault. It just goes like this, and it's pretty much California would just fall into the ocean. I'm just like, oh boy. Yeah,
That
that
Florida's supposed to be underwater by like 2050.
man, they say all that shit. They're fucking lying.
Bro,
It's a fear factory.
Did you see that fucking building that collapsed in Miami?
Yeah,
That's
that's where I
awful.
read it from because they said it was.
No, but did you read the reports? That was negligence. The 2018 report said, "Hey, you need to repair all the shit. There's structural damage in the column, and you need to do it now." 3 years later, not done. People died.
Right.
Fuck the owner. Hang him. He did
How
that.
many people died in it?
There's 4 confirmed dead, 149 missing. Like they can't even find them, bro. Whole families just
Yeah, look at that picture of that building. You look at that kid's bunk bed, like dangling.
whoever said no to the repair should be shot.
Yeah, totally. That's disavowed.
Yeah,
That's the
strong.
place.
I don't know if that's illegal to say that, but shot with a Nerf gun. It's comedy, satire.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fucked up. I think the laws are that you have to get those inspections, whatever structural integrity inspections every 40 years. 40 is I think that's the law for those buildings.
Oh my
It should be.
God.
It should be like at least 20.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna guess
four.
it should be 10. I don't know. I'm not a structural engineer, but I sure as hell know 40 is a long time.
Yeah.
It's a wee bit too long there. Right. I know you built a brand new building probably don't need inspection for a long time, but that's insane. People just died, man.
No, that is stupid. That's really dumb. Going back to cocaine. I heard the best cocaine story I've ever heard in my life. On this podcast, this guy told me. He was telling me he wrote a book about the famous killing Sharon Tate,
some of the Manson killings. And after he wrote his book, Marilyn Manson blew up his email. He blew up his friend. He was one of his publicists. And she thought it was fake because she was sending these cryptic emails. And she eventually, they're like, just call the number that we gave to see if it's really good. So she called her. She goes, yeah, it's really fucking great. She wants to meet him. He wants you to come to his house. So she's like, oh, okay. He doesn't really know this guy. His partner that helped him write his book was like a fan of him as well. And they both went to his house. And they got there. Manson was like, don't show up before 11 p.m. Like 11:30, and he was like,
so weird. Why don't you say come over at 11:30 p.m.?
Right.
Don't show up before 11. You know, anytime after
Who knows what the fuck's going on?
You got a 22-hour window. It's such a weird, it's like a Marilyn Manson thing. Like makes you just coming over weird.
yeah.
Knock 9 times.
Yeah, gives you a
Where are you into?
Dude. And he said he had all this crazy stuff in there. And he said that like when you first walked in the door, he had a life-size cutout. First of all, he had Taylor Swift throughout his whole mansion. He had this perfect music blasting for 2 hours. And first walking in his door, he had a life-size cutout of Taylor Swift with like blood all down her, and like it drew this big vagina on her with like blood and stuff everywhere. And you know, like he's like canceled right now for some like sexual deviance, being a sexual deviant. Yeah, his ex-wife came out and said that he did some like fucked up shit. But and then he also has this baboon he smuggled out of China. This like 6-foot tall baboon stuff with a giant erection that he smuggled out of China.
You just had a baboon with a bone.
Giant baboon with a giant bonus like in the middle of his living room. And he had this crazy shit like a skeleton. I think a dog, bro. A human skeleton with a goat head on it.
Oh, that's that. Yeah, I'm good on that. Hey, I don't.
He lives up
Real Maryland.
Yeah,
bro.
I thought it was an act, bro.
No,
Come on.
it's not an act, bro.
Goat heads and boner baboons. Get the fuck out of here.
And you know the story. I don't know if you know the story, but Zach Efron was in rehab. I'm not sure how long ago it was. He was basically filming a movie. He got Baker acting on film, and came one day like really fucked up, and he was super coked up and drunk. They Baker acted stuff. What's the Baker act? It's like, what is it? You guys go to rehab.
It takes you, you're like too fucked up. Maybe kill yourself. Suicidal.
Oh, so
they Baker
like he couldn't. He couldn't leave if he wanted.
Exactly.
Okay,
Yeah,
like
against his will.
That's the only kind of rehab that works.
Yeah, exactly.
I could leave.
Yeah, right. I could show up next week, sure, maybe.
Yeah. And anyways, so Zac Efron was there partying and said that
At Maryland's house.
at his house.
Oh my
The
god!
night before he got Baker.
Whatever is so weird, you know.
Up all night. I guess he's a huge fan of Marilyn Manson. He reached out to him and he said, "Yeah, come over and party with me, or whatever." And he was over there for a few days. And the last night he was there, Marilyn Manson was carving out giant AIM swastikas and having Zac Efron, and they were both snorting these giant cocaine swastikas off the floor. And in his dark dungeon, remind you, he's got this giant palace on top of a hill in like the Pacific Palisades, and all the windows are blocked in. Like he beat out all the windows. He couldn't see out any.
That's such an unhealthy man. I don't like our world.
And he's like in his
fuck out of me.
50s, bro, and he's doing this every night. What the fuck? How are these guys not dead?
I don't understand it. I look back at my past, and that does not even come close to what they're doing. And I'm like, I almost died. Like, what? And I got out, you know?
Yeah.
Some people are
He's living it every day, man.
Fuck.
He's probably been doing it since he was in his 20s. Probably not.
You can't last too much longer doing it. Now, your heart's going to explode. Yeah. Marilyn, your heart's going to give out. I don't know you, but take a chill pill. Jesus Christ. Little weed, that's it. That's it.
Wow, that's the best cocaine
Dang, bro.
How weird is it to picture Zac Efron and Marilyn Manson
The weird, that's what I said. I was just like, what is
I don't think it's that weird. He hangs out with like Shia LaBeouf. He hangs out with Nick Cage. He hangs out with Johnny Depp. He's about par for the course, you know.
I guess, yeah, the party. Johnny Depp was a big fan with Hunter Thompson.
Oh yeah.
Was he really friends with him?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
he
yeah.
was living with him for a while.
Yeah.
He
Oh,
he
yeah.
went to stay with him for a month. I forgot. But when he was getting ready to tape Fear and Loathing,
Yeah.
he stayed at Hunter's house for a while. And then he
That
became
guy
his
is
friend. Always like Hunter S. Thompson is the coolest motherfucker ever. You saw him on video
He's a
just
big
having a
cokehead, right?
shootout with his neighbors. He was as big as everything.
Yeah.
They said he was like Superman. Like he just was
Functioning on it.
fucking a sheet and drink a quart of whiskey like no one could even tell. And just would write and
He's a god.
watch the documentary on him though. It's kind of sad. They said like towards the end the drugs took its toll and his light got dimmed. And they said he would sit in front of the typewriter later after all the years of drug abuse, and it was like a lightning bolt would hit him and he'd go and he'd like write some genius shit, and then it would like stop and he'd have to wait for it. It was a really cool analogy.
Really?
And he grew his fucking brains out with his family home. He said, if Bush wins the election again, I'm going to blow my brains out. And then he did. And that's the saddest shit I ever heard. But he is a man of his word. For sure. And with his family home, and his son was talking about it, and he's like, it's kind of sad and poetic. But he's like, that's the way he wanted it, you know? And it was just nuts. And
What's the documentary called?
I don't remember, but
Just look
so
up
good. And he was having a chat with his neighbor, and the guy's just filming it. And then his neighbor shoots back, and then you just hear just bullets ricocheting. He's like, that's my fucking neighbor. He's like, and there's having a shootout on like a Sunday, and I'm like, what is happening here? What is you're shooting guns at each other? I got a hand cannon.
You just go about your day after that.
Yeah.
Like a bunch of documentaries. Check next door is the real.
Yeah, Gonzo, that's it. Gonzo,
Is that it?
so good. And Gonzo, I don't remember, it's been too long, may have been the name of the lawyer.
Sick cover. I like that. I like the artwork.
Who was the lawyer in the movie Fear and Loathing? That was based off a real character.
Was it?
Benicio del Toro.
Benicio del Toro.
Yeah, that guy was a real character. They talk about him in the movie, and Hunt said he was like a scary man. He was a lawyer, and he was a big, strong dude. He's like, is this guy gonna get me out of jail? Or like he said he was meant to be trifled. He was a very scary guy. Copious amounts of
Yeah, he was sick, man. I read a story about him with the Hells Angels before that.
Oh, yeah.
Super gnarly.
He got the shit
He
beat
stayed
out of
with
him.
them for like a couple months. He did everything they did. Yeah, they beat his ass.
Yeah.
They jumped him and shit.
Remember that? I remember that story. I think it was in this. He said, because one of the Hell's Angels was beating his lady and beating his dog, and goes, any man that beats his lady and beats his dog is a punk.
Yeah.
And the guy was like,
It's like chilling at a biker bar.
and then he's like, yeah. And then they beat the fuck out of him because they're the Hell's Angels, but he was right, you know.
And
And then
then
he
he
went
still
to-
chilled with them, right?
Yeah.
Like smoked meth with them and fucking partied with them.
He went to the cop all bloody and like said that Hell's Angels is beating my ass. And they said, get out of here. You're getting blood on the counter. Like no one helped him.
God damn. And he still, after you guys asked me, he stayed there and hung out? I don't remember.
I don't know after the beating. I want to say, I would say he chose not to be there anymore.
I
watched
remember the
it
story going
10
on a
years
little
ago.
bit, but I don't remember. Seems like drugs go hand in hand with being a creative genius. Sometimes,
Yes,
yeah.
but also death and dark shit. You know,
It'll be a short run, though. It's a slippery slope.
I will say this: like, I'm glad I went through what I went through, and I've given this analogy before. Like, I'm a fan of drugs, and they fucking fun, dude. But you know, obviously, if they get you lose your family, your home, your life. You go to jail. That shit happens. But I just like, obviously, you can't tell kids not to do them. That doesn't fucking work. But like, I just say like, I dove all in and went like crazy, but I had my hand on the side of the swimming pool. Like, don't let go.
Right.
If you go all in, you're fucking toast. You seen where it goes. It's nowhere good. There's no happy ending. I mean, even Keith Richards, he's like the one guy that's been on heroin for 50 years. There's one guy. The rest are dead. There's one guy.
What do you think his secret is?
Got reptile blood. I don't know. I don't fucking know.
He got a really good dealer, that's for sure.
Well, he said that he did the same amount. no matter what. Like he doesn't, you know. Okay. That's what he's been quoted saying. I don't know.
He can quit whenever he wants.
Yeah. No big deal. But just, you know, of course, you want to experience shit. We all do. We're curious as fuck. Just have an exit strategy. And, you know, like I've heard all these stories before, and they're jokes you hear in AA or the program. And, you know, like, don't try coke, because, like, the joke is, like, I tried it once for 5 years. Like, no one does it once. You know, it's just trouble. It's like, hey, you want a bump? Give me the label.
One's too many and 500 is not enough.
Yeah, exactly. You know the saying. It's true. They're sayings for a reason. I'm a fan of natural. You know what God makes: sun and soil, seed, mushrooms, weeds. It's been a part of our culture. Ancient civilizations.
Coke from nature.
No, the cocoa leaf is from nature. The cocoa leaf, nature. You put it in your cheek and you chew on it like tobacco, and it's like coffee. It's like coffee. Then we get in a laboratory and make crack cocaine or cocaine powder, sniff it, shoot up, smoke it. That's not natural, bro. That's not natural.
There's definitely more. I mean, I talked about it. There's like a weird stigma on uppers versus downers. Like weed and mushrooms, like we talked about, like casually.
Because they're meth heads, bro. Yeah. Have you seen hippies? A little different. A little different.
Yeah, it's like no one's meth or high on coke, but weed and mushrooms and that kind of stuff, LSD, like the trippy stuff.
Yeah,
it's different. Like, you can be proud of it.
Because unless you fry your fucking brain, which I've seen happen too, it kind of changes you for the better. Yeah. I remember the first seeds I planted of sobriety were as a teenager on mushrooms, and I never had that thought in my life. I didn't even know that was an option with my family, and on both sides, you know, everyone just party. And then, like, you do a little mushrooms, you're like, man, what am I doing? I need to do better. I'm gonna hug my mom, tell her I love her. I'm gonna get off these pills. Like, what's this poison? Yeah. And then, of course, the high goes down. And I forget about it. But I never thought that until much. Yeah. And unfortunately, it took me about a decade to get out of that. Pills and coke and whatever. And just party. Like, people say, what was your choice? Obviously, Oxycontin, Norcos, opioids. They just love that. But, like, I was always like, down here, too. Whatever. Like, what's at the party? What you got?
Yeah, I was gonna say. You still take mushrooms or no?
I started microdosing, so I haven't been high yet. So yes and no. That has, you know, this pandemic, it's forced the world hard. But it started, my mental health went down, bro. And I was like, oh fuck. And I didn't want to get on headache. I was on pills for a fucking decade, and I was like, no, I don't even like taking aspirin. And I, you know, not that head meds can be great for certain people. I've just seen friends literally kill themselves on them when switching meds on my own stuff, you know. And alternatives, so I started taking cold showers, basking in the ocean, where microdosing 0.3 doesn't get you high, just kind of stirs your little. You know, and it fucking works, dude. That's it. So good. Oh my god. Well, I started it because all my friends started doing it, and people I trust and not burnout and shit. And I listened to something on NPR where like CEOs and execs were microdosing, like Silicon Valley people. Yeah, and I was like, all right, that guy's worth $2.2 billion. And he's taking a microdose. I'm gonna look into this, you know. He's not smoking trash. Yeah, and then I tried it, and it fucking helped. You just do it like every third day. And you're not, if you're microdosing every day, you're doing it wrong, you know, like it's not meant like that, and it just stirs your little happy juice just enough, lights you up, and now that it's kind of being decriminalized in a lot of states, they're doing more and more scientific studies on it, and it's really just showing profound effects with war veterans, soldiers, schizophrenia, drug addicts. It's of course, take that with a grain of salt. The drug addict can also eat a quarter every day and ruin his life. Like I'm at a different place in my life where I was. That's why I made the decision to start dabbling in microdosing. So I was like, I did 7 years, 100%, nothing. So I built my foundation. I felt like I developed enough. I'm still scared. I'm at least smart enough to know I can't have a beer.
Yeah. I'm sorry for putting you in
Are you kidding me? I couldn't go to my family's house. I'm fine. Yeah. Everyone's like, oh shit. It's like, I'm not. It's okay. It's all right. I know where it leads. I'm good. But yeah. I don't remember where I was going. It's been very, very, very beneficial to me and my mental health and anxiety during this dark year we've all had.
I had a guy on here, this filmmaker, he made a really famous YouTube documentary called Florida Man a few years ago. And he's really big into mushrooms now. And now basically what he works on is all about tripping mushrooms. He's dedicated his life to the task and he's tripping every single morning.
Every morning?
Every fucking morning, bro.
That's a bit. That's
a lot.
It's a bit much.
He's hardcore into it. And he talks like, he's story about his dad, how his dad super depressed, PTSD, and his dad still lives here, he lives in LA. And he eventually convinced his dad to try mushrooms and it changed his dad's life.
Yeah, it does.
It changed it for the better. Like, no more suicidal thoughts. The dude's happier. Like, literally
so many stories. Like, there was that one fighter guy that documented it. He's an MMA guy. I don't remember his name, but he had CTE and brain damage. He's fighting, and he was taking pills. He was all fucking up because of fighting, a headband and painkillers. He's a huge dude, so he's taking way more than everyone else. He's a huge fucking dude. And he's drinking like 40 beers a day, he said, because he's fucking 280 and it just takes. Anyways, he was ready to kill himself, and he has a feeling I can't do that, but every thought I had ended so much pain. And then he said he took a hero dose of mushrooms, which is 7 days. So a hero dose? That's what it's called. They call it a hero dose. I call it Cuckoo'sville. Yeah. But he went there and they filmed it, and he thought he died. And he's like, I'm dead. It's kind of funny. I'm fucking dead. But then he comes back and then they do a follow up. He's like, oh my god, I stopped drinking. And it's like a reset. And the same exact story pretty much I heard from like an Army Ranger guy that went to war, war shit. Yeah. And this guy was a smart person. But I have to Google it. But he said that he was just the same thing, sad, depressed, suicidal, and he didn't start out that way. This guy graduated college, went to like West Point after that shit. He's like a fucking elite soldier. And it's like, I need to do something about it. He started traveling the world and doing ayahuasca, mushrooms, toad, liquid toad. He did all of them, and he said by far the best one he did was ibogaine. Ibogaine, I believe he's in Peru or something. He said that. It's the same as like a hero dose. You go there, and he said Father Ivan appeared before him and said like breathe, and he said he like took all the negative dark energy out of him, and he said he's never felt such a release like that in his life. And after that, he was like, no suicidal thoughts, no PTSD, no anxiety. And so then I did some research in the hippie communities. I believe all this shit, but like ayahuasca, it's mother ayahuasca. There's always male and female, and everything. And you gotta say that, non-binary. Yeah, and then so there's mother ayahuasca and father ibogaine, the male and female. And he said that's why he thinks the ibogaine is more beneficial than ayahuasca, because it got rid of all that toxic masculinity baggage. Although I am a fan of masculinity and being a man, just not the toxic. I think like it's everyone just makes it so divisive. Like fuck masculinity. It's like no. Masculinity is good. Build a house, provide for your family, hunt. Toxic masculinity is bad. Like let's It's fucking different. You know, everything is so weird.
What are you gonna vote for, Caitlyn Jenner?
I don't even know. I don't know who the options are.
She's ready to transform California.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of anyone that gets away with vehicular manslaughter. Yeah, you know, rich.
Yeah, for sure. Can't imagine a world where Caitlyn Jenner is the governor, and who would be her vice? I mean, the Terminator was. Yeah, that's what the Terminator was. But he's pretty cool.
That one I'll give a pass. It's Terminator too,
Yeah,
bro.
Terminator's the Terminator.
I don't think I was old enough to vote, but I ain't gonna lie. I'd be like, you too?
Yeah.
Dude, that's great. I've watched it any day, every day. It's the best action movie I've ever seen.
Yeah.
So good. She still holds up. God damn. James Cameron, you're fucking genius, bro. He's made the best movies. I heard he's a big deal. That good. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, that's the message. Awesome.
When you make that good of movies, you can be a dickhead.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I forgot that he made that. That was one of the best.
Alien.
That's the one where he ends the thumb up and he goes in the lava.
Yeah. Terminator 2, greatest action movie ever. But maybe John Wick. Those are my two favorites.
I hadn't even seen John Wick.
Oh, I got to go.
That's what I've been telling him for so long. I've been telling him.
Shoot 'em up movie I've
Oh,
ever
he's
seen.
so badass.
So fucking dope.
Do you have to watch them like in sequence?
No,
Watch them, 1, 2, 3?
it's a gun movie.
Okay,
It
all right.
doesn't need to.
It has a storyline, but it's all the same.
I know.
First one actually is somewhat realistic.
Yeah.
After that, I hate fans too. Everyone's a hater. They're like, it's like, it's a movie, guys. Like, realistic. He took on 9 guys. It's a fucking movie. It's action.
Yeah.
Enjoy it. Obviously realistic.
Yeah, they're awesome.
I like it. I want to see Expo Bonds in it. The dude from the Mavs, the tall dude. The tall dude with 10 years. Yeah, he's a bad guy. I've seen this where he's in a grocery store and like John Wick beats his ass. He's like an 8 foot tall, big giant looking guy.
Oh,
He's like
okay.
Andre the Giant.
Yeah. I didn't know that guy was a ball
Yeah,
player.
he's a pro basketball player.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Yeah, he's great.
Yeah, watch John Wick.
I'm going to watch it.
First one's the best. Start there, but it doesn't matter.
All right, I'll watch it.
It's so
I'm gonna binge it tonight. It took him forever to watch Trailer Park Boys too. I started watching Trailer Park.
Oh my god, I love that show. It's so good. Rest in peace, was it Randy?
It's all right.
I like that.
Jim Leahy.
That's right.
Did he just die?
Yeah.
About a year or so ago.
Yeah. Dude, that show's so
Done.
funny.
Yeah, it's funny. You gotta be super.
Bubbles.
You gotta be.
Fucking Bubbles.
That's one
Stealing
nice
cars.
fucking kitty right there.
Yeah, they're classic characters. And you can see the evolution of the show if you watch it. Like, it's like so grainy, like you filmed it with your little handheld. And it gets
Production
That's
quality
a
gets
perfect
better.
example. Those guys just made something out of nothing. You know, the camera, the production on this show is better than them.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
And then they're funny, and then it just kept going.
Like some friends and made some shit.
They're just like fucking CKY, right?
Yeah.
Like they,
Oh, yeah.
They started like CKY. It's
Oh,
just
dude, I watched that in high school.
Oh, yeah.
I remember that freestyle by that one for Yellow. And that
Yeah,
was-
Brandon.
Yeah.
Brady
Yeah.
DiCamillo.
Dude.
Oh man.
CKY was when you started in everything.
Everything. My buddies started jumping off buildings.
Yep, yeah.
But we didn't even film it. It was just for pain.
Really?
So stupid.
We filmed it.
Yeah, look
No.
at Jason filmed everything.
I started
We
filming
didn't
it.
have
for it.
We just have the memory
Yeah.
and the broken bones.
Oh my god, we got so much fucking love. I feel like that CKY era, when they start making those documentaries, videos, and posting those, selling the DVDs, that must have inspired so many
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
kids.
Oh, yeah.
Millions. I mean,
I met Gunn at a club once. And
Really?
Yeah, rest in peace. I was hammered on that shit. Fucking Ryan Dunn, bro. And he's like, yeah. I was like, you're my hero, dude. He's like, all right. And that was really cool. He gave me a hug, dude.
really?
I was sweaty, all drugged out kid. He's like, fuck yeah, bro. And I just remember it was real kind words in the club. And he's yelling in my ear. He's like, that's awesome. And I don't know why. I just remember saying, like, I fucking love you and Led Zeppelin, bro. I just named those two things. I guess it's good company to
Hell
be in.
yeah.
You know, obviously fans of a lot of shit. But yeah, Ryan Dunn, Jackass, that whole crew, CKY.
Bam fucking going
Bam.
downhill.
Yeah,
He's
he's a perfect example.
basket case right
He
now.
stayed too long.
Yeah. He's on like
He
male
stayed
dance
too
too
long.
long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see him. Oh yeah, all the time. For sure. I mean, he's fucking just watching social media. So it's fucking sad to see it spiral like that.
Sad, spiraling. He's all puking on camera. He looks like he's gonna die. Bam. I love you, bro. Get sober, man. Yeah. Coach Ibo game, bro.
Ibo game.
Hail Marys. It's like, go do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
Rehab ain't working. Go to Peru. Do ayahuasca and Ibo game. You're gonna fucking die, man. You done it?
Not the Ibo game.
I've done ayahuasca. How was that?
It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
That was good. I mean, it wasn't like a super relief of everything pulled out of me, but it's definitely a very spiritual,
Yeah.
thing to go through, and it's really good for sure.
Yeah, there's no guarantee of that. Like that war, dude. That was like his fifth one, you know.
Really?
And that's when he was like, "Oh, I finally got rid of the thing I was trying to get rid of."
Right. Yeah, I wasn't really trying to get rid of that. Yeah, he's never high doses. It's too high.
Double down.
Double down, brother.
I would double down. That process, it's like it's helpful experience, puking and shitting your pants, but that you have a rebirth process, and it cleanses you with all purge. You know, that's the
Bad
story.
energy.
Yeah, it's like a rebirth. You're just like, oh, fuck, you shed that bullshit you've been holding on, whatever the fuck it is, childhood trauma, war, fighting, abuse, I don't know.
If I eat too much of the edible, I feel that way. I'm telling you, I fucking
That's different, bro. That's just anxiety.
I just gotta step up. I gotta start building my tolerance higher. Craig, thanks for doing this, bro. I really appreciate it. Tell everybody where to find all your shit.
Oh, I'm sorry. That was
My bad.
Sorry. What's up?
I was saying, how long are you here? What do you
I'm 4 more shows, Saturday, Sunday. Come get these jokes, baby.
Hell yeah. Tell me where they can follow you.
Craig P. Conant on all social media platforms. CraigConant.com. I'm touring. I got 45 cities this year. Go to my shows. You know. This is my foot in the door tour. The same tour. So fucking make me look good. Have them bring me back, everybody. I love you all. Thank you. Hell yeah, bro. Thanks for coming.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
Goodbye, world. Peace.
You know what? Just head to Quert.com, BRNT. Use the code VITER, and you're good to go. And after you order, they'll ask you where you heard about Brunt. Do us a favor. Tell me they sent you. You will not be disappointed. Brunt, they're the best.
Hello,
What else?
world. Today, my guest is Roger Reeves. Roger is a former pilot and international drug smuggler who ended up in prison for 33 years in 26 different prisons in 7 different countries spanning 4 continents. His friend associates span the globe, from the Medellin cartel kingpins George Ochoa and Pablo Escobar to Mr. Nice, Howard Marks, and the infamous Barry Seal, who was Roger's close friend and employee. In his early 30s, Roger was making over $1 million a day flying back and forth from Colombia, and he eventually hired Barry Seal. And on the podcast, Roger gives vivid details to their relationship up to the very end of Barry's life. Roger escaped from prison 5 separate occasions, was shot down in both Mexico and Colombia, and tortured almost to death in Mexican prison. It is with great honor I introduce the gripping tale of Roger Reeves. All right, good morning, Roger.
And good morning to you, Dan.
Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you traveling all the way from the West Coast.
It was my pleasure.
So, to open this up, you served 33 years in prison, 26 different 26 different countries? No, 26. Oh, okay. So, on 4 continents. 33 years, 26 prisons, 7 countries, 4 continents. That's right. Wow. How did all of this happen? How did you end up here? Why don't you give people who aren't familiar with who you are give people sort of a brief summary of your story and who you are.
All right, I was born down in St. Louis in 1943. My folks went down there to work, and I was born there. And then after the war, we moved back to Georgia on a 3-year farm to buy some cotton. But I stayed on that farm for 25 years. My daddy died when I was young. He was an alcoholic. And said his brothers and sisters just let go of it. And I went to work at 14 years old in the grocery store, paying the lunch money. I started off $3 a day in the lunch money, $3 a day. And I got a raise the next year and $4 a day. So I never did have a salary left over. So I think it kind of made me appreciate some money. So I got out of school and finished school and went up to Canada. I worked in tobacco. I was at the tobacco farm around Ontario, Canada. They have a lot of tobacco. The Belgians are growing it. And I went up there and working tobacco for $20 a day. I went to a carnival, a bear on a carnival for $500 reward. I didn't get the bear beat me up. So I went to the beach the next day and there was a pretty girl in the towel. I talked to her. That's my husband 60 years ago.
And that's your wife then. How old were you when you met her? 15 years. That's incredible.
We got married a couple years later. And we have 3 children. And I got a job on the railroad. And I started making peanut bar and money. And finally, I wound up with 36,000 chickens, laying eggs, and prices kept going up, kept going down. So I started making moonshine. I made 1,000 gallons a week, and I had 1,800 gallons each. And those blew up. I thought the revenue was awesome. Anyhow, I had quite a run with them shooting at me in the bloodhounds and getting away from that. And we decided we might ought to leave. We're kind of ashamed to go to church and people pointing specters at us. The grand jury getting indicted. They voted 12 for us. So we moved out to California where I went to work construction. I was painting and working in concrete and framing and any other thing that had hard work. Then I got on the fire department and down to the beach. I drove the back of a 180 foot ladder truck for several years. And then we went up to high school, had a salmon trawl up there. And then we came back and went back to work on the fire department. I just took a year's leave of absence. And I was hauling antiques. I met a fellow, and I was buying antiques around that family. Like one of the first pictures I had my truck, I did take them to antique go and sell them. Every day I'd make me $100, $200. So this fellow said, why don't you get them at a deal? There's no antiques there that you can see. I said, well, back in the 70s, the 1800s, they would come in the train to the Mississippi River. And they take the ferry boat across and take all the pianos and the big sideboards and the tables, and they couldn't get them in the Studebaker wagons. Realize it, the covered wagons was mostly Studebakers. All right. So we loaded up, and started hauling antiques out of Missouri back to California and putting them in auction. Geographic books. It's talking about mercury and gold worth 13 times more these days. I said, I should go get me a load of that stuff. Mercury. It's an article in National Geographic, something to talk about. We bumped along 45 miles an hour, load of antiques. So he says, oh, that stuff is so heavy, it knocked a hole in the bottom of your airplane. That was Cessna 182 by that time.
Oh, you already had an airplane?
I had an airplane, yes.
At what point did you decide you wanted to learn how to fly and be a pilot?
Oh, when I was young, I was a big jungle pilot. And he's a man named Saint, started missionary aviation fellowship. And I read that book in my heart, and oh, I was just in love with that. And he started missionary aviation fellowship. And so it spread all over the world. These men flying missionaries in and out, sick people in and out of the jungle, they fly medicine, and he would just drop it with a cord and a bucket to them until they could fill the script for him. Boy, I would like to do that. I'm not made to be a teacher, but I could do something like that. Yeah. So that was my idea. To learn to fly. So I learned to fly at Douglas, Georgia.
Really?
Yes.
How long did it take you to learn, to get your license and everything?
Oh, I flew a long time before I got my license. I got one of the stickers for it. About 8 hours before the instructor stepped out. I bought a Cessna 152 and I flew that thing all the way to Nome, Alaska before I got my license. Wow. And I had a hairy experience up there chasing wolves.
Chasing what?
Wolves. I was taking the real instamatic camera, taking pictures of wolves, and I got right down real slow and low, and that thing stalled on me. Right above the wolves, it just almost turned upside down right across the tundra. I think that was one of my lives. So anyway, that's why I learned to fly. That's when I went flying. So I just kept getting until I got a second one that wanted.
Did you ever think that you could make money being a private pilot or anything? Or?
No, I didn't. I was working with the fire department. I had a little extra money. I had a painting crew and buying and selling antiques. Just was into chips. I think they paid $7,500 for 182. Those things $300,000.
How much did you pay?
I paid $7,500 for
$75 for a Cessna
182.
Cessna 182.
Yes.
Wow.
And now they're over 300,000. You buy used with my most used. That's right. So he says, "Won't you hold marijuana? That's the hottest thing out there. I don't know anything about it. I've heard kids smoking it." I said, "What was he saying?" He said, "I think they pay $10,000 for a trip down there." I said, "I'm all right." I said, "What would he do if he catch you?" He said, "Things almost illegal in California." So he introduced me to, "You got an airplane? You fly?" I said, "Yeah, I'm doing fishing all the time anyway. They don't have a boss."
Where were you going fishing?
In Mexico.
Were you really?
Yeah, I fly down there on some of my days off. Take the children down there, baby, and so we just had a nice life. We went across to Mexico and Southern California.
Right.
So I went down to the lake and they gave me $10,000 in a paper bag. That was 2 years pay in the fire department. Took it on the bed. Marty put her hand up over her mouth and, "Oh my, I don't believe it." And the baby grabbed the $100 going around and we just laughed. We didn't know anything. So we put it along.
So what was that like the first time you flew down to Mexico to pick up marijuana?
I mean, it was just picturesque. It really was.
What kind of people did you meet? Was it what you expected? Was it shady at all?
Not at all. I went to a place called Jalapa, Veracruz. It's the capital of the state of Veracruz. It's up in the mountains. And it was like Bible times. The people had like stone basins in the streets. And they were scrubbing the clothes of women. And I went to church, a Catholic church, and I walked around. And there was the Stations of the Cross. I'd never seen those carved. All the Stations of the Cross in a Catholic church. I understand now that they have to protect them because they're such valuable art pieces. And I was impressed with that. And then I went out early morning to the airport to leave the marijuana. And I had my fireman's badge in my wallet. And so the old guard on duty, he was kind of suspicious of it. And I showed him my fireman's badge and he was all helpful. So then I taxied down to London and met me with the van and put the stuff in. And I was coming back across and didn't have enough fuel. I knew I was going to have to land somewhere. So I got a little abandoned strip of a little stone house at the end of it. And then the marijuana got in with me. So I put him out there and there was a little boy, Fergie Oates, and his name was Lazarus. So we put the marijuana in that stone house and I flew into, I think that's one of the cities of Mexico. And we came back out and sat down and had lunch with the little boy. And came back in there and flew on home.
Were you nervous at all? And you were flying and you flew down there alone?
Yes. But man, they don't get marijuana flew back with.
Okay. And then at what point did he pay you? When you landed back in the U.S.?
Yes, he was in the next day. And then the next load, they cheated me out of it. That was all they had. So the second load, they didn't have to pay me.
Really?
Yeah. So I found him. I sniffed it after we found him in New York, and I went up there and stuck a gun in his ear and took him down to the wharf. And he was so nervous he couldn't even light a cigarette. He thought it was going to kill me. I went for him a call, but I was just scared him to pay him my money, so I took his dog. Wow. His dog was named Rothschild, a beautiful little long-haired setter. And he was so upset about taking his dog. He said, take my wife, take my wife. I said, no, that's illegal. Take your dog. So I called him up and I kept the dog and he chewed his foot bone. Believe me,
Because this guy didn't pay for the second trip.
Right. I never paid for so much until I went out. I said, give him his dog back. Right. You gonna bring his dog back.
How did you find it? You hired a private investigator to like hunt down?
He went up to a cabin where this guy was in and where he lived. In the fireplace with some papers, and he looked at it, and there was where the dog was shipped to Vancouver County and from there transshipped back to New York. So he copied the numbers and all that before he touched it. He disintegrated and found out where he got the address where the bill was. Wow. He wasn't really a private detective, he was better than a private detective. He was the guy that first introduced me to these.
Oh, he was the guy who introduced you.
Okay, man, riding across country.
Right. So then what happened? Did you have an itch to keep doing this stuff? Or?
Oh, yeah. Now, this is just easy. I went to see it.
You had absolutely zero fear of being caught or getting any kind of trouble.
No, well, just the treetop level, baby buses sometimes be in my wheel wells, and I was afraid of hitting a power line tonight or something more so than I was getting caught.
What was the reason for flying so low?
People radar. They got radars and wheels down there, so they try to catch pilots.
Oh, okay. What year was that?
1973.
73.
I went to the lawyer and I said, lawyer, what will happen if I get caught with that load of marijuana bringing in? He says, you work in the fire department? Yeah. I said, yeah, they have been police. They never had a traffic ticket. No, she never moved in violation. So you get probation. The most you get a year and serve 4 months. Working on the military. I like that story. So I went and bought me a bigger airplane, a Cessna 207. That thing would carry 1,100 pounds, and I could make $20,000 in a day.
How much was that for?
$35,000.
Cessna 207.
Right. It's a stretch 286, but it's the same engine, just nice. So 150 mile an hour. Carries 1,100 pounds and go 1,000 miles. It's great to be tired. So I started. I bought me a new cattle. I didn't know about all this. About raising people. And I had my mother, my baby sister, come out in Georgia. And I took him to Jesus. When I moved cattle out, my mother said, what are you doing? I said, I'm hauling cattle. How much you get? I said, I'm making $40,000 in a day. I want to get on. Well, they get the kick back. I told her, but the lawyer was like, pretty much at the most. I said, what do you think, Mom?
Wow. That's amazing. So, did you ever bring a co-pilot with you, or did you always like always? And at this point, you're how old? 30 years old. You're flying down every day, making $40,000.
Yeah, you got to do about once a week, and then you have 6 months or something to make that. Okay. So you had to work hard.
Are you still dealing with the guy who you had to hunt down and steal his dog?
I just got in touch with him a few weeks ago. He got in touch with me on Facebook.
I mean, at this point, when you're routinely flying to Mexico and back, are you still with the same guy?
No, we separated a little bit. Okay, yeah, there were no hard feelings. I think we just getting shit ready involved in it.
So you found somebody else.
I didn't even have introduced myself.
So what did you do? You just flew down to the same location and said, hey, who's got pot?
Well, he had just got a little king. It was really something just massive marzipan and space center on the wall. And it came through a cliff and a river that had like a waterfall. And then they would pour called pizza. starting donkeys, looked like starting people. And that on the bend of the river in the sand was a 900-foot runway. It could be called the runway. It's real short, but the technical is everything. But it's all the road. So this yellow runway was too short, too fast, too heavy, you know, where you are. So I was taking my fuel down with me, and Mari and I would go to the grocery store and get food and toys for the children. And I'd pass out the boxes and they just left them. So every day morning with children, that's what that's fun with. It was the American Santa Claus.
The American Santa Claus.
Yeah, we. I hauled many loads out of there. One time I did it. I did it. 13 days in a row, like a whole day. And so on day 13, I had to do something like New York. Watch out, don't do it. So I just got walking. The earliest guy, ugly man. Okay, I'm sure this place, yeah, paying this everybody is off, no problem.
This is the 16 you're taking every day. Yeah. You're used to it, 13 hours the whole day.
Yeah, well, it wasn't no fun. I was on stacked up by tons. Okay, I'm hauling all like all that.
Right.
But Pedro would get in with me and walk in to tell him where he was going to walk the highway. Sometimes it'd be 20, 30, 40 miles away. And I would, Pedro would get in the plane with me. He was right. We'd take off and go over. And there would be a 2-ton truck blocking the highway with rifles or machine gun on it. And about a mile down the road, would be another one blocking the highway. So I was on a major freeway.
Well, why did they block the highway?
That was my runway. Holy shit. So no cars could come. And so I ran, put 1,100 pounds in that plane and all this, like a bucket brigade off the truck. I'd shake hands with all the Mexicans with their sombreros, and I'd get back in the plane and take off over the next one.
Oh my God.
So every day we did it in a different place on different highways. So on day 13, I had the bad shooting all night long. It was just like food. I just had to eat my early night. And the next morning I went down and brushed my teeth. And Kenneth put me in that down with me. And I got in the airplane, Pedro got in, and I fired it up. And I thought fired it up. I looked over Alicia, and I was a busted time. And Pedro's yelling, "Policia, Policia, Policia." And I'm not at the end of the strip. I'm up partway, about halfway, so only got about 400 or 500 feet in front of me. I usually just go there and taxi back down and turn around. So I just put the power to back to the firewall, full engine and all, just went tearing off down the end of that strip. And when it got to the end of it, I was doing about 40, 50 miles an hour, and I rotated. And when I did, there was 4 of them, 2 on each side, and they just shredded that airplane with machine guns. There was 80 bullets in there, and they shot me down. And windows were shot out. I lost the top of my head, my knee, and we shot off. And
What were they shooting you from?
Both sides of the runway from the ground. See, I just run between. Right as I went to lift off, they just sprayed. They just really. It was like one of the Bonnie and Clyde cars. So I went into shock, I reckon, because the world was turning yellow. And time slowed down. And the gasoline was just pouring in on where the bullets had gone up in the tanks above my head. And the windshield was out. And a bullet was hit the strut right in front of me. And pieces of splinters were all in my face and my chest. And I just hit them into the river. It was coming quick. And it looked like in the river it was going to be deeper. This stone, they did this table. It looked like great turtles just with daylight. And then I thought, I'll crash on top of those and maybe I can live. So I just pulled the power. I didn't have no control over the yoke whatsoever over the elevator. And it went straight in. When the first hit, the nose came off, and the second hit, the nose came in underneath there. And I'm sitting there, I guess I'm unconscious from the joke. And Pedro was shaking like, "Come on, Roger, come on, Roger, come on, Roger." And I just skipped out over the nose of the plane onto the river. And they said Rolly was coming, they were sure shooting for a couple of points, and it was a pistol. Later on, I couldn't carry pistols, probably not found more trouble than I did. But anyhow, that one, I know I made it down, and I just recently pulled out of his holster because now the radio where it was taped to is upside down, so it's just right there, and I popped a few caps at those guys, and they ran them off. They said, we took off, and then I saw the paper shit with me, so I had to look at it. And it wasn't even all that bad, it was just like white. But so I took my t-shirt off, and I had it reeling up the mountain, and it was an old donkey, looked like she was 30 years old, she did that. She was shine off, you ready? And we jumped on that donkey without a driverless saddle, and we looked, I understand now, it was 7 miles. And we came to a little house in a clearing, and it was a small man, and he was plowing, and he had a little horse hooked to a little cow, and the two of them were wooden yoke across their back. He was pulling a little cow, and some stumps, and he was trying to make a living out of it. A burn place, I would do that sometimes. So we went in his house, and his wife and his daughter put some fall from my wings and poured diesel all over it. Piece of flies, diesel, kill diesel. Took off, and he was gone all day, and that afternoon, a bunch of us cotton up into the yard, and there was a doctor there, Dr. Benjamin Stokes, a red coat doctor, and he gets a shot in the thing, taking shots, and he tried to find the bullet. I still have my foot, and he looked for it, and he said he had to go. And they paid me to get to the hospital. It killed one person on the ground. They tried to run away with me. So they took us to a road, we rode away in and we got to a truck. It was a 2-ton Chevy loaded with pan. So they dug holes inside the little holes on the other side, buried us down in that corner, covered us up. The kid was placed in my face. They got the real rough road, and every time that truck would roll inside the other, it would roll in on the end of it, they back off my face. And we went through 3 roadblocks. And they said they had a team of soldiers and over 100 of them looking for an American shotgun, but we did. And up to the highway after some night. Came into a house, had a white pan. They just kept changing the gears. I think they changed it 20 times before I got the blood and all the blood off of me for that episode. And they got a taxi. And they got a new taxi to take me to Guadalajara because they said the roads all north was blocked. So the man was a little dwarf of a man. And I love this story. I owned them morphine pills and the stuff that I had. And I laid back on a big blanket, and that little fella talked all night long. I said, Senor, do you have a family? Oh, I have a beautiful wife, daughter, and sister. Let me tell you how I got a beautiful wife. I live with my mother, my little mother, and you can see no girl with me. I had my eye on door across the room. And one day she's playing the flute, and the basketball is coming by, and I opened the door into the yard, and my mother opened the door in the house. And she sits in the chair and sits there still all night. And I told her I love her, and I want to marry her, but she won't even look at her. I said, she won't early in the morning. We have to let her do. So she went home and just to take out, she knocked on her door. And hard-hearted father said, get away from here, you prostitute. You're like some man. You're not my daughter. Go away. So she hung her head down and walked away. And that's when I went up and told her, Dora, let's go to the party. And she said, well, that's all I got to do. And said, you know, one year, she had a beautiful. And I told her that. Because he's such a high performer. That's why it doesn't make any sense. And she, the next year we had another boy. And that year I'm driving a dog. So we called him Dog. And I know you don't believe it. The third year we have another beautiful boy. And at that time I'm driving a Chevrolet. And the police were not pushing him Chevrolet. So I had to teach that son of a gun to drive before he was pushing him Chevrolet. And Senor, that's how I got my 3 boys, 4 guys in Chevrolet.
That's incredible. Wow.
Yes, so like, when I was my book, I had one, I believe, 41 chapters. Maybe just like 2 pages or 10 pages long.
So on that last story you told, where you got shot down by the federales, and you got shot in the toe,
And the top of the foot, across the top of the
and
head.
the top of the head. After you went and got all fixed up and you were getting transported to the court, and where did you eventually end up after all that?
I went to Lahore and I flew back to Los Angeles. Laurie took me to Wilmington, where I got headed to the hospital.
Okay, how old were you at that point? Was that your first time actually being shot at?
The revenue was shot at was back in Georgia before.
The who?
The federal revenue was back in Georgia when I was making whiskey. They
Oh.
shot at 8 of them shot me to get rid of that.
In your plane?
No, I was on the ground running.
Oh.
From a whiskey liquor store.
Holy
Yeah, they may kill you. They don't care. If they got a badge and a gun and you don't do what they say, they'll just kill you.
right.
It's like, I don't need that license to kill.
But it was your first time actually in the when you got into the transporting business, flying drugs back and forth. It's the first time that you encountered any kind of resistance. And so after you get back home to LA and with Mari, you get fixed up at the hospital, and I'm sure your wife's trying to convince you to stop this, right?
I was pretty cool about it. We went to Hawaii and I had to put my foot up on a clutch. So I had to keep it higher in my head for a month because that thing was raw. And so we put on Randy's Pina Colada at this hotel in Hawaii. And then we went to,
How bad did your foot get messed up?
just to keep it totally off the top of his face. And one slug got into the shit and that has to become a part of it. So I would hurt bad. I would be Nick.
And one scraped right across the top of your head.
So then we went to see about the east. We rented a little Volkswagen thing. My foot was stuck out the window, so it was above my head in a military boot all tied up. I had my Chevy leaning on the ice and always driving. She's going fast in that little Volkswagen to look into the hills and down towards the Banya. And the rough streets come out and pushed her back to halt. So they explained that we passed a certain path up the road 10 kilometers and we got here too fast and we were speeding. And it's going to cost 500 dinars. And Mark's laughing trying to take that picture. And I said, 500 dinars? You have to take her to jail. Well, she straightened up right quickly.
I'm sorry to say this too,
and I paid it $5.
Oh, okay.
That's what we did. And I came back and I mentioned the Twin Beach at Long Beach. It was a famous one.
she's Irish, right?
And I started engine what?
A twin engine beach car.
Okay.
All twin beaches are beach 18s.
Okay.
And I bought 12 of those in my life.
Is that one of those seaplanes that lands in the water?
No, it's just a big it's like it's a big twin engine plane with radio engines, very big round engines on front of it, like motorcycles.
Oh, okay.
So they were wonderful fun.
Is that the biggest plane that you've been on so far?
Yeah, I felt I was really in the big time. Mari was in Atlanta, and I bought it in, I bought the plane in Wisconsin. So I flew down to Atlanta and picked it up. They were still, I remember we were in the 797 Juliet parked up, keep your speed up 180. 747 over to the right on runway such and
Wow.
Boy, I mean, I landed in taxiway.
You're flying with the big dog.
I'm helping it. I was trying to smile on my face. And so I was taxied a long way and went up to Hangar 1. And they rolled out the carpet and Marty walked out there and come up with a 30 and got my plane and we flew away. So that was a step up like I see them flying a 747 from it.
Wow. That's incredible. So what happens next?
Well, I flew that thing every year in the beach. I tear them up one bogged down, other one I hit the end of the ditch in the night, landing off the runway.
So you immediately start taking like mid big planes to make sure you keep.
Oh yeah, now I'm making about $80,000 a trip.
Okay, going to the same spot.
No, we go different places.
Okay.
I went to Colombia and Panama and Jamaica. I like the one in Jamaica. That had the fireman down there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I'd get at night. After midnight or something, and I would taxi it. Taxi was almost 2 miles long. Basically, and I'd say Kingston Tower, whatever my number was, I have a cabin fire lights up. And all of a sudden, the fire trucks would come out of the station and come down. They'd go at 10 o'clock.
Wow.
We got it fixed now. Thank you, Kingston.
Wow, that's awful creative. So you weren't always landing on highways.
No highway. That was the only time I did it. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I get military bases all the time.
Right. So you continue doing this day in, day out. $8,000 a day, no problem. No
Probably during the season. I'd wait a month. It wasn't just all about the right.
So how long does this last before? This lasts for 10 years. How long does this last before
police
before something else happens? Not like necessarily before you're arrested, but like the story of. I remember there's a story where you're flying and you have to make a landing and you're stuck in the mud and end up getting stranded out in the jungle.
That's one of my favorite stories. Let me tell you that story.
How did that happen? This episode of the podcast,
I went down
and was this, and what plane? I mean, I'm sure, how many planes did you go to over the 25 different planes?
Yes. That I didn't use.
And out of the 25 planes, like, what happened to most of the planes? Did we actually shot at?
Most of them by something different.
Okay.
I must have tore, I think, four of them tore completely up. Yeah, one of the pilots had tore another one for me.
When you say tore up, what do you mean by that? You just crashed over the top?
Oh, one of them was bogged down in the sand on the runway, and here comes the helicopters. You run off and leave it, so you just abandoned the plane after you nothing else to do.
Jeez. Okay, so where were we? We're talking about the story where you tried to land it, and
I had bought a beautiful two-seat museum piece. I believe you know it, and it was lovely. Pieces where you in front of the seat, let down with exotic wood carved in different colors for the countries. I had to take that interior out, but I did. And I went down to Colombia, and I had to wait on the script for time to do because I was over in the gorilla country. And while waiting, I went over and I went to sleep under a tree. There were four of us. I had a co-pilot, and the man that was picking me up, and he had some other fellow who nowhere to go. And I was in a hammock asleep after lunch, and I was under a tree, and I just heard it rolling out. And rolled out of that hammock, and I looked up at the last end of two military jets going straight after the brother was going. And they turned to get on an air show, and they come up there and get tours up here inside the building. I said, woo. And I jumped right in, and I ran to the other point. And I just gave the guy $80,000, and he took over in the truck the other way. So I got in the plane, and I took off right in with me. And the two fellows had about 12 barrels of gasoline back in the baggage area where the seats used to be in the cabin. And they 55-gallon drums of aviation fuel. So I took off, and the two jets got right beside me. The pilot was so close, almost like you and I did. They kept telling me to go to Via Vicencio.
How were they telling you? On the radio?
No, they was pointing. that night.
You could see the
Yeah,
nuts.
they had their wingtips over my wingtips. They want me to go to the military base. They point at it. And I just put the old hippie sign up and took my hand at them. I didn't think they would shoot me. So they just kept swarming on me, and I kept slowing that DC-3 down until they were just standing on their tails, burning all kinds of fuel, black smoke coming out of their tails.
Those things aren't meant to go that slow.
No, so anyhow, they kind of went under me and started shooting them 20-millimeter cannons. Just shake them. So I pushed the nose over so they couldn't get on me. I'd fly 3 top level, and later on they said if I tried to crash into them. So later on they come in and shot holes in the tail. Tell them to get a sweep of the hip. And oh boy, they got my attention. And then they shot up the left wing tip. And I said, oh my. And there's one of them left, I guess, a few. So there was a rolling cloud. First off, I couldn't believe it. If I didn't take on a DC-3, they had a team that you stick in your truck. So that if the hydraulic collapses, the plane that's down by the ground. Took out those just like a structure. And I left those pins, and I got into those fast. So I was a big pasture up here, so I landed, and it was rougher than it looked. And fuel caps popped off all over the place. And so on the World Series baseball game, it interrupted this baseball game to tell you that American DC-3 has just been shot down by Colombian jets. This is the first plane that's been shot down on Reagan V. Warren's jets. And then in a minute it says, "Huxley's up and away. We'll keep you posted." I took off again.
This was in the middle of the World Series and you were being chased by these Colombian fighter jets.
Yes,
There's actually like a recording of it during the World Series. Wow. So that would be cool for the Fox series.
I would. I think I got enough time to respond.
Really? Okay.
So, went on and I went into these balls, took off and I went into these balling clouds and the clouds stick close to the mountains in the sockets. And those mountains were 20,000 feet. And I was afraid to go much further, so I went on up to about 20,000 feet and I started getting some height. So I came back out again. And there was that jet right there.
Got your place?
Wow.
Was it all metal like that too? All like shiny metal, like one of those Airstream bears?
I thought it was beautiful. Boom, boom, boom. Shoot at me again.
His are the struts.
I already got them out. Popped off again with no fuel cap.
Oh, you crashed with us.
Just a big cap.
Okay.
Everything's huge tires, big as a semi-truck,
Okay.
stuff like that. Oh, that was rough. I mean, it was up and down. I got out, took those cans out, took off again. So, but I was afraid that he's going to get his fuselage.
Right.
He's got fuel. I need to get gas tanks. I just do it. So, yeah, I was serious about it. So, I went back here and I thought, okay, I think we're going to place the phone glassing up real fast. So I just took it over into a stall into a spin right down to about 2,000 feet. And I just spin right under it. It was just beautiful down there.
So, okay, explain that again for people who aren't familiar with flying aviation. So, you took again from the Cowpasture, and you flew up to how high? 40,000 feet? And that plane wasn't made to fly that high.
They didn't do that high, but you need oxygen. You can stand, you're not supposed to go 15,000 feet without oxygen, but you can stand for a while.
Right.
You lose your pressure.
Okay. And so, what was the reason that you purposely stalled the airplane first?
To get away from that, to get away from jet. I was going to leave him up there, so I just stalled. And when you stall one, you put it up into a stall, fall over one wing, and it's like a falling leaf, and it just spirals. And it's spiraling. Just almost go down as fast as you could. I mean, wow, really good. It's like just falling on one.
Is this something that you have done before? Like, I mean, crazy maneuver. So you learned that and the reason that you stalled the airplane was to get off of his radar or
just get away from him. Just do something maneuver real quick.
just so like out of nowhere you stop and you drop and then you lose you.
Well, I didn't know you would be here. Right. So I got away from him and I said, bullet. All right.
Your adrenaline's pumping.
I'm going to go get that load of marijuana. 3 tons waiting on us down there. We can't go back to the gorilla. So they done run us off. Right. We got to wait for about dark to get there. Right. So I'm flying around the area. It's way in down close right after. That's where I was supposed to go to start with. We were waiting at that other farm until we could go in the evening to the gorillas.
Right.
So I see a long grassy strip. It looks like it's 20 feet above the river. And I said, I got to spot we're going to have no fuel for our afternoon. And so on this grass, I guess it was about really steep, and I just touched the wheel down lightly, and I made a half a mile. The wheel 18 inches wide. I guess the first grade it looked good, and the second row it looked bigger, and the third one 4 or 5 times. It really moved right in the tire each time. It was hard as a rock. So I told him,
So you kept going down, touching down, and going to make you were making your own runway.
So, wow. So I did it, and
What did you learn how to do this? Is this something that you learned? Like you know,
on the farm and the tractor, you do all kinds of stuff. It looked like it was smooth, but what I didn't know, so I had the co-pilot thing out. And so when we was almost coming to a stop, I feet off that brake out. I don't have my feet on the brake. And what happened was that thing rolling. And the 2 tires, they were broken. Like just right easy, real hard play, and beneath that was soup with water and stove. So the wheels went through, and it started slowly getting up there. So it went right straight up, and the nose and all was turning slowly on it, and we fell in between the soup. Save our lives.
it was collapsing.
The nose was just, the plane was coming up in the face like this, just like that. And it stopped right straight down 90 degrees. You couldn't afford and the 2 big engines, see those big engines, they held it up. Yeah. And so I just the emergency hatch and stepped out of the grass. Al came in and we reached in, got our suitcases. Now the 2 guys back up in the fuselage, they got kind of banged up with all that drum cases. And it's 100 feet, not 100 feet, it's high over that door. I mean high. So they tied a couple of fuel hoses and they shimmy down. And we set out there. And that was that's when they went down the road and I went through the jungle.
So you're in the middle of nowhere in Colombia.
And I said, listen, I'll eat snakes in the sand for a year before I go by the road. After the Jets had done what they did and what we did. So I went through the jungle, and after 11 days I came to a place. I kept asking the Indians, I'm just tired here. Where are airplanes? London, where is it? Mayo, it's far. And I kept,
Where are airplanes?
where can I find an airplane? Oh, that's in Spanish conjure style. So I speaking to the brown sugar and drink the water. And I had a St. Paul bag from the cleanest plastic, and I put the bought a block of brown sugar, that water in it. I get along pretty good on that. Brown water for some days when I had it to eat. So I finally I came to a place, and wow, what is that? Hawaii, World War II. Last runway, several airplanes at and I knocked on the door. I said, what is this place? How did you pick your name? 86, the lovely voice. I said, I'm touring. Shit, you don't get tourists here. So, this is Loma Linda, headquarters for Missionary Aviation Fellowship for the Amazon. Just tapping on the shoulder. Fly. These are the people at the airplane. And one of their pilots, who were an old military from Canada, flew me out the next morning. And we flew to the same military base where they tried to get me to go. And a policeman reached in and got my bag out of the airplane and put it in a taxi.
Wow.
Does it blow up?
And the other fellow's been in prison for some years.
And then of course it can eat you. You know, the whole thing of getting off in flames and you're fucked.
For sure.
But eventually he did jump off the boat and realized, look at this.
Wow.
Well, he's trying to
And that was the part where
maybe all he has though, you know?
I remember in the book there's a specific part where you guys are in a Jeep and you're riding through the jungle and you see there's a checkpoint and they all went to the checkpoint. They thought they could pay him off.
Yeah.
And you got out of the Jeep and you walked the other way.
We went some ways to start with that first day. Second day, we got a Jeep to take us through. And so we went, I don't know, 20, 30 miles.
So was it at that checkpoint where they got?
I'm sure it was. I never talked to him. So yeah, so one of the guys in prison, he got real mad with me trying to beat me up.
Really?
Because I left him down there.
So at what point in your life is it a chapter about the creation of the Medellin cartel?
Yes.
Now, was that the party that you went to out the airstrip that was supposedly all of the drug gangs around Colombia coming together and forming the cartel?
What had happened was, yeah, I don't understand. There was 10,000 people killing each other. The price of cocaine was $10,000 a kilo in Colombia. $2,000. One could have 10 or 20 kilos, and he'd get to another person to take care of. So I got a pallet, or I got to really get it there. And they would look in the paper, and oh, in New Jersey, I see 40 kilos of busted. Oh, I'm so sorry, senor. You're busted. Bang, bang, bang. Of course, he was being ripped off, and he knew what he was doing. So the Ochoa brothers and Pablo Escobar and a guy named Gaucho and the Mexican, several of them, they got together and said, all right, we would form they didn't call it a cartel, but just like an insurance. We would send to Mexico, to Miami to use for $10,000 a kilo. If it gets busted anywhere between here and New Miami, we will replace it in Colombia. So you can't do it. This can cost you $10,000.
$10,000 just to get it to Miami.
That's right. So they got inundated with 100 tons of cocaine.
So they were like an insured transportation.
Exactly. And I'm the power. All right, there at the beginning of it, I was there.
So you were there at that party, that purpose of creating this alliance.
Well, I don't know that was the purpose of it. They reached some kind of agreement back.
But you had no idea.
I was just down there trying to get some work.
Did you meet any of these guys? And it was like good time.
Oh yeah, I met all of them.
You met Escobar was there?
No, I didn't see it. I saw them on the level, and I got a job.
Yeah, fellow brothers.
They weren't there either. They were behind. Okay. Those police chiefs, they was stand-up comedians, they was actresses, they was all kind of other people.
These were all lower levels.
Oh, they were pretty big things. One guy that I did the first load, he got caught a ton of cocaine in Colombia, and 16 judges were murdered, and he was right nervous. Wow. I did a load for him, and then I gave it to, got shot in the stomach. Okay.
Try to be actors.
All right, I'll tell you how it happened.
Okay.
So I'll back up and tell you. I sold an airplane to a woman from Bolivia, Sonia Villa. She was like a black widow, and she had a lot of people killed. I sold her an airplane. She went to fly base from Colombia, but I didn't deal with her. But through this, I met a man named Jaime Correa. Brilliant man, kind of like Churchill.
South Carolina, August 1, 2, yes. In San Diego,
Beautiful, no working, married, 24 was up. And he was a drunk, but he had cocaine in the so he had a lovely wife. They were older people. And he said, yes, I'll pay $5,000 a kilo, and I'm just telling you. So in sachets this woman from Bolivia, and she kisses him over both cheeks, and he has fur, rabbit fur coats and boots. And so I have this lawyer with me, this introducing me called Roberto Cabot from Bogota. And she said she's going to the United States to so he went to him and said, Roger, over here got some and so she went, yes. So he's doing the same as like this. I tell you, yes, I have a queen there. Queen there. She likes to name queen there. Anyway, I had a plane go down. I have to go to Colombia to get my luggage to go to Bolivia to take her in the trip on flight to get my money. This is a gruesome story. Anyway, we were around there. We were able to pay that you guys fly there. Okay, I said, so you take it there, get the most, you pay all that stuff. So, interest story. So, we landed and they just out through the police and all, and they get a limousine with flags on it from Bolivia, and we get in the cars, and we go down and we go out to the water tank, and it's just a marble, it was like a margarita. Razor wire can't tell you that. It's for prison. And they open the gate, and the helpers are all crying and red-eyed. And what's the matter with you people? We're lying ate the baby. How do you man leaving a baby floor in front of a lion? She had a cougar in the house. I went in behind her, and there's that cougar with blood on his mouth. Diapers, chips, blood all in the room. What? Yes. Oh, man. She hugs the line and runs all the people off. You idiot, you idiot. I never want to see your stupid faces again. No, how you just ate the maid's baby. The maid's baby. The maid's baby. Holy shit. I got my money got on out of there. You're kidding me. And James Clavell looked at this was the big guy, the CIA and the crack cocaine. And they got a couple, I got a couple mentions in it. One of them said more degree files in the 8. And who wrote the book? James Clavell, the same one that wrote it. He was a big deal. The CIA tried to kill him for exposing him of his crack cocaine. So he was like the CIA and the crack cocaine. They developed it in every city in the United States. CIA, yes. What's the story behind it? I don't know. They formed the silver stuff, I suppose. So he said that you were on more DEA reports than Noriega. Yes, and then he's asking her if she can find me and said, we've been looking for 5 years. She's on the 10 most wanted list. If you can tell us where to find Roger, we could get you from you. That's in the so you sold us into your plane, and then this fucking lion eats a baby. And then, so at this point, at what point do you become aware that America is real? They weren't. This is years later. Okay. So I hold money you're making at this point after you sold her your plane. I'm not making much money on that. I'm like losing some. I'm losing pretty good bunch of airplanes and different reasons. I'm not doing very well during those 2 years. So okay, not very well. It was kind of a dry time. Mexico got so hot and I can shut up. I'm in Portugal in Mexican prison. So I didn't go to Mexico anymore. Well, when did this happen? You were tortured in a Mexican prison? Tortured almost to death. Does that tell you about that? I'd like you to tell me about that. Yeah, please, Roger. And is this before or after the Medellin cartel was formed? Okay. Yeah, please tell me about that. Anyhow, I was arrested in Mexico. And my 7, I won't give you that long story where I'm not one that didn't got away from all of them that do was fine and got away. But I had a pilot coming down and and he landed his permanent seal at the international airport. He was 5 miles beyond the cattle ranch. And he just, I don't know why he did it. He didn't have that my phony name and my room number in his pocket. He had $5,000 in federal tried to take it from him. He absolutely no Rothschild said, oh, so. Anyhow, they arrested me and put me in prison. And the number on him was from the city he told. So they let me to confess. So I just can't believe I haven't done anything. I'm just in a swimming pool and in my swimming shorts and I get handcuffed in the pool when you guys shake hands with where like a house or something in a real nice hotel. So they take me to the prison and I sit there and they're on the miserable and it's so hot. And after about 3 days in that was that cell with all the drug addicts and junkies on it, they took me back up to the portrait center and they shot under the cell. And they hold my head under the gas heat until I can't stand it any longer. And then you get quite like crazy to come up and burn you. So
How'd you head underwater?
Yeah, it's like a tub. It's got some kind of bubble. If you inhale it, it will make you explode your head. Okay. Anyhow, after one time that it takes 4 of them to hold you down. So anyhow, I did that, and then I was beaten all over until I was young.
What were they asking you? What did they
sign the papers and all bills. Sign the papers. Sign the papers. So, confess that you were marijuana smuggler and you can get 6 years in prison. If you don't sign it, I knew maybe keep you 2 years for nothing. But, so they give the the room was about 5 foot square and 15 feet high, and it was hot. There was a little spot on the door like that big, and they brought a man in. He was a black man. He was posing in the newspaper about inches around just like you got something like a mummy, and you completely crazy. And they stuck the eyes hook in his rib. He must have been used over and over again, and they hung him on the wall. And as he crawled out, his eyes, the water ran down his face, and he was crying. And then, of course, the blood, formaldehyde ran out of his orifices other than speech. And the whole paper come running off of him, and later on you could see his liver was pulled apart. And he opened the door, you next, son of a bitch, you next. And so anyway, I didn't feel so bad. I did some large animals all my life, but I didn't. The smell was awful with that formaldehyde covering on the floor. And the floor didn't bother you that much. Well, as far as the river, and again, man, it's just back okay, all right. I like it. Whatever. Yeah. So I had to sleep. That floor was still clean. And dried blood where they hurt people. They kill you. So I went to sleep and I put my head down there because I don't let her to breathe like that. And I'm breathing fresh air from that side, but I'm getting the formaldehyde over close to me. And I went to sleep. And I never watched this and got some of this cartoon film. I had deep flying pigs and horses and all kinds of colorful animals flying around my in that state of mind from breathing formaldehyde. I was something. So then when I woke up and I saw that dead man hanging there, it took a minute to figure out which was a nightmare and which was real. I just kind of pinch myself to see where the reality was. Right. And then they took me out and they took me over naked and buttered my bum and packed it full of hot chili, brown chili. And I'm talking about screaming and talking over. I did some of it. And I looked at their faces if I could find you. Oh my God. So just one day, after that, they put me back in the population for a few days.
And you didn't sign anything.
I didn't sign it. I would die for sign up 6 years. Right. So back there, I got a word out to Mari and some other people. And then one morning, they just come quick and they took me out to the back door of the prison. And they put me in a pickup truck I knew, and it had a horse's head on the door and the streets of Marzipan. And we went to a bank. And then in the back was the prison. And he said, listen, walk in. That's where I got shot down that morning. And that's the reason I went back after it. Has given Roberta the $17,000 that you paid for him. And he has paid it for to get you out of this prison. Are you satisfied with that? So I went to the hotel and was, and we got on 747. I didn't believe I was out of there.
How many days were you there?
About 3 months. And so I got out of that place, and when the tires of that 727 was a brand new plane, I just couldn't believe it going back with me again. I was and the wheels went up that kink, that stopped low down, wow, that was the 4th of July.
So after that, I gotta say, man, I would have been like ready to call it quits.
I didn't want to get back. That's why I coming. I had no encounter with all that too. So after several days encounters, I decided to go to
Columbia. They don't treat you as bad if you go to prison.
Professional. You didn't go to professional people and good gasoline.
They're better off with
These other people maybe couldn't even read right.
So, at what point Gary Seal?
I've been flying cocaine. And Mara and I decided we'd look for a place that was in Honduras. So we flew down, looked for a place, a place that kind of like a beautiful place in the mountains. So we could sort of have a place and this money.
You were going to purchase a ranch.
Okay. So we flew down to Honduras, and we did go to a beautiful place. And but we decided not to sit too much. So we came back to San Pedro Sula, and I told you all muddy and dirty from the week up there on that ranch and fooling around by Lake of And so we took them to the cleaners, and we said, I'll have them ready tomorrow afternoon. Of course, they weren't ready. Okay, first thing tomorrow morning. So Marty had the children with her. With her, I had the 3 children. I said, well, you go into the Red Force because it's easy for me to get out. You and just one of them. All of them. It's going to be hard to get out. So she went on to the Red Force with the clothes. Of course, I got on an old taxi. And I had a lot of them in plastics. And I give the guy $100 and to go faster, he needs more. So I got there, and the plane's taxiing out on the train. And so I pose on my back, and I wave to the pilot, knife in the fellow, and he waves back. Then I see Mari's face in the cockpit. Yeah. And then I see the nose wheel go, and he laughs, and he lets the farewell out for me. Yeah. And then he pulls it back and takes off again a little bit like a hitchhiker. So finally he put it on. Got me to close in the whole 180 passengers. So I go down and I sit down, and my daughter's sitting in the middle, and she's sitting in the seat about halfway down in the plane. And I sit there, and we take off, and the wheels come up. I guess she's about 9 years old. And we're going up about 5,000 feet away from her. So what was that? We just turned the autopilot down. So fellow in the well, I've been listening, had nice clear blue eyes. He just ripped his off. I said, FBI, FBI, or something. Really, that big fellow sitting there. It looks like a little skeleton.
Where did you guys take off from again?
San Pedro Sula. San Pedro Sula. So when you feel the inside.
Okay.
Yes, captain of the world for some reason. The what? The death captain. The murder captain of the world for being in the but at that time, way back then, a nice halfway stop. So when I said, hey, you know, so you fly these things? I got a few hours. My name's Barry Shield.
Everywhere, man.
Then he got talking to me. We talked to everything and so forth. He said, I was sitting this morning in Honduras. I got called down here. I didn't see it. And he said that he had been a Transport Airlines captain. I don't believe he told me XCI commercial. He was 747. I believe he was the youngest 747 pilot that he ever had. And he took a little explosive down to the Cuban country. He got caught with a DC-6 loaded with 10 explosives, and he lost his job with TWA. I was saying he was working doing very good. So I didn't believe him a bit. We heard about airplanes all the time.
You should have just told you this on the airplane.
I just got up business, man.
Blind explosive.
Yeah, he got caught with 100 kilos. Okay, man, you said it. Okay. I didn't believe it a bit. I thought he was just trying to fool me out. So when we landed in New Orleans, I took it. Really nice car. We got out there and here's 20, 30 women, two hanging on his car, baggy behind his neck. And I got to tell you the truth. Ain't no way he could stay that. Wow. So I went over to him and already write out name, address, and phone number on it. I said, Barry, I might have some work for you if you're interested. Come up see me in Santa Barbara. All right, I'll do it. So a week or two later, he comes out. I had
Didn't learn his lesson, huh?
well, he's ready to make some money. So I said, I'm hauling cocaine out of Columbia. And the agency said, oh, yeah, I see what you can do with flying. I didn't know about all kind of pilots. He buys some good things fly. I don't know. I had,
What was your biggest concern with him when he came out to meet you in Santa Barbara? Talking to you, talking about hiring him. What were you worried about anything like other flying skills, or like did you have any sort of suspicion that he could have been CIA or undercover or anything?
not after that. Not after seeing our families, and I found out he was already in prison. I was comfortable. I really like that. He's not. We really see it for some people. He was just like
You guys got along.
And so I had a 690 Aero Triple Commander. What's it called again? Aero Commander 690. That's
690 B Aero Commander.
It's that little jet engines that turn propellers. That thing was fast. It goes 300 something miles an hour. It's really loud. And that was jet for a while. Anyhow, we got in that thing. And I said, show me what you got. He said, show enough? I said, yeah. It was a little while. I said, you don't have to show me no more. He's like Bob Hoover. He just did that. I mean, he was aerobatic like a blue wing. Oh, I fly all right. But that guy was like a blue wing. I mean, and then he cut the engine and he had five sideways to see it come get together. The only person I've ever seen as an airplane Bob Hoover, a little champion. So he was out here. He was good. He had 1,000 parachute jump. And in that movie they made about American made about him, it was so wrong. He was such a genius. They had him coming out of warehouses and hanging all over the room. Yeah, that was, I never heard him say that. He didn't smoke, he didn't get drugs. He was a businessman. He was solid.
So after you were so impressed with his acrobatics and his flying skills, what would you do?
I said, hey, look, I got this plane needs tanking. You know somebody? He said, yep.
Needs what?
He needs tanking. I need, it won't go to range.
Oh,
I need tanks. So he said, yeah, I got a mechanic in Arkansas to keep his mouth shut. So I gave him 10,000 volts. He flew away in my new airplane. A few days later, he called and said, come to my house. I went to his house and just all tanked up. And that's when I told him, I've been stopping at I'll hire you to fly. I'll give you $2,000 a kilo. I'll get the fly. And so he was happy with it. And I said, but now we don't need this 20 pounds. Well, first off, we get a few loads. And he would fly down and believe to the ranch out there in Harnsville. And we went to road over. But he cut me. I said, $20 million cocaine changing planes here. Now we're going to Jamaica. because I didn't mind flying that southern end, but I was scared to cross the U.S. border. Well, not scared, but I'd rather not find how it done. So, but then I told him, we can refuel in the military base in Nicaragua. He just couldn't believe it. So that was the only time I really ever impressed him. I said, you don't come out of Bolivia, out of Colombia, anywhere. No words. Just come right in, lift you up, give you a space wave, and polish the airplane, you'll be in the air. Really? Yeah. So, very free. And he would fly, but he wouldn't fly another until I paid him. So he did 500 kilos just to raise $1 million. And $1 million for one flight. And he hired this guy, and he had to get $20,000 for him to get a meal out of the Honduran jail. And Mr. Neal wasn't up to the pilot, so he could fly, but he just get him around. Right. So the two of them flew together. They pretty big fellas. I said, good. That's great. Two of y'all, you put food in there. Y'all said, but anyway, he wouldn't fly without it. So you might like it. He wouldn't moan and groan until I paid him. Well, I didn't get paid until they got paid, so I had to come out. And I thought we owed me $6 or $7 million. It'd take 4 weeks for them to get money, and I'd get what they did. So I was paying him before I got paid. So I was like a loss. I'm right. You're fronting that money. Exactly. Yeah. So you were paying there. How much was you paying on one trip? $2,000 kilo. I paid $1 million. So you give Barry $1 million cash. Yeah. He would fly where? He would fly out of where we wanted to get in Arkansas, Louisiana, and he'd come over to a little radio. But like, where would he go? Where would he fly? Like he'd fly to Colombia. We didn't know where we were going all the time. We would come over El Banco, the ports of the Magdalena River there in Cuba. And his radio station, I reached 720 and we come at 10,000 feet a second. Pretty soon there'd be a plane, you'd see it, it might be already there, be out easy a second, and you'd be circling, and you'd get right behind him, and you'd wiggle your wings. You might go 100, 200 miles, and you'd get landed in the jungle. Oh, and they would tell you where to land. We didn't say a word. We didn't speak. We just followed the plane. Followed him where you were doing. There was a signal they would do with the wing. Okay. And they followed that plane. Did that sometimes. Some of them did the same place, but if they new place, we followed that plane. They're pretty easy. And then come out, stop at Nicaragua, refuel, and come all the way on. He went to Mina. And this is it. So he had $1 million in cash. Yeah, I gave him $1 million. And what would he do with that million once he landed there? So that was just his. That wasn't his cost to buy the cocaine. No, I got paid $5,000 kilo. So I got paid $2.5 million, and I gave him $1 million. Okay, so wouldn't they have to give him all of the cash though? No, they didn't give him anything. Okay. He just gives. He would land in Mina, Arkansas. Okay, and then he would put it in 3 different cars. Okay, and every day I had a seller buying me 6 cars a week. Great business. So he was okay. That was where I was confused. None of the transaction revenue was going through the pilot at all. The pilot was just doing it. Got it. So, but anyway, he had the drivers. I didn't even want to meet his drivers. So I was afraid to meet people. Right. You get caught, they're going to kill them. Exactly. All did. So, exactly. I had somebody buying cars. And he bought these LTDs or Ford Mercury Marquis. And they had big trunks. They put air shock tires up and go flat. U-hoses. And then I gave those to the Colombians. And they would be trunk full of cocaine and duffel bags. Some of them would have cow horns. That one went to this one, that one went to that one. Wow. So I had to just point the cars out to my friend Rico and give him the key. And I never want to see that car again. I said, "Sure, you take off. I don't want to buy it." Right. $5,000 to you, buddy. Oh, I said, "You take it to New York, Canada, where you went to. This is good as you can do." So they got So anyway, one time, Barry was belly aching a little bit about me being slow on pace, so I was in the store. I saw some State Free mini pretty package. Stay free, new time.
Oh,
Tampon, yeah. Australia tampon. And so I got $1 million in a box, and I put those tampons on top of the space food and wrapped that thing up, put a bow in it. That's great. Very lovely. He made a face on his mouthpiece for the space food.
that's amazing.
Yeah.
That is absolutely amazing. So how long did your marriage relationship last?
About 2 years.
2 years.
2 years.
And when did it go south? What happened when it went south?
Well, I got arrested and I called back in '82. Okay, yep.
And then he was still.
And then he was played out full on working. And he bought the planes from me. He took care of it on the event. He cut me out of the deal. You want to give me a little because we got the other business.
Right. So how did you get into
Oh, I just flew down to Washington, in a jet, and I started out of San Antonio. I flew down to
what kind of jet? It's like a private jet.
I believe it was. And I think there was 2 pilots. I was there on top of the money. I took to the bank and getting in the bank. And the pilot said, they wanted to stay for the weekend. Oh, man, it's holiday. I said, all right, I'll catch you. Okay. So when I landed my hand, I was arrested. And they charged me with all kinds of stuff. Marijuana,
All marijuana. They did cocaine charges.
So I did 2 years. And I got out. And by that time, I found Barry was... I've been working with them. We've been working with all of them. We've been paying off.
How did you find out he was being informant and working with these guys?
Already. And so I was scared. So
When you were in prison?
but I'll just tell you now, Barry had it paid off. Whenever I went to Louisiana, I had a sheriff there in a place that put $10,000. I went to state timber, he's building it. It's beautiful. I followed that thing all the way to Texas. Is they was building in the state timber. You could have a fine. Wow. Put a truck there and turn wide on. That's it. Mile long, 10 mile long. And the next morning, rub the black mark off the right hand.
Oh my goodness. So after you got out, did you try to reach back to him? You were done with him. You didn't even.
No, it wasn't that. I couldn't feel it. So I was I was having breakfast. And there was long little blue eyes right on television. He said, we have absolute proof that the communist underneath the government is in the cocaine running group. And there was that old fat lady, the C-126, on the runway in Nicaragua. No, that was and I knew that they was into it. So, but Terry, I'm going to back up. Now, he wouldn't land anywhere else. He said, I've got paid off to the government. I've got paid off as high as you can get. It's going to cost me $50,000 every time my wheels touch the ground in Arkansas. So every time he landed, I had to pay $50,000. Wait. What? Yeah.
Ooh. What part of the story is this? You're backing up now. You're backing up before you got
what I'm talking about. He's talking about Barry landed in Arkansas instead of Louisiana. When I started flying with him, he said, I will not land anywhere else except Mena. I got it paid off. I cannot be arrested. I cannot get caught in Mena, Arkansas.
Okay, so he claimed he had some sort of a deal in Mena, Arkansas, where he could not get, he wouldn't get caught, he was protected.
Exactly. So later on, he knows it was the CIA. And they were shipping guns out down with him. But he also said he was having dinner with the governor. So Mr. Clinton was not far away. He was a strong man of the governor. And his home in Mena. And the movie that Tom Cruise made was written and played out as Mena, the name of the movie. And the Democratic Party got so far behind until they couldn't come out with the movie until after the election of Hillary Clinton. Shed bad light. Wow. And so the director quit. And that movie was changed all around and changed into American Made and a very cool movie.
Right.
So they was getting too close to home.
So what kind of details did he tell you about Mena, Arkansas, and his sort of like, cloak of invisibility?
He just said, listen, it's going to cost you $50,000 every time I want to touch your dad. I cannot get caught. Listen, plain out, I cannot get caught. 100%. He said, from the highest to the level. And then Tom Q said, I'm having dinner with the girl. That was what
He mentioned to you casually, I'm
I'm
having
dinner
dinner.
with the girl.
Wow.
So, later on, the CIA getting some small arms on his planes to take back to the Contra so they could load it up with cocaine. Can you imagine what they thought they were going to do with a pipe full of AK-47 in the war? That was just a stunt.
What do you mean it was a stunt?
The CIA, some outlaw CIA agents are saying, okay, we're going to supply the war. Congressmen supply the arms that we need to fight the communists in Nicaragua. So we're going to have Barry and he's going to take these guns down for us in his hyper.
Right.
Like a PB.
It wasn't enough guns to really make a difference on anything. For anything.
So we're going to bring tons of cocaine back to space.
Oh my God. So what? I mean, I'm not super familiar with the story, but what were they doing? So if Barry was bringing back tons of cocaine to Arkansas, who was buying it?
He's putting it all over. He's putting it in pain babies out. Suppose. So anyway, they had to hammer down. Yeah.
So you're saying that true, like politicians and CIA officials were purchasing cocaine and spreading it out, selling it to people?
They were buying it in Colombia,
Right.
shipping it up by Barry. And of course, they was distributing it. I mean, that's what the whole story is about. There's no secret. What I'm telling you, just real.
And you kept in touch with Barry. So after you got out of prison, did you keep in touch with Barry at all?
No, I didn't keep in touch with him. Mari did somewhat.
Mari sold planes to him after you got
we just came in for 30 money. This is great. So I didn't think too much about it anymore. So when I got out of prison, I went out just a short while. And some days, when I saw Ronald Reagan's blue eyes on the television, saying that communist Sandinista government was in cocaine business, and my trained eyes were very so then, later on that afternoon, I got a call from him. He said, I'm coming out now, Frank. I'll meet this little French restaurant. So I didn't know it was there. So I'll be there at 9 o'clock. Where was it? In San Antonio. So I came in at 9 o'clock. And then we came back and and I woke up feeling like a light. So we just started talking. So I looked around and I said, DEA, there's about 20 people in there. Blue jeans, baby, leather skirt, small. So the room was full of DEA agents. So we started telling them. We just said, right, they wrapped me up. Left me holding the bag. I couldn't do the eyes and the tears. So I just couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. He said, so I go to Congress. He said, I went to see the Attorney General at the time. I threw my jet up there. I knew the building. 10 tons of cocaine out of Colombia. We wouldn't believe me. Yeah. The next day I went back. I can prove to you. They were doing so good. The guy, Jacobson, we put him with the DEA agent. And we knocked him. Did 1.5 tons. I buried the plane in Nicaragua. Took 1,000 pictures. And testified to Congress, and I told them all your part that you're under my umbrella. As long as you testify with me, exactly what I say, and use my lawyers, You can have your passport, have your money, get anywhere in the world you want to. Oh, no, no tour brothers, this and the other, he's in Spain, the other one did, and this and that, the other. And, so the DEA that came open and shut down, we had Chevy's legal, and I got a nice time. I liked him. I think Crop Duster with Malibu, we'd been on the same team. I said, all right, I really did like him. Yeah. And he just said, listen, you can come to Miami, the Miami Canyon, and you can come first class to Miami. Not even money, but you're going to testify before federal grand jury. If you do, you can keep your money in the tax, so you can get anywhere in the world you want to. But if you don't, the only place you can see your family again is in a federal prison. And he said, and you've got to have politics in Santa Barbara. You got to give them very new without applying. Same as him, didn't know it, but he didn't know he was playing. I didn't know that. They were trying to get a little competition. So, I guess my guts turned to ice water, and I went to see my friend Jerry, I'll say his name. He had been friend 50 years, so when we were, I could tell him, just couldn't do it. I mean, I was sick. So I went and told him, I said, Jerry, I don't know what they're going to do. They cut my tongue out. I'm just telling you. It's not going to do it. So I thought, well, I better get on the mind and see. So I went into the FCA's office, and he was on the treadmill, and he got off and talked to him. He said, well, being a pitcher like being pregnant. Either or you're not.
Interesting way to put it.
No. It ain't that much. I've got to say something. I'm in a mess. I got to say, well, if you say something, you got to tell them everything. You need anything out there, use everything you do, you're going to get several licenses. I went to see another lawyer. He was just kind of, but he said the same thing. You fool with him, you got to tell him. You need anything
You
out.
work with him, you got to go on
All the
the
way you got to go. So I went to the festival restaurant that night. It was on my birthday, January 26, 1995. Oh, you got to start like that. So I went in, and him and his wife came in together. She was looking real pretty and very well. We had dessert together. I just told him that. I heard this.
Who are you telling him he's going to kill him? If he testifies against all,
He's gonna die, man. He's got no choice. He's dead, man.
he doesn't know where you are, they'll find you, right?
It's almost anybody. You destroying their lives and their women and children and all that stuff. You did it with your wife open. You made a deal. So most people don't hear about that. I'm not sure why they get killed. And so anyway, I heard you there. I made a kiss. Laurie and I had children went to Brazil. And
The next day, or what?
right away. I think I went back to the house. We got some things. He was gone. And so we lived in Brazil. And I got word out. Someone was doing a mouse phone in Colombia. And they gave me a bunch of money. So we started trying to collect some of that. As long as Barry was alive, we sang the school and they was going to pay me. When Barry died, oh, that was good news, good news. It's your Barry seal last night. Oh, yeah, see you sometime. And I cried. And I told my daughter cried. So
How long after this? How long after you moved to Colombia did they tell you this? I'm sorry, after you moved to Brazil.
I think it was January 26th, 1985 that I was. Yeah, the rest of it. Yeah, and then I think he was 50 on up, so they'd be 6 just about 6 months later. Wow. So now they have no case against me. So use anything they have against me. And first week that
So what is the, how did he die? You know exactly how he died? I mean, I know there's the story. What is that the official story?
well, of course, the assessment finally got yeah, they still free them, still in wet life in Louisiana prison. They got Renal, he was a trigger man. I'm doing well. I tell you a story about Renal. On the first way, I did for somebody, I don't think it was this guy. This guy's a man. I landed a banana plantation there somewhere in Denver. And I heard it talking. It was a small weed, large field there. And we put 300 kilos of cocaine in there. This guy got in with me with a Mac 10 shot pistol, and he could make sure I did Louisiana. I could have went to Argentina. He wouldn't have made me. Anyway, we took off, and the wheels, it was muddy, and the wheels spilled up mud, and the gear wouldn't come up. So here I am doing 200 miles an hour instead of 300. I'm not going to get home 2,500 miles. I'm just not going to make it. So, Belize, where I used to live on the hills, pop things in marijuana, was a really nice fellow, Mr. Carter there. For $10,000, I could stop and refuel. So I told this fellow, you got to stop. No, Louisiana. He put the gun right to my head. And I said, well, shoot me, fool. You're going to die too. I wasn't worried about it. So we landed this cattle farm in Belize. Oh, he was terribly excited. He didn't know where he was. But, I just sent him to go out and watch the plane clean the wheel well. We had chicken and potatoes. He was all happy with it. We went up to Louisiana. Wow, that's when that Barry, so he's the guy that actually stopped and killed him. And was Ronaldo.
Now, what's the story with how Bush was involved with Barry?
I don't know anything about that. Barry had two pictures of George and Jeb Bush walking away from his plane in Opa-locka Airport, where they just got 2 kilos of cocaine. That's all he says.
Barry said,
and they got a package. Well, that's the 50. So I don't know, and I think that's the one internet saying.
Is it possible that isn't it true that the American government or the CIA, whoever it was, the DEA, made it extremely easy for the Colombians to kill him and to find him?
The Barry?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think yeah. Well, I tell you, I don't know who did it, but
do you think that they wanted him dead? Do you think the U.S. government wanted him dead? The DEA?
Not particularly. I think that the police in Louisiana, that area, right where they've been chasing, he just said, you guys ain't got sense enough to chase me. Well, I'm not doing anything today, but we'll be burning that blood up. You know, he just bait them a little bit. So they wanted to go and take his picture and make sure he was dead. But I don't think he did anything to make people either pay him. But anyway, he was smart from it. And the judge, who influenced the judge killed him. Because he was already testified against all these families, and the judge gives him 6 months and a half with him. Everybody was 6 months. So the judge said him.
So that's his death sentence.
That's death sentence, 100%.
And they supposed to attach to that halfway house, and it's definitely fine.
They got to go every night at 6 o'clock. And the DEA stood up in court and said, Your Honor, this is a death sentence. They will kill him. So he should have told us that before he did it. And he said, well, he didn't have a bodyguard. No, the guy in prison can't have bodyguards. He can't have arms. He can't have nothing. He got to drive right up into that halfway house every night at 6 o'clock. He was waiting on him. Just look at him. You see the pictures in there. They said he put his hands with his feet. Shot him up 50 pounds in the car.
How did you feel? Where were you? What were you doing? Do you remember the moment when they came to tell you that?
It is when he called Mario in Colombia. And that's when he told me, oh, great news, they killed Barry Field, you know. Well, I cried. I went to Mario, they cried. He was our friend. Even though he testified, he put me in he did the best he could. They, the CIA, let him go back. 100% they set him up. And whenever all that Oliver North stuff come about, arms and cocaine and Iran-Contra deal, they just quit. Everything was in his name, everything he was doing. What's he going to do? His own people. See, he was the CIA agent. You know that? Barry was the CIA.
prior to all this.
Prior to airlines. Right. And he got over 1,000 parachute jumps. And he was George Bush's real good friend. Oh, man. He was his protege. And when he died, George Bush's personal phone number, and the lawyer called and he said, "Hey, Barry, how you doing, old buddy?" And he said, "They just killed Barry last night." And click.
And he hung right there. Jesus Christ. Man.
Wow. What a fucking story. I'm glad to be out on
So you're in, you got the phone call about Barry Lowe in Brazil. And what were you next to for all this? What were you thinking? Where were you in your life at this point? What did you want to do next? Like, what did you have any sort of plan from you guys? Were just like to stay in Brazil and just lay low there for the rest of your life?
Well, me and Murray had different plans.
Okay.
I'm not like it, but it was an opportunity for me to go into the interior and go forward. I'm a farmer. And I mean, the land is $6 an acre, and it was just like easy to clean, no fertilizer, nothing, just out the seeds.
Right.
Me out the seeds, 30,000 acres on hectares, 75 acres. And she just tried to say, "Roger, if I had done this godforsaken country, please don't leave my home to you." So I just was so I didn't have a lot of money and just do what I wanted to. So.
And was all your money in cash, or did you keep it in bank accounts, or what? Have you obviously you had tens of millions of dollars, right?
Yeah, but I invested it with
crooks.
Everybody just about to crook if you give them money.
That's
it just don't come back. I don't know what.
That's the way it works, no matter what business you're in.
Exactly. Just, you let somebody else hold your money, and it's gone.
Yeah.
So I invested with a lot of people in huge real estate deals. And one thing I did buy, I bought the world's most expensive corn. It's called a brassica bean. Really? Yeah, I paid $350,000 for it. And I borrowed some money, so she sold it for $750,000. So I turned around the next day and sold it for $1.4 million. And it's worth $10 million now.
What? A coin?
A coin.
How do you say it?
Brasher de Bloom.
Brasher de Bloom. I'd love to get a picture of this on the screen.
De Bloom is the pieces of 8. You've heard of those?
Oh, yeah.
That's an eighth of a de Bloom.
Is this it right here?
Oh, yeah, that's it. There you go. There's 5 of them. I had the unique one. There they are. I don't know that that's it. No, that don't look like it. No, I have to it's got a wheel bar on one side. Look up Brasher de Bloom.
Yeah, that's very typed in. So that thing is worth over $10 million now. And you paid $300,000 for it.
$350,000 exactly. And a little story to go with that. It was in, I can't pronounce it, the newspaper, and the Miami read about it. Went to Sam, the corn dealer, and said, "Whiskey buyers that buy this expensive corn on it." So that was just one thing that's always like for me. So they said, "We will give you $1 million insurance policy against you if you want it for." So they built a couple in the back of Miami, all borrowed around there, and they put that corn in it with lights on it. And they give me the insurance policy, Sam did. So if anything happens to it, you get $1 million. So I had got my lockbox and grandkid now, and guess what? It was on the judge's desk.
Oh my God.
Oh, there you go.
Did you have bank accounts set up in islands?
Oh,
really?
It's got stuff on got stolen too. The guy's out and taking seal, leaving large.
Who?
The bank. He took the money out of the bank and just closed the bank down. Now he lives when I got arrested. Now he's out in Bakersfield. And if I even say beat to him, I go to prison for extortion or something.
Wow. So after he finds out you're in prison, he's taking his money.
He just shut the down and took my money.
That is wild. That is just,
his name is Stephen. What's his name?
You guys remember his name?
I called him.
How much money did you steal from him?
I'm not saying that.
You don't want to say.
Oh,
Good Lord. Good Lord. So, Mari doesn't. You guys are so bad.
well, we went all the way to the tip of our team right down to the bottom. Almost to the place. I used to buy it. We visited our vision and all the places and the ranches and things, and we just couldn't find it. So we got the first class tickets down to Anna Mari, where she's from. Her eyes were just sparkling. She got on that plane with the Dutch speaking language, and we went to Holland. We went here, and then we went down to Mallorca, Spain.
Ooh, Mallorca. That's a hot spot.
Where I met Mr. Howard Marks, the author of
Mallorca's a big island, right?
It's not very big, but it's an island.
It's like a ferry.
Yeah, right. And so I met Howard Marks, the infamous Howard Marks. He wrote Mr. Marks, the famous one of the first ones about marijuana smoking that ever come out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He was sleazy.
What do you mean by sleazy?
Oh, we did some deals, and whenever he knew his time was up, he hired me to haul a load out of Rothschild for $2 million for a year instead of paying me.
Wow. Bastard.
That's what it was. And I escaped him till he's 3 times. And I still couldn't believe he did it to me. I couldn't believe it.
So you were in Spain still doing deals, fun and shit. And
I was up on ship. I was hauling hashish.
on a ship now. You're getting up planes and you're getting ship.
20 ton loads out of Pakistan and 20 ton of Thailand.
How did you get? Where did this thing come in the picture here?
We just like hashish. You go there and camels and ride your camels around the fellas up there in Afghanistan.
So this guy said, "Hey, we got sheesh in Pakistan.
So we did.
And he had his connection.
We had connections. Real nice fellow. They all did.
So you bought a ship and you sailed to Pakistan. What was that like? Nothing. You know, the experience wasn't anything.
Not particularly. He was in Malta, and the taxi drivers, they had some guys from North Africa that killed the taxi drivers, and they gouged their eyes out and reached in there to get their little bullet out and threw them in behind the ship, and they came up all around the taxi drivers did around the turn of the ship. That was the most exciting thing, and have all those policemen all over me.
Jeez. 20 tons of hashish from Pakistan to where?
To Canada.
Just Canada. How long did it take?
I don't know. I really don't.
More than a couple of days.
Oh, 6 weeks, something like that. I didn't do that part because I met the trip for the first time. And then I flew to
You didn't stay on the ship the whole way.
no, I took it. Okay. And then I thought it set on float. Catch
On floats. I love the way you say it. It's basically it's being landed on the ocean, right? And you get past the side of the ship.
No, we piled it up. And then I hauled it from San Juan to the Straits. Between Canada and the United States, and I landed on the lake in Washington State. And I hauled it up the lake. You see nothing. 4 hours coming man on the lake to get here.
That's insane, man. Such a crazy story. Just like you're sitting here alive right now after all that you've been through. Like it's just like,
yeah, I almost got killed in the first movie. I crossed the moonlight night. And I think about this ship, I believe is how it came out. Washington State, just over on there in the Olympic Mountains, just on the coast. It's a pretty big lake, cut from islands, and there's got a radio station at the end of the lake. And you can make your approach right over that radio station at the end of the lake. And so I'm coming, and I said, oh, I'm a little early. I must have a plane. It's clear. and I see the lake, and I see a white sand around it. I don't remember a beach on the lake, but there it must be nice. So I pulled the power to land, and I get right down on this land, and I see that it's not a lake. It's a burnt over area where it's been clear cut and been set on fire. It's black like the lake. And I see stags sticking up 10, 15 feet high, and I'm down in them. And I just pull the power and just go like the jaws of death, just trying to pull that thing straight back out of there. What I didn't realize is that what I thought was the beach was a logging road going around this cut over area. And yeah, so you can just sometimes remind you just
How much are you making when you're starting to run this stuff from Pakistan up to Sweden?
I don't know how much we paid for it. We should have made lots of it. Had too much yak fat in it. And it would too much yak fat. They take the fat from the yak and take the marijuana. The glue, the juice from the yak, and rub it like this hot, and then they hashish. And if they take the yak fat in it, they make it stick together. And if you have too much in it, it'll stay lit on the cigarette. So it just goes across.
No more cocaine deals once you went over to Europe?
No, I stayed away from that.
Okay.
So, yeah, I did a little cocaine. The biggest drug history of Australia. I got caught for $40 million.
What was that? After you moved to Europe?
Yeah.
How did this deal come about? Who were you doing business with? Is it the same guy that you met in Mallorca?
No, we done split. We done ripped it off with the bad guy. I escaped from the they arrested me in the company. I escaped 3 times. And the third time, they put me in jail in Mallorca. And jail. And so prison. Simply, they took me to court. The extradition, I double extradition. Germany was asking for my extradition for this hashish. I hired a guy that's called the lead, and the United States is asking because I was in 25 years special parole. They're asking for that, and they say they got me for moving $7 million worth of gold coins that they said they could have. For the full money laundering, it said, we move these gold coins that the United States government would have seized had they known it belonged to we. That was the indictment. Wow. 35 years. But Germany wanted me because I knew it made up some bullshit. Oh,
Because now Barry was gone, and I really had nothing else on you, so they just made something up.
So I paid the German captain in my ship $400,000 to haul a load of hashish. He bought him a long cigar and a long BMW. The police arrested him. They found the money, and they said, if you'll tell us who it is, you'll be home by Christmas. But they didn't tell him which Christmas. He got 7 years up in Germany. So now they've arrested me in Spain after I got away from them so much. They handcuffed me this way, over my hands this way. Everywhere I go, it's very painful if you walk out there overnight.
Oh, yeah. I can imagine.
You can't get out of them that way. So, let me see. So anyway, they take me to court, and it's there, and my son, for the extradition bureau, and I have 4 guards guarding me. All my papers knocked in on these cranks. So,
because you had already escaped.
and they got like 50 So, I'm sitting there and I talk to the lady. I said, I wonder, I'm above the palm trees. How high is this place? I'm on the 3rd floor. And he said, you kid yourself. It's been 3.5 tons of hashish charged in Germany. 25 years parole in America plus so I bound across them, and 2 of them leave to go smoke out bound across the room and jump up on the desk of the stenographer, which 9 months pregnant, and I kicked the window out of the courtroom, and I on the ledge and handcuffed.
Like, not like this.
No, I'm in front.
Oh, you're in front.
And so I looked down. And it's a awful line. I thought there might be some power lines and telephone lines I could grab on the way down and break it. And it was a park where we could do that for me. It looked like it was an hour. And I worked on the Los Angeles Fire Department and practiced jumping in the air for 4 years. So I bailed out, hit the top of that car, ran. And the roof
What
went.
was you were falling from?
I hit right on my heels and just right in the roof cage and saved my life. And they didn't get down to the soil. And the city, yeah, but more than that. And I still have a good spot. It's hot from the side of the so I mean, it's like dolled up. I jumped out of the car and ran. And the next day, the newspaper said Spider-Man escaped. Anyhow, they caught me like they actually. And Germany gave me 8 years for using a German and an international fund. They didn't have any accusation, nothing, but because I hired a German citizen. And he told me, he kept his mouth shut, this didn't nothing. So I got 8 years up there.
So you said the next 8 years of your life in Germany.
No, after 1 year, I escaped and moved up my country in the prison. I don't think everybody was escaped. So I went out to the bars and got all spread up through the bars and lost my clothes, lost my shoes.
This wasn't some sort of like tunneling escape.
Oh, I stepped through the bars. And when they went up, got on the roof and went above the guard tower. Then I jumped down on one of the guard towers on the side, bail over the fence into a sand pile. And a woman was there. I watched her, and it was raining real hard, and I lost my clothes and stuff. And I had my blue jeans on. And I watched her and a little boy come, and she brought her husband to the door. And she went back. I jumped on top of the guard tower, which was one floor below me. And the guy went, "Oh!" And it was trying to kill you. I mean, they moved right across, and I went straight towards her, so he couldn't shoot me. Then I went around behind the car, running downhill. I mean, and here, bam, bam, bam. She's up on the sidewalk, knocking the parking meters over, trying to kill me. And I jumped behind some car, and she just at me. And the little boy standing in the seat, she tore the fender off of her car on another car, trying to get me. So I jumped over a fence and cut my hands all up and had the glass on top of it. I had shoes on and my shoes went down. I went off and sat my knees in the mud and the blood cut my chest all up. Oh man. And so I took off running and lost my shoes, my $200. Now I'm barefoot, got a pair of blue jeans, no top on.
Then you crossed the border.
Across the door.
At what point did you meet up with Mari?
I didn't. She was mad with me. Told me to go back.
Ooh. Ouch. Why was she mad? You escaped?
Destroy my life. What do you mean?
Oh my God.
It's going to be here anytime I can't get the papers out of the house. What do I do with them under a rock? I don't care. I think she was tired of it at that time.
How old were you at this point when you escaped that prison in Germany?
It was 1990, so I was 47 years old.
47 years old. Wow. And what did you do when you got to Holland?
I met up with Mari's cousin. She had paid $100,000 for me on the place there in case I did get out. And she told me, you go to the lemon tree, you go to the haystack, and you go to the lemon tree, and you turn right, and you go 10 steps. But she didn't tell me there's 20 lemon trees. we had fun.
So they were messing with you, right?
No. Just remember how she got to where she buried it. So I got an iron rod and got some clothes. I stayed there for a while. And I went back to South America. And then I went back to see it. I don't know what kind of cancer, but it's you can see how simple that's in. Well, great actor, handsome as fuck. So I took a boat down there.
Took a boat from Colombia to.
I bought the boat in Houma, Louisiana, and I took it to Australia.
What kind of boat was it?
It was a full supply vessel. And it goes out to the world. And when they get old, they come on, so they sold it scrap. But you could eat off the engine room floor.
Oh, really? How long? How big was it? How long?
Like
100 footer. And how did you? Where did the cocaine come from?
It came out. They looked at me in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean just above the equator.
Oh, really?
Came out of old wooden came in rough weather.
Just they threw it over the guy.
They swarmed over and threw everything they could. They were
Oh, really?
Oh, it was a bunch of savages.
Jesus. And how many people were on your crew on that ship?
Three.
Three.
Me by myself. I had my brother and the woman that got on both of them. She said she couldn't stand up. Yeah, I had to cook and wash your dishes.
Gosh. How long? So, tell me about this trip from the Caribbean, where they loaded up your ship, to what was that like?
Well, that was interesting. I left home in Louisiana. I never had the ship before, and it was a learning curve for me. And somebody left the water on down there on the bathroom. We only had 600 gallons of fresh water because we changed it all to fuel. So we ran out of water before we got to Key West. So I had to go into Key West and get water. And then I took off and went across the tongue of the ocean through the Bahamas. And I went to Senegal, which is out there. It's an hour and 600 miles off of Senegal. And, I can't think of the name of it. Yeah, I stayed there a week. The plane was so we did load me there.
Like Barbados?
No, this is Canary, more south of the Canary is about 1,000 miles. I can't think of it. I know the main name, I know the Freya is the name of the town. Oh, anyhow, Senegal. And so I stayed there, and then the plane said, no, come back towards Colombia 1,000 miles. Because I just got enough money just to fuel just barely to make it all straight. I have to go back 1,000 miles, and then they're not there, and I have to go 3 or 4 days cruising around up and down over the radar, under the satellites, and finally they show up, so the stuff on it. And then I go down and I go follow the center of the Atlantic Ocean down, because the current goes counterclockwise, and the southern is clockwise, and the northern is and I went as far south as Cape Town, and went down about 50 degrees in the Great Southern Ocean near Antarctica. And I woke up one morning and the waves was, I fished in Alaska, remember? Yeah. These waves were just indescribably tall. It wasn't rough, but they were just mountains.
Giant swells.
Just swells, and they shot. I mean, almost straight up and down. And the boat would come, and it would just come up and it would stop and go, and then the propellers would come out of the water, and it would furl
Surf down it.
And surf down it, the nose would stick in the ground. Out in the water, you come back over. Yeah. I was really uncomfortable. I was supposed to be on the fourth level, so I got out of it. And I couldn't let that take me out. But I got felt bad. And I went unloaded there. I went there, unloaded up about the middle of the West Coast. But I had vision. And 2 weeks before I was arrested, I had a crystal clear vision of me being arrested after and not feeling. I was on my back with hands and putting the handcuffs on me, and I was in the sand down there, and I was crying, and I was just going, I knew our life was over yet. And it happened exactly like I saw in that vision. So I turned my ship and went 500 miles from where I was supposed to go. But the fish was waiting on me, so I didn't have any chance.
Who was this fish?
One of those, the older brother, friend that we've been working with him from day one. So we were coming from Florida.
So your vision of this, all this happening, and everything apart came to fruition. So what happened after they arrested you?
Oh, they put us in a bulletproof van, one thing like armored truck, and took the
And how many, and you ended up, obviously, so you didn't escape that thing, right? You stayed in the
No, I didn't. I could have one time. Mari wouldn't send the little money you needed to get out.
Mari was pissed at you.
She had to help me get out.
Were you guys in communication at all? Did you guys communicate back and forth?
every day. Australia prison.
Really?
Yeah, they give you a long time. But they treat you. The food, the officers seem to be the schools that have a little more intelligence than just the scumbags that they have.
The officers are way different.
Oh, yeah.
I feel like I've always thought, all the people that I've talked to that have been getting out of prison, especially on this podcast, is that the people that end up in the United States that end up being prison guards are like the people who couldn't even make it as cops.
Okay. Security guards. They're right.
And it seems like the people that are the security guards or prison guards in this country, they're not people that are there because that's what they wanted to do, because they failed at something else.
They got a job badge and they got authority. Yeah. Right. You wake up wrong, you get fucked up. They hurt you.
And the prison guards in Australia, it wasn't like they were paid better, they were educated more, they actually, all of that, was there like more of like a sense of like a mission to get something done there, like we gotta.
Oh, it wasn't good. It was just not, it wasn't such hatred as he did that. It just didn't really have ring. Oh, you have to. Right. It'd be like 1 out of 20 or 30 must be now.
Okay.
Here, you get every other one.
Right.
You'll 50% of them. But it's
So how many years did you stay in that prison in Australia?
18 years.
18 years. And it was the most maximum security prison the most secure prison in Southern Hemisphere. Wow. And what was your experience there?
When I first came, I've been in the Institute and they got my paperwork to the state in 5 different prisons. They came and arrested me after I was having supper. And they took me to that prison. I was in the 8th prison and they put me in the chute. And I was in there for over a year.
And that's it. The shoe is basically just an isolated box just by itself.
Well, and it was had one for prison and they had it was kind of like a silence of the lambs with a big cage. And they had 6 guards on the other side looking at you. And they come in the morning, all of them had this club, and they opened the door. And they brought food in and took it out of there. And at 6 o'clock, knocked out the door, that was it. You could talk to them through a speaker, and that was all. And it wasn't bad, but it was just like, how long am I going to be in here? And that's when I had the, I wondered, okay, I got 25 years in America, and I escaped from German prison, I've done this, got life here, I might never see that prison anymore. I think all right about my grandma brought me to the roof, and they had a computer room in there.
So you were there for life. You thought you were there for life.
I was hoping I'd get out. I thought I'd behave myself. I had to do everything before I could ask for things. So, I write it down, okay, I'm saying, that's confirmed. And I'm going to write that story tomorrow. So they had a little computer room there, and I didn't really turn anything on. And they had a thing called Paint, but you didn't have a program in it. So I could type one line. And the next day I think about it. And then Robin Saturday, I got that. And then I got where I write 3 of them. And then it was about 3 or 4 months. I had over 1 million words written in 1 line. Wow. When I got out of the school, they gave it to me and this. And I went and I got out. They let me buy a computer. They let you buy a computer. Oh, really? You want to jump with it.
Like a laptop or something?
No, it was a full-on computer.
So where did you do that?
In your cell.
Really?
So with a door and a lock to it. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's pretty nice. I don't know why about it. Compared to America. Why?
No internet, though.
No.
Okay.
But you had telephones and it wasn't expensive. I phoned Ari every day for 20 minutes. So anyway, I took that thing out and it took me 2 years to straighten out what all I had written. So it was all different colors where I misspelled and I just put what my thoughts were.
So you went through and edited and revised it.
I didn't write it really because I was just writing my thoughts as fast as I could. Just put it. That's how I did it. So I picked it out and I got I took 2/3 of it out. So it was on 540 pages. Then 1,500 pages.
Wow. And you listen to a book now, which is called, what's it called?
Smuggler.
The Smuggler. Just Smuggler. No,
Smuggler, Roger Reed.
I'm more.
And it's on the Amazon best-selling list.
I enjoyed it. It's fascinating. And you have the audio going to be done too.
It's already done. I'm just waiting for Amazon to approve it.
Right. So what did you take away from all of this, from this crazy, amazing life that you've had, and after all the time? Well, actually, let's go back, because you were in Australian prison for 18 years, but once you got out of prison there, you went to another prison. It was
horrible. I was treated something terrible when I was there. There were 3 marshals, 3 Australian marshals with me. I come back handcuffed because there was a warrant from the United States from parole from 1977, 43 years ago for possession of marijuana. I got off the airplane laughing and chatting with the Australian guards. I was slammed upside the wall by border security. Eyes forward, kicking my legs apart, putting handcuffs on me so hard to cut the blood off, leg irons forward. And they walked me about 100 yards, turned me over to the marshal. The marshal took some of the leg irons and stuff off, chained me to the wall, and left me there all day. Then they took me to Metropolitan Detention Center.
on Con Air.
No, I was just in a van in Los Angeles. They took me to Metropolitan Detention Center in Los Angeles and put me into isolation. What in the world am I in isolation for? Nothing. I did 3 or 4 days, and I talked to the lieutenant when he came in the morning and said, "There's nothing I can do for you, Reed." So the guy came in, he was in a suit, and I was looking for he opened it up. "Hello, Reed, I just want to see what you look like." My name is Associate Warden Short, and I saw your National Geographic documentary, and it does me pleasure to keep you in isolation. You stepped in this window, and that's the last I saw. I never could get out of there. So I stayed in 9 months without a hearing, which the parole board has to give you one within 3 months. They never did give me one. I paid the lawyer $7,500. His name was Cameron, up in San Francisco. He never won, somebody got to him. What was his name, Mike? Christopher Cameron. Christopher Cameron, the lawyer in Francisco, that the parole board don't touch it. And he stole my $7,500 and never made one phone call. That bastard. I mean, thoroughbred. Yeah. Wow. So what was the documentary you were talking about? National Geographic come down to Australia, and they did one on the called Australia Prison. And we did some action in that one.
Because I was looking for that online. I couldn't find it. I saw something on the History Channel.
They take it off after a while, I understand. National Geographic doesn't put it back on. It was real big.
Okay. Yeah, I remember searching for it. I couldn't find it.
I got a copy.
Okay. How long did it stay in Los Angeles?
They sent me to on Con Air to Oklahoma. And there I got put on the ship forward, but I had to report the officer every 2 hours, or they were going to go back in the shoot. So, I couldn't believe it. And I just saw the corruption of the Con Air, whatever Congressman Senator and stuff.
Explain that.
I met people from Waco, Georgia, Albany, Georgia, Jacksonville, Florida, and they got caught with 2 grams or something. 3 grams, 5 grams. They facing 5 years and 8 minutes. Probably a lot of prisoners do. And they were being sent to Los Angeles for psychiatric evaluation. And it takes about 3 months to go and a month or 2 to come back. And they stay in Oklahoma, and they go from one place to another on Con Air until they finally get to some doctor in Los Angeles and says that they have a problem or not. And then I met the one from Los Angeles and San Francisco, and they were going to Atlanta, Georgia to help psychiatric evaluation.
So no matter where you got busted for these small-time drug offenses, they would find a psychic or a psychiatric psychologist on the opposite end of the country,
So they could pull you back and forth.
so they had a reason to fly Con Air all around the country.
It's just blatant.
Who owns Con Air? Is
I better ask. I might be back in prison.
That's interesting. Who can you find out maybe on Google like who owns like Con Air? You would think part of the BOP, right?
No, like if somebody owns it.
How many airplanes they have? This is on this.
I saw 3 big jets.
There's 3
But
jets.
that's all I know. But that tower in Oklahoma, which is center, has got 1,800 rooms. And those planes are landing and coming in that day. It's just like the Central Station in Federal Prison. Why are they moving them like that? I can't know. Somebody making big money.
Whoa, that is kind of wild. I had no idea about that.
Trying to inch it over.
You just double click the top, yeah.
It's over. Tell you the truth.
These guys, 59 parent companies, Con Air Group Inc. Headquarters, Abbotsford, British Columbia, Canada. Yeah, 59 planes, Con Air Group Inc. So it's a corporation.
Yes.
Whoa.
They own some politicians, I guarantee you.
Oh, yeah. They're, wow. What a world we live in, Roger. What a world we live in. That is incredible. Incredibly corrupt.
Yeah. Let me just tell you about the drug war. Today, I'm not talking about from this job here. He's a scientist that I'm going this year. And one of them, he's a good giver. And he lets his hair grow, and he gets some tattoos and some dirty clothes. And he goes on and he gets one of those poor mentally ill people, bonds, hobos, sell 2 or 3 or 5 grams to it, and he's like, okay. Now he's got 2, and next month he does it. He's got 2 more. At the end of the year, he's got 15 or 20 major drug deals. And he does that for 2 or 3 years. And the other fellow, he's a dealer. This guy's captain.
This guy's a captain. This guy's dead.
No, the one that makes all these little tiny bucks, all these insignificant nothing. He just put the 4 people in prison. Right? Now he's captain. Now he's lieutenant. Now he's captain. Now he goes up the ladder. Rocket. Now the prosecutor, the one that can say, I got him. He has 2 grams of methamphetamine. 2 grams, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. He has 5. Give him 5 years in prison. No matter about his cool wife and children crying. Give him, put him in prison. We need fodder for this private prisons and for the federal prison. Oh boy, we got him. And if I'm a prosecutor and I get enough convictions, I got a 98% conviction rate, I'm going to make a judge. And I'll never lose my job at $500,000 a year.
It's all about climbing the ladder.
It's climbing the ladder and making
Yeah, that's
just exactly how it works.
The judicial system is just so corrupt. Are you familiar with the story of Ross Ulbricht?
No.
He was a kid who was in his early 30s when he got busted. He got like 2 licenses for he started this website. It's like it's called Silk Road. It's basically like this dark web place. People can go buy any kind of drugs they want. So like an online marketplace, people to buy anything they want. As long as it didn't, like the only rules were you can't harm them, you can't order people to get murdered, or you can't, there's human trafficking allowed. But it was mainly used for drugs. You could buy any kind of drugs that you wanted, and it was to anonymous. Like all the buyers and sellers are protected because they use this form of currency called Bitcoin. The cryptocurrency is easily keep the transaction anonymous. He was just created basically that anyone can go there and make a transaction. He took a small fee, and he ended up getting 2 life sentences because he didn't take the deal. They obviously offered him a really good, really cool deal, and he didn't take it. He thought he could beat it. And there was a bunch of corrupt agents involved in his case, and the kid got basically he got double the sentence that El Chapo got. And he's just some 20-year-old kid that made a website and e-commerce website. That story really hit home for me as far as exposing like the real issues of the judicial system in this country. They made a documentary about it. It's just disgusting. It's sick. It's disgusting.
Vomiting sick on the floor. I mean, here I am. I spent 33 years for marijuana. And I walked out with billboards. Relax and deliver your marijuana to your It's just like the prohibition. This guy's got 12 years of Alcatraz for making whiskey. When they got out and the law was passed the next year, yes, he broke the law, didn't he? Right. And after 12 years, they walked out of Alcatraz and walked across the street and get him to drink out the bar. That's the same thing's happening. It's insane. It's stupid. Jimmy Carter had it all. Most of the rape portion of prisons from mentally incapacitated people that are such acting problems and probably unwanted, unloved, foster home, beaten, abused, men and women, and they come to prison. And they treat other people that way. We need help in these positions. It's an issue that society owes to the people that we have here.
Is there any country that's doing it right? Like, obviously, we're doing it worse than anybody. We have more people locked up per capita than any other country in the world, right? Is there anybody who is doing this right? And who is take from another country and learn from them?
I understand it. Portugal?
Oh, Holland. Holland.
Absolutely. Holland's great at it.
Did Holland legalize like heroin or something?
I don't know exactly
where you can go. I heard that if you're addicted to heroin or you want to use heroin, you can actually go to a doctor and it'll give you like a clean needle. It'll give you like a
yes, that's a long time. And even Birmingham, the people clean up, the people get a job. But America goes into Birmingham and says you can't do this, you can't set a precedent like this. We must have our prisons full. So they fight so hard, the American judicial system, the DEA. They want this stuff to go in. It's wrong. I mean, it's wrong in the eyes of man and God. It's just wrong. They take these people and take them with them, their children, their families, and take their homes. I mean, they work for forever. They inherited from their grandmother. They just, you better believe if they see money in it, they're there to get it. So it's just wrong.
Do you think it'll ever change? What do you think there's a...
Of course it's going to change. It can't be. It's already swinging out the other way now. It's just got to. It's just
what's the answer? Like what sort of steps do you think we're going to have to take?
That might just be a health issue. If a guy's got heroin addict, let's just say heroin addict, they know right now that it's fake on. If they will take those tablets, they have no withdrawal whatsoever. Look at the federal drug administration. Crack them. They fight it hard. They don't win it.
Right.
It's just like the marijuana oil. Releasing all these pains. They don't win it. They fight it hard. They pay their politicians. They got lobbyists walking the halls of Congress. Tips and you get money, you can do anything for you.
We got big pharmaceutical companies that produce pills. We got Oxycontin. We got Vicodin. You got to go to the doctor, get a prescription for some opiates. That's the answer. Not this unregulated stuff.
Exactly. So it's coming to life. It's slowly coming to life. This is wrong.
It is. It's terrifying. And then another thing is parenting. I feel like parenting is so important. And a lot of the people that end up in prisons, a lot of people that end up in the streets, homeless, addicted to drugs, it seems like the catalyst, the one common denominator across all these people is messed up childhoods and parents that weren't prepared for children.
Not to a couple should have permit before they have a baby. A little sparrow builds her nest before she lays an egg.
The problem is you can't stop them from having babies, though, right?
You can't stop them, but you have to have a permit to ride a moped on the streets of America. Right. How much more important is to bring a child into it? My daughter, who's a doctor, she delivered a baby to an 11-year-old child.
Your daughter delivered a baby
from an 11-year-old child. 4 generations in the waiting room, all on welfare. Wow. 12, 14 youngins.
That's the problem. Even if you put in a law like that, people are still going to do. People are still going to have babies.
I don't say you wouldn't, but I'm doing that's the attitude to educate people, to encourage people to have a mother and a father, have a home, have a living, have something to get babies who want, instead of babies that we're just going to get for a paycheck. That's awful. You encourage the wrong people to have that. You encourage the right people.
I don't know, Roger.
I don't think we have. That's the question. I guess the answer.
It is a question. It's a very subject. And it's I don't know the answer is that, yeah, I totally agree that having a child is definitely one of the most important, serious decisions that you could possibly make. You're creating another life. I mean, that is going to set up, depending on how you raise that small baby child, depending on how conscientious you are, how prepared you are, how willing you are, to be committed to doing that. I mean, that's going to send that human being into a spiral one way or the other, whether it be good or bad. And the effects, the consequences, the repercussions of it going wrong, of it going the bad way, are exponential. So it's just... Yeah. I don't know the answers. It's definitely a dicey topic because you can't use human rights to reproduce. But at the same time, it's the logic is obviously there. Like, you can't just have people reproducing just because there's a financial gain or just for the hell of it. Let's have a kid and then, it's on its own.
Yeah. I don't know what to say about it. There is an answer. I know that the government, which is a health issue, and part of it is being family planning, and spend a tenth of money that they did on eradicating the marijuana from the country.
Right.
What a world we would live in.
Right. It's all about money. Right? It's all about money allocation.
Food and teach these children.
Education is huge, right?
What is close the school, open the food. So,
because, I mean, there's so many stories of people who had abusive childhoods, who had parents that weren't there. They were neglected all their lives. There's so many stories of, like, the biggest success stories. They're people that had messed up childhoods, right? And obviously it's rare. It's rare. Not all kids that have messed up childhoods end up successful. But if they had the access, like if they, I think it puts like if you come up from an early stage in your life with lots of obstacles in your way, and you're able to overcome a lot, and you have to deal with this. You don't have you have a very difficult life. It puts something in you, I think, that it makes you hungry, right? So I think if those people are hungry and they have access to get educated or to go learn or say, hey, it's not going to cost me, I have to go out and figure out a way to make $100 this week. Am I either going to spend my $100 on food or drugs, or am I going to spend my $100 on getting an education? They're obviously going to choose survival over education. education. So, but if those kids had access to some sort of a free education, and we took care of people who didn't have money, who actually wanted to learn and wanted to get better, that would be better for society, right? Because we would have in the country, we would have less losers. We would have people that are just leeching. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but also
You want to have people that are educated. You want to have that's the goal. As in our community, as a country, like you want to take care of. We want to think of the country as one community. As unfortunate as it is, we think of people as right and left, Democrat, Republican, whatever. It's so polarized. If we thought about it as one community, we want to educate our community to make it better. We want people to have the access to the education to get better.
I'll tell you what, look for a son, maybe daughter too. If they have a father, put their arm around them and say, son, you should study this, you should do this. I encourage you to do that. That's in addition to the choice of where you can do that or another. You need good parents to make recommendations. And also, you shouldn't put such high standards for college and that sort of stuff to everybody.
Right.
They should put, I mean, you know about 7th grade, 8th grade, where it's going to be certain university material or not. Start them in trade school.
Right.
And our business system should be on trade school.
Yeah.
The young thief comes in there and they said, oh, they're getting it wrong. I said, okay, you can get this. Okay. Your son is just become an electrician. When you get a class A license, you can use that. Well, you see them straight stop taking the drugs and
right, and that way when they get out, they actually have a pack.
$30, $50 an hour, whatever. And I mean, it's not fair to the people out there, but if they do a crime, so I just set them there just in a cell.
Right.
You have one teacher to 20, 30 guys.
Mm-hmm.
And when they pass the test, and they can do it, let them loose. That's their sentence.
The hardest thing also about the whole prison system is that I've talked about this before, but once you're in the system, it's almost like even once you're out, once you get released, it's almost like you have those shackles on you for life. Because there's like probation, there's things like restitution. You're always checking in. There's only certain things you can do, certain things you can't do. If you do accidentally slip up once, you're done.
I had 30 years. They gave me 25 years spectacle rating. Anytime you violate it, you need to serve all the costs. And on top of that, I'm giving you 5,000 hours community service. You can do 7 more kids in a day. And on top of that, you're going to pay all the costs for prostitution. And on top of that, I'm giving you 30 years, what will be 5 more years for that. It's just ridiculous.
What year did you get out? Last year you got out. Wow, man. Wow.
That's even another 9 months. It was harder than the 18 years later in isolation here for parole violation from 1977 for possession of marijuana. Somebody was after me. They wouldn't let the lawyers talk, and they wouldn't let me out of isolation.
So what happened after you were in that 9 months isolation in Los Angeles?
They let me out. I went home.
You were a free man.
I was going to find
But you were at least you were
and the COVID was out. And the parole officers didn't come until after a year. They said, "We're talking. You're free." I got my passport. I got my driver's license. I got my pilot's license. I'm ready to go.
Wow, man! What an incredible, fascinating story.
So he went out to the pilot's license. Went down in the plane for the day. Had a good time.
So what's your goals now? What's next for Roger Reed? What's next what's the next chapter for you?
I'm just going to take it one day at a time. I'm just happy.
No more playing roads and marijuana.
No, that's over. Over the horizon.
Oh, that's incredible. You and your wife, the bond that you guys are able to form, you guys were able to stay together for that long period of time, even though you were gone for 33 years, is so amazing. I've never heard of it. I've never heard of that. I mean, it's rare you hear of that. The people that did it, yeah, let alone did have to be isolated for 33 years. It's just unbelievable. What is the key? What's the secret?
I mean, she's a Christian person. She's lovely. I mean, she's like too good to be true. I said, what did you tell him, Ma? You're beautiful. She said, I told him.
Yeah.
Bless your heart. You waited on me all that time. I tell you, when I came home, there was the same table, round table that I was standing in, and there was the same place now that I had left 35 years ago. And there was the same silverware, the same place. I just sit there and cry. It took me 3 days. I couldn't even look at pictures of her when she was 40, when she was 50, when she was 60. I was
Yeah.
so,
How did it make you feel?
I feel sick. I feel like I'm sick. That many years. I was in the
It's like, hey, most Americans can't afford $48 for your fucking outlaw.
I'm for good. Just got caught up in this and did it.
And there were so many people like you too that got caught up in that part of history.
You can pull up almost any port in the world and you can say Rio and say, I'm going to pay all of you $1 million to haul this load of cocaine. We might get caught. You could sink the ship with you and never know what you get on.
So true, man. It's so true. Well, Roger, I think we did it. I think we covered pretty much everything. Is there anything that we missed that's important to let know? I can't thank you enough for doing that. A baby deer in Alaska. Mari wants to bring up a baby deer. Oh, what happened with the baby deer in Alaska? We can wrap it up with that story.
Oh, that's just a whole other story yourself. We went to my
It's okay. We can still tell it.
Oh, all right.
Let's tell it.
About the baby deer.
Let's tell it. We're going to wrap it up with the baby deer story.
Mari and I went to Alaska in 1972 and bought a salmon trawler. It was an old sailboat. They laid deer letter, and somebody put a little gasoline engine in it within 38 feet. And we went salmon fishing with all those 5 years old. And we catch those great clean salmon and put them in the ice and got at hot springs and after the boat in the evening sometimes they go for the hot spring shower. Oh, it was nice, and sharks would cut your salmon in two on the way up sometimes, and we'd hang the head up and get serving steaks behind it. And then one day a little boy was crying on the radio that his boat was blowing up, his daddy's legs was crooked and blood was coming out of his ears, and help. So pretty soon the Coast Guard was flying. I said, we're strong where I was here. And so they toasted the actions an overturned boat afloat. Burned boat. Yeah. And I had the little boy's cries on my mind all day, and I was clean, so I went back on the back. When I turned and looked, and there was a bow of a boat coming up. I was almost to hit it. So I ran us out of the fish hole and knocked the boat out of here. And then I saw my mistake. It was mine. It was not an overturned boat. It was a giant blue whale that was surfacing under my boat. And he blew his stuff all over. I could have gassed him from there. That thing was huge. Anyway, I had 4,000-pound chest each, and he wrapped himself in these things, and they got around him, and he went down, and that back of that boat went backwards faster, like a cork going backwards faster, and it went forward. Jeez. They took all the gear off, and all the stuff just went down, my lifeboat and all that just struggled. So we was out of business. So he said, let's take a vacation, all the southeast Alaska, just put one place together. And we'd go into some of these that just very seldom visited. And we were looking for glass balls. The Orientals used to have glass balls on their beach. And they didn't have corks, so they would put these glass balls. Some of them got big, some just big. Most of them got that big. And put floaters on the left and understands and lot. They lost a lot of them. The Pacific Ocean is 70 million square miles, 50 around the world. And then the storms of the last one, some of them get caught up behind the bus and it's on the beaches. Somebody walked one way and I walked the other, and there's always a bunch of bears. And I take a 44 and she takes the rifle and we walk different places looking for those falls. And I came up to a big granite boulder at the end, and it's very nice. And behind her was a grizzly. And the grizzly, she turned around because she was trying to call me, knocked her down in the surf. And I just said, oh, you rascal. And I took my pistol and shot her. He stopped and looked at me, and then he looked on my shot the grizzly bear. No, he shot Adam, kept shot the bear. Get out. So I walked up, and there was a bird laying there, the little waves were lapping up. And I looked, I saw why she was giving birth, and the little lady was sticking out. So I drug her out on the beach, and I took out a razor sharp salmon, and I screwed him up, and I cut her open and took the little fawn out. I dried him off and put it in the coop. He got a red, white, flat. How big was it? As big as a cat. And long legs. I put him down the coop. He was like, what did you shoot? I shot a grizzly. Put your hand down here. I'm not about to put my hand down here. Anyway, she did. The little deer was just beautiful. And we took him and put him in the boat, in the box on the boat. But he wouldn't eat anything. And he was drinking his milk. So we said, he will die. So we had left our daughter a couple of days with some friends in Citrus. And we went back. She met us down at the beach, out on the dock. And when she saw the little deer, she held him. Oh, she's 5 years old. And he took her by the ear and started sucking her. Just like it was his mama. So he got a little baby doll bottle and put some milk in it, put it behind it, and it was running all down her ear and milk. And he got sick, so we filled him up on milk. Anyway, we took him on. We had to put burlap on the boat so he could walk around. And we raised him for the next month or so that he was on the boat and going on vacation. And so when we got ready to go back, I'm still in the fire department, and my son got taken a leave back, so we had to go back. What we do, we named the flag after the flag on the table after Marjorie Walton's book, the year. And so I bought a big shopping bag with a zipper, and I put flags inside. Now that he's about knee high and he's rather spunky. So Mario has 2 bottles. And I put him on the plane, put him in the seat, on the seat, my feet over him. And halfway down to Seattle, he gets to crying to his bottle. So the stewardess comes by. Mario said, would you keep these, please? She said, where's the baby? So I said, so I said, yes. So he zipped it up, the flag popped his head up. And all of them had to come look at him. And Captain, he said, I've smuggled everything in my plane. Never you. Will you let my wife see this? And we did. So we took him on to Redondo Beach with us. And he got too big. He got where he could just jump 6 or 8 high, and we were afraid he hurt our little girl. We gave him some people up in Napa Valley and he stepped there and we went to visit him. And he was from California. So we got a call one day, some dog scared flag, and he jumped that 8-foot fence and he got away. So, so the next year we saw an article in the newspaper with a strange deer, and they had a picture of flag that was young in San Angeles National Park. And they took him, and the rangers took him to Santa Claus Village, where he spent the rest of his life in a petting zoo.
Oh my God. What is reindeer? Wow, what a story. That's unbelievable. Roger, thank you again.
Thank you.
I appreciate you guys. Tell people listening and watching so they can find your book.
Find it on Amazon or Kindle.
Smuggler by Roger Reese. And I'll put a link in the show notes below.
Okay, good. It's been a real pleasure.
My pleasure too, Roger.
Here comes a 10-round decision. Yeah, I don't believe they use it. They might have done it once. Yeah. And then they're probably like, all right, it's not working great. I guess I can cry. I'll buy it. There's something up, yeah. Something's fishy here. Way to go. Let's take a break because, all right, folks, this is insane. For the first time ever, we got 2 full-blown all-women's boxing mega event going down in New York City. 2 title fights same night. Let's go.
It's a mind game. Life is about mind games. How can I jump in your head? It's for your soul. That's how you make money. Bro, the more heads you got, the more you school them, the more you gonna eat. You're eating everything. Yo, what's good? What are we doing? What's going on? What's good? Yo, why is it taking so long? Why is this deal taking so long? I'm paying cash. What's good? So we're gonna post your bond, 100,000. You're gonna give me 10 grand plus collateral. If you run, I'm sticking you for your collateral. I got my boundaries who have more power than the police. They can go into your house. I don't
Brian Aponte is back on the podcast. What's up, bro? Yeah, it's been a couple weeks. We got you back. You were a little bit tame on the first podcast. We didn't really open her up like we should have. I feel like we got to do take 2. Being humble attracts the crowd, right? Being ignorant attracts the crowd. Get a little bit closer. What about like Jake Paul and Logan Paul? Those guys know how to make money. All they do is talk shit. You think Jake Paul's gonna be able to knock out Floyd Mayweather or Logan Paul rather? You think he's gonna get that much fucking money? 122 million. No, it is. Yeah.
We can talk boxing.
No.
That's not reality. It's just like, who can I, Conor McGregor, $100 million?
No idea.
Yeah, right. So you got guys that are not really boxers. They're like Andre the Giant.
Yeah, it's a different game now. They're all trying to just get more followers, and they're trying to parlay their social media following. It works though, because it's like it sells tickets, right? Boxing's all about selling tickets, isn't it? It's all about making money. Who wants to get knocked out for free? Yeah, all about it. You watch that fight? Did you?
She's just a mess, like all of us, one way or another. Just missing Gina's rising up over. I'm sorry to say this too, but I don't think she has any love in her life. I don't think she has any kids. I think she.
So what's up, man? What have you been doing?
Right.
Have you been making money or what?
Of course, I just been messing with my I see that crypto is Trump.
So you own it right now? You buy the dip? The dip keeps getting deeper.
You got a guy like Elon Musk on Saturday Night Live. I'm looking for John Belushi. I see this dude. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to sleep. Everything is crazy. You know what I mean?
He's a fucking weirdo.
But you know what? He's the only guy that I know that's not the time in his company's worth what? 500 a share.
I will say it's true that you see some people that are like,
how's that Tesla stock treating you?
You see some kids
at 550 maybe. You know, last year was before the after the closure, I think it dropped to 380. So it split 5 times, so now it's 2,500. Last year's price, I guess it's higher.
How much?
You hold on a few, but the thing is, like I told you from the last time, stocks and Bitcoin and all that, that's like a hobby. My thing is real estate. I want to teach people how to make money with real estate.
there she is.
What else is there? Cattle, gold, and real estate.
Fuck, who makes money on cattle?
She said she was
People have a lot of land in cattle and Green Bay.
great improv.
They make money on cattle? I thought Texas was a cattle capital.
You know what? They're trying to get rid of cattle.
Still
Says, no, they fucking destroys the ozone.
Oh yeah, that's true. I heard that. That's true.
I don't own any cattle, but I see cattle. Cattle just stay today. That's what I think.
What about trading cards?
Baseball cards, of course. Dr. He was a big collector. I saw cards.
Did you?
He's lived on the other side. His father used to have the largest Rolls-Royce collection. You see Dr. Lehman, and you see look at his father. So it's the largest Rolls-Royce collection.
I was gonna just jump on it.
But, you know, the cards is where the money's at. You know, don't get it twisted. With new stuff, you want to stick to your old cards. Ty Cobb, Joe DiMaggio, Mickey Mantle.
Are you day trade cards or are you holding them long term?
I buy some on eBay. I go to the shows. I do what I can, and I like to just. I take a lot of my real estate money and just throw it in cards. Because the real estate is cool and you make money, but the cards.
You buying the NFT cards?
Nah, I don't see any value in that. You look at a computer screen.
People are making a lot of money on that.
It's like a, no, I see that.
Yeah.
That's a heavily highly manipulated product. I just don't see that making money. Yeah. I think the other part. But really, like I told you, I like to talk about real estate because everybody in the world is involved in real estate. I know a lot of people who make money on charging thousands of dollars for classes. You know, last time we did a little podcast. And I read the comments and I appreciate everybody's comments. I see a couple of negative comments. I just like to touch them. I see one guy who's like, hey, look, even if you pay cash, you can't close a house in the day. It's not true. And maybe we can touch on stuff like that.
Yeah, we can pull some up.
Definitely, please. So let me buy a house in the day for the not believe.
Aiden, there's a podcast we did with Brian a couple ago. You can find it. Just Google Brian Podcast. Concrete, you'll find it. Comment on the video.
Yeah, so basically how you buy a house in one day. A lot of people who do real estate are not house closers, but defenders. Because I'll tell you how we real estate. When you talk to a guy who's you have a buyer, tender, and a buyer. So the buyer has to pay value about it. So he has to either call a bank or deal with the appraiser.
Well, Bob, let's be fair here. Most normal people in the real world have to borrow money from a bank.
Yeah, you're 100% correct, bro. We're not talking about most people. We're not talking about the super.
Well, the people that are watching this are most. You have to understand.
Yeah,
People
but
that watch this.
Okay, next time I'll come up with that. But how you buy a house in one day, you understand business. Let's pretend that you have a house and a guy, let's pretend like short.
What's a wholesaler, first of all?
A wholesaler is a guy who's in to assign his contract. So what that means is, let's pretend this phone is contract. So you have a house for sale. So you want to sell a house for $100,000. He gets the contract, and he gets an inspection period.
Right.
So an inspection period, in other terms, is like, let me get a few days or a couple of weeks so I can market your property and sell to a real buyer. So they go to a title company, and the title work starts rolling. They check for mortgages, they check for liens, and blah, blah, blah. So once the title company tells you, yo, the property's ready to go, so you got a contract for $1 grand. So you want to push it on the street because you don't have any money, but you want to make money because you want to keep it. Right. So then you come and you push it around the block, you email blast it, you do whatever you got to do. You push it to 120, 130, whatever you think you can get based on what it's worth. So when that doesn't work, they call a guy like me, hey Brian, they left, I got to close it. Where you closing it? And then when the title company, send me the title commitment. I look at the title commitment, boom, all right, send me the underlying contract. So I look at the underlying contract, I see what they're paying, I see everything. So I go look at it. So in Tampa, Florida, where I live, I know the street in town. So I already know what it's worth before I get there. So you're buying it for 100. I said, cool, I'll give you $110. So it's up to you to sell it to me. So you can make 10 grand and you didn't really do nothing except put up a deposit. So I call the title company and I call Candace, who runs my office. Candace, wire the money, get the title, boom. So I go in there, I don't even have to go sign. I do DocuSign because I'm a buyer, I'm not a seller, so they don't need a notarized copy. So I buy the house in 2-3 minutes. Then what I do after I close, I give it to one of my team members so they can repush it. There's one thing I wanted to see because when I read the comments,
Let's look at these comments right here.
so go right in.
I mean, these are positive, man. This man truly understands life and money. You can tell by the way he talks.
One other guy was like, yo, Brian, stop the money. It's all about smelling the roses. I'm 50 years old. I've traveled the whole nation. I've sold it. I've done everything. I've been to NASCAR, World Series, NBA Finals, championship, and you name it, I've
done. So at the end of the day, when I wake up at 4:30 in the morning, what am I gonna do? Walk my dog? You know what I'm saying? I do it, but at the same time, I want to have fun.
Yeah, but you're addicted to doing this shit. You're like the guy on the fucking movie called Without It. We talked about it last time Without It saying the Gemstones.
But the problem with that movie is it's not realistic, as we spoke about. The reason it's not realistic, he had some gambling debt, and he had millions of dollars of scrap over less than 30 seconds at 98%. So that movie makes no sense.
I love how when you got that fucking that big snook delivered to his office that's fixed, that was full of diamonds, like little rare stones. That went fucking crazy. Blood diamonds. You ever seen a blood diamond?
When I buy diamonds, I usually go to New York.
Put this thing in like.
You know what? Last time I looked like I was fat.
Just sit up straight.
Anyway, so diamond game is tough because there's more diamonds than people, and the beers come. So hush game,
yeah.
And then most of the diamonds that are retail are trash because obviously the FLV color, all this color. But the diamond game is tough. You gotta have buyers, and that's it's not like real estate. Real estate is diamond sells to select people.
Yeah, everybody needs it. One thing you can't. Well, no, diamonds are weird because I don't understand it. Like, I don't really understand it because it's the De Beers company. They manipulate it or they somehow control. It's not like those stockpile and they slowly release it.
The thing is, there's a call the thing of rap. So it's like a wholesale thing. I want to anything over carat, which is an FL flaws that has a high value, and then you have different colors, different cuts. So, but the diamond game is like so super exposed, and you got every rapper, movie star in the game trying to like outfloss each other. You even got people putting diamonds in their heads. It's at the point now. It's like, yeah, I'm not with this anymore. It doesn't even make sense. That's why I mess with the baseball cards and the real estate because the baseball cards are extremely rare, and the real estate is commodity.
The most expensive ones I got from Pittsburgh, right? From the Pirates. Most expensive baseball cards.
Yeah, there's actually one. There's actually one. The reason is because he didn't believe in tobacco, and that's
Yo, this guy in the comment says, I know a guy, won't mention his name, he uses banks.
Well, a lot of people use it. But I'm going to tell you the reason why I personally don't use it. I use owner finance. I'm going to tell you why I use that. It's like this. If you look at my background, right, and you see that I bought thousands of houses, bought them in a day, and sold them the same day, I pushed them to hedge. It's like this. Let's say I'm buying a house that's worth $200,000. By the time a bank gives me that loan, I already got it sold because I got to go get an appraisal. I got to get a survey. Who has time for that? And if you got money in your bank to copy, because you're already trying to repush it. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to buy it and retail it, I mean, those days are over.
You're a different breed, though.
So you have to be different like everybody else. Everybody hustling. Everybody can be a hustler. People hustle fish. They go fishing, they clump the fish on. Some people hustle retail. You know, they sell cars. Some people hustle for the coach back in the day before, people started shaking because it's not. But everything has a dollar trade. Everybody's gonna bottom line is, if you want to make money, you have to have a good eye for what's out there. At the same time, you have to know who you're playing. You have to know how to buy. It's like I told you from the rip. You only make money when you only realize.
So what's the best way? Because right now the real estate market's fucking crazy. You go, if you see a house for sale and you are interested and want to go look at it, the day it goes on the market, there's probably already going to be 10. So how do you get skill when there's so much competition?
Because when it's up for sale, it's only and then you're going to shoot the highest and best. And if you're an FHA buyer or you're a loan buyer, they're going to look at you last. They only want to deal with cash buyers.
Right.
They don't want to fix it. They don't want to do nothing. But the problem is that if you're in the city limits and you sell your house now, the odds of you losing back is very, very low. Because the houses are going to go up 30 to 50% next year.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, because the liberal communists in that right now, and what they're looking to do is take these on exchanges. So basically, with 1031 exchanges, let's say you buy a apartment building for $10 million or whatever, and then you take that money and put it into another product. They're trying to take that away because they want to eat your money. You said, why the
Explain. I understand what 1031 exchange is. I mean, it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense for people that are employing ridiculous amounts of people to be able to do that, to roll your profit into new deals without paying tax on it. It makes sense as an incentive for people that are.
Always remember, you're always paying tax no matter what.
Right? No, I know.
Hundreds of thousands of dollars a year.
No, yeah, for sure. I completely understand how it works. You're paying shitload of tax. You're paying tons of payroll taxes for all your employees. When you're running that big of an operation, it makes sense as an incentive to incentivize the people that have the balls to take those risks, to buy those big ass fucking deals. So why would they want to remove that incentive? What is the
I'm
logic?
personally not a political person, and the reason is because that doesn't make me use clothes. I mean, there's people on both sides of the fence trying to fight. But I'll tell you my opinion. The reason they need the money to pay for what they're like, I'm going to tell you why. My thing is about this, and you can take this down. We are in hyperinflation. If you go out to eat, no matter what, you go to your girl, no matter what, it's the worst place. Take people and they want to raise the minimum wage to $15. You know what they did? So what they did was they started paying $300 a week plus $275. So that's $575 a week. You make $15 an hour. It's like $40, $600 minus taxes and blah blah blah. So you're making more money to stay home. So basically, you're forcing a minimum wage, right? So now the real estate is a capital gains. When you buy and sell real estate, you make capital gains. You're not working a job. So if they capital gains and eliminate 1031 exchanges, nobody who has any brains or cash is going to sell anything. What they're going to do is build, they're going to rent, they're going to refinance, they're going to take other equity out, and they're going to rent Airbnb, or they're going to rent to regular Section 8. The Section 8 is going to go up. You know, Section 8, you know, when people get paid to live, nothing. So all these rents are going to skyrocket, and the real estate will go up because you have less real estate. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. But you want to be in the city limits. The money is always in the fence. There was a guy over here, I just want to say, I live in a $40,000 house. He doesn't even know where I live because 99% of my assets are in trusts. I just found that funny.
He said what?
Some guy in the comments said I live in a $400,000 house. My funny thing is, how does this guy know where I live? It's relevant, but I just found that funny.
You live in a $400,000 house?
I got a 3,000 square foot house on a lake in a good neighborhood.
Keep scrolling.
Yo, the guy who said that, I want to buy 100 of those 600.
Yeah.
I'm a cash buyer. Anyway, just wanted to touch on that.
This the type of guy who rips you off and then disrespects you after.
First of all, I don't rip anybody off because I'm going to tell you straight up and down. When I do a deal, I'm not going to call you on the phone. I'm going to look straight in your eyes. I'm going to look at your soul and shake your hand. I'm going to give you the money that you want. It's either this, you want my bread or you want your product. It doesn't matter to me if you don't want to sell. And when you want to sell, go shop at a restaurant. Because if you give it to a wholesaler, they're going to call me back in.
I think you need a vodka.
I've already had about 40.
There,
I actually
some
drink
ice.
Grey Goose. Yeah, why not? Let's get this.
I'm sorry.
Aiden, keep scrolling a little bit.
I got. If you like, this is sparkling water.
Yeah, no, I like this sparkling water.
It's good, right? Liquid death. It's up there. Murder your thirst. Murder.
They got good slogan.
It's always about that catchphrase. Right? All right, anyway, holla at me. What else we got?
Let's see. Wow, what an incredible interview. This man has so much knowledge. I really hope there's part 2 of this interview. Well, today's your lucky day.
Exactly. So basically what I would like to do is I would like you to ask me questions how I can school people.
Okay, listen to
In
this.
reality, the most important thing about any of this is people make money.
Well, check it out. I mean, we gotta make it
for like the average
Yeah, so
working
what
man.
if you don't have the money to put up?
Look at this
buy
guy.
it
Let's
straight
use him as a test
I
example.
love this herringbone thing.
up?
How
My
can
grandma's
he-
chain.
It has a crab lobster.
Where? Let me see it.
It's a Gam's chain.
What's it called? Herringbone?
Herringbone.
Yeah, they stopped making them in the 80s because they would crumple up. And then the hair on your chest would crumple and take over.
Does it do that to you?
Oh yeah, it gets caught in the chest hair all the time.
Damn. I don't fuck with chains.
I do all this shit in
They are the best. All right, let's use him for an example. He wants to buy a house. Tell him how he can buy it.
So
Ask him some questions.
you want to buy to live there? You want to buy to make money? What are you looking at?
Well, I need to buy somewhere to live for sure, but I'd like to make some money.
All right, so what I suggest is buy a lot. Just think about it. If I'm buying a lot, so wouldn't it be better for you to do the same thing?
Don't we have to start from like, oh, where's he the money to buy the lot?
Well, my point is, if you have like a job and you can get a loan, but let's pretend you're broken, you're a car, and you're driving a 1989 S1 and you're pushing a lawnmower. All right, so what you need to do is, you need to learn the value of the houses. And how you got, well, I tell everybody, you know how you get in the game? You ever see them signs on the street? You'll pay cash for your house.
Yeah.
Those guys know more about real estate than me. Problem is they ain't got no money. So you know why they're middleman, right? Because the middleman,
Right.
he knows the
market.
retail value. So you need to school him. You need to get in his head. You need to tell him, yo, look, I see your sign. What you got? So he gives you the address. If you don't know the address, tell him, okay, why do you think I should buy this? So you want to eat his brain why you should buy what he got, right? So then you go over there and then you understand. All right, let me look up comps. Let me look at Zillow. Let me see why this is what it is, right? So then when you know what's the deal, when you know the retail value, and you know what it needs to get fixed, you know what to pay. So then you ask him, hey, look, even if you don't have anything for sale, then guess what? I'm selling it. Where? You know what? My grandmother, she got a house and she wants to give it to me. So now he's shaking because he's dying to rob you. So now he's going to give you this time. So you need to learn from people what they're doing. So once you know the hustle, then you can get into it. That's what I would tell you from the
Like that.
If I'm flipping burgers at it and I want to get in the game, I'm gonna call somebody like that.
Yeah. With the
They
little
always
signs
call
on
me.
the side of the road.
But
I
I'm
see
saying,
those all
yeah,
the
of course. They always holler at me, I'll see you in the game. But that's what I do. I want to understand what's happening, to get in there, and then I would try to get my credit right. You know what I mean? Because if you're gonna buy, because right now the interest rate's like 3-4%, which is very low. You know what I'm saying? So, and then the bank will lend you money to FHA because they want you to get in. They want people to own house. So that's what I do.
FHA, they're pushing those hard.
Of course, because they want.
Right. And what's the deal with FHA?
Well, first of all, I don't really deal with that. I don't deal with that.
I know.
If you want to get in the game and you ain't got no money, you gotta figure out a way to get in the game. It's like anything in life. You gotta figure out if you go to a bar and you see a shorty, a dime piece. How am I gonna hook up with this chick? You gotta have some game, right? Because if you ain't just gonna bounce to somebody else.
Right. Aren't the inspections for FHA stricter?
They are, but at the same time, you have to understand, real estate is up by the month. Real estate's going up 2-3% a month. So you gotta jump in and then figure it out.
So where's it going? When's it gonna crash? That's my question.
Well, I don't think real estate's gonna crash. I'm gonna tell you why. Because we're in a hyperinflation. We're printing money by the trillions. The United States government cannot afford to pay the debt. So the Federal Reserve is keeping the interest rates very low, close to zero. So that's the reason why people want to own, because the rents are sky high. And it's like, people are like sheep. They think, oh my God, my brother bought a crib. He's dead broke. He bought it in 2018. Now he got 100 G's in equity. I'm over here sitting on a 1992 Chevy S10, like I told you before. My girl's doing 3 jobs. I gotta sell my Timex. I'm fucked. Excuse my language. I'm done. So you want to get in the game? What other game are you gonna get into?
Right.
So that's what I'm about.
Right.
The real estate is the fastest way to get paid. Unless you know how to manipulate stocks or Coinbase. And that Coinbase is like so volatile. By the time you go home, you're gonna drink a bottle of Johnny Black because you can't afford the blue. You feel me?
Yeah.
That's just what it is.
Hell yeah. Gotta be motivated.
Bro, real estate is the key to your problem.
Just gotta get that down payment, dude. That 3%
Yo,
down
owner
payment.
finance. Look, when I buy houses, big money shit, like $1 million, $2 million, I try to leverage the buyer. Look, I'm selling a property for $3.8 million. The guy signed a contract to close in 18 months. So what do? I gotta play the game. He wants to stick me for my paper. I gotta make him give me 30, 40, 50 G's a month to me on the deposit. I'm making big money on the product, but I could afford to sell it because I don't need the money. But when you deal with people who have houses that are beat up, I'm gonna tell you another way to get in the room. Let's pretend you driving down the street, see your house, the roof is shot, the grass is high, try to call the owner. Yo, what's up? You want to sell me this crib? All right, cool. I'll lease option. This way you can control the asset with little money out of it. Little money out of hand. The name of the game of anything in life is to control the asset. Once you control it, you're in charge. And what the fuck's a lease option? Is that like rent to own? Exactly. So let's pretend I got a house and I don't want to deal with it. I live in Canada or I live in Jersey and I got this house and I don't want to deal with it, right? And I know I paid $150,000 in 2015. I look at Zillow, $260. Cool, let me see what this guy's talking about. All right, what do you want to give me? $240? All right, cool. I'm thinking I need a roof, I need a kitchen. I gotta drop 100 stacks in this piece. Yeah, why not? Take it. And I'll do a deal with you. I think I'm getting over on you. Like, yo, give me a G a month, deal with it, and you fix it. You do whatever you gotta do. So now just to figure out how can I wholesale this. So you call the guy on the street. Yo, I got this crib. What do you give me? So he'll give you $220. You tell the owner $200. I need help. I got kids. I'm hungry. Sign a lease option. I lease it for 12 months at this price, and I have an assignable. It's very important. This way you can put the paper to him. So you make 20 G's in this shit. Now you're rolling. If you got 20 G's in your pocket, now you play poker, chip in a chair. That's all you need. When you in the booth, when you on deck, whatever you got, long as you got a little spread of hope with game and knowledge, you're good. You ever see that movie show? It's not a mentor. It's about reality. You gotta focus on reality. You know what it is? A lot of people I talk to, you know, it's like this. Oh, I do this, I do this. Yo, I don't care about excuses, Daddy. I get up at 4 a.m. I'm good and I'm rich. I'm paid. Fuck, I gotta go out for. Why? Because I gotta eat. And I'm dumping. Because there's nothing like you ever see like when somebody's dying, their heart says, you see that flat line? Nothing in reality is flatline. It's either going up or going down. You gotta try to figure out a way to do that middle. These options, all things. And you know how I make a lot of money? Non-qualifying assumable money. Let me school you on that, man. Because I'm gonna school people on this, they're gonna flip out.
What's it called again?
Non-qualifying assumable money. Okay, so let me tell you how this works. So I bought a property in Tampa, Florida. I'm not gonna give you the address because I could if I want to, but I'll let them holler at me. So I bought a property in January 7, 2020, pre-COVID. It was 28 acres of dirt it's 2 full years. So I gave the lady 825 G's. I gave 170,000 down. Right? So I had a non-qualifying assumable mortgage with a 5-year balloon at 3% interest only. So what that means. So when you go get a loan, they want to check your credentials. They want to see where you work. They want to check your credit. They want to see if you can afford the mortgage. So how I do it, let's say I'm buying I'm gonna buy this house off you for $300,000. Here's $100,000 down. So the 100 G's is ringing bells in their head because you're already studying the seller. The cases, they ain't got no money to fix it. Owe back taxes. They're done. Feel me? And no person can get a retail loan on this home because they can't afford to fix it. So the only other people that are going to come in are cash crooks. They're going to want to pay her $200. Right? So how I come in is I look at the land. If I can split the dirt and do something else with that dirt, and I got a non-qualifying paper, I'm going to eat on both sides. I'm going to eat in the front and the back. I'm gonna eat in the middle too. I'll show you how to do it. So anyway, getting back, I give you 100 on 300, right? I create a mortgage and I try to get interest only. Interest is always the best return flips because think of your bar 200, and it's hard to get interest only. Yeah, but I'm not dealing with a bank. I'm dealing with the seller. This is you. You can get interest only. I'm gonna school you for free. I'm gonna tell you how to do. I'm gonna tell you who to target. You're acting like I can actually go to the bank and interest only. Hold on a second. Why do you keep mentioning banks? Why would you ever mention a bank? The person that's lending me the money is the seller.
Oh, the seller's lending you money.
Of course, the seller. Draw it up. Listen to me. The seller.
This seller's broke. He ain't got no money.
Yeah, but I'm already looking at Win2 data. I'm looking to see if they got mortgages. So I'm already working with the seller. You feel me? So if this guy got a piece of garbage that wants 300 or 400, I'm going to try to get it where I can put a little money out of my pocket and they give me the mortgage. They become the note holder. The seller becomes the note holder. You understand me now?
I understand.
I have many deals like this. This deal I'm selling, the seller's a note holder. So look, you get the seller to hold the note. And how you do a non-qualifying assumable mortgage is like this.
So wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm retarded.
But I'm going to school you on it.
No, but I'm going to ask this great question.
Ask kindergarten question.
All right, kindergarten question. This I'm dumb, but if it's a non-qualifying assumable loan, so the guy owns this house for $300,000.
He owns it free and clear. The seller has no debt. What if
the seller does have a loan?
But then I have to give him enough down to pay his debt off. I have to understand his debt.
So if he doesn't have a loan on the house, paying him monthly, he's holding the note.
My mortgage holder. So when I'm qualifying assumable, you want me to tell you why I do that? So if I buy it from you and I want to sell it to him, he doesn't need to qualify for this mortgage because my seller is holding a note for me and I'm allowed to throw that on anybody I want. You could be prison. I could give it. You could be Mickey Mouse. It don't matter. You're gonna take my mortgage over. You get it? So I'm buying it for you for 300, and I'm giving you 100 G's down. I'm out of pocket like $105,000 because I'm gonna pay net to sell it. Right. Because most of these people they don't want those costs. So I'm gonna pay the dock stamps, the title insurance, back taxes. So I'm a property. So now but I already know I ain't gonna buy it. I know I can re-dump it to somebody else. Okay, so I stepped to him. I'm like, look, dude, just give me $375. Give me $175 down. Take over this 200. 3% interest only, amortized over 20 years. If they want to do principal and interest, you want a heavy amortization because you want that payment to be low. So you can rent it or do what you got to do with little bread out of your pocket. Understand? All right, so then you re-push it, you make your money and you work. That's better than paying cash because now you can leverage your money multiple times. You understand what I'm saying?
Kind of.
Okay, look, you own the house.
No, I get the part where you gave the guy 100, it's just worth 300.
It's worth 500. I'm giving him 3 because it's a piece of garbage. It needs work. Right. I already know I can push it to him for 375, and he don't got all the bread because he don't want to go to a hard money lender. Because I told you before, it's hard to make money with hard money. Right. They're gonna hit you with 2-3 points. Right. They're gonna want 12%, and they're gonna want a year balloon. Meanwhile, you can't even get it done in a year. So you need to have control. So I'm gonna get you to give me a loan where you can hold my paper and I can flip it to this dude.
Okay, and how's this dude buying it? Cash?
No, he's gonna give me the 175, 375. My 100 I put down plus another 75. So I just made 75 on 100. And I'm out. Yeah. Now you deal with it.
And now they're just saying
he's taking my note. Now he's getting her.
Oh, that's simple. That's simple, bro.
Exactly. Let me say another way.
What's Aiden? Is he in frame right now? Okay, I'm gonna tell
you another way I used to make money. I used to buy junkers for like, let's just say I buy a piece of junk house. You can't do this no more because the market's changed. But I used to hold paper too. So I buy this house 50 G's, right? So I sell it to you for 75. I just made 50%, right?
Yeah.
Wrong. Here's why. I bought it for 50. I sold it to him for 75. He gives me 20 G's down, right? So he owes me 55. I'm gonna charge him 5 points. He's gonna give me another $2,750 for points. So he's gonna owe me 57 $7,500 at 12%. But I only got really 30 G's. So he owes me $57,500 on 30 at 12%. It's a point a month. So now he's paying me another $575. You understand me? So then I go and sell this first note. I sell this first note to a mortgage buyer. I'm like, yo, he owes me $57,500 at 12%. Give me 50. So I sell it to the mortgage. Now I'm done, and I just made numbers. 55 plus 25 plus I made 20s. Basically, I'm not because I sold him bread and I dumped the mortgage.
That's some slick.
That's how you gotta do. You gotta know how to push the paper. And also you gotta do is you gotta learn how to buy houses with double lots. Because right now my money's in land. I bought a property the other day for $245,000, 3 acres in Tampa. I got it. I tore the house down. I got an S1 variance to get 60 houses on it. Now I'm dumping it for 900. I'm in it for 3.
Yeah, some lots though you can't won't even let you split. I tried buying a lot a couple months ago, and they were saying I was trying because it was huge. I wanted to build 2 houses on it. I'm like, I can build 2 houses on this, triple my money, quadruple my money. Like, oh, economy? Nope, not allowed to split it.
Understand the future land use, and you have to understand. So, like, I don't really know much about this because I live in Tampa, and everything I do is in Tampa. So they have RS.
Still some land out there too.
Yes, exactly.
Not over here.
But look, like the Safety Harbor, I'm looking at. This guy's got a motel. His shores with a little cottage. He wants 1.2. I'll offer him a million with 500 down. He's like, nah, not with this. All right, but whatever. My point is, if I buy that, I'll get back to what I'm talking about because I know I'm off track. But look, the way to make money is you have to understand how to split the land. Once you buy the land, you split it. And then they have future land use. So let's pretend the highest density is CMU 35. Let's just pretend. The commercial use 35 per acre. So that means every acre you can put 35 doors, right? So there's a big necessity right now for affordable housing because there's so many broke people the government needs to pay to build. And they got all these tax credits. I'm selling a house, this guy right this property, he's going to get tax credits to pay for it for free. And the guy's like, he's talking to my realtor. Why he don't do that? I'm making money. I don't care about all that. I'm not looking. I don't want my legacy to my kids. Yo, peep this. Daddy made money because the government paid. What are you bugging? What's wrong with that, bro? I'm not with. Why? Because I like to get my money on the line. You feel me?
What motivates you?
Of course. I'm not looking for a welfare check.
Yeah.
You ever see that movie?
Fuck, take it,
I'm not with that. I'm not with that. You know why? Because let's pretend you're on your deck and you got all your peeps with you, right?
Yeah.
Remember you did this? You remember Section 8 pay? You remember I got a free check? You gotta do the boss. Use a stunt dummy.
Remember we got that truck?
The way I look at it is like this. How can I figure it out? How could I game the game?
Yo, what do you think about Trump?
I love Donald Trump. Do you? Of course.
What's your favorite part about him?
He's just ill with it. He tell you what time it is. He's either. It's like this. Oh, look, I'm a billionaire because one dude called him a millionaire on CNN like 20 years ago. Sued him. Yo, don't
Suit him for calling him a fucking
millionaire.
millionaire.
That's who I am, Daddy. I'm a billionaire. Don't holler back at me.
I'd like to sue someone, please.
Yeah.
No, but teach this. The reason I like Donald Trump, he don't care. It's like, yo, look, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do it. Like, I don't need your help. I'm not no broke little dog that's gonna whistle to the whistle and all y'all gonna tell me what to do. I'm gonna do me. You feel me?
He's definitely
Yeah, I'm pretty sure every. Oh my God, this guy, this blah blah blah. You think I give a shit what people say about me? Because look, we was in the bail bonds game, and I ain't feeling it. You know why? Because I'm selling freedom. I'm in the real estate game. I'm buying your crib, Daddy. I got bread. Ain't nobody canceling me. Come holler back, Daddy. Cancel. What you gonna cancel me for? Stacks of bread? Come on, Daddy. Where you at? Feel me? So the reason I love Donald Trump, he tell you what it is. The reason I don't like Joe Biden, because he's the type of dude. Hit him right there. So he gonna get knocked out real quick. Feel me? He's soft. Come on, Daddy. He's soft. What it is you got all these liberal communists trying to eat. Oh, let's see what retard we could toss up in this piece for like a stunt dummy. Like that could, yeah, that's what it is, Daddy. Straight up. If you about that money, you about getting bread, bro. Let me tell you something. When I was a little kid, I lived by 3 rules. Don't beg nobody for nothing. Never fear nobody. And number 3, don't ever do anything that you're not gonna say. If you say you're gonna do it, do it. And when I look at the world right now, I'm like, And you're good to go. After you order the Oscar where you're going to say because you can't even have a heater seat. I'm like, bro, what time is this? This is crazy. I'm not feeling this. But what I am feeling is all the money they're throwing in the economy. Let's just dump paper in here. Bring the paper, Daddy. I'm coming to you. You feel me? Because think about it like this. If you got 6 dudes in a room and 5 of them know how to get bread and one of them is like, yeah, well, he going for stuff for his bread immediately. You know, if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to get rocked. Straight up.
Bro, how did you become so fucking crazy?
So I'm an animal, Daddy. I come from the streets of Jersey. I was the oldest.
What was your childhood like?
My father was a garbage man, and he bought and sold anything.
Garbage.
Exactly. My father was a garbage man, and then my mother in a bakery. You know what I'm saying? And then I went to a Catholic school. Why? Who knows? I don't want to be in a Catholic school. I'd rather be on the block busting knuckles. But hey, you know what? That's what they did. And then on top of that, my uncle, my cousin Toby's dad, he was the one who put me on. What did he put you on to? Like the game, dog. I was 10 years old working in the hardware store. So my father was from Puerto Rico, born in 1949. Died when I was 18 years old. My mother.
Your father died when you were 18?
Yes. So my mother, her family came from Germany. So peep this. My mother's grandmother. You could smoke up in this piece.
It's a vape.
No, I get it. So my mother's family. Right? So my mother's grandmother, her husband and her mother got killed the same day in the concentration camp.
No.
Straight up and down. So they came here in Jersey, I worked at Ellis Island, home. So my mother was pregnant. My mother was 16 years old when I was born. My father, my great grandfather, who's my grandmother's second husband, he was born in 1890, Petrol Street. He was born in 1970. So he's still 75 years old, raising me. Kenny's, you feel me? A growing carrots, cucumbers, and then in my father's family, we got my uncle. These are like old school dudes. You feel me? From Porto, fighting roosters over there.
Cockfights?
Yeah, look, I got cock right here.
Well, let me see it. Hang on, put it closer to the mic.
You feel me? This is old school.
All right.
Yeah, right here, look at these cats.
It's a fucking Puerto Rican flag chicken? Hold it up.
You know why? I've been chasing paper since the day I was born. It's right here, self-made.
Hey, careful of the tripod.
I come from Syria. Nobody ever gave me that. They found out that was a real ass thing. Straight up and down. Real shit. So my point is, in life, if you want to get it. If you need welfare, some shit like that, you gotta be out. I can't fuck with you. Straight up. There's no way I can fuck with you. Because if you about that loot, you gotta leave. I get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm already hitting dudes up. Yo, what's good? Because if you ain't with me, you ain't gonna bang with me. I ain't gonna bang with you. I got bread, I got paper, I got the whole nut. Holler at me, stick me for what I got. Where you at? In the game of life, if you ain't about that grind, if you ain't with that hustle, you never gonna get it. With banks, because when I step to a bank, all right, cool, what you? Here's my 1031. Boom. I mean, here's the 1003. All right, I got the dough, I got the credit. Boom. Bro, by the time I'm dealing with this herd that works for the bank, making 60 G's a year, draw it up. He's making a G a week. I spend that in the bar 2 days. If on a bad week. It's a kid for him. So I'm at this herb block determine my destiny. I need to determine my own.
Go get it.
Of course, Daddy, that's what's up. If I can't do me, and then the same thing with tell you what I do loans. How the hell am I gonna let an appraiser who makes $20 on appraisal determine my? Well, he don't even know where he.
Slip the appraiser a little backhand. You slip him a little hundo.
Nah, I don't know. I don't do backhand. I go straight up.
Hey, if you say, yeah, yo, appraiser, straight. Hey. Make this shit appraise.
I like the way you try to holler at me. I don't come crooked like that. I don't do nothing to you. Because in reality, if I gave you $1 million, that could face me at all. I do my shit straight. I don't give nobody. I don't wash pigs. Let pigs do them. Feel me? I don't need to deal with them.
Pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered.
Yeah, you down with Scarface, but you feel me? I'm not with that. Here's how I am. I school you on the deal. I'm gonna look you right in your throat. Daddy, I suck your soul out. Where you at? Feel me? Either you with me or against me. Because I guarantee you, if you ain't gonna flip me your stizzy, I'm gonna come get you. Because I'm gonna see who you gonna sell it to. I'm gonna look up on public records what you owe, who you with. I'm gonna get you in there. You feel me? Because that's what it is. Because I don't need nothing from nobody. I'm a I do this shit for fun. You want me to get crazy, Daddy? Let's get there. I wasn't caught up in this piece.
I know.
I'll pay the rent. Where you at?
It was the guy up on the roof.
The guy on the roof, I pay him rent.
That peeked out with the blower.
Yeah, we can buy this motherfucker. Let's call him right now.
I like that dude. Aiden, I like that couch, Daddy. Where you at?
Aiden, turn that
we picked
Bluetooth.
that up at
There's a
the antique
Bluetooth
store.
channel on there.
Why can't we smoke a stove on this?
That's what I've been saying.
There's a slider that has a Bluetooth logo on top. It's one of the fucking volume sliders. Oh, you see it?
Yo, but I like your man though, trying to catch me slipping.
He's trying to see what
Daddy,
you got going on.
Stay in my life.
He thinks you got something on the back end going on. Like it's too good to be true.
I deal with real social.
No, you can tell you're hustling.
I deal with barber. Yo, my son is older than me. My son owns more than
How old's your son?
I deal with life on the real estate title company. I need to close it. I got my other daughter, Jessica, got kids.
Just like get like straight on with that mic. Like just get like straight on like this. This way more.
Oh, every time I holler at
Right
this
there,
dude,
right there, right
it's
there.
like, yo, I feel like
You should get the guest this mic for this.
yeah, I'm cool, yeah, I'm cool. Just keep hollering at me.
All right, we're gonna call. Put your headphones on. We're gonna call the owner of this building right now. We're gonna try to buy the
God, I hope you buy it. Smoke the Newports in here.
Oh no, he won't let us fucking smoke cigarettes. He won't let us smoke weed. He won't let us smoke nothing in here, bro.
I smoked outside. They complained about it the next day.
I got properties in Florida, Tampa. Can you hear it? I won't even charge you rent.
Really?
Why not?
Now we're talking. You don't talk
How much is your rent?
Yo, Forrest.
Yeah.
You're live.
Would you ever consider selling this building?
Yeah, probably. For the right price.
Oh, he always would.
For the right price. All right, I got my boy Brian here. He's a real estate hustler. He wants to talk to you about a deal.
Forrest, what's up, brother? How are you doing? Hello?
Forrest.
Hey.
Hey, what's up? We're talking to Brian, bro. He wants to talk to you about real estate.
So, Forrest, I'm over here doing a live interview with your man, Danny. Good people.
We're not really live. This is a paid podcast.
Whatever it is. You know what I mean? So he told me you own this property, and I see the dude, he got a pack of cigarettes, and I want to see him say, yo, the landlord won't let me do it. So I buy and sell real estate. So I'm like, word, can I buy this property? So he said, I'm going to put you on the phone with the owner. All right, cool. So tell me your situation. Are you looking to sell or not really?
No, not really.
All right, but you would sell at the right number.
Everybody would sell it to that.
Do you own a lot of real estate, or this is like one of your own things you do?
No, just that.
All right, cool. So let me ask you this: how much does this property bring in monthly in rent?
I don't like to share all the names.
All right, so
Forrest, we'll make sure that this part is blocked off, and no one will be able to hear it. I'll bleep out the sensitive information.
So how many square feet is this building?
5,000.
And how big is the lot?
I think it's a half acre.
All right, so it's like 22,000 square feet. So on a cash deal, what would you look at for something like this?
What's up?
Let's pretend I wanted to buy it for cash. What would you sell it for?
Probably $1 million.
1 million?
Yeah.
All right. So let me
Why
ask
do you sound so sad right now?
I'm just tired.
So what is it that you did today that you're tired?
I was fixing the roof of my.
He was up fixing the roof.
No, but my son owns a roofing company called Roof Doc. He can maybe help you with stuff. But anyway, would you do any owner finance or just straight cash?
What's that?
Would you consider owner financing or straight cash only?
Straight cash only.
All right. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna talk to Danny. I'm gonna get the address. I'm gonna look up, and maybe we could do a deal here.
I have to think about it, but that would be my number.
Would you pay $1 million for this place?
I don't even know the area. I don't know nothing about it. I'm just gonna figure it out when I get out of here. So let me ask you this. So,
We'll follow back on the next podcast.
so no, hold up.
I want a commission, bro. If you sell it for $1 million, I want at least
10 grand. It's only 1%. Anyway,
We'll discuss all this later behind closed doors.
all right, brother. Listen, it was a pleasure talking to you.
All right,
All right, be easy, peace.
What do you think? He doesn't like to talk. He's not a real hustler.
Anyway, I just wanted to smoke shit. Man, talk to me. What else is there?
Not much, bro. I'm learning about real estate, bro.
Let me tell you. Have you ever
I
played?
want to learn more about your childhood, though. I want to understand what's going on in that head of yours. How'd you turn out this way?
How
You're fucking wild, man. You're a wild boy.
when you go to school, college, school, job, they train you how to serve the master. You feel me? Yeah. When you control your own destiny, you are the master. Ain't nobody gonna serve you. You understand? There's no one like you anymore, bro. Everybody I rock with is like me. You get it? So look, you have to understand. You gotta jump into the people. It's like this. Look, I could teach you everything you know, but I'll never teach you everything you know. And at the same time, if I deal with you and your man, I'm a rock on the way you think. I'm never gonna put you on my level. Because if I put you on my level, you probably can't freak with it, and then we can't play. Get it? Everything is a game.
What do you mean I can't freak with it?
It's like this. Look. What I mean by that, let's pretend I'm trying to do whatever I got to do with you. I'm going to look at you like, what can I get from this that I would even want to deal with? Because if I can't conquer what I'm looking for, I have no use for you. Get it? So if I put you in my field, there's like a million things I do. So if you don't know how to, if I can't give you the football and run with it, you're going to fumble, we're going to lose. So my point is, I got to break you down and then pick you up and understand what you got to offer. If you got something to offer me, I'm going to get it. If you ain't got shit to offer me, I'm going to pass you off. And I'm going to look at your crew. And I'm going to look them all. I'm going to try to suck everybody's soul. What can you get? What can I get from him? What can I get from him? And how many other motherfuckers you got in your clique that I can school? Because if I can't get nothing from you, you ain't got no value to me. But the good thing is, I don't really think I need nothing from you except exposure. The only reason I come here is because I got no social media, because nothing, zero garbage. And I'm seeing little stunt numbers getting paid. So I'm feeling you, yo, what's up, daddy? How do we get paid? How do we get paid? By schooling these people.
You think you could sell some horses or something to some people?
I don't want to sell a course.
Why not?
Only thieves, bro.
Yeah, Grant Cardone, you ever heard of it? The biggest thief in Florida.
Grant Cardone's businesses. He's a dream seller. The thing is, look.
You see this fucking jet? Bitch, $1 million a day ain't nothing to me. Scientology.
If I got to charge you to show you what I got, then I ain't worth nothing. I'm going to show you for free so you can make me go. Get it? It's like this. Let me give you an example. If I know you can make me money 10 times, you can make me 10 G's 10 times to start, and he can make me 10 G's, and we're going to do a pyramid. You're going to bring people, we're going to eat off everybody off my bread.
Pyramid? An MLM?
It's like this. Look, let me give you an example. Everybody's a client. Every single person is a client. When you deal with real estate, everybody's a client. It's like this. Look.
Yeah.
You know your mother, your father, your brother, your sister, your cousin, your girl, the girl you're fucking, her sister, whatever. You know everybody, right? No, keep this. You know everybody.
Yeah.
How can we get what they got to make us money while they're making money? Everybody's happy, right? You get it? You understand the game? Or you don't feel it? You feel what I'm saying? Look, here's what I'm
How am I
saying.
going to make money off my girl's cousin?
Because if she had a house that her mother left her, and she ain't got nothing in it, and she can't afford the payments, she can't afford the taxes, she can't afford the rehab, daddy gonna come in and comp her set, and I'm gonna pay you. You feel me? Everybody eats, but if I gotta charge you to school you, so basically I'm selling you a class that ain't got no value. So because I got no confidence in my ability how to rip you off. If I gotta rip you off, what value do I got? So
everybody you meet out in the world
has a value.
Of course. The first thing when you look into somebody's eyes, you're trying to figure out how you can.
The first thing I look in your eyes is to see you got heart, so you can freak with me. See where you're mentally, physically, dominating. How can I doubt you mentally to fuck with me? I feel.
Figure out how you can make money, how you can leverage these people.
Why wouldn't you?
Because what else am I gonna do? Play two set with them? I don't care what you do. What you do in your regular life has no value to me. How am I gonna eat what you do? I could only eat if we could get loot. If I can't get bread, I'm not with you.
When we were at the bar, when I met you at that bar,
yeah, when that lady was talking crazy at me,
lady was talking
I already got a contract. But that chick right there,
the first thing you said to her, she was a real estate lady, you could tell, and the first thing you said to her was like, listen, what deals do you got that I could buy from you right now? And she was like, to be honest, we're trying to make small talk with you, and then you're like, listen, I don't want to make small talk. Tell me what deal I could buy from you right now. Give me the address. Getting right to the point.
Yeah, of course. You know what it is? Let me tell you another thing out of lifetime. And I've been doing deals since I was 5. You can ask anybody who knows shoot, CeeLo, play spades, poker, push, whatever, comic books, baseball cards, you name it. The point is this. If you see me and your game is whack, you ain't got nothing off of me, the fuck I gotta deal with you for? You know what I mean? Unless I can clean you up and show you how to get it. I can school people how to get it with nothing. I like to deal with broke people, man. Of course. This is why I can say I do something.
Right?
Because if you got mad bread, what you gonna do? With me mentally? Right. I'm playing with anybody. You feel me? What you gonna tell me? Oh, I do this. I do that. I don't give a fuck what you do. What you do don't make me shit. How we getting it? Because all who did it, they're shook because they're scared. Second, they don't want to bread because they're greedy and they don't know it. Because like I told you from day one, if you don't know what bad is, you never know what good is. Wait, here's what I'm gonna tell you. Here's what that means. Let's pretend, like I told you from the rip. Let's pretend your father is worth $100 million. You went to private schools. You went to school limousines. Everything that you did was force fed to you to get bread, right? Your dad cuts you up, gives you $1 million, throws you in a crib. Boom. Now in your head, oh my God, I could only buy a 3 1/4 Beamer. I could only afford this crib. Shit, I only got 800 stacks left. You think you're hit? Well, because you don't know what the bricks are about. You never ate out of a bag. You never had to knuckle up for $5. You never had to walk through the block because you got your shell-head Adidas out and they're trying to stick you. You never go to, you from Catholic school or public school. The first day you get there, dude look at you. Yo, Daddy, I'm gonna stick you for your chain. Hit him in the head real quick. Immediately. Come get me now. So the point is, if you've never done bad, you don't know what bad is. So the point is, I like to deal with people who've done bad because they're gonna get it. Because they have knowledge how to survive. So it's the key to getting bad. Straight up, bro. You never noticed that?
No, I totally noticed it, bro. The most successful people I know came out.
Of course, that's what I'm telling you. If you don't know what bad is, you can never know. Because you're always comparing to the next to. I'm not going to compare myself to Kanye West. Hell no. I ain't spitting on no mic. I'm not selling shoes. I'm making money on the ground for nothing. I'm creating miracles out of life. Every day when I get up in the morning, I'm like, I'm gonna call everybody in my team because I'm gonna push you. Even though you cash a check for 100 G's, who cares? Get up, Daddy. What you doing? You gotta be hungry because I don't want to fuck with you. Because how the fuck am I hungry and I'm good and you got a little paper, but you ain't good? You no good to me. You're trash. So you gotta be constantly starving. To the dude that told me, wake up and smell the roses. Daddy, I own rose gardens. I used to own nursery. I owned it all. I've done it, did it. Beat me, look me up. The point is, that's boring. Whack. What am I going to say? Yeah, I got 5 more. I'm going to get 500 pounds. I'm going to go eat some caviar. For what? Let's get bread. Let's get real dough. Let's make a legacy. Let people talk about you. You feel me? When you hit the block, who you know to do this? Yo, that dude right there, that's what it's about. It's about your legacy. When you're on the deathbed, you got stories for days. When you got stories for days with 100 motherfuckers, you good. Remember we did this shit, boom, 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 boom. Everybody could spit a story. You know why? Because you done did it.
You knew you were going to die.
What would I do?
What did you do all day tomorrow?
I'll call everybody I know. Look, I'm everything for free. I like hurry up. My kids, my girl, my mother, boom. This is what they getting. Everybody else got to come and and we're gonna bang, and I'm gonna look at you. I'm gonna say, oh, he's good at this. You test, come get me. You good at banging? Let's get this. You good at pinball? Whatever you, because you gotta remember that I came out fighting swinging. I'm not gonna be like, oh my God, son. We've been done. Every day we closer to done.
Yeah, but what do you enjoy doing? What are they doing? I mean, you were just spending the creating all your assets, giving people money
for free.
You just give people your assets.
Of course, because what does it really matter at the end? You're dead. Who cares? Because my kids are gonna get bread regardless. My son got more money than me, so he's iller than me. You feel me? My daughter got 2 little kids. She's good. She gets bread. I got a 10-year-old. My girl, my wife, she's good. They're all good. Because if you ain't good, I'm not with you. I'm not fucking with no bums. You feel me? Because I'm gonna make you better. Because if I can't make you better, I fail.
And that's a good legacy.
Exactly. You feel me? If I'm freaking with you right now, you're like bobbing your head like you blunted. Because you already know, oh my gosh, I gotta holler at this dude about blah blah blah. Right now, you don't even know what to talk about. Because you're like, oh, you're mesmerized. Because you already know ain't nobody fucking with me. Because I'm on some chair. You feel me? I will bang with anybody on any topic. Because if I get schooled, that's cool. When I was in school, I remember like in 4th grade, we were talking about provinces in Canada. Brian, how do you spell Nova Scotia? Shit, N-O-V-A-S-C-O-T-I. No, you're wrong. Oh shit, why? Because capital N-O-V-A, capital S. So I remember that shit. I remember in the 3rd grade, the demonstrative pronouns, this, that, these, and those. I don't give a fuck about that. I remember because I got it wrong. When you get shit wrong, you remember. Because if you don't remember your mistakes, you're going to make the same mistake twice, and then they're going to get you. They're going to stick you. Get it?
Yeah, bro. You learn from your mistakes. You learn from the fuck-ups.
Of course, I've made so many mistakes in the real estate hustle. I embrace it. I remember who got me.
So we're gonna charge you 7%.
He gonna get salary. And then he's good. You got me. Come get me back.
That's intense. I like the energy.
No,
I love it.
No, reality is, look, you can never be comfortable. Look, you know anything about?
I know everything about sports.
What's your favorite? Who's your favorite player of all time?
LeBron James.
LeBron. Who's he say? He chasing Michael Jordan. He wanted to be the best ever. Even though he got the rings, even though he got the records, the minutes played. Oh, he's chasing. Why? Because he's not settling. Get it? He was from the Cavs to the Miami to the Cavs to LA. Kobe died. They shitting on him because Kobe got murdered. And he's like, oh shit, Jordan never lost. It's like, oh my God, LeBron. Yo, LeBron, he ain't gonna get it there so everybody recognizes him. What other sport you like?
Golf.
Golf. Oh, who's your favorite golfer?
John Daly.
Hit the ball 400 yards. Big fat
crazy
Yo,
motherfucker.
in San Francisco, California. Oh shit. Yo, I dropped it.
Careful.
Right.
Hey, is that still good? Is that still good?
Good.
Is the camera good? My camera. He just hit my camera. Oh shit.
So John Daly, right?
Are we good?
Good. So John Daly, I'm at the Cow Palace in San Francisco,
yeah,
1996. I see a guy selling baseball cards. He got a Rolex Prezi with a red face. You gotta look it up on Sports Illustrated. It was John Daly. I had to buy that watch.
Stop it, bro.
Of course, I swear to God, stretch like a motherfucker.
Do you still have it?
No, push it.
Oh,
the watches I keep are shit I like. I got 10 watches, that's it. Because I need to buy and sell. I gotta feed. If I don't feed excitement, I'm not doing it.
You know that motherfucker drinks like 28 Diet Cokes a day?
John Daly was the illest.
He's an animal. He's a gambling animal, too.
He's
a gambling fiend, bro.
Football.
Who's your favorite player?
My football player of all time? Marshawn Lynch.
Beast Mode went to Buffalo. He went to Seattle. Could have ran the ball. They could have beat Brady and Russell got a second ring.
It's an encyclopedia.
Okay, give me another player. Any player, any sport, any
player.
Baseball. You know baseball?
I don't know shit about baseball. I like who's the fucking baseball guy who used to fight everybody? Nolan Ryan. I like him.
He came up in 1968. His rookie card got Jerry Kuzman on it. Topps card number 177. He was clocked at 100.8 miles an hour. Bro, imagine this. He threw 7 no-hitters, never won a Cy Young, 324 wins, most strikeouts of all time. His name is Lynn Nolan Wright. Holy
Mario Lemieux, Pittsburgh Penguins.
Oh, come on. Mario Lemieux had Hodgkin's disease. He was making so much money that the Pittsburgh Penguins were going to give him the team.
He bought the team.
Besides Gretzky, he was the illest player of all time. He had Kevin Stevens and Jaromir Jagr to win rings.
Yep.
Who else?
Jaromir Jagr.
Who else? Who else?
Let's go. Fuck, I don't know. I can't stump you now.
Troy Polamalu. Oh, come on.
We already talked about that.
Come on, Daddy. He played for Pittsburgh. They won in they won in Tampa when they beat the Arizona Cardinals. Bro, safety, the illest. He just played the field. What?
Kelly Slater.
Oh, you talking about Saved by the Bell?
No, Pro Surfer.
No, fuck that. I don't freak with that. You don't freak with surfing? Nah, not really. I see that one movie with chick lost her hands. Last time with you know what else? Hold on, surfing with Kobe. Last time that.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
What about Keanu? But anyway, the whole point is you gotta be well versed. You gotta know a little bit about everything. You gotta be able to hold the conversation.
What about Steph Curry?
Come on, of all time. Bro,
did you watch the game last night?
I remember the quarters. He hit some shot that was still. But I'm not really. I don't really freak the basketball. I'm a Knicks fan, and the Knicks back in the day. Like I followed the Knicks with that Patrick Ewing, bro. The Hill swap. You come down here, you gonna get cracked. Yeah. So like, since basketball,
who's better, Hunter or Jordan? Greatest of all time. Who's the GOAT? LeBron.
But to me, the best is not even none of those.
Who's the best? Wilt is still? He fucked more bitches.
That's what I heard.
100 points.
Yeah, we played for Syracuse at 100 points. But the point is, when you look at rings, look at Bill Russell.
Right,
he got
Bill Russell.
Rings. But Jordan got to be better. He has to be better than LeBron because he played in a better talent pool. You know what I'm saying? When you look at the talent, and he never lost it.
What? He never had to play the Golden State Warriors, though.
Yeah, people short up. He had to play KD. No, I get it. But they lost to KD twice, though. LeBron lost to KD twice. So Jordan lost 6-9. And then he took a 2-year hiatus. Lost 2 and
played baseball.
Yeah, the point is, I can't really say anybody's better than Jordan since '85 because he's undefeated in championships, and the whole world knows Jordan. Jordan is a brand beyond a brand. It's like this, Jay-Z was like, "I'm not a businessman. I am the business." So basically, Jordan is the man. Jordan is the hustler. He's the right. But let's get back to it. That's my game. That's my
I don't know. I'm ready to go buy something and sell it right now.
What about?
Oh man, I'm fucking ready.
What about cards? What's your most expensive? I think I asked you last time, but like I want to know.
I got Jordan 10s, 86 rare. I got female rookies. Bowman. I got Willie Mays rookies. I got Ty Cobb's T206 greenbacks. I got goldback Ty Cobbs. I got Walter Johnson. I got Christine Mathewson's. I got
you got any with you?
No, I'm reading.
What about Pokemon cards? You don't know, bro. Some people make millions on Pokemon cards.
What about the sneaker game?
Yeah, my boy, Joe, the illest man in the whole country. What is story about my man JC Lopez?
JC Lopez. Let's do it now.
JC Lopez, the illest motherfucker ever. This guy's from Jersey, like he owns a sneaker store called Necessity. Yes, so this was they dropped him off in Vegas. My cousin told me he didn't even have money for food. This guy had a dream, and he's like, "Yo, no matter what, I'm gonna kill it." Now, he's the bro. I'm gonna tell you why I love him. He came here like 6-7 years ago, right? So he grew up with my cousin, Candace, who runs my company. My cousin Paco, her twin brother, and my cousin Ashley, right? And my cousin Sophie. They all grew up. Told me he owned the bail bonds. JC worked with him, and he grew up with my other cousin. Oh, he comes here one day. And they're like, yo, let's go out to eat. So I'm like, well, yeah. So I'm thinking, yo, I gotta eat this steak. I spent $4 or $5. I'm not. Let's go to upstairs to the buffet. They got good. So I don't care. You know what I mean? Food don't matter to me. I eat to live. I don't live to eat. Get it? So he's like, bro, I'm eating steak. Boom. I'm like, all right, whatever. And he's like, bro, you remember one time you told me that they wanted you to shit? I remember. You told me that's why. Yo, when he told me that, I wanted to cry. Now when I go see him, sitting all night, the illest speakers of all time. That's my story I'm speaking. And I got a couple friends in my head, they own speaker stores. I got involved with them. It's a hard hustle. It's not really my gig. When I found work I had to do, I don't know. It's just too much work.
It's a lot of work.
Any game that has a lot of work to do and you don't get big glory,
Going big.
Yeah, it's just like just go big or go home.
What do you want to get to? Like, what's your ultimate goal in real estate? Like, you want to do what you're doing now?
When you retire.
Don't you want to fucking sit back and just be like telling this guy, yeah, I want to
my
sell
goals
this
change by the minute. So sometimes it's like, bro, you know, I want to do this, I want to do the third. But in reality, what I realized was,
what is your ultimate fucking, like, the most, in the perfect world, like, what does the perfect day look like for you? Like, if you could do whatever the fuck on it and money didn't matter.
if I tell you this, I know you're going to say this. My ultimate goal is to bet everything I'm black in it, bro. Let's say we'll lose it all.
Oh, yeah.
Beat that, bro.
And do it again.
I got underwears. I got a BBD t-shirt and I got a pair of chancletas. Why do a lot of people say that?
Because grind is the thrill.
Daddy, you want to have that. Because look, what am I going to tell you? I want to buy the Taj Mahal and have golden condoms. Who gives a fuck about that? That's like you cashed in your chips. You sold the dream.
Yeah.
You're out the box.
Yeah.
You're not interested.
Hell no. That's whack.
A lot of people that chase the money spend a lot of time like grinding and trying to climb the ladder over a long period of time, chasing money forever. And when they eventually make it, they feel like when they get to the top of the mountain, when they've achieved what they thought was their goal, when they earn their first couple of million, they finally be like, okay, wow, I finally got more money than I ever thought I would have. And this is nowhere near what I should be. It's not what it was made out to be. It's not. I'm at the top. The quote top, but it's.
So I'm gonna put it to you like this. So you remember Nas came out with Illmatic in '93? He had 5 mics on the source. One of the songs, he's like, "Yo, I want 100 G's in a ring." That was his goal. $100,000 in a ring. The point is, your goals change as the days change. You see a goal, it's like, bro, I want that. But in reality, monetary value has no value. The thing that really has value is your fucking monetary money. Fuck bread, fuck the drip. It's about what you can remember, who you roll with, who you talk about. How are you to get it? You want to get it. How can I make you better? Like my partner, D. Barber, ill motherfucker. Came out the block with nothing. Got mad kid, illest barber in town. And all he wants to do is help everybody. Why? Because when you are that dude and you know what time it is, helping somebody get it and knowing that you got them there, that has more value than money. Because think about one of the snakes have bones and bones over there. Go to, where am I going? Monte Carlo? Like what time? Like straight up and down. Where you going?
Yeah, bro. There's a really good feeling giving giving shit away. Somebody else.
No, it's not like that. Bill Gates is throwing money in the trash. It's like this, trying to get it. Let me school you how to get it. Let me show you how to get it. Wake up, like Pete did. Remember he had that show? Go get me some. Go to Knickerbocker Avenue and get me a pastrami. Walk. Hey, why am I gonna walk? Why? Because you gotta see if you're dedicated. Remember last time I told you when I came here, I was a janitor in Brandon High School. Walked 4 miles to work for $6 an hour. Why? Because you gotta get it. You have to understand how bad you need it, how bad you want it, what you're willing to do. You have to grind mentally with the next motherfucker that's nastier than me. Get it? When I'm because if this dude wants my money, I gotta bang with him physically or mentally. And I'm not gonna lose too many mental battles. So now I gotta fight.
You know how to fight?
Not really no more. I'm an old school dude. I'm in the boxing gym 3 days a week. What do I need to fight for? I'm going to catch a bid and go sue me? I'm not beat for that. This is not the old days when we could knuckle up and shake hands later. We're not with that no more. We are lawsuits now.
Yeah, everybody's fucking suing now,
Bro, the game has changed. The world has changed. Everybody like trying to get it. I'm telling you, Daddy, the way to get this bread is to show people how to make money. How can we get a daisy chain? Because if you bring, let me tell you how it is. Let's say you bring me 30 heads, right?
30 heads of what?
30 people. You bring me 30 people. Feel me? We talk about heads. What does that mean?
Like heads of cabbage, heads of
I'm talking about 30 heads, dog. 30 people. And I'll school them, put them in the room. Look, this is how we're going to get it. This is how we're going to do it. You're going to holler at my man, and I'm going to school him so he can school you. Then you're going to call me on the field. It's like a big. You remember that movie where like in a basement? What was it called? Damn, and they're selling penny stocks.
Wolf of Wall Street?
No, before that. Whatever.
Boiler Room?
Boiler Room.
Yeah.
It's like this, but instead of selling dreams, we're selling reality. Because I'm not trying to rob nobody. I'm trying to stick them for their crib at the right number. No, straight up, you feel me? No, does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. It
No,
just
because
sounds
look,
a little.
no, straight up, yeah, because I'm telling you what time it is. Because look, if you,
I
you
like
see
it. I mean, it's honest.
1968.
It's as honest as it gets.
If you go into your crib and you see a 1970s couch, that chick from, what was the name of that
I got that motherfucker for free.
No, I get it, but I'm saying you got family on the floor.
How many bitches do you think been fucked on that couch?
100 in this night.
Versus how many chicks you smashed. And who cares? Has no value. So the point is, like I told you, the memory. But reality is, you gotta school people in the hustle game, and you put them so we can get bread. But do it for free so you can eat. Everybody eats. Everybody has. Once you start charging for classes, you already start to stick. Because if you pay me, I got no faith in you.
So what's your goal? What's your goal for getting in the online game? Why do you want to create a following online? Why do you want to be on social
media?
media?
You know what it is? I know a lot of people. I do a lot of people, and I feel guilty. I'm not spitting my game to everybody. I want everybody to know what time it is with me. I want everybody to bang with me, question me, give me the nap. If you gave me a nice comment, I love it.
You know who Joey Diaz is?
Joey Diaz?
Holy fuck.
Aiden.
Pull up a video of Joey Diaz.
You probably grew up next to that.
I feel like
You actually do.
Where's he from?
I think you know this.
I think
He's from Jersey.
Where at?
Comedian.
I'm not sure. We're about to show you, bro.
Put it up.
I think you and this guy would really get along.
Oh yeah.
Right up his alley. He's a big. He does a lot of coke. He smokes a lot of weed.
Yeah, but I'm not with
money.
No,
everybody does coke, bro.
He just he tells stories. He don't do none of that stuff anymore.
I don't do cocaine. I'm not trying to have a heart attack. I got natural energy.
Yeah, you got me.
And I don't like to smoke weed because I get fatter and hungrier. You feel me? I'm not saying I never smoke weed.
Click on his channel. Let's find it.
You gotta find his
Click on videos.
put on his clips from like Joe Rogan.
What's he like, 100?
No, bro. He's like, in his 50s, maybe. Find one of his videos where he's talking to his phone. What's his fucking thing for every morning?
Just go to Joey Diaz and highlights.
Type in highlights after his name.
So you think we're boring people right now?
No, bro. That's okay. That's okay.
Yo, it's right up road, dog.
Not one.
Is this an airport?
Nah, bro. I'll get kicked out.
Alright, just do the back stuff.
Funniest man alive. Yeah, watch that. Click on the short one. That one. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you got YouTube puts good stories back.
Put the audio on the TV too. The audio's off right now. See it on the bottom left? Bottom left. See what the little audio is? Yeah, there you go.
He's got your energy.
You guys want to control this audio from the TV?
I like anti-dice.
Oh,
This guy, he's best friend. Let me hear.
And you want to be the man. Learn how to dance.
Joey Diaz. Oh, my ex-wife's brother's name is Joey Diaz.
Probably, yeah.
Listen to this fuck.
5'5". Somebody else 6'5". Damn. Let's take a little break because this podcast brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You choose to hit play on this podcast today. Smart choices. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer a tool called Auto Quote Explorer that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with the rates from other companies. So you save time on the research and can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. So give it a try after this episode at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates not available in all states or situations. Prices will vary based on how you buy. This summer,
53, he said.
I'm 61. You look old. Thousands of free movies. Summer of Cinema is here. Feel the explosive action all summer long with movies like Letty.
Oh, it's fucking Halloween.
Oh, he's smoking.
Yeah.
And Transformers: Dark of the Moon. Bring the action with you and stream for free from all your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
These are like
So
5
Williams, my
know.
football coach, my nephew.
Oh, fuck yeah, bro. He just talks and shit. He just talks,
You got
bro.
a really good podcast.
And he come in and he goes, not gonna lie, I saw they made, and they passed. They passed. And if we play them the way we practice, we ain't win this bitch. And the whole world will be like, and I'll be like, fuck. Let's go and get good old try. And the fire, he was great though. He was great. Like, he was the kind of guy, they'd be sitting there and he'd go, now listen, I'm watching the stands right now. So on a count of 3. Would you turn and say, hi, Miss Johnson, whatever. So go 1, 2, 3. And I go, hi, Miss Johnson. She go, hi. I go, now your boy's got me lucky tonight. I appreciate that. They love the show much. He was just sounds like he's the best. Yeah, he was too much of a realist. And he was great, but I think he played T1 ball. He was like, here it was. Just saying, I kidded it. These kids are fun. They bad. They fast. We ain't beat them, but we play them the way we practice. All right, now go out there and try. They're all like, just go out and give a fuck. But they fucking love it. They love it. I love that one meme said in high school, they come out to I go hard for my city and it's 50-3. I'm not like good high school football player coming out to I go hard for my city. I love that shit. I love that shit where God doesn't care about you. You're not gonna do this. This doesn't give a shit. But he does not. I got myself psyched to do 200 pounds on his bench. I was like, let's go. Work from here. I was like, oh no, here you go. On my shoulders. Working the straight bar right now. Working the straight bar. It's gonna be exciting.
Maybe it's the Jersey energy.
Bro, is that the Jersey energy?
Yeah.
Did you get along with this fuck?
I'm already trying to bang with him.
Oh, wait, this is gonna be good.
So this is a Tesla on auto drive mode, and then the guy had to actually intervene because someone Lex Straitman says keep your hands on the wheel. Don't like start. Don't you have to or no? And it tracks your eyes. Tracks your eyes. After a certain amount of time, right? Yeah, it's pretty quick. Well, that person's merging over. Oh, that's not Tesla's fucking fault. That's the dumbass drivers. They can really take hard overreacting to the fucking wall. That is the problem with the driving. It goes a little fast and doesn't care. Well, yeah, the driver didn't look. It comes right over in your lane. What are you going to do? I like the Dallas. Relax.
7.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla's supposed to move forward. What the heck? What are you going to do? You can't predict the fucking probably would have swerved. That car was going to have some shit. Yeah, it probably would have swerved before he did, actually. He should have got it, but it didn't. Yeah.
Why does Joe Rogan look like Macho Man?
That's young Joe. He does look exactly
He looks like Randy Savage.
I always feel like the world's a good place where
I know.
just mellow as shit.
died right up the street from here.
It could be the zombie apocalypse and be like, hey, he's just smiling. He always smiles no matter what. Yeah, until he's not smiling. So that's why I need to trade dogs because I want a dog who's independent and big. Super like real all the time. My dog's constantly my fucking girl. I can't shake this fucking. This is like independent and big. I want a big dog.
That's a no. No. That's Jersey. You ever try to fucking money off somebody's will? Like, yo, your brother on fire? What we gotta do? What's up? What's the deal with the fucking will, B?
I never forget, bro.
When you see a free lunch, you're out?
Hell yeah, there's nothing more expensive than free.
That's true. Scoot forward. Get in the mic.
Let's pretend I don't know. You feel me? Bro, I don't do it. I usually pay 99%. Ask anybody know me. The bill come $1,000. Fuck it, I don't want shit from that.
Yeah, no.
Because you know what it is? They're always. You see how I rock? You've been out with me once. Because I pay every time. The reason I pay is I don't want to hold it. I just don't want to deal with trauma. I don't like, oh my God, pay for this. Shut the fuck up, daddy. I'm good. But you feel me though? I don't need nobody to pay. I want to pay. Because it's better to pay than need somebody to pay. Right or wrong, draw it up. If you need somebody to pay for you, you hit. If you paying, you could. You know what I mean? But look, dog, straight up and down. When you do real estate, you need to sit on the block.
You want to write a book?
Right now. Bro, we could write a book.
Shit's fucking boring. Who wants to write a fucking book, bro? What are we, scholars? What are we fucking... You don't write the book yourself.
You get yourself a little dime piece chick and you start spitting game. All right, no, we're going to write a book called Mind Games.
A hot little dime piece?
Yeah, we're going to be on the 13th floor. I'm saying she's the writer.
A hot little dime piece writer?
Yeah,
Fuck her, or you gonna pay her
no,
right?
I'm not hitting this shit. I'm a married dude. Daddy, I'm good.
Oh, same here.
So what you do is this. You get somebody that you know that knows how to write, spit game. It's like this. Imagine this. I got this book in my hand called Mind Games, right? So it's like this. Cover the book. I'm on the 13th floor of an elevator, staring at it. And I'm chilling with some chick. And we're like trying to hold hands, but we're not holding hands. Then when the door opens, it's like a mannequin factory. And then your mind says, oh my God, I was in France, I was in Spain, Japan, we was good. I was like, oh this shit. I was balling. But in reality, I was just a mannequin. Get it? You feel me? The whole point is it's a mind game. Life is about mind games. How can I, like I told you from the rip, how can I jump in your head, stick you for your soul, and make you bank off what you do? Get it? If I show your whole set, your hustle, and call me on the rag, I'll make you more money. But guess what? I'm gonna make money off what you do, and I was doing it before. I'm gonna make your life better. But guess what? I'm making it. That's how you make money. You bring people to your set, bro. The more heads you got, the more you school them, the more you gonna eat. Because if you got 100 heads in your camp, you eating on 100 times whatever they got. If you got 1 million people in your set, you're eating off everybody.
How many people you call every single day?
I'm gonna say like 40 only.
40 people you call every day?
It's like ring around the rosy, beating them over the head. Yo, what's good? What are we doing? What's going on? What's good? Bye, boom, bye. Yo, why is it taking so long? Feel me? Why is this deal taking so long? Beat them up. Get it. I'm paying cash. What's good? You gotta, listen, in any deal, you gotta dominate the conversation. Let's pretend me and you trying to do a deal, right? Right now, I'm trying to buy your house. What's up? What's your name?
Shane.
Okay, cool. Shane, my name's Brian. You want to sell me your house?
Sure. For the right price. 500,000. 500.
That's true. What's up?
Cash?
Of course.
Cash? I'll do 450. 450 hits.
Let's do 385 right now.
No, you went the wrong way.
Why?
Well, you went down.
I know because you keep going up. I need to be at 4.
I went down from 5 to 450.
Come on, Daddy, keep this. What's your house worth? Okay, let's work it backwards.
It's worth 550 easy.
How?
The market.
Look at this.
Guy wants $1 million for this dump.
I know, but he's cool.
Yeah.
He's sitting with the hilarious.
Right.
I want to smoke Stoke. I don't want to deal with him.
Give me 450. You'll make 100. And we're both good. We both eat.
You just said 450. Got 400. You waited it out.
420. We're like 420.
420. We smoking weed. Come on, dog.
420. And we'll roll a joint together. I'll roll you a stove.
I'm at 400. I don't smoke.
Price just went up more because you don't smoke.
Yo, what's up? better than that. Come on, what's up? Good?
You got cash right now?
Of course. Like, see what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? You gotta jump in their mind.
Yeah, for sure.
You can never take.
You gotta
no for
get
an
them on
answer.
your level. If they're not, sometimes some old fucking white lady, some old realtor, she don't want to do that. So you talk,
But he's off to the next one. He's not wasting
yo,
time over
B,
there.
what the fuck's good? She'd be like, she's calling the cops on your ass, Brian.
Why?
Yeah, but he knows from the second he talks to somebody if he can get it.
It's like this. First of all, I'm not dealing with no realtor.
Mhm.
I own a real estate company. I call them, yo, holla at them. Bro, look, what can we talk about that interest rate?
We're talking about whatever the fuck interest
I don't
us. It's
know.
not about the people.
Pull up some more comments.
But you know what it is? I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm sweating bullets. I want to smoke.
Let's take a break.
Let's take a break.
Let's fucking take a break.
Let's take a break.
All right, fuck it. I'm gonna holler back. All right. Let's wrap.
How did you get back up? How did you get? Explain the bail bonds game. What the fuck's the deal with the bail bonds? How you make money? Are you ashamed of it? It's okay to be.
No, I'm not ashamed of nothing. But hold up, I'm not ashamed of anything I've ever done. I did it because I wanted to do it. Maybe sometimes I had to do it. But one thing about
You got to start. You got to start somewhere.
Get it twisted. I ain't ashamed of shit. I've ate mayonnaise sandwiches. I've slept in cars. I ain't ashamed of nothing. The reason I like the bail bonds, because me and my cousin in Jersey doing bail bonds, is think about it like this. You selling free, right? So if you're gonna get locked up, most people who get locked up are shook, because otherwise they don't need out. I mean, you could go bathe, knuckle up, chill, eat a salami sandwich, cool out, eat a black coffee, you're good. But if you're shook, you want to get out. So your family, your mom, your dad, whatever, they're gonna put up houses, jewelry. So the bail bonds like this: you got $100,000 bill, right? So we're gonna post your bond, 100,000. You're gonna give me 10 grand plus collateral. If you run, I'm sticking you for your collateral. So I lose no weight. And then if you do run, I got my bounty hunters who have more power than the police. They could go into your house without a warrant and come get you. So that's just a different hustle for a different day.
That was in New Jersey back in the day.
Yeah, that's out here too. But the thing is, over there in Jersey, you're dealing with street cowboys. You know what I mean?
What's a street cowboy?
A dude that's fucked up and he knows he's wrong, but he don't want to fix things. So he don't get out. Because if he's got priors, he's going to a long time. So he gotta do whatever he gotta do. Also, you don't have to have all the weird side effects. You know what I mean? But like I said, that's for another day. The thing right now is real estate. Real estate is the illest thing. No matter what, everybody needs real estate. Everybody wants real estate because the commodity that goes up. Sometimes, look, you know, when in the real estate crash, oh my God, I lost money. You lost because you sold all them houses. Look at the numbers. 99% of those houses in the city of Tampa are worth more now than what they were worth in the height of nowhere.
Yeah, I was thinking about that when I sold my last house. I sold it, and I'm looking at this. It was 5 minutes ago. I logged up 35,000. It was 335, and it was.
Very quickly, if you're in the Austin area
at all, 2,000 square feet.
So that's probably what
and I'm looking at it now, and I'm like, the fucking estimate on Zillow is like over 400, something like that. I'm like, fuck. I fucking left $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 on the deal. But then I'm thinking about it. I bought my new house. It doesn't matter because this house I just bought would have been even more money anyway. So it's like you kind of stay on the same playing field. It stays level because the shit you're going to buy next is still going up. The same as the house you just bought, the same as the house you just sold. The shit you buy is going up at the same rate. So no matter what, you're staying at the same playing field. But the shit you sold is inflating at the same rate as the shit you're going to buy.
I sold houses for 50 G's. I'll buy them back today for 300 all day. In 2016, I think I sold it for 250. That's a minimum. I will buy every single one of those houses back at 100%. Because the supply and the cost of construction, the inflation, the low interest, the necessity, people moving, everything's moving except the interest rate. It's because we're writing $1 trillion checks and we need to keep the value, the interest rate low because we can't afford to pay the debt. Can't you?
Buy a house and you live in it for 2 years, you don't pay capital gains.
Nah, but if you said except you and your wife, you ain't huh? If you're homesteaded in that house, you're allowed to make a certain amount of money and you don't got to pay tax. But once again, don't take it 100% from me because I'm not an accountant. I hire people to do that. My gig is buying and selling. I try to stay focused on what I know. I can't. I don't wear 50 hats.
That's the best way to be.
I know how to make money on what I do.
You want to be a jack of all trades or master of none?
Now I try to master a few, and then at the same time I try to dabble in a lot. Because the way I look at it, I listen. The number one thing a lot of people do that they don't listen. So I got into Bitcoin because some guy was telling me, bro, this is boom, 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 boom. And I'm like, all right, so 21 million Bitcoin, it's like this, and we get in. And then I seen last year during the COVID, this shit dropped to 4,000 or 20. I'm like, bro, I gotta buy some of these. I already made money, you jump back in. Then I see this doggy coin at like 3 cents. And I see Elon Musk and Mark Cuban trying to like make it happen. Meanwhile, I'm gonna say, I need money to get this SpaceX. Oh, cool, we're gonna manipulate this, and you jump in. Yesterday, doggy was at 20%, now it's at 40. Could have doubled up in one day. So you gotta ride the wave. Whenever you deal with penny stock, doggy coin, anything, you gotta sit like a machine. Buy the dip, sell. Buy the dip, sell. You gotta constantly buy and sell. The thing about real estate, you're not really shook because if you could buy a piece of real estate and the rent covers the debt, you're good. You feel me? But at the same time, if you can take that dirt and make it bigger, then you can flip it to an investor who's gonna build. As long as you control the asset, the name of the game is control. Control the way you make money. Lease option, purchase, own finance, whatever.
The name of the game is control the mind.
Yeah, obviously, I'm at that too. How can I get in your head? Because you know what? I need people.
Because you ain't gonna control the asset unless you control that person's mind.
Well, if you got cash, you already bought no matter what. How you control somebody's mind is like this. How can you and I? Let's say I never met you. Danny, look. Let's say I want to make money. How on earth can we get rent? The only way that we can make money is if you have assets that I can buy and sell. Because you don't have any skills that I need besides that. What other skills do you have that I can use? None really. I don't need laborers. I don't need miracle workers. I don't need none of that. I don't need singers. I don't need none of that. I need somebody that can sell me something. I need to control an asset. How do you control assets? By showing you the ropes how you can make money. And there's a lot of people who do what I say, but they're charging straight up and down. If somebody right now is charging you to learn this, they don't really have confidence in their ability. They're trying to stick you for your bread and bounce. You get it?
Yeah. What about people like Grant Cardone though? He's making a shitload of money charging people.
Because
or like Ty, you know what the fuck Ty Lopez is?
Grant Cardone, this guy sells businesses, he's this, he's that. And you know, I give him credit for his hustle. He's making billions of dollars. I'm not gonna shit on his billions. Bro, that's what he claims. But the point, what I'm saying is real.
But do you think it's real? You think he's really real?
The thing is, Danny, it's like this. How could I think if I'm not studying? We could talk about sports because I study. We could talk about real estate where I buy, where I sell, because that's all I care about. What this guy eats don't make me shit, so I don't care.
Bro, have you ever heard of mybook.ag website? Mybookie.ag. It's this website where you can bet on all this crazy little, like, weird little bet. You can bet on, like if Steph Curry's going to score a triple-double or 30 points plus. And
so is there a vig in this, like 10% vig? Yeah, so they're eating on both sides. Yeah, so Vegas wasn't built on winners. My whole point is I don't gamble. When I do real estate, there's no gambling. No gambling. And anybody who wants to holler at me, so I'll prove you wrong.
Yeah, but if you know more about what's going to happen, if you know more about sports than anybody out there. So if you know more about it, this guy, how this game
goes. What I know, so look, Roger Maris won the MVP in 1960-61. Right? Who cares? Whatever happened in the past is irrelevant. What's going to happen in the future? I don't really know what's going to happen. I don't bet this horse is going to win the Kentucky Derby. The odds, this book is stacked against you. Why should I gamble when I have to? If I could buy a state with owner finance, I know the zoning and I can split the zone. I know the retail value might be at. I know there's money there.
No risk in it.
Yeah, why should I dabble in something that's going to cost me money? Why should I have to worry about something when I can worry about what I want to worry about? If I'm eating up what I'm doing, why do I care about other things? I deal with sports baseball cards because I know the vintage cards are extremely rare and they're going to keep jumping. I know that already because there's more demand than supply. I know the Bitcoin and all these coins, they're being heavily manipulated because they want to create asset class besides the dollar. And then on top of that, this is a transfer of wealth. You got 12-year-old kids making millions of dollars. You got people busting bankrolls because they know how to control the game. Because they're making money without putting money. Yeah, they bought this coin, so what? Put 100 G's, buy and sell all day. Is there fun in that? What's the sport? How could I rob the guy that's holding the bag at the end? There's no fun in that. The fun is the chase, the deal. Let me see how I scoop this loot. What I do. How can I make this land bigger, better, stronger? How can I make you money to make money?
What about like buying a house, like a 3-bedroom house, and splitting it and like padding a wall and making it a 5-bedroom house?
We talked about that last time, adding square footage. Because if you're in a neighborhood where the square footage is $350, it costs you $150. You just make $200 a foot. Of course, you always got to maximize your potential. Maximize what you have. Study the game. Before you dive in, understand where you're diving in. Look, bro, there's so much money to be made in real estate. Guaranteed. Look, I'm a living proof, bro. I never went to school. Bro, when my son went to high school, oh my God, I was so sad. I told the teacher, oh my God, this poor kid is fucked out. He got to go to school. Bro, he got less time to get bread. And I feel sorry for these dummies that think you're going to go to school, you're going to make money. That's insane. Bro, draw it up. The teachers don't make money. Why they ain't? These people are, bro, half these people on welfare, food stamps, unemployment. There's more money on unemployment than working. Why get in that? Makes no sense to me. But look, what else are we talking about? Let's get
That's it, bro. Let's wrap it up, man. That was a great way.
Get there. That's it. We good?
How can people find your shit on Instagram? Tell them to follow your social media.
Instagram, Daddy.
You got social media?
No, hell no. I'm rocking with you, dog. Where I go, you go.
All right, so we're doing part 3.
Why not? Let's do part 100.
Let's do it.
Let's get it. I'm rolling with you. Ain't nobody to chase me. Let me chase you.
You gotta make an Instagram, bro.
Why? Because, bro, they want to holler at me. They holler at you. That's how you get on deck.
I don't need them to holler at me, bro. You
don't want to eat?
I'm already eating.
Cool. Bring me somebody that can manage my shit. We both get
You need to set up a fucking account on a social media account so they can follow you and ask you shit directly. That way, when you sell your book, they're all looking at your Instagram, talking to you.
Let's just give the book away for let's school them so they can write it.
How you gonna make money off that?
I'm gonna make money when they come see me.
What's to spread the knowledge?
Bro,
no, this motherfucker wants to make money. You want to?
Of course, how much am I gonna sell the book for? $20? What do I get? 3
times 500,000. He's
so what? 5. What piece is
so quick?
No, but my point, I can get 200 people to bring me deal. That's 200. If we can make 10 stacks, we got 2 mil. Where you at? You feel me? That's fun. I don't have time to fucking be hustling all these things. I got time. How to do this? I'm gonna hire somebody. If everybody knows what time it is with social media, my numbers. You want me to get my number? Give me your 813-857-4104. Come get me. Come school me. Why not? I take all calls. I don't take calls when I'm sleeping and when I'm in the boxing. You make money when you sleep? Hell no. The baseball cards go up, the real estate goes up. I don't got no Amazon business or anything like that because I don't like that. I like for people to have jobs. The only thing in my life I've ever bought online is baseball cards.
Really?
Of course I don't shop online. I like to buy my own shit.
I like to press the fucking button, have it show up at my front door.
Hell no.
Who wants to go to the Gucci store when you can just press the button?
I like to go to the store so I can see what I'm dealing with and holler at the people that are working. When I go to Target or Walmart, wherever I go, I don't use those machines. I go to Publix every day.
Don't you ever go on your what do you when you open your phone? Don't you ever like scroll through some shopping shit? And look
I don't know. Look at my phone. Yeah,
what are your number one used apps on your phone, bro?
Age online.
Hell yeah.
Look, dog, look. Keep this. Look at that. I ain't got shit. Look, I ain't got nothing. I don't need all that.
It really doesn't.
What the fuck
You have like 5 apps.
Why do I need that? Well, how's that make me money?
That's fucking
Throw it up. How's
crazy,
that
bro.
make me
I
money?
love
How
this.
does that make me money? Sweating other motherfuckers with they do? Come get me. I
You don't even have Instagram on your phone.
Hell no.
You don't have fucking nothing.
Need none of that. That shit don't make me money.
He's
Show me how it makes
got
money.
he's got 10 apps. He's probably used
Well,
2
hold
of
on,
them.
where the
One of
10
them's
apps
the
at?
What
call.
apps you got? Let's see what apps you got. Let's see what apps he's got. All right, he's got.
He probably uses call and message.
He's got FaceTime, his calendar,
Stock app.
his email, which hasn't even been set up yet.
No, I get about 100 but I check every single one.
But he's got all the stock app, like not even all of them. He's got like 1/5 of the stock apps.
Okay.
He's got his phone, his messages, Safari, Facebook Messenger. You got Discord?
Yeah, because my boy owns a sneaker store.
So you got Discord, bro. That's like some
But I
high
never
level shit.
checked it. Look at my email. I have zero unanswered. My 0, my text. But I got Discord, right? I mean, I got a Discord.
You got 71
Okay,
Discord.
71.
And you got the Charles Schwab app.
Okay.
You got WhatsApp for your Saudi Arabian clients.
No, because I got WhatsApp because I know people from out of the country. You're right.
Right. And then you got Zoom.
What is Zoom?
Zoom's like Skype. It's like FaceTime. Like
Maybe somebody made me
it's
use
like
it.
FaceTime.
Maybe somebody made me use it.
Props.
Just like
You have
So-
literally no fucking.
No, I'm old
you have
school.
0 social media.
Exactly. I'm old school. I don't need that. That don't
I
make
like
me
that.
money. That makes me $0. But somebody could.
I think that's like the new flex. That's like the new flex. No social media. It makes you more.
more real, right?
Why do I need to like filter myself? Why do I need to school somebody? Hey, I'm Brian by Six. Look me up online. You can see my HUDs, West Tampa Holdings, Florida Area Management, Florida Notes, Dow. Look me up.
Wait, you were born in Jersey, or were you born in Puerto Rico?
My father was born in New Jersey. Jersey City, New Jersey.
When's the last time you were in Puerto Rico?
But my whole life.
What do you think about the Puerto Rican tax situation, bro? Like you can live in Puerto Rico and you pay only like 3%.
Yeah, because the thing is, Puerto Rico is basically Commonwealth, right? The problem is that Puerto Rico has been heavily manipulated by the United States because Puerto Rico is not to trade with any other country except the United States. Right. Puerto Rico has like 3 million people there, and they're very dependent because they have sugar cane, coffee, and
So what? If you only have to pay 2% tax, what do you care?
I get it, but people go there and manipulate the game.
Right, for sure.
No,
Why aren't you manipulating the game?
Because, like I told you, I'm in my box. Like I said, I like to have fun.
Not looking for handouts.
Like I told you, I don't need to. I just
want to pay these.
But you're right. But at the same time, I gotta go to school. Somebody gotta pay for the welfare. Somebody gotta pay for the food stamps. Somebody gotta pay for the roads.
So you agree with paying taxes for the roads, for the welfare, for the.
I don't believe in welfare none of that. I believe in paying for the things.
What do you think taxes should go to? You're the president of the United States. What do you think all the tax money everyone pays should go to? What should it fund?
Well, we should never pay people. We shouldn't, because the reason
we shouldn't pay Israel $700 million for weapons and rockets to bomb other countries.
First of all, I'm not a political person because that makes me $0. But I'm very ignorant when it comes to politics because I can care less. But just as a rational person, if we have homeless veterans and we have homeless people in the United States, we should handle it. When it comes to the schooling situation, I personally don't believe too much in higher learning because I don't think that makes you money. And if your goal is to make money, I think you should understand business before you understand.
What about the trade? What about the ghettos?
Well, the ghettos are ghettos because that's the way. It's hard to explain ghettos, you know what I mean? Because
like I'm talking about like Chicago, like fucking like the worst neighborhoods in the country where there's the most crime.
Well, there's a lot of reasons behind that because there's really no work, there's no jobs, there's no education. But the point is, you need to talk about reality, and you need to have people help themselves, and you have to have inner groups of how do we get there. Instead of robbing and stealing, let's just try shining and making. You get it? Let me help you. I don't want to stick you for your bread. I want to make you bread. It's both of you. If you understand how to make money, you can show somebody else. But when it comes to like the government spending money, I think we should, let's just say the homeless for like an example, right? Like that's killing California because we're getting 1,200, 1,300 a month, right? So if I were to deal with the homeless, I would take them out of the city. I'll put them in the county and I'll tell them, let's just say I had 100 people. How many people know how to do carpentry? How many people know how to do electric? How many people are in the nursing business? So you put them in directions of what they're good at. Then you hire people that can educate these people. And then if they're drug addicts, you got to get them off the drugs. And if they have mental problems, you got to school them. At the same time, you can't let people live in the streets because it's going to destroy the economy. Then when it comes to the schooling, there's a big problem in school because there's a lot of people who go to school who depend on the food. Like, it's a boring situation, but at the same time, it's very important. I mean, I see you doing this, taking a trip. So I can't really educate you because that's not my gig. But in reality, if everybody were to help each other make it, and if this is too greed too, there's a lot of greed on the top. A lot of greed. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're talking about like obviously when you think of communism, you think of people like that. You think of socialism, people giving off. You make all this money, you're like, okay, now I make $100,000 a year, right? I gotta pay a pretty good amount of tax, right? So I'm thinking, okay, if I can make $1 million, how good would I be? But no, I gotta pay. Now I gotta pay $400,000 in tax.
But it would be good if the money went to work into public. Like me personally, 90% of my money I use to help people, and it will come back to me. Because you have to remember, let's just say I made $10 million, and I got 1,000 people with me, and I schooled them all to get bread. I'll make $100 million because I'm gonna show them what I know. Because if I know this, where I come from, the hood, who I know? Ain't nobody ever put nothing. After I died when I was 18, my mother worked in bakery, she still broke. Who helped me? My uncle was rich, he used to always thought I was making $50 a week. Cousin told me still making $10 a week. And was, yo, Gil, why we make so little? You ever heard of college? Yes, it's your college. He said, Brian, would you rather push a pencil or a broom? I'm thinking, fuck, I'd rather push a pencil. How the fuck you gonna push a pencil if you don't room?
Sorry, I didn't think of.
No. The reality is you gotta educate people how to get it. And I like to educate people how to get it.
How did you educate your kid? Because if you made it, right? If you're making a lot of money and you came from nothing, your parents had no fucking money, but then you have money and then you have a kid and you want to teach your kid how to be like you are. How do you have
because you have to
because most rich people have their kid go join the country
they don't want to deal
with
them
pussies
because they don't want to deal with their kids. They rather pawn them off to somebody else so they can make money out and smash hoes. They don't want to fuck with their kids because they don't love their kids. How do you treat a kid? You show them what horrendous is, and then you school them in the game and you show them, yo, look, dog, I got $50. When my son, bro, listen, when the real estate market crashed in 2008, I lost millions. It was my son's high school graduation. I said, bro, look, we're gonna have to rent a shell. It's like $800. You're gonna have to put $400 for it. But guess what? You eat the rest. My daughter graduated a year early. She did her hustle. The point, what I'm saying is, you gotta show them what you're doing, and you gotta show them why you gotta do what I'm doing. Yo, my boy, bro, I got mad people in my camp. My man Jay, when we didn't make money, we would go eat dirt for that days. If we didn't get contracts, we would eat dirt. You know why? Because we don't deserve it. It's a mind right. First of all, you gotta be spiritually right. You gotta be mentally right. You gotta be physically right. And you gotta be on the phone before anybody in your team is up. Because you gotta school that. It don't matter if you catch a check from the day before. The hell you gonna take a vacation and one of your men in your camp is broke? Are you crazy? You're only as strong as your weakest link. Like I told you the last time. Think about it logically. If you got 50 people in your camp and you're the worst, how ill is your team? Get it? Like I told you, I have 0 employees. I only have partners. Because if you my partner, you got my back. I got your back. But if I'm paying you, you gonna stick with me. Because you see, oh God, this guy's made 100 staff. I made a G. Fuck him. But if he made 40 and I made 40 and everybody else eats whatever and they keep coming up, they want to rock with me, right? And if I'm schooling you in the game, I'm like, oh, by the way, you got to give me $1,000 check. Fuck you. Well, I got to pay you to school you. Who the hell is you? Do it for free. Do it because you want to do it. Do it because you're righteous. Do it because you know that dude got your back. Because if you don't got my back, I ain't gonna fuck with you. I already know when you scheming on me. As a matter of fact, I love it when you're trying to fuck me. Because I already know what time it is. So anybody out there, if you deal with real estate, if somebody want to charge you, fuck them. I know people who charge you. And I look at them like, oh, because you think you're cool? Because this stupid motherfucker stuck them, pay for you to do it. And you push in the car with a payment, and you in another nigga's crib? Fuck you, done. Straight up and down. That's why I'm at. Keeping it 100.
100.
I don't give a fuck. Oh, this dude racist. Use the N-word. Yo, where I come from, everybody's the same. White, Greek, Latin, Chinese, whatever. I love everybody the same. I'm from the hood. Everybody good. If I make anybody, and if you don't like me, bang. If you like me, you get me. That's what's up. I keep it more real than that. Whatever I say if it offended you, call me. You got my number. I love everybody. I want to get paid. With you. Straight up. That's what's up.
Fucking end this podcast right here. Yeah. That's a wrap.
That's what it is, Daddy.
That's a wrap.
Till next time.
Till next time. Till episode 3. Let's run it.
Let's go.
Asshole gets tight when they show up. What a badass. Isn't that crazy? Dude, look at this. He's looking, feet first, and now he's in his undies, dude. This is the 80s, baby.
Hello, world. Michael Dowd is the dirtiest cop in the history of New York City. In the 80s, Michael patrolled the streets of one of the toughest precincts in Brooklyn. He also headed a ruthless criminal network that stole money and drugs, ultimately resulting in New York's biggest corruption scandal ever. Mike was the subject of the explosive true crime saga, The 7-5, where he tells all and relives his days as a mobster with a badge. Mike served 12 years in prison for his activities during that time and is widely considered one of the most corrupt cops of all time. Without further ado, please welcome the marvelous Michael Dowd.
That's all. Yeah, they're fucked up. These guys are jumping away inside 20. Okay, so I can't do one thing. It's almost Golden Gate style. Yeah, it is. It almost is, isn't it?
Is that how you guys met, really? You get a lot of attention, from the females after you go on the podcast?
Too many.
Too much, huh?
One's too many, goddamn.
That's funny, man. Yeah, I spent the last 2 hours watching your documentary 7-5, and I was blown away. That was before my time. I was born in 1987.
Oh, okay.
So that was quite the eye-opening. Killer Russell, he's in a lot of it. Since then. Was that one of his first?
No, he had a couple of, for him, dynamic, but didn't hit.
Buddy, right here when he was on that branch. Yeah, that's so high up.
For people out there who don't know who you are or aren't familiar with your story, give me like a brief background, a brief summary of where you came from.
I'm here because of the 7-5 documentary. Me, being a character. They had a Netflix about 2 years. And it was picked up by IFC early on. They owned it, and I think they have it again. But I was a cop convicted in the 1980s. The crack epidemic broke out. It broke out everywhere. It broke out on police. And so the era that I was a police officer was in Edmonton, and eventually got arrested in New York.
It was like being a cop in New York. Before the crack epidemic.
Right. Yeah, so it was a very eerie time. You had the AIDS epidemic. Right? So we went from one epidemic to another. Now we're in another epidemic. So as a frontline cop, we dealt with a lot of these issues in the street first before society as a whole dealt with it. And sort of learned as you were going how to handle things. And, so it was a thrilling to say the least, and nerve-wracking. You grew up quick. Right? So you went in there, 21-year-old young and then you know, in 6 months or more, then your mom and dad have seen their lives.
You were 21 when you joined the police force. And what made you want to join the police force? The documentary conveyed that there was a lot of young direction.
Well, it wasn't like there was anything to do. It was more like looking for leadership, looking for guidance. You know, guys in their 20s are fairly immature. Men don't mature till they're around 60. Some of us still 65. Well, I'm 60 now, and she's telling me I'm still not mature, but I'm working. Yeah, so you had a bunch of young guys. You know what you're trying to do? How's that? It was like a fucking trick. It was a fucking piss. But the honest thing is, it was dangerous, and you know, so we can laugh about certain things, you know, but the unfortunate thing is that we all took our job and didn't really appreciate it. You know, like when you're a soldier, you go to war, you're always fighting for the guy next to you to come home. And then as you look back on what you accomplished, you know, what a player. It's the same thing as being a police officer. Like when you're in there in the battle, you're battling for the guy next to you and yourself. And you don't realize the impact of society and the city and the people in general. You know, and that's a big stuff, right? But everybody's little, right? We're only one little leader.
Yeah, you were a big part of history. That was a huge, that was a major part of American history. That time frame.
Yeah, it sort of has tentacles into the rest of society for years to come, right? And a whole generation of people were decimated by it, including law enforcement, right? Because if you look back, and I don't know if you had the time to research, during that time, police departments were devastated by the crack and the money. By choices, bad choices that guys made because they were exposed to such. I mean, when you make a 17-9 year, and the guy that you throw over has got 17-9 in his pocket, you know, with no fucking job, you know, and he's 16, and you're like, and no license for the car, but he's got a brand new one. You know, it's just, you say to yourself, what the fuck are you doing? Like, it's a reality show. What makes sense? So, you know, yes, it's supposed to be the right thing, but we don't know it. You know, and that's where the 51% good guy or 49% bad guy, and some days they switch sides.
Dude, it's crazy that you survived 10 years doing that, through that period in New York City. I mean, don't you think? Don't you ever like feel like, how the fuck am I still alive? How many years? You did 12 years in prison?
So I did like 10 with the city and 12 with the feds. Anyway, but so the I looked at it like, so the question was how to be survived. I bought life insurance. Like, so how many men do you know, like 23 and 24 years old, that had $1 million life insurance? So I had two policies worth over $1 million since I died. So, yeah, so, and double indemnity was great because I died by an accident. I gave you double indemnity, right? So,
That was something a lot of people did.
yeah, because it was crazy, especially guys that were doing the sort of things that I was involved in, you know. I mean, I hung out with the Dominican Justice, you know, so one day it could be, you know, caviar and champagne, the next day it could be shootout. You don't know what was coming from one day. And I'm not saying that I was involved in shooting, per se. But reality could have been. So I always just like worried about, you know. So one of the reasons I stayed in the police force is because I didn't raise a child as a kingpin. It's not like, you don't put that on the resume. What did your daddy do? You know? So, because at some point I made a decision to really not care anymore about being a police officer. Because I just really, I think it's going to be better at that than at being a police officer. You know, I
is actually near the Four Seasons. Right on Congress and Caesar Shop's right there. I can't remember what it's called.
I learned the moves. I learned to know that guy over there has either got a gun or he's holding some dope on. Just by the walk and the movement of the head. I mean,
Well, a lot of guys like these folks back then numb to it. numb to go to reading body language or reading somebody. Like a real hustler in New York. I feel like that's someone who can get along with anybody. That's someone who can talk to anybody, do a deal with somebody.
Like me.
Like you, exactly. And that's something that
In uniform.
Right. I mean, that's something that's super valuable, especially if you're a cop and you're actually doing your job and you're aware of it. Did the other guys in the police force have the skill, or is it sort of like come to work and
Well, so I guess I alluded to talking before. In the 80s, there were numerous, like hundreds of police officers. It comes close to 1,000 police officers in 1980.
Yes, I mean, at the 6 trash right with that. Seems like Cassie means that woman who is, I guess, the services, like George Watermelon. She knows him from Stanford and dropped out her last year. So
The white Billy, Long Island guy that was in the Brooklyn police precinct. He was there as evil against the poor people in the ghetto. They trained me.
Right. No, I mean, what you did, I mean, first of all, in the beginning of the documentary, I love how the testimony was read throughout the whole thing. Great.
You know what? Because I'm not a film guy, so that almost bothered me to see it. But I can see why every single person that I've had an interview with I've always said exactly that.
So the backbone of the whole thing.
Yes, it's sweet through the whole.
And the best part about it, to me at least, was how matter of fact and straightforward and honest you were about everything. Like it's just straight up, just telling you, yes, I did this and this. Like,
well, you know what? So comment on that is that. So people, like, you know, why were you so deadpan honest? You know, I had like 30 federal prosecutors sitting in the fucking room looking to see me fuck up, okay? That's number one. So if I told anything incorrect or lied or obfuscated, I could be charged with it. And on the other side was, I mean, what people don't know is that I was suspected for 9 murders. They're looking for 9 bodies to attach to. And the last thing on my mind that I'm worried about is a couple hundred kilos, whatever, fucking, 200,000 in cash. At this point, I'm still fighting in my head that they're suspecting me of being involved in 9 murders. And it was like, this is nothing compared to what these people are about. So from that perspective, you can understand why it was so easy for me to say, like, I actually lied. So, and the only reason I didn't say that father was in the audience behind me, you know, watching me testify. So I hope they don't get a federal safety enhancement for not telling the complete
for you in that documentary. You know, making the small amount of money that you were making, being a police officer in New York, seeing, like you just said, seeing all these guys that you were busting that had, you know, tens of thousands of dollars on them. If I was in your shoes, I'd probably have done the same fucking thing. I'd have been hustling with them, stealing money from them, and running around gallivanting, snorting coke.
Yeah, banging horses. Yeah. That's what that. Listen, it was that way. So, but I was the face of it, right? So everybody has to be the cool guy, and I don't lessen my responsibility by saying that. I think most just that day they could turn. But my situation was like, I don't know if it's so wrong. The more so, it's like on a wire to my partner's ex-partner's house in Rel. Yeah, he put a wire on later, but his phones were tapped. And then that's how they got to me. He didn't know his phone was tapped. I hadn't seen him in 4 months. The day I showed up to sit down. Now, what happened to him? He never even had a day in jail. I mean, the first arrest, you know, they hold you over, and you got jail. They gave him a plea out to cooperate against him, and we'll try to judge against him. So it ended up in jail.
Did you ever see him after that happened?
Yeah, he made a documentary.
Really? What was it like 16, 17?
So So it goes down like this. They asked me to do it. They would. So I wasn't gonna let him be part of that. I didn't look at him out and everything, you know. He never said the notes of this. Sorry, good luck. You know, when you get out here, you know, I'll take you and your family on a trip to fucking Spain, whatever, you know, nothing. No, like, listen, I'm sorry, I did what I did. And it's not even what he did, it's just how he did it, you know. He was offered a plea agreement, and I think he's going to take the plea, but he should have encouraged you to do the plan. And he's lying around, charging surgeons, talking about my family, my brothers, my cousins, my aunts and uncles. He tried to get a whole basket full of shit to get success. You know, when the reality is, he's exactly what I did. Of course, I would take. I'd be lying if I didn't say I was used to it. But, you know, yeah, man, so I told the director, two of us, I said, there's only one way this is going to happen. I said, I want you and your film crew at the precinct, and I want you to tell him to meet you at the precinct, not me. Meet you guys at the precinct. I want to I'm the 75 precincts. So, to call about high moon, whatever the fuck you want to call it, you know, so he came down the block and turned the precinct, and I just went to the mailbox. I just looked at it, I was like, so I came over and I gave him a hug. I said, hey, you know, we're home, it's over, you know, how you doing? You know, yeah. What am I going to do? Just, you know, we needed it for the documentary in some respect, you know, and at that point, you know, you miss your old friend, you know, even though it's like a bad relationship, you know. The time goes by, you know, you forgive each other. You know, it's a similar thing. The only thing about it is, I guess with some, you know, some feeling of compassion for life, you know. So people justify what they do to others by blaming you for the fake, right? So, you know, his life is torturous. You know, he got 3 quarters disability pension and to say that's what family do. Usually 7. What's the hill? Spring Hill.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So like, you know.
Yeah, I just wanted to live that guilt too. I'm sure.
Well, so to alleviate that guilt, I said, listen, you know, I must not have been easy on you. And so, you know, I got him in my car. He says to me, I want to tell you, I didn't lose a minute of sleep. Yeah, fucking flip. He's in my car, I'm driving. He says, I'm not gonna lie to you, I didn't lose a minute sleep over this. You know, because first of all, people don't know him. His name was Scummer. Right? So everybody has a little nickname, mine might be whatever. They had some couple names. And his name was Scummer. So I said to him one day when I was working with him, why do they call you Scummer? Because I'm a scummer. I said, oh, I get it. So that easy. You know, like before I became his partner, he was known as the Scummer. You know, so he was a scummer, and that's who he. So he's true to his name that he earned. When I said to him, if I felt as though you had some compassion, I mean, 12 years, I wake up dreaming. I don't know. It's in prison kissing brick walls. I mean, it happens, you know. And he's more kissing other dudes. Exactly. You know, so in his case, he turn over and kiss his wife, you know, and I'm kissing bricks with him. So, and I got 2 kids that grew up without knowing. So you don't have to feel bad for me for that, but you should have some compassion. That's very surprising. Such a high profile guy. Doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, because he is such a high profile guy. That's why it doesn't make any sense. So it was a little bit disappointing in that respect. But one of the things I liked about the meeting was I was in control. He tried to, but I was in control. And he would say something, and I'd say, That's not the facts. You know, he said, why is it the way you say it's right and the way I say it's not right? I said, for 12 and a half years, I sat in a fucking prison cell recalling what I did and what you did. And for that 12 and a half years, you were fucking the old lady and raising kids. And working. So who do you think would have a better feeling memory? You or me?
You spend that most of that time, most of the 12 years.
I would say a good portion of it, you know. So it was more so that, you know, that I tried to tabulate it and document it, written it down, started it and stopped. In fact, I'm still trying to get it started and stopped, right? My life rights are owned by one of these organizations in Hollywood, and they still haven't been able to
Check this out, dude. DraftKings threw down $5 and boom, you don't have to make bonus bets instantly. That's
so I told him, if you come sit with me, well, you want this? I gave you a real minimum. That's one for $3. You think you sit with me? Give you the most. Give it to you. I can give it to you today. You know, now you and me. I'll write the fucker. I'll tell you. Right. I mean, I've been talking about 8 years. Vignettes.
Yeah, I could tell.
So
I could tell from the text you sent me earlier that you were talking.
Yeah, it was New Yorkies. Yeah, you figured it out.
Yeah, I know you guys are. I love the part of it where you said that you took from one of your first bucks, or one of your first, you basically robbed the drug dealer. You went to his house, you saw a big giant bag of marijuana, and you found a couple guns and some cash, and then you took that money and you went and bought a condo in Myrtle Beach.
That was cocaine.
Oh,
That was Noriega's cocaine. Yeah, that was not Noriega's cocaine.
so you sold his cocaine?
Yeah.
Where did you sell his cocaine?
She got obsessed with like the anti-drug
Right.
Oh, he gave it to the Con Ed. Some guy was working at Con Ed. They had a good connect with Con Ed.
Oh my God.
It was the best Peruvian fucking play you ever saw in your life.
Yeah, she might have lost a lot of it, and then
I went to condo with that.
And how much was the price of cocaine per kilo?
28,000.
28,000.
Then. But specifically went down. It ended up down by 11,000.
She got off. She didn't get to do this because she badmouthed the show.
No, it would eventually go up. Which is why we ended up getting arrested. Cocaine went from
she got asked to go home, and I thought it was overkill. I didn't think she deserved it.
And then what happened was it went from 7.25 to 34 overnight.
She's just a comic. She's just a mess.
Easter holiday in Colombia, so they don't ship cocaine around.
I'm sorry to say this too, but I don't think she has any love in her life. I don't think she has any kids. I think she. I think you look
Big
crazy.
busts happened, so cocaine price
That's redhead. That's well done.
So that very week had doubled. Kenny and I got into a long little supply.
She's not
Conversation, meetings of recruited for people to put extra money up,
She's of
and
Irish
that's when
ancestry.
the whole story. People don't really know the whole story. There's 4 other copies that are territories that involved and put their money up. Because Kenny was cheap. Instead of coming up with extra money like I did, he had to go and recruit 3 or 4 guys for $25 each.
That's not true.
What do you think? What is your opinion on like all of the stuff you see online today? Nowadays, everybody has a phone, and all you see is like shootings, kid getting shot everywhere, and all the stuff with the guy who just got murdered, George Floyd, and like all the stuff that's going on with police brutality in the news today, compared to what it was like when you were running streets of New York. What is your?
This is fucking Disneyland. This is Disneyland compared to what it was like.
Right.
This is a fucking joke. There's no brutality out there.
There she is.
And if there is, it seems like most of the time it's captured on. There's somebody.
You see every fucking incident. Back then there was one every 3 minutes. And you know, I spent the last 2 weeks with a bunch of rap guys. I can't repeat. I was with a bunch of rap rappers, and they were all from Boston by era, you know. I was chasing them down the street because they were selling crack and rapping songs on weekends, you know. And so, but half these guys, they ended up on me too. And back in the days, today, fucking it's crazy out there, you know, because they got their money taken and they went home. And you know, this is them. This is telling me I'm the cop in the room. We're doing a podcast with a bunch of guys smoking ganja over my head and running around, you know, blood clot motherfuckers. And this is how they, you know, so much what they really get stuff for nothing. So, I mean, this is the guys beating all their life. But they were lying. They weren't telling on the police. It was a whole different society. People learn how to survive them.
So, when you walk me through like what it would be like a day in the life of a police officer in the area you were working, and like a day, not in just any police officer, like in your life, what was like the percentage of crime, organized crime you were participating in, and the percentage of actual police work?
Okay, so I guess there's two different ways to describe it. So there were times when I was as an ordinary patrolman, which is what I was in my career. I had two different roles. In the beginning, I was a fighter. You know, I would every job that came over from drug running, I would go on it. It was like 50 different, you know, you called it 50 different drug calls. So not everyone robbed because, you know, these guys are still doing it. Try to get robbed. You know, and then sometimes you pay for it. So start with that. So now you're a police officer. In a crack infested neighborhood, called 30, 40, 50 drug runs a day. If you're not on one, you're backing up on one. You know, so whatever. So and we back each other up. Any minute guns start flying and bullets start flying out there. And it was violence every day. I mean, they probably average 5 guns a day, taking off the streets in one piece of one. Right? So, and we averaged a homicide every day and a half. So, usually it takes 2 shootings to get one homicide. You know, 8 to 10 shootings. So, it's talking about 2,500 shootings in my precinct and 1,100 murders. So,
That's it.
I made 36 of them in 1 year. 36 felony arrests in 1 year.
And after that, for the rest of for the remaining 9 years, it was like 10 more.
I remember you.
That was done. Done. You get in trouble making arrests. So I found out another way to making arrests was a big money. You know, every time you get an arrest, you usually get overtime, right? So the cops also make it at that time. I guess I was making, I said 22 hours an hour. I went up to making 37 hours. So and most of the arrests were paperwork and drug work. Like, you know, paperwork, it's court appearance, it's the DA's office, it's transporting the prisoner. So, you know, your buddies by the end of this. Your buddies, you hate each other by the end of this. Because you're with this guy the next 16 hours. Okay? You and your prisoner. You're hanging out for the next 16 hours. Together.
So if you make an arrest, you're basically just fucking around.
Now you with your pal.
Wow.
You went from running somebody down, knocking them over the head, and giving them a hug and buying them a beer.
That seems like a pain in the ass.
Well, that's how it was. I'm telling you how it was. And it's not necessarily that way because I'm hearing today that it's sort of because the volume of the arrest and the no bail because the guys they don't post bail, they back out, they get arrested. Some guys are arrested 7 times in 3 years. So I mean, so from what I understand, it's really under control right now. I'm talking about from my experience. So an arrest is money. So if you don't make an arrest, you know, I found other ways to make money.
So what was it like? So the first time you started working for, there was the one guy who worked.
What we're overlooking is the fact that the police department didn't want you to make
Yeah, but no,
Make sense?
don't get it twisted. It ain't had no DC. Like, hey, man, quit messing with it. Like, we can help you, dude. So now, like, it's funny how I look at 6'5", 230, and I look at him, and I look at symmetry, and I go, I'll never be happy.
So every time I made a drug arrest for a crack dealer or a marijuana dealer at the time, or heroin dealer at the time,
There was a Samoan
I took myself off the street.
rugby
I
player.
did 17
People
hours
say,
overtime.
they
I put
go,
one guy in front of a
he's
judge.
complete
The
badass.
guy
And
in
this guy
front
goes,
of the judge, he got bailed out,
which one of your
for,
brothers
a day later,
of all your
and
brothers?
cycle repeats itself. So at the end of the week, I could make 5 kills.
Toughest among the
Because
beasts.
one of them.
Henry.
Once you hit one, you're off the street. You get it? So they only make the arrest at the end of shift. Because then you overtime the whole run.
So what did they want you to do?
He was the brother who was bigger than everybody.
Invisible for that.
He was like, yeah, and he lifted weights and he had
And
no
some.
he plays rugby.
Okay.
And they were
Make
showing
sure you
highlights of
write
what that guy does.
Yeah. So I used to write them to Benjamin Ward.
Did you love this? There's all these kids at the trial.
And when did all this change? When did this? I mean, at some point there was a huge push to get everyone that was doing the track or off the streets, right?
Yeah. So there was a time when they executed
I can only do so much.
uh,
If you don't put all this gear in the right place, we make steam this way you want to be. Because I'm being honest. Some of y'all are. And then some of y'all
I
are
could be wrong on the year. It was either 86 or 88. I don't
6'5"
remember.
usually can take those places.
So
5'5", it's going to be tough.
on the back of that,
Am I clear?
BD and the Fed teamed up and they put a joint task force together and then seriously elected crap over
Well, some of y'all 5'5". This is like
It was
that's all good. Fucking dancing is great. It's fun. I said, you're 13. If you want to get girls and you want to be the
So
man,
it was where the
learn how to
push
dance
came
before
from,
you fucking
and what
get
happened
your
was
black
the
belt.
Feds got
Come
caught.
on.
And this new they were complaining about the Joe Biden place
I'm
back
gonna start
in
taking
the
that
90s.
pop 46
Those
and
wars
just
kicked
pop.
in, and the Feds began
Some of y'all
to
5'5".
enjoin
Some of y'all 6'5".
by city people.
Damn.
So the city
Because this
city and the
podcast brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You choose to hit play on this podcast today. Smart choice. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices. That's why they offer a tool called Auto Quote Explorer. That allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with rates from other companies. So you save time on the research and can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. So give it a try after this episode at Progressive.com.
And most of those
Progressive
people that
Casualty
came in,
Insurance Company and affiliates not available in all states or situations. Prices will vary based on how you buy.
probably
This
100,000.
summer,
All arrested for
is
crack.
exploding with thousands of free movies.
No. Listen, no one in there is there. No one's in there for the first place.
Exclusive action all
No
summer
one's in there for. In fact, they're not in there for the 10th set. But they're in there for crack and roll.
Beverly Hills Cop.
So there's
Transformers, Dark of the Moon. Bring the action with
and I'm not saying that it's just giving you a blanket
your
example.
favorite places.
And then there's guys in there that sold 1 kilo of crack
Extreme
on the fellow. And they got one.
ever.
Yeah, 23 years old. They got one.
Williams, he got fired.
Set up.
Yeah.
Never sold a kilo in his life. You know?
And he would come out and
They gave him a kilo to sell to you.
he was the worst coach. They'd be like, let's go, let's go.
That's outside.
Yeah, trap me.
That doesn't work like that.
What were you? What did you feel like when you first started being for like head of one of these drug organizations? Like, you were working for these drug empires based out of New York, and you were caught on video. Like, was there like a moment, like a shift for you, like a moral shift where you said, "Fuck it"?
Yeah, so I was on the
My wife's in the stands right now. Do you want to
so
count
my
three?
career took some pain.
And they, hi, Miss Johnson, whatever. So,
And at what point was this?
I was on.
You boys got me lucky tonight. I appreciate that. They love the shit out of him so much. But he just not.
So 20 hours, like,
Yeah, he was too much for realistic. It was great. But I think he played D1 ball. He was like pure woods. I'll see you. I kid.
Maybe like just check up on yourself. Which I did. When I was in 20 hours, I did so that's what I did. Anyway, and then when I came back from that, the 77 had broken. It was a scandal in 77 precinct, 13 cops were arrested for doing it. So everybody around me Two went to Nassau, two went to Suffolk, two went to Florida, one just quit from North Carolina. Another guy got arrested for something stupid. Another guy went to rehab. Two guys went to rehab. So I came back to
working the straight bar right now. Working the straight bar. It's gonna be exciting.
one guy went to Key West. And the reason he went to Key West is so he run to Cuba and get the fuck away. And this is for real. So
New Yorkers like
yeah, well, you know, it's the second boat. So fifth, sixth boat, whatever they call it. Yeah, so he was in I'm up in New York, and I'm the only one holding the bag. They're looking at me. How are you still on the phone? So it was difficult to get partners when started to earn the guys a little bit again, and then I ended up working. So at that point, it turned from being so I'm getting tired of not making money. You know, I'm like, you know, I mortgage, I have 4 homes, you know, condo on the ocean. You know, I got some bills here. You know, so I lived okay. I had rental income and whatnot, but the reality was that I'm so used to that extra money. You know, even an extra $2-3 grand a week, just like low. You know, so what happened was I met this guy down there, city guy, and who goes to put these $40,000, $30,000 music systems in their car? And so I would be, I was a friendly side at his shop. You know, so I pulled a car up and put a new Benzie. Back then they had Benzie boxes. I don't know if you guys even know what they are. See, I know, you don't even know what a Benzie box is. Look it up.
look it up, Austin.
Yeah, what it is back then they would break your window and then break your ruin the dashboard to take out your radio. Steal your because it was worth like 2 hours. So back then they began to do these people pull the radio out. So we left the car and take the radio with you. But what happened was most guys would take the radio and put it in the trunk under their seat. So they break the window anyway and one of your seat and get it. I lost 4. Okay? I lost 4 Benzie boxes and 4 windows.
By the way, isn't that the thing where the face plate of the radio you can put it come off and you like throw it in the back or something? Remember that?
Yeah. That's a new Benzie. That was a new Benzie. That was a new age Benzie. Yeah. So the whole radio came out.
I mean, what did you see any changes being made? Was there any progress? Was there any kind of like
it was a finger in the hole of the dike. You just were holding the fucking water back. And really the sad thing is, the truth of the matter is the cops could have held it. The cops could handle it all. You know, cop's job is to be, a politician or, a nice guy. So the heavy-handed cops would get in trouble like any other time. Thank God they weren't fucking on camera. Because there'll be a lot of 80% of the force would have went to jail. Right? Straight up.
You said you guys would have let you.
Well, because you weren't allowed to make arrests, and there's ways of convincing people to move on or stop, and it was not. So being a cop is not necessarily. So I know you're standing on that corner. It's fucking snowing out. It's 2:30 in the fucking morning, and you're out there with your 3 friends. What are you doing? I know what you're doing. You know I know what you're doing, but I can't do anything. Okay? I mean, this is how it is. So, I mean, because there's no reason for you back there with your fucking. Back then they had igloo, whatever it is. They had the fur around the fucking collar.
Oh yeah.
And they came out like this.
Like an Eskimo.
All right? Eskimo. Hey, thank you. They had the Eskimo hats and coats on, and they'd be there for the whole. I think they shifts. Their shift. And they changed shifts when we changed shifts. So it was like perfect. Oh, wait. Yeah, I got the 12. All right, homie, listen, while I'm out here, nothing I can see. You got it, boss. I mean, that's what I would tell them. Because I would go to the bodega, sit down, have a couple of cola, and eat.
Was this before or after the pimps on the streets of New York? This was after, right? That was 70s. Yeah.
Crack which is very violent and very, very lucrative.
I mean, crack basically thinking it's coke, right?
It's cooked. It's cooked with some baking soda.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never made it like that.
You never tried smoking crack? Like, what's it? Yeah.
It's gonna kill you.
No,
Might lead you out. Might end up somewhere because you need more. Watch yourself.
Wasn't there an NBA player who died?
Yeah, Len Bias. That changed the world.
How did it change the world? That was before my time.
When Len Bias died, he was drafted by Boston Celtics, right? So this is where it becomes interesting. Boston Celtics, who's in charge of Boston area? Kennedy, right? The Kennedys run the Boston. So when Len Bias smoked on that crack and killed himself, and never got a chance to play, the best player in the NBA. Best player. One game for the Ted Kennedy drafted number one. Ted Kennedy came up with his will.
I remember looking at him at 6'4", really handsome, great actor. He had cancer. He had cancer.
Great job. I mean, 5 years later, after Giuliani took him walking in Manhattan, like this was 40 seconds, he was clean. So the crack wars eventually did that job. The problem was along the way, the crack war was alienating a lot of people. A lot of people got burned by crack. Including myself, was part of my demise.
And the crack law specifically was way worse.
Right. Yeah, but not in the city. Right. Not in the city, but in the feds. So that's how it became effective. Ted Kennedy was a federal senator from Boston area, Massachusetts. So he and Biden and that group together these crack wars to help clean up the city, and it did. It just when it cleaned up, it was they were basically.
And then when did that start changing? Didn't Obama start trying to roll that back?
Yeah, you know what it was. So to his credit, he tried, but the reality is Democrats always consider it to become crime, right? So if he was able to pull off what he wanted, he wanted his kids. So what happened was they didn't want
goddamn Nancy Pelosi.
No, he's running. They didn't want Trump to get Rothschild. So every time Trump wanted to do something, they would go for it because they didn't want anything positive on Trump. So he ended up doing executive order to promote, and what he called part in that one. He was pardoning these people, and he did change some of the sentencing laws. And these people don't realize that most sentencing laws they're oppressive sentencing laws. They're designed for a reason. They're designed to make you want to tell on. And that's what the laws were designed to do. So, and every person is given that opportunity at some point. Not all, but usually most individuals are given that opportunity. In Kenny's case, he cooperated without going to prison. But anyway, so that's why the laws were designed the way they were. So they were very heavy, and they would bring. So one of the things was that everybody to be arrested. That was the federal goal. Arrest every person selling drugs. And that was their approach. So if you got arrested by the Fed, sitting in the Fed's joint you brought in 25 of your best friends, you would get a 2-year sentence, and each one of your friends would cooperate against each other, and they'd all get 5 years sentences. So you didn't get 2, they get 5, and then they could go home. If they didn't cooperate, they got 50. So they all fucking turned on each other, and they filled the fucking prisons up, and they cleaned the city streets out, and then most of those guys came out, and they got the hint. You know, they get the hint now. If you did it once again, the 5 repeated. whatever. But the fact is, when you sit down for 8-10 years to see the stretches, they keep going. They keep going. And they do that to most of the people. And if they didn't straighten their lives out, they know what's the next. They know they were offered a 45-year plea and they got offered 6. Right. So they know the next time they show up, there's no offer. You don't.
I think most of these crimes and most of this violence and everything is real. A lot of people say that a lot of people
my thing on drugs and illicit is shit. Right. No, it's been a disaster. More people have died fighting over drugs. I'd like to do stuff fucking money myself, okay? I'm not going to.
You got your fair share, Mike, okay?
Well, that's what they say, but I came out broken,
Really? You didn't stash any before you got locked?
Well, you don't think you're going to get locked up until you do. 4 in the condo on the ocean. A lot of kids waiting for that.
So what did you actually get charged? What was your actual charge? Was it RICO?
Yeah, I was eventually charged with a RICO statute, but that consumed or subsumed or contained the actions throughout my career. So when I walked in, they offered me 24 to 30 years. I was like, fuck, just get it. I walk into prison. I've been arrested in my lifetime. I walked in. I was offered a plea for 24 to 30 years. Are they fucking serious? Like, my lawyer's like, calm down. This is just the first. I said, just the first offer in 30 fucking years? I mean, who did I kill? Of course, a month later, they put a story about me killing 9 people. But anyway, okay. But so like, you imagine like you're facing 30 fucking years. I'm like, what do you do? Some fucking money. So at the time, 30 years. Took some money from some drug dealers. What the fuck? We just changed. But you know what? I laugh about it. It wasn't a nice thing.
You've had one hell of a tough life. In your heyday, you had these drug kingpins,
Yeah. And half of it I made up because you had to do it, right? Like, when you can't make it look like you're doing something. Right. And one time it worked out, but I saved Diaz's organization. And who's Diaz? I'm the American guy who was introduced to me about the Red Series guys.
How big was your organization? How what?
He probably had 30 men working for me with 4 stores. Out of anyone. Actually 2.
So these guys were selling what? Just coke?
No, he had 3 different spots. He just sold coke. So he sold
coke
4 or 5. Yeah. So you go to the grocery store. If you see the movie, you can come to my store. You can get Heineken. You can get Pampers. You can get a kilo. You can get anything at my store. His bodegas were very successful.
You can buy some Cheerios and you can buy an 8-ball.
Whatever you want. Yeah, but most of his he had 1 or 2 spots. The lower you go in the number, the higher the profit margin is. So he had 1 or 2 spots that sold 8 balls, which I didn't know about. If I had known or I found out, because when you get arrested, you get all the documentation from the case. I was tied into his case, and I got all the documentation from his case. Now he's pulling in $100,000 a week. Yeah, if I had fucking known, 20,000 a week. What the fuck? Something. I'm risking my freedom here.
So that's the way most of the people in the city back then. Is they just basically had a couple of grocery stores and they would sell coke out of packs.
Bodegas were the way.
Bodegas.
Instead of hitting the money up at the register, you went to the back of the bodega and handed them a shoebox full of 20s or 50s or 100s, whatever it was. 15 minutes later, down they had patches and shoots. They're like go to the bank and they have this thing that sucks. The tube, yeah. They have the same thing in the fucking. Really? Yeah.
And everyone's buying like bars.
Well, that was his thing.
That's how he sold like the
Right. Oh, yeah. So he would pick up 100 kilos and sell them.
And where was he getting the kilos from?
So I didn't get that to that part of the routine, but from what I hear and what he said, he got them from large distributors that were trying to pick them. Yeah, the cut out. Pablo and
Yeah, that guy was pretty interesting to document.
Adam.
They were very interesting. Like there was like so many. There was one scenario where you guys robbed, somebody robbed a store, something like that, and there was two guys who robbed somebody else's store.
Yeah, his cousin's
store, whatever. And he sent you guys after.
No, he sent us to rob his cousin.
But one
was taking his business.
Weren't there two guys that, at one point in the documentary, I remember they're asking, what happened to these two guys that robbed the store? He was like,
oh, Franklin and Coke. Franklin and Coke.
Yeah. What was the story of those guys? Is that part of the RICO?
Actually, I don't think. Let's just say yes. I don't know. They're not around anymore.
If you were the one who tracked
we got.
You got that.
I don't know. Yes, but I don't know. I don't know. Told it not, but I didn't have any review.
Oh, okay.
So I found it, but I found somebody that. Yeah, I found him. He's over here.
Got it. I knew where they were.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, they're here.
So that guy was making $100,000 a week in profit. How much time did he? Do you know? Remember?
I know. He did 8 years initially. So, and he said he wasn't. He said he was charged with money laundering, not cocaine. So I don't know. And I didn't read his papers, but that's what he said. And we've spoken. I speak to him every couple of days.
Do you really? What's he doing now?
He's
running a laundry mat.
He's rolling cigars and he's rolling it.
Are you serious?
What does that say?
The 75. The mind of Brooklyn, land of fuck. Brooklyn's the land of fuck. Is that what it's
welcome? It says welcome to the land of fuck.
What's the land of fuck?
Okay, so in the movie,
I remember
that term was used. So that's why we put that on there. No, Sammy has a backup. Palmer.
And who's the other guy? Chico.
I mean, Chico.
No, the other guy. The other guy has a small little baby cartel. Like a small little drug gang. The first guy.
Yeah.
Is he really dead?
Yeah.
Yes, his name was like Chico or something. And his gang.
I can't remember. I'm getting old.
His gang was called the Company.
The Company. Yeah. I told him.
You pulled him over after you found out.
You put it in.
How did you find out?
Well, first of all, he put a hit on me because he shorted me $700. And so I made it known that I wasn't happy. And he said, fuck you. I'm not okay. I said, okay. And then I put pressure on the for about 3 days. I walked out of the store, I chased customers. I paid another bunch of cops in front of the store for fucking 4 or 5 nights. And I was there and chasing all the little clients. And then, of course, I had pages at 911. And
They track with the utmost respect. I'm such a fucking huge fan. I can't even I feel like a kid right now, man. That's not what former UFC fighter Brendan Schaub did. In fact, Schaub did just about the opposite. Brendan Schaub deliberately went out of his way to challenge, belittle, and disrespect Mike Tyson to his face, referring to his fighting style as principles. downplaying how promising he is in shape, saying that he doesn't actually do cardio because he believed he had a breath from all the smoking that he does.
Nothing to block it. That's like more wood I told him all that.
One of these jabs at Mike Tyson.
Yeah, no, I want
what you said about it.
I don't open.
Got this guy like super fucking violent.
So I'm looking in his car. I'm looking to see if he opens his glove box and there's a gun in the car.
Stares him down while eating a piece of watermelon.
Thanks so much for that. Right? So I'm
For a second.
and so he takes the gun motherfucker. It's white as a fucking piece. No. So the other song would do it like you. Put a fucking hit on me, let's do it right here. What they like. I said, you do fucking work. Yeah, fucking take her out, motherfucker. Let's go. And he's like, I said, you fucking hit off right now. I'm coming to see you. I get in the gym. All right. I got my face. I keep it about 20 minutes. Meanwhile, the fucking precinct knew never told me. The precinct knew to hit him. How would they know? That's issues everywhere now. The feds were in that organization somewhere, and they never fucking told me. Remember in the movie, Joe, this guy, Detective Joe Hall, was in the back of a van. They could have the street sweepers.
Yeah.
Well, there was a guy in that van that was pointing out all the organizational people because it was a snitch for them. They knew that they put a hit on me and never told me.
That's fucked up. Wow. Yeah, it's crazy that you, at such a young age, were able to develop that street mentality to be able to coexist with these guys and work with them, and like even how the one guy that runs the rolls cigars, was talking about you. He was like, "Yeah, I talked to this guy. He was just like
He said a compliment.
I could recognize.
I don't know if that's a compliment.
Well, yeah, like he's a street guy. You know what I mean? Like he's a New York guy. I can talk with him. I can hustle bustle with him. He's not like a normal cop.
Well, it is. I think if you show vulnerability, and I mean by that, I mean you take risks. Like if you take risks, people accept you more, right? So for me to have the balls to come up to somebody and say, like I'll give you a funny example. I was working in 75 with my partner at the time. His name was Jerry. We pulled his car over, 280ZX, maroon. Back then, there was a lot of cars. 280ZX, the car. So I know he's and I tossed the car, I can't find it. And he's looking at me, he's like sweating his fucking balls off. I said, all right, you're good this time, and I let him out. Now I get transferred to Coney Island. I told you to transfer to Coney Island. So I'm looking to beat in Coney Island, and this Spanish guy, short Spanish guy, says, hey, Batman, Robin. I don't know who the fuck Batman and Robin are. It's me and my partner. That's our nickname to them, right? So I go, who's Batman and Robin? He goes, well, he's Batman because he's taller than me, and you're Robin. I go, okay, what's up? He goes, you guys are in the wrong precinct. So, you're really sweet. Because cops take their numbers from their old precinct and put it on their gun belt. So you see two numbers on your shoulder, so 60 precinct. That's going out. And I put my 75 numbers on my gun belt. I said, this is all my fucking gun belt numbers. He goes, no, you're 280. He said, Burgundy. I said, back the trunk. He goes, yeah, this is hatchback.
Yeah.
He said, you missed it. I said, you motherfucker. He says, all you had to do is pull that fucking, the mold, the plastic mold,
southbound at Sierra Highway. Unfortunately, the carpool lane delays away from Escondido Canyon Road. Tustin on the 55 northbound just before
Oh
the
yeah,
line
what do you mean by that?
Like, I want to work with you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He says, I said, why? I said, because you just want some money. So I said, right. He said, we used to call 911 to see who shows up. And when you and your partner were working, we knew we were good for the night. This is how fucking criminals work, right? They would check on themselves and see who's gonna roll up. So anyway, so yeah, that's what.
Yeah, I think cops are a different breed nowadays than they were back then, especially around here. I don't know how much time you spend in Florida.
Yeah, they're nice guys.
Yeah, they are nice guys.
I mean, fair. They're fair.
Yeah,
they're fair. I find them squared away. You know, military-ish. More on the lines of military than that approach to things. But once you let them guard down a little bit, which is the truth. I mean, tomorrow your brother's a cop, or your uncle's a cop, or your aunt's a cop. So,
yeah, it's not a job that I envy. I mean, especially nowadays.
Yeah.
With the spotlight shining on everybody and all the phones and everything.
Well, so that's funny because you bring spotlight. I was the first advocate. Of course, no one listens to me because I'm dirty, broke, fucking cop. I was the first kid behind every cop should wear.
Really?
Every cop. To keep you honest, on those moments where you, because human beings with the uniforms, right? So it keeps you honest, and most times cops do it. Most times, like 99%. I mean, you might have rights to it. You might not have wanted to be arrested, but it's not the situation in any respect. If a patron or a perpetrator doesn't want to get arrested, so you're asking a human being to do the job of a machine.
Yeah,
if you spit in my face, I do want to knock your fucking head down.
Right.
Just as a man, right? So the guy's still a man. You just spit in his fucking face. I mean, I don't know how you do it.
How's your force pop? It was good, buddy. I was flying in my
Video the other day. My father-in-law.
I know. I do think would fly. Landed. My kids. Had a good dinner with my kids. So you're still able to do something. And then fireworks. And I don't LA.
Video of this guy charging a police officer. Cop shoots him at least 11 or 12 times. And the guy's still going. And eventually he gets up the 13th time. Drops his knees.
Yeah, not done yet, though.
Never seen anything like that.
I very much enjoyed your house from the insult for the birds.
Yeah, being a cop,
How about the scene you saw the one?
One day when I succeed, that's the house I want. So congratulations on that. Thank you. Like it very much. The neighborhood.
Stab the girl against the car.
It's like we're in Pleasantville. I'm waiting for what's going on here. And so,
that's the problem with the internet.
It was raining, so I figured
I agree that
the rain stopped.
The cameras are great.
Like, maybe
Keep
some fireworks.
Keep you honest, and you can't lie about what happened.
Right. The problem is that once you throw that into something like Twitter, then it's just tribalism at its worst. You know what I mean? Everyone wants to. They're like, okay, before I form my opinion on this, what side am I on?
Well, yeah. Well, if you start out on it, then you really
that's the problem.
You're there's gonna be problems, right?
Right.
So I was but I can arrested. So I know how to be a little more exactly and judgmental of their actions. So I always say that I think of policing and police work. So if I tell you what's going on, okay, take it from a guy who's been arrested 7 times, okay, and I didn't like any one of them. But I did put my hands down on my back because I knew that I was submitting to being arrested for something I did. I'm not guilty of said crime, but I mean, I wasn't pretty when they came to arrest me. I'll just say that. I wanted to fuck them. I mean, because they arrested me at work the first time, and then the second time they arrested me, I was out on bail.
And didn't they storm your house then?
Yeah. It's always good to come in. It's always good. They did Roger Stone. They put the fucking helicopters, speedboats, every fucking thing else. Dogs, searchlights. Middle of the day.
They beat your ass? They'll rough you up a little bit?
How much fun is all the houses have different like our thing, we have chili in our house, we have chili in some house, so they will just come over and just know your door's open, the kids go, they pick houses, so they for like an hour and a half at one house, another house. There's nothing better than crazy. I can be your neighbor. My neighborhood's too quiet.
They say
A couple hard knocks.
yeah, but if you survive it, if you comply with them,
Well, that's different. Yeah.
you would think that I should get my ass beat.
No, you should. I agree.
It's like
100%. Not the arrest people. You're correct. It should never happen.
Do you think the problem is
Was he compliant? Was that gentleman? Maybe he was. No. And they very well could have. I know some guys picked up. Like, they got to prove justice.
There's nothing. He turns hungry when you're in the subway.
Have the guy saying there's nothing wrong with that. I used to buy them beer and fucking.
It's right up to the middle. I couldn't agree with you. I'm dirty. I invited you. Listen, granted, I know what Joe was doing. Let me just do it to be silly. Yeah, we know it's not. I know exactly what's going on. I tell Chin, watch him the July. I know you just want to hear like watching him by July 4th.
He would say like when they would go to these foreign countries, their job was to
barbecue, a bunch of kids, and fun fireworks.
Civilians,
takes me the night before.
talk to everybody, figure out what's going on, basically like a communication hub for them. Like, talk to them, be friends with them, and try to like solve or
It's a girl and a couple, and they're
So, for example, it's a crash invested neighborhood.
well, I don't know. I'm just saying, I have no fucking clue.
Right.
I'm just,
So we
we
have
yeah.
we had people outreach offices, student offices, right?
Because I mean, I know even behind.
And
I didn't want to bail on. I told you that straight up. Yeah, I get it.
Because the one man that's running a neighborhood,
I bailed on them.
and these people
And I stayed home. But then I went for a shopping afterwards.
But if you knock us off,
We
what if
even bailed on them, but then I went to hang out with them the day after.
we're gonna say nothing like getting punched in the face when you walk through. So things, all that practice is over.
We were talking more about like befriending people, trying to get people to trust them, especially in those communities overseas, foreign nations like Iraq and you know, you compare that to the most famous situation
I spent time in South Bay, that major
And in Florida.
yeah. He like chased him down.
The guy was a civilian, an armed civilian with a little bit of
Anyways, I think the point is, I think
the guy, listen, the guy, he just always gets he always gets
he always said that they got in a fight.
right, and that's it. Now I'm sure. That's unfortunate. He made a mistake. The other guy. The mistake he made was he was under. That's it. But the fact that he got involved at that point is
It would still be alive.
he might have been the nicest guy in America. But someone's armed and they're making a citizen's arrest. They have a choice to protect themselves too. And he was tuning the fuck. Don't kid yourself.
Oh yeah.
He was getting tuned the fuck up. The 17-year-old kid, whatever he was beating his ass, beating the fuck out of this guy. And guess what? If I got a gun on me, that means it's your. So I ain't giving it up.
You instigated the shit. You started
fight, motherfucker. Now you're getting your ass kicked. Now you're kidding.
You're gonna take and kill me. That's all that matters now. You beat my fucking ass. Now you're gonna take me and shoot me with my own fucking gun. That's what I'm telling you. Okay? That's the problem. The problem was he's overstepping bounds.
They talk about not eating. You don't eat. You do not deprive offspring because they feed on dead animals. You'll get all kinds of weird parasites. The reason you have to usually brine
The other guy's actions caused him.
cook.
Trayvon's
If anybody that's, I mean, I was just asking you if you're getting a trichinosis because they eat dead shit.
You're not connected.
And, you know, that's why also they say don't eat.
That's why these deadly things before
like carnivores that eat other flesh.
no treat ball or something.
You know why I don't say pigs?
Treat or
Pigs, you know, has delicate everything.
dick blown off if if the guy's fucking got you down and choke you out and let him kill you.
God, he's the president.
Yeah, I guess so.
Parasites, bacteria, cultures. I don't think anybody's killing them.
So we should, like I said, all the police don't do Yeah, I don't think it's
around. What do you going?
Yeah, I don't know.
What do you have? You're gonna be like, I feel like advanced communication skills, or even.
Well, this guy isn't a cop, too.
Right,
This guy's a civilian who has a little, I think he had a little training as a police officer. He's not a local cop. He's had a little training. Now he's got a gun. And now he's put himself in a position to be a hero. And now he's a fucking hero. And someone's dead. So, I mean, but that's life. If someone burglarizes your house, right? And you're in there doing a good job on it, and you go to stop them, and they start cleaning it up. You start to Sam, I'm fucking good. You fire a shot at him. You're probably gonna get arrested. You're probably gonna get arrested, but should you?
I think the point I'm trying to get to is when I originally brought it up is like Jocko was saying to become someone that he was, become a Navy SEAL, you have to go through this called hell week, which is basically the most brutal fucking thing that has created or breaks humans, right? And if you want it bad enough to make it through that, you can get this job.
So is that every cop should do that?
So is every cop should do every cop.
No, I'm gonna tell you. Here's your answer. I'm gonna give you the answer.
His point was they should go through more, or they should have to want it more, or they should be more around.
I'm gonna give everybody an answer that I say people. 10 years. 20 years. Send them to prison first.
I had a real lesson in helicopter safety. Like I looked at the actual stats. And if you fly a helicopter without doing all so power lines and rescue and all that all day.
We don't have any answer. Start a cop.
If you look at the stats.
If makes it through a week,
they'll
they'll understand what
it's
it's like
just for
to
transportation.
violate someone's
It's as safe as anything. Safer than
They'll understand what it's like to the severity of putting your handcuffs on.
If you're gonna like lose power, you can lose
So for a cop to put the handcuffs on you, it's nothing.
And you know, a lot of times when you, and also the other thing when you
But when
land
he's
the
just done
helicopter,
trying
you're
to
going slow.
get record.
So you kind of roll over. It's like a slow roll.
And he needs to understand what the magnitude of the decision making and what they're doing to him. Because watching someone's family grow up through pictures,
There's some things that are very
as
scary.
you watch them watch their family grow through pictures, the humanity of what you're feeling.
It's like never walking the back of the helicopter.
Humanity.
Remember that one girl? She married my buddy. She walked into a helicopter.
Yeah, that'll
In a
happen.
relationship,
Fucked her face.
crime next to it. So someone shoots somebody and kills them.
Do a selfie.
Don't murder us, right? But maybe they just defend themselves.
I don't know why I get all
But
like
maybe
Take a little break here, man.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about Bronto.
All I do is I just wear boots,
and
really.
so on
Run.
and so on and so
It's
forth.
raining, weather
So
boots.
now you're
The most
just someone
comfortable boots
shooting
I've ever freaking put on.
You know
These balls I got here.
Look good too. Look good. Work boots.
All right, comfort, but also like a lot of times they're very rugged and built for terrain. They're not that comfortable. These are very comfortable, but also can handle.
Yeah, no, I mean everybody bring morality into it.
Also, those boots are kind of bulky and heavy, not these lightweight waterproof. Slip, yeah, they do. Slip, oil resistant, heat resistant, electric hazard.
I think when it comes to like how experienced you are, how trained you are, and whatever it is, with using weapons, defending yourself, and if you've never done it, and you get into a fight with somebody, you should be able to fucking win the fight without having to blow somebody up.
You go ahead and fight for sneakers.
Who's that?
Oh, the guy from Miami. Masvidal. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah.
Go fight Masvidal. Train cop. Good luck. All right.
Yeah,
If you don't have 60, you got a problem.
Right,
So,
exactly.
I don't have to do that thing. Yeah. But you gotta understand, they're trying to turn cops out in a ring. In 22 weeks, they're trying to make you okay? So in that time, they teach you law, social science, vaginal work, whatever the fuck they put cops through today. I don't know. Your medical doctors, you fucking teach social work. So all the stuff they gotta learn in the next, and then you gotta teach them how to be an expert fighter. You know what I mean? And don't forget, these are people that get salary by the city.
Good luck. At the end of it, we're gonna attach a GoPro to you.
3 pounds. What the fuck? You're 5'4", you're 103 pounds. You got 22 inch. You're a dime piece, but people want to fuck you, but you can't fight your way out of one paper bags.
Not only that, we're
little
gonna pay
fingers.
you. Not only that, we're gonna pay you $40,000 a year. So let's go see what happens.
Let's see how it turns out.
It's like 3 a.m.
The reality, yeah. I mean, so it would be nice if Trump would give you more self-defense. I would say if 40% of the time it's self-defense classes, rather than all the
just one. And then we got in there. My friends got taken down the river. I was holding on to something with my buddy.
Yeah. So
right. I was a kid. My buddy said help, and I grabbed him.
He's got his own documentary.
Actually, he was at a wedding for Blanco.
The story
Griselda Blanco.
Yeah, he was at the wedding the other day, and he presented them.
Saved Tommy's life. Now, Tom is now, I believe, on the throne.
Jimmy Vegas. He called him Jimmy Vegas because he's from Florida. No, he's from Ohio. Moved to Florida, then moved to Vegas. So for some reason, his name is Jimmy Vegas. And but he's a pretty talented artist. And so at Blanco's wedding, the son of his mother. Yeah, yeah. He had a big wedding. And he got a reality show.
I punched him as hard as I could in the face. And then they held me back, and I'm sorry, Maria. And I said, okay. And they let me go, and I punched him.
And he got married, and in the wedding, on TV, it was a real wedding. He really got married. He presented them with one of the pieces of art for their wedding gift. Some interesting characters out there. He's run into a lot of different people.
Anyway, I was vindicated because he is currently.
At what point did Killer? At what point did you reach out to you and say you wanted to make a movie?
Yeah, so I was in 2012.
You were already out.
Yeah, I was home.
It's like in the comedy store that one time where that giant guy tackled that guy who didn't pass the counterfeit fit bill, and then I jumped on the guy to help him. And then he got off and he said, Brian did a jiu-jitsu move, held the guy down. He was this giant black guy. It was like being on a raft. He was as big as you were, and his wrists were so thick I couldn't put my hand on his knees. I can't hold this guy down.
So it turned out it was. I thought it was Jeff Smith.
That was terrible. 27 kids of us.
How the fuck?
We don't want to kick this off.
It's not even my number. How'd you get this number? And it's funny because he would go on to repeat that same verbiage that I used on him. The next 4 people he called said the same exact thing. He said but they all followed it up with one other thing. What did Mike say?
So
he called up and
he was out there trying to save lives. It was very tough to find him because he had under all the debris like long. I didn't know that about that. Yeah. So in North Carolina, they still haven't found all the bodies because
Goodfellas
nobody's listening to this. You guys, family.
this would blow Goodfellas away if you do it right.
It's so negative, dude. It's so sad.
But he goes, oh really? Yeah. So she goes, tell me.
Water sucks the game, it causes debris, and then it cruises swirl. You just get buried under floor. Feet of blood. They don't find you.
We gotta fuck
And
off.
if you see the video of it coming, it's just
Gotta stop. Eli, are you listening to me?
Yeah, he goes,
Everybody was on a larger helicopter helping rescue workers.
we've been working on this documentary for 6 months already.
For 16 hours a day. It's
I
exhausting.
said, and you came to see me at the end?
I said,
She
you
goes,
see any bodies or
well,
videos
we
today?
just changed the whole thing just now. I go, really?
You can't see any
So
of
then
that
I
rain and stuff. You're just really there to pick up.
Their whole
I
project.
spent $500,000.
The rescue workers
I
drove them off from
spent
Sandbars.
$500,000.
Pick them up from Sandbars. Shout out to those people. Shout out to those people.
Forget everything we fucking did.
Forget about
We
it.
got it all. Fill it all over. And I had to reach out to the police for more money, and they put together. And so the 755 was put together and sat on the shelf for 2.5 years to try to get it. And they fucked it up. And I said, hey guys,
It's that black swan event, right? It's like sometimes a black swan's born. It's just out of nowhere. And there's that. The one thing about life is there's always these unexpected things that happen. You know what they should have? I'd be so pissed. I'd be so pissed because Americans, we don't do shit. We don't do repercussions.
yeah, exactly. And so anyway, they will help each other out.
Something happens, and then
And so
now we have TSA security at the fucking lawsuit. Well, when something doesn't happen for 15
Look at
years,
it, 3 hours.
it's not going to.
So one of the
That's what people have to remember, right? That was like, did you listen to Rogan with that computer scientist?
more him and less the others. Okay, being me. So I got so yes, so they cut it down to an hour and 40 minutes.
It's
And,
wild. It is. It's almost the whole deal. I was like, what in the world? We don't have any magic maths. It's so making me mad. You know, somebody said, all right, push that on again.
full
They said
length
that
version.
it's sold out forever, but they're giving
That's
us
a lot of
commercial.
lot of fucking work.
They're gonna give us the
So I'm really disappointed that I would say there's probably 156 better ones than the one they let go.
Really?
Because the shit on the cutting room floor would make your head stand up. Yeah, so it was fucking incredible. Yeah.
Who ended up buying it?
I have seen all three media
like just perfect level all day because it's a time release caffeine and it's got ashwagandha and all kinds of different
they
adaptogen
sold it
mushrooms.
to
I love it. Mellow.
IFC.
The sleep shots where it's at. That shit's crazy.
Ended up.
They need to send some sleep shots.
Yeah,
I'll take those
it's
over.
independent film company. It's part of AMC. They put no money into promoting it.
Wow. Really?
Like, I think so.
Wait, what? He said the world record.
And so it didn't. It should have been. Should have got the award. It should have got the award. That's documentary. No, sure. 100% should have. Not because I was in it. Not because I was. It was great. It should have. It should have got the. What happened was it got lost in a small film festival and it didn't make it to Sundance. And then after they agreed to take it, this small showing
I was terrified. 16 feet is so high.
Sundance
You
for
realize how high on that one did? Jim Man sets record jump off SeaWorld.
that. Sundance is where you want to.
After big jumps from
You
bridges.
can't get a bad name in the industry. You get back out of these little film festivals. I don't give a fuck about the next film. I care about this film. Whatever. I got control. So they didn't go to Sundance. If you don't go to Sundance, you're not getting fucking. You're not
Yeah,
getting
I remember it was fucking nerdy.
There's like a fucking giant pole.
If you would have been, look, motherfucker, I was the one making all this money dealing with on the streets. Like, if you want someone to sell this thing, it's me, motherfucker. What the fuck are they doing?
No.
First 172 world record. Dude,
At least getting paid
I got it
from them. They paying you?
the show was
So
not
they paid the heavy profit.
This is
Well, 3 years on Netflix. I haven't done the profit.
I thought it was
That's the
going to be
problem.
me too. That's what I'm saying.
That industry, I think it's big. Film, music industries, television industries, they're all corrupt. They're on their way out.
This is
Well,
insane.
Yes, they're corrupt. They're on their way out. They fuck over artists. They fuck over talent.
Dude, now watch
And
this.
they're infamous for fucking over talent. Tons of
Go to Netflix.
You watch 1,000 documentaries like that expose
music industry, film industry, TV, entertainment industry doing this. And because of that, because all this light being shined on it, they're on their way out. Now, like people like you, artists, talent, people who have big stories, they're creating their own platforms on things like YouTube or anywhere else. They tell it and they build their own. Right? And the audience is what
that crazy.
Right.
What they do.
Look at this.
That's what I'm working on.
He's looking.
It's tough when you're
first, and now he's in his
you
undies,
know, I'm not together with the other
This
guys
is the
doing it. You know,
dude.
if I could get on board with each other and we could pull up funding and maybe we could do something big together. But you know,
You're talking about doing something like this?
no, well, this is this I'm gonna do. I just
What's the highest?
I want to have it. I don't want to go to okay? I don't want to do.
Dude, if that was in the 70s at 172, I guarantee
I want to have every
or some crazy kid like saying that's 500. So true, right?
I want the cameras. I want the system set up. I don't want to go like this.
192, so not that crazy.
I want to be in back.
Yeah.
Can you see how high
Had
is
a lot
the
of guys on
Golden
say
Gate Bridge?
Well, no, it's
Well,
hinders them from getting started.
It does. It has.
But that's
I actually was involved in short projects.
Okay, so I gotta do 190. It's almost
And really, that was good because I was a big
it all stands, isn't it?
and it was
But 220 might just be a little too high. Oh yeah, before right.
and I had like 5 or 6
Almost too
episodes.
fast.
And was it like one of those edited podcasts with music that tells a story? Or
No. And then we was different. Talking about the day. Talking about the day.
You might be a better swimmer than
Really?
me.
Yeah, we talk about the day and then
Yeah, you're
I
like
do
a
some
real seal.
analysis.
I can swim, but you can. I love to swim. Yeah.
And just pick it, you know, and talk about, you know, the air conditioning not working. Oh,
Yeah.
you know,
Are you afraid of
I
heights?
plugged one up, you know.
I don't think they
I'm afraid of heights. Most people love heights.
Well, where can people that are listening or watching on YouTube, where can they find your
Just driving the
Well, right,
what are you pushing?
So right now I'm just doing, I'm really just so
bridge. Yeah, that's
this is all one that's still I haven't what it is there's some issues with stuff from the deal because like so but you know people with issues in cars they can contact me on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, from my guy on Instagram and I'm really not pushing much. Right now I'm looking to get my screenplay done.
It's also so cool when you guys are man. It's just anywhere. In a parking lot, you know.
I don't know. I've had the second offers 3 times to write it out. First offer, that's gone. The next offer, no good. We went to the top publishers and then anyway, yeah, he wrote it like a bitch. And the other guy, who's a pretty good writer, who's got 4 books published, he's sort of back. I sat down with him for 2 months. It's exhausting. You know, reliving them and passion.
Yeah, where? I mean, if you want to land somewhere, you have to field permits. There's like a field. Yeah. No, you don't really need permits. You can land, especially if it's public. What? Yeah. Well, you gotta be careful, but yes, there are places.
So yeah, so screenplay and the book I'm working on. I own my rights to the book. And I own my rights to TV series. The first rights in the future going back to
Yeah,
but so I'm no. So I'm working on allegedly. This is so trying to screenplay down because they dropped the ball now 5 times on screenplay. They've had 5 different screenplays written and no one. It's like something like that. And I don't see any of them. I don't get a chance to see any of them. So I don't know what they're putting out there. But I know what they can put out there. If they would just come and sit with me and pay me a fucking decent salary, do it with them, it'll be done.
Cornbread sausage, cowboy sausage.
I used to do the same that used to be my job. I used to develop TV show concepts, sell it, and pitch them to TV. And that was a nightmare. That push your project on the deck. You're the one who knows everything. You're the one that's on the ground. Right? I was more like the filmmaker. Everyone's like, hacked it all, shot it, edited it, whatever. And
think you're
once you pass it off to them, those guys in Hollywood or New York, wherever the hell they are, and they put their hands on it,
It fucked up the whole thing.
They botch it. They botch the whole fucking thing. They think they know it all. They think they know it all. They want to take care of their relationship. They think they.
How about get the fucking product out there that's good?
Get the good product. That's why I got it and started doing this. Started putting it all out on YouTube myself. Don't have to answer it to anybody.
You know I love my food. Yeah, I mean, have I ever steered you wrong? Have I ever steered you wrong? They got a crazy
You survive.
and they got a crazy
Don't have to worry about putting it on the table.
You're feeding the family. That's
You know what it is when you're 12
and that's a good thing. And that's why I go on shows. And I go there. But
I go on an off
some of the guys.
This is 15 miles away. So it's not too bad. No.
So that I remember who I am. Help the little guy. You know, that's what everybody should do. Help the little guy. That's what the life's about. Whatever. That's how I was thinking.
That's good, man. That's
Of course, yeah.
You don't right? Yeah, I still live in New York.
Heavy shit, Jim. When you're just eating that, you don't put too much barbecue sauce on it. You just eat the ribs and brisket, dude.
You got a condo here too, motherfucker? Really? Clearwater?
I don't have one in Myrtle Beach.
Okay, so hold on. Oh, the beds.
It's not though. It is good.
Thanks for doing this, Mike. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I enjoyed the conversation.
I'm telling you, man, that tri-tip
Goodbye, world.
is bring up that tri-tip. Just go there. I need to remember this. Make sure they get to it justice. But it's like the way they dip. He's got this tri-tip that's perfectly barbecued, right? Like they smoke and all that. Then he goes, you want this? And he dips it in there, and I was like, fuck you. Yeah, it's just so good. I don't even know how to describe it. I think the meat they choose is really specific. It's a long way. There was a long way. Yeah, no, I can't do it. But if you go 12 hours, you're okay. If they move. It's the sausage.
Larry, is that how you pronounce it? Maza? Maza or not?
What the fuck is this with cornbread?
Well, I appreciate you coming here and doing this.
They're still talking about it. They're still
Cocoa Beach. Yeah, it's a white one. You can always, it's a little quieter than like
it was crazy.
Yeah, you can't do it. That's an hour. Man, why don't you go somewhere else? Rabbi is good, but
I'm not waiting. I mean, 20 minutes is fine.
2025 all the way. That's a great barbecue, but an hour? Fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah, Cocoa Beach is an interesting place, man. Yeah. Hometown of Kelly Slater. Yes. Yeah, they got the nice big shrine right there on the scene. Oh, do you?
Yeah, breakfast tacos are easy.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Breakfast tacos are eggs in a corn tortilla with bacon.
Do you ever serve?
Some salsa.
Right.
One of the best places for breakfast tacos is actually near the Four Seasons. Right on
Okay, so for people who aren't familiar with your story and look out and
Delicious. Thomas Watt.
film to
But it's so good. I might be wrong.
Let's take a little break because sometimes this episode's brought to you by Viva's It.
You want to wind down.
Your body's still wired, trapped in a drink. It's not what you want to do to stay sharp, dude. Viva's It.
Yeah, they got to relax and unwind shot plant-based. It's a way to decompress. They use kava, GABA, other calming herbs without alcohol, without heavy sedatives, without next-day grogginess. Okay?
It just takes the edge off naturally.
Isn't there also a movie or something that you starred in and you
All right, and every batch is independently lab tested for quality and consistency.
I give you guys, you can try a freeze.
Oh, wow. That's recent, right? Yeah,
Just cover the shipping. That's it.
Okay.
Click on the link in the description. All you have to do is cover shipping and expands the difference
So
for yourself.
I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself, but for people who aren't familiar with your story, just give me like a brief background of who you are, super great company.
You know, it's always nice to start at that way. Yes. I mean, the decision was trash. Seems like Cassie means that woman who is, I guess, the health and human services. Like, she was near my nose and throat. She was a Stanford dropped out for last year or something. She was not a practicing doctor. She got her degree, but she's not a doctor. And she was talking about how she eats, she has regenerative oil from this farm. And you go to the website, and for a quart of it or less, it costs $48,000
It's like, hey, most Americans can't afford $48 for your fucking olive oil. That's why we use canola oil. Why did you go to Rothschild?
They retired for that. And when he was looking for somebody, they all knew me well, and they said I was the guy he wanted. He read the book,
It's nutrition for rich white people for other rich white people.
several times. And he had a plan for it, but he's so busy, he's got so much life, it's too slow for him. So this stiletto thing, he took it and but now go back to his shop music was, I was a make guy in the drum and I didn't start out that way. I started out normal upbringing. My father was in the fire department. My mom worked in a bank. We went to Catholic school. My brother was and we had everything we wanted. Not that we were rich.
That's my favorite.
We were expected to do well in school. We expected to do well. And I went all the way up to college. I did a year of college. That's funny. But somewhere, just about 6 months before I went to college, I met an older woman that I was working and her name was Linda. And very attractive. I was not quite 18. And she was about 30. So it's sort of a mutual attraction. We wound up having an affair. I found out soon after that she was married. She had 2 kids, but I never met the husband. The husband was always gone. He was always away. So I was assuming he was a businessman, a doctor, just with crazy hours.
I think that was closer to you.
And ultimately, I find out later on that he is one of the bosses in the Columbus. And his name's Greg Scott. I called him the Grim Reaper. He had, he told me he stopped counting at 50 bodies. And he probably got 100 to 200 of these. Probably one of the most fierce mob guys in the So the way I found out was
now. Sorry, when you were that age, did you know anything about the mafia?
Not a lot. I knew there was these social clubs all over the place where the guys always dressed better and never worked and had the caddies, that type of thing. I knew it was there, but I didn't know anything about rules or the real actual lifestyle of life. I didn't really know you're meant to be in that life until later. So, and I did have an Uncle Albert who was a dinosaur. He died at like 93 years old and 94 years old. He was very, very well in and out of that life. He was one of those guys that you see in like in movies or mob guys. He was Red on the other hand, just greedy, ruthless mob guy. So, and I wound up somewhere in between because growing up under Red Scott, we had to think so I learned to be against the life.
It's summer. It's camping season. Let's talk about pitching tents. Okay, so you're having an affair with this woman who's over more than 10 years old, and then you find out that she's married to a guy who is an infamous murderer. How does that not freak you out? How do you not run for the road?
It's different. She broke his little bits and pieces from the first thing he was doing. The guy who was helping the business. And they actually put me in charge of sales. They had a company there, paper products, fire extinguishers, food supplies, the furniture, all kinds of things. Restaurants. They just made me the salesman. Just came in and she told him that she had a guy that could do it. next thing I know, I meet him that way. So now going to different establishments to get the business, if they said no, the next day he would send somebody to the place and say, all right, Larry, you go back tomorrow. I would go back to it, so I have to say. So the business was, I started understanding, you know, of exactly what he was. But where I was
Strong on you people to do business.
to make sure they gave me the business. That was his influence. And it was going well for a while. But what happened was, because now I knew him personally, and he was helping me and making me successful in this first year of business, I started feeling guilty and paranoid. Now it's really, really bad. He finds out he's got a gun. You know, I know who he is now. So this went on for months, and he saw, you know, I did some things that were paranoid. Like when he called me for a meeting, I said, he's going to kill me. You know, well, he wanted me to drop him off downtown or bring him somewhere. And I was always the one to do it. But I started worrying, one of these trips I was like, oh,
Because he's going to find out, but guess what?
yeah. So ultimately, somewhere along the way, they discussed it, or she told him, you know, there's a lot of theories there. There's people think he might have known from the very beginning, very possible. Some say, well, the other thing you got to know is he had two other wives. Yes.
Same time?
Yes. So he had three. He had one that was living in Vegas. It was really beautiful. He had Connie, who was his first wife, with his first children, and then he had Linda, who actually was a common law. I'm pretty sure they never got married. You know, we found out later on. So he was juggling three wives. So the other theory is that I made it easier for him because his youngest wife now wasn't going to complain when he wasn't around. She had her own little right. So anyway, he confronted me with it. He was driving to the club, and we knew because just a couple of days earlier, I didn't show up to him. It's not like something's wrong. So on the way, he started breaking the ice. It's just us two in the car, and we would get to the club every day about a half hour before the rest of the night showed up. And on the way, he was saying things like he loves like a son, you know, Linda loves you. I'm going to have this conversation with you because I think you're very mature for your age. I'm only 19. This is about a year and a half later. We got this girl. And we wound up getting out of the car, walking into the club. We go, he sits down behind the desk. I sit at my spot on the other side of the desk, like we do every day. And he's going on and he says, I know about you. So, my heart beat. And I remember always saying that I would never ever admit it. I just have to deny it. But something came over me like it was right, time. I mean, I loved I didn't want to not be there. And my answer to him was, Greg, I have a lot of respect for you, you know that. I think you are talking to you, but only an idiot who can see it.
So your brain bank is all right, folks. This is insane. For the first time ever, we got two full-blown all-women's boxing mega event going down in New York City. Two title fights same night. Let's go. If you're like me, I love the action. Let's like boxing and women signing up. DraftKings Sportsbook is where it's at. We're talking Katie Taylor.
So I sort of maybe deep inside I knew that he knew. It's just a weird time. It was very rough and stuff. But now the way the world is controlled. But I did learn one of the main rules that he took me outside. You know, we were hanging out on the park and we were being on the news with the sun. He told me that it's okay. I'm fine. Anybody outside the field hangs out, you know, somebody can kill the Grim Reaper. Yeah, you're breaking one of the rules that is told you before you become a guy. You know, you never turn on the phone. You have to come whenever the family calls you. Come first. no drugs, obviously no talking to the law, and no messing around with other people's wives or girlfriends. So I learned that rule that day, but as the years went on, I also learned every one of those rules. There were so many guys doing drugs, so many guys dealing with the feds. I bought myself 30 years old. You know, that's like the Coop de Rock. You know, the story of my life. Find out that he was, you know, an informant for 30 years.
That's interesting. I had a guy on here. I think the only other guy that I've had on the show who was previous mafia was John Alite. Yeah, John. And he was saying the same thing.
Yes, yeah. No, it is. Like I said, the drugs is running away. You know, guys messing around with people. I didn't know. He's like John died with his boss, Shelly Crow. He was the dog. Sammy the Bull. White House. You know, he's the biggest hypocrite of all of us. He's big into the drugs. He's sleeping with his boss's daughter. And they were both married. I mean, it was, you know.
So Sammy the Bull was running around the same time frame. He was.
Yeah,
is he a different?
He was a Gambino fan.
Gambino,
another family. But I was friends with him in the street. We played ball together. Racquetball. Sammy was no nonsense. Tough guy all the way. A killer. Big money on it.
Did you know like this guy's a killer?
Well, later on, I didn't know he was like that.
This is not like you just like you hang out with these guys. You guys are both. This is not casual conversation.
No, we used to go to the same basketball. So he was in boxing, I was in martial arts and boxing. So we actually started with them. You know, but he's I like him. He's very smart guy. And you know, he survived, obviously. You know, the up against he was up against. You know, everybody wants to talk with the rats and things like that. But I always say a lot of different ways to break that. Some guys cop out and get business that are hurting the next wave of defendants. That happened on my case, where guys came in, they admitted there was a war, they admitted they were part of the Rumble family. They don't have to prove that anymore. These guys just admit it. That becomes evidence. Okay? But they got their reasonable deal. They were happy. John talking on the issue flamboyant. And being in public body was all the time. That's not a good thing. You know. And then other guys do it, like my boss did. The smartest way of all, just be partners with an FBI agent. The whole career, you're going to get arrested. And that's what happened with him. Wow. Yeah. He sold his own son out, Mike Jr., who I'm still very friendly with. He did 33 years. And when father died, he did a deathbed confession, and he saved other people. He didn't put me or his son as part of the deathbed confession, exonerating us. So this,
and is there stuff that he could have said that would have exonerated you?
He could have said that all I did was drive him places. He was my driver. He didn't know anything about the hits. What he did to Hollywood, Percival, who was the boss, the big boss of the family, Carmen Percival's son. And while I was away, Hollywood told me that him and his father knew about Greg for the last 20 years. So,
you knew about him talking to them.
Yes. And then I found out later on there was an actual case from one of the attorneys on our case. I wasn't going to just jump there was a very big tax indictment, okay? And about 8 of the guys, heavyweights in the family, were indicted. So they all show up to the first removal. And it gets delayed. You know, they always do off. They come back to the next meeting. They're all going to separate. They have to delay it again. 2 weeks later, they show up again, no bread. The fourth time, they show up, no bread, they throw the case out. That's not okay. So those guys, Julie Percival's on that case. So he had to know something. But either he felt he helped. So what's the problem? Plus, they knew he could kill without having to. They'll never get arrested. So they had him doing a lot of work. Plus, he was enormous. So all those things, they gave him a pass for having his partner with
Yeah, it's been a super rare value to somebody to murder without emotion.
Yeah, yes. And the truth is, because most of the guys that I know aren't that way. Like, even Sam, he told me, because I never, they got me like, I don't hate. He says, when I have to do it, he says, I'm so mad at the person for breaking the rule. Forcing you to have to, it's hard to realize that. And they say the human body can get used to anything, or anything, and eventually it just becomes the way of life, but Greg could kill. There was a lawyer that was described as good looking, articulate. He said something like, you could sit down with judges and lawyers, have dinner with you, and to desert you. That's how it described it. And we had to take this lawyer got caught with heroin, got arrested, so he immediately with our old guys felt it. And we had to, how do we get that tape? We had to connect that. You can't, if we look back on, in time, the handwriting was on the wall. We just couldn't believe it. No, he was such a killer. I'll tell you what happened during the war. I mean, really, but there were things like Greg Jr. told me that just weird things that would happen when his father was part of something that found out. A lot of that, because more like like Whitey Bulger.
Yeah.
I'm sure those aren't great. There's
Whitey Bulger, that's a fascinating story.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
How they run experiments on him in prison and like years and all that stuff. It's all that. There's like a famous government program called MK Ultra during Charles Manson, during his whole era. They were testing these mind control, CIA mind control tactics on prisoners. By basically giving them certain doses of LSD every single day. Wow. And they were doing that to Whitey Bulger. I think crazy people talking about it. It's like a CIA experiment, a mind control experiment. Wow. So I'm curious about what kind of like human traits did you notice in a guy like this? Gregory, what that makes him able to just murder somebody.
Well, it's the same thing. It becomes second nature. He was born in the life. When he was 15, 16 years old, he was already in the stealing. Doing all the things that he's an up and coming guy. And somebody that's already in the life sees this trait, sees that he's tough. Got what it takes. And then they groom you.
Which one of your brothers can you be to call your brothers?
I don't think that's happening anymore because I see different people that are in the life now. It's not the same. It's definitely not the same. They miss that having a person become constant life. We walk into a place, you don't have to tell these guys somebody. And Greg always had that. He got straight out of it.
Oh, well, did you love this?
When you get at the trial, strictly about expectations. To have it at that age, you had to have somebody that saw a lot about it. And he loved money. He loved money, so there's nothing.
I can only do so much.
Every racket player was remember he was a Shylock. He was a Shylock. He was a Shylock. You lend money. So you give a guy $1,000, and you charge anywhere from. He would charge me $10, but I would charge 30, 40, 50. So he had food making, and just what I do about those guys, 25,000 every week without fail. Nobody missed payments.
All the people that were doing these loans knew that the collateral was their life.
Well, they're wealthy.
Right.
He would probably kill
Their life forever.
Even that,
Because this podcast brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You choose to hit
start
play on
you
this
out
podcast today. Smart choice. Progressive loves to help people make smart choices.
somebody
That's why they offer a tool called
did
Auto
something very
Quote
bad.
Explore that allows you to compare your Progressive car insurance quote with rates from other companies. So you save time on the research and you can enjoy savings when you choose the best rate for you. So give it a try after this episode at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates not available in all states or situations. Prices will vary based on how you buy. This summer, Pluto TV is exploding with thousands of free movies. Summer of cinema is here.
But you already
Explosive
see
action
they
all
take
summer
baby
long
steps.
with movies like
They
Gladiator,
never ask you to
Mission
pay it.
Impossible, Beverly
That's
Hills
like a
Cop,
myth.
Good Burger, and Transformers: Dark of the
They're not
Moon.
going to
For the action
one
with your
thing to ask you
stream for free from all
somebody,
your
again,
favorite
early on,
devices.
somebody will do something.
Pluto TV.
And later
Stream
on, it
now,
becomes
pay never.
producer.
My,
This guy, had
so
a fight with
he got fired because of
Judy
football coach that
Percival's
my
nephew,
nephew was on the
and
football team.
Judy Percival's
And
nephew
he
lost
would
a
come out,
fight.
and he was the worst coach in the world. They go, let's go, let's go. And he
I
came in
made
and
a
he
fight.
goes,
I got in fights growing up. If I would have been still fighting. I lost my children, but it's just I actually got talked to the meeting. I was in the after hours. We weren't supposed to be in the after hours. What's the after hours? Okay, the nightclub's closed at 4 o'clock. And his clubs got open at 4.
Oh shit.
Yeah, and they were leaving, but they were open. So I was in one of these places, and I get to my friend out in London. I didn't really cheap when I walked and I won the fight. Okay, I was losing, I was down. Once he went down, I lifted away. It was over. The next night, I have to go to the county. And it's like late at night, almost morning. It's almost 24 hours. And I'm thinking myself, well, he's the one that broke me. So I get there, I see Sandy Hope, and he's fight. He says, hello, I walk in, he's sitting, Staffy, Castle, Greg, so I don't know what happened. Greg now comes over and walks me outside to the front door. And he says,
we're working a straight bar right now. Working a straight bar. It's gonna be exciting. What else you got, Jim?
once in a while.
This one's for Big.
And telling me more satisfaction.
Big.
So Scrappy, but I learned the lesson.
This is a Tesla.
Scrappy was talking.
And then the guy had to actually intervene because
He was a boss for a while. Very well respected. So I remember, now, he says, if it wasn't for that, you'd be better at it. Now, Greg, he says, the hair is his head. I said, you'll find more bodies in the street. Now, Sappy had Greg, should have said that. But
So that's
Paul would shit his pants. Paul was no good. He was a boss, he was a businessman. So anyway, long story short, I owed Scrappy money. He's safe. So now I owe him.
Yeah, I mean,
What kind of guy was Scrappy?
Scrappy, old school, old time mob guy that died in prison. He got 132 years. He was the guy that quoted the newspaper. When he got the 132 years, he looked between the prisoners. He said, well, he only got to do 2 terms. And it was in the newspaper. And then when he got the time, he was about 65. So junior never came home. So anyway, the funny part of this is, after it's over, I walked outside, talked to Sammy real quick, and he said, while I'm walking away, he says, you should have killed that guy. He didn't like the kid. He didn't like the kid. So that was funny. Yeah.
So did Sammy kind of have your back too? Was Sammy
Well,
part of the same gang?
No, he was
the other guy.
Paul Castellano. But we were friends. So I said we had a rapport, and he knew me.
So if this guy would have had his way, Sammy would have been the guy to kill you.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't. That's a good question. I don't know that. Yeah, I don't think Greg would have allowed me to get in the car there. And then the other thing is this: typically they wouldn't let somebody else do it. If it came down to, and I'm going to tell you a story where I had to be killed, my own family, they wouldn't allow me to do that. And there's a reason. If they torture me, make it real hard, run them away, we'll get rid of it. We had a friend of ours, Tony Fresno, who used to like to go out and drink, and when he did coke, he got a little crazy, and he liked to coke. So he's in Sammy's club, Cali. And he winds up getting out of hand, acting crazy, whatever. The owner, Joey D'Angelo is his name, tells him he's got to leave. And he's a good fellow. Tony wasn't a wise guy. So he doesn't go. So now a couple of the guys bounces, they physically take him out. He goes home, gets his gun, comes back and kills himself. That's a moral sin. Can't even raise your hands to it. So he winds up, Scabby tells him to get out of town. Those guys come down to Florida. I might have been to this area, Tampa. So he comes down to Florida. Yeah, I think it was Tampa, 20. And he's trying to sort this out. So he goes to have the meeting with the Gambino thing. Never forget this season. We know he's at the meeting, and we're waiting for him to come back. We all like Tom. He's one of us. It's tough to, we all like him. He comes walking in, Scabby. He used to walk in there, bouncing his keys in his hand. So we heard him come in.
So this guy's trying to save us.
And he said, gentlemen.
Your first warning showed me as problems on.
And we're all waiting. He says, I got good news and I got bad news. He said, the bad news is Tony's got to go. The good news is we get to do it.
They don't want it to look like done.
That was the good news. But I understood. They were probably tortured what he did to Joey D'Angelo. So, yeah, it's, and I was on the outskirts of that one of my early hits.
Were you there for that?
I wasn't at the actual shooting, but I was there. I actually picked Tony up with Mario and drove him to where Greg Jr. was living.
Did he know that he was about to get executed?
No. He thought, as a matter of fact, we made it stop. And Mario was in there.
Of course it did.
Everybody was going to go party. And I didn't catch my I drank.
Well, he's trying to fucking save his boat. That'd be all he has, though, you know? So he's like,
and the hole was already dug.
I hear you, but you can tell when
But somebody flipped years later and told me about it.
Why wouldn't they just be like, if they really like love this guy like a brother? Why wouldn't they be like, go to the Bahamas, don't come back?
That's what I said I would go. Again, it's a difference, but a guy like Scap,
she's basically my age, and she's a little bit younger, but she's
he probably could live with himself. He says it was the other way around. They hurt one of our good fellas.
She's just got genetics.
We want the same satisfaction. So there are guys at certain levels who live this life that know the rules, and they just taking us to the grave.
I guess you have to always have that concern in the back of your mind that this guy does come back.
Yeah, then there's a war. And then there's the rest of the two guys. Then Scappy's like, you like so, yeah. And there were others. I mean, Bucky was a friend of ours that might have fellows, our friend, that got into drug business. And he was supposed to stop it. And this is why it's so critical, because just 5-6 years later, we were the biggest drug crew in Brooklyn. I'll tell you how that happened in a minute. But Bucky got killed for dabbling in the drug business. And he was one of us, but again, it was a rule.
Did you guys find a more humane way to like kill your own? I mean, these guys are kind of like your friends. I mean, did you just always shoot them, or was there a better way to do it?
The only thing I ever knew, I never heard of guys with knives. Never heard of poison. The only bombing I heard of was when they tried to bomb John Gotti. And they got Frankie Pacheco instead. Who was on the talk out to London. And it was another family. Chin's family and some never sanctioned that. That starts happening. John's own country, told him, you did. There's a bullet right for you now. You broke the rule. And I was like, who's going to want to be the boss if you can start whacking bosses? So you don't hear about that. It's very real. And it's even more rare to kill a country. Because a country is positions to save lives. And like that night with me, if it was awful, this was two different families. But if it was
Constantly, he's like the lawyer,
yeah, but he's mediator. He's not. He's liked and respected by all the Catholics. Okay? So if he calls you a meeting at 2 a.m, you go. You have all confidence in you. Again, that's sacred rule of life. And even life. He calls you, you go. That slipped over the years too, because guys in that position shouldn't be cold-blooded killers. It's typically a position where maybe phones over the years, low life, almost like you said, the movies make it like a lawyer, like Tom Hanks and Rothschild. It's a matter of fact, they told me that the best position is an untouchable and it's a line. They can never break it. Your captain is the most. The underboss. If you're a consigliere, it's for life. And that's the other reason it's such a trusted position. So that's why Sandy Booker was a consigliere. He killed you fast. He killed you before you negotiate.
And is that just because of is that just his nature, or was that because that was his job?
Yeah, no, it's probably
he would kill people whose job wasn't even killing.
Well,
they weren't all orders.
Usually it was orders from the top,
right?
And he would be the guy. Because no, it would get done. Okay, but I'm sure, just like Greg and most of us, we had some that was put on record.
Emotional killing.
Just not emotional. You know, even though you're not going to get the approval, you still want that. So we were involved in the field. But I remember telling him, I put so many on record. From so many pictures, they'll never question it. If the guy turns up there, they're not going to think he was him, because he always does it by the book, except for 4 or 5 times. So that was what hurt us. Often, it led us into war. Comrade Chester was a guy that I grew up with from the grave. A little older than me. Got his button first. Then, when there was a split in the family, Vicarina asked our consigliere, Jimmy and Julina, to approach all the captains all the cap, and Vic Arena was named acting voice by Jimmy Persico. And he got that 132 years. But he didn't want to step in. He still wanted to be a prison. He has that right. Some people say he won't do that. That's what we're down to. But the rule is, if he doesn't step down himself, or get voted out unanimously by all the captains. So Vic has Jimmy Engineering to come see you, all the men trust, to go and call the captains and see if they will all vote for me to be the problem with that is Junior has two sons that he has lifelong friends like Scrappy, Greg, others that are never but there's also guys that have vendettas against Junior Persico for whatever reason. They jump at the opportunity. So now there's a split in the family. With the Persico faction and the Arena faction. And he has Jimmy go to all the captains, and they don't know. It's not even 50-50. Most of them are captain Junior. I shouldn't say that. It's probably about 50-50. Within 2 weeks, Jimmy Engineering is dead. Even me, this is like 10 years into my life. I've never heard of the council yet. It was raining, so I figured we could get fireworks. And the rain stopped. Like I said, one of the neighbors like, man, you want to bring some fireworks? Vic Arena gets a message to Persico that Junior, that Jimmy is trying to take over the family. He's talking all the captains. So Junior thinks he did the right thing. Fireworks. I get M80s for the kiddos. Turns out that wasn't the case. Now he promotes Carmine Sessa from captain to consigliere. Carmine is great. He's up under him his nose like a son. At 15, 14 years old, Carmine is really great. And that's why he put him in big game who could convince him to come over. He came to see Red. Carmine Sessa came to see Red. He told him that Vic wants me to talk to the captain. Red busted out Red. He says he's going to do the same thing for you. He's going to have you approach everybody. Say that you're trying to take over him. So Carmine, this is the treachery that goes on behind the scenes. So now Greg, Carmine goes back and he decides he's got to kill Vic Arena. Because he can't get captain to come over. He botches the attempt. That's his personal thing. He should have told Vic Arena. Instead, he wanted to go and do it on his own. He tries to do that. Big shot comes to the whatever. He says, everybody trying to kill him. Yes, he had two other guys with him, and they just thought, I guess they were. I mean, they saw more detail what they tried to do. Well, they were in the car. They knew Vic's, he came home just when they were supposed to. But he saw them in the car. So I guess he took off. So it was how'd you let them see? There's a whole bunch of questions. And they still do. I mean, if they really went to do it, so it's sure you know, that's why I said they weren't really ready for that. They would have had Greg with them, like I said, and I said, if he would have been on Vic's side, I remember later on in prison, telling me he wishes he had us on his side. And I said, well, if that was the case, there'd be a lot of dead persons. That's what I told him. So anyway, that's how that went. Just a month earlier, Jimmy called for Greg. They come to your call. Sent the company club, called Greg. Greg had just gotten out of the hospital. He had multiple operations on his stomach. He had ulcers. Nothing. Nothing. You want to get ahead. He didn't have a head. He had me taking him. I was taking him for years, a couple of years, due to his own price. But anyway, you know, I mean, yeah, the wire probably got it. Oh, just with it. Yeah, oh yeah, perfect. They had several points. He asked for it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, just not to get a headache. Was there anything else?
We would go for a drink every night after the club.
Have a liquor, have a nice little.
No, I think it's just like, if you drink too much, you get a headache. He had the aspirin first, so he wouldn't get a headache. That was his thing.
I do that with Advil sometimes. I wonder if it's
I don't know. I think it's the aspirin itself that is very sick and causes holes in the stomach. So they all first go at the same time. Anyway, he almost died, and he had to go to blood transfusion. This is another story that we can make up. 30 of us show up.
And I stayed home, but then I went for a shopping afterwards.
One night. First of all, we should have took the hospital. They screened, they knew there was no AIDS in it. This was right at the height of AIDS. One match, one of our guys, 40 Jesus Christ, big muscle guy. He's the match. He gives him blood. So Red wins up for AIDS. And Paulie got it from me. He was steroids. We would share it. I always say it because I get it.
I've never seen
the way things are now.
Do you know what I realized?
He wasn't, we had everybody and it was for the most part, right? But he had more girls.
You never sweat.
He's polished. He's the first guy that had to drink more. So Paulie, but it was planned. Eventually, this month is ready to go out that way, or just come up. I don't know. He wound up with AIDS, and he had enough money that he was able to buy it because he kept using it but eventually, he lost so much weight, and during the war, he had so we were out.
How old was he this time?
Probably. It's funny to say. I gotta say, early 60s. Yeah. Because I met him, he was about 51, 52, and he was 32. He was like 20 years older than her. He's 10 years later, 60, 61 years old. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah. So, I'm 60. So it's like, you're making me think about it. So, really, I don't feel like I'm ready to go soon.
Oh, dude, you look great. We're 60, man. Great shape.
But, so he eventually he died from that in jail. Yeah. But yeah, the war was a nightmare.
How long after he was in jail did he finally die?
Probably 4 years. He still hung on. They sent him to the hospital in Springfield. I heard at the end.
That's why in the So in the Old Testament, there are very specific birds.
Now was like in the beginning when he was trying to groom you, and he told you he was treating you and bringing you up as his own son. Was his objective to turn you into a trained killer?
No, he was turning me into the only way I could describe it is a consummate lifestyle. He wanted all of his guys. When you walk into a place, they know you. And not because you bang the place out and fights, just the way you carry yourself, the way you talk to others, the way you dress, the way you tip. There's a whole bunch of things, and he taught me every one of those. We never walked into a restaurant where he didn't do the major things. And then again, this is back. I still do that. The person that took me to the table of burns. It's just walk me to the table and shout. But so you had to be able to kill and hurt people when they hurt. So yeah, it's a grooming, and I tell you, baby steps. The first hit that I was even privy to in any way, shape, or form, I was asked to give a guy a flat tire. He gave me the ice pick, and that morning, very early in the morning, I gave the guy a flat. I didn't think nothing of it. I thought it was silly. I thought he parked in the place, or driveway, or did something disrespectful, and he just wanted to give the guy a flat. The next day, in the newspaper, man killed 15 flat tires. So he shot. And I didn't say anything to Greg about it. I read it, I knew it was the car I gave the flat to. But I think it was my first little test. You don't have to wear this. That was my first test where he, if I would have came in or nervous, but I knew better. And I was probably only 20. But I was already around these guys, they treat me like an equal. I go everywhere with Greg, he's bringing me to meet other bosses, other captains. So I just know. Hey, a few months later, he asked me to go buy a shovel. A couple of goes by 6 months. It's not like we're training every day. Somebody's got to go. It's totally fresh. So me and Gregory have to go buy shovels and do crazy. Yeah, that's what I said. The whole game.
Was that the first murder you witnessed?
Yeah, that would be the first one that I was really pretty proud of. I actually brought him to. But later on, the first one that I was crashed on, and I was right on the scene, and I saw the guy getting popped, and they jump in the car and drive away. So that's what I'm saying. You don't pull the trigger for quite a while until you've been around enough of them that you're
kind of desensitized to it by the time
you know, it's hard to use words. That's a great word to use. It's sad to say, you know, but that's a good word. You do get desensitized. It's a great way to put it. I fumble over there to say how it's possible. You know, especially growing up the way I did from a normal family. One of the cops on my case, Tommy Day, a dear friend to this day, said in an interview, you know, one of those interviews among cops where they're trying to figure out, you know, the mind of the killer or whatever you want to call it. And he said, he used me, it's a sweetheart like Larry Madison. So, you know, it's how you brought up everything. And here's the other thing you got to realize. We're recruited at a very young age, where you're maybe easily misled or you like the cars, you gravitate, you like the Cadillacs, like money, and you don't really know the bad side of it. So you're recruited at 15, 16, 17. I was 17. The guys that you meet up. My point is, all these years later, they can't nobody can recruit me. I know that. I learned the hard way in some ways, but I would never, I wouldn't. I know the hitman thing is another myth. I'm not a hitman. The newspaper one day put an article out. Hitman to testify against Hitman to testify against Junior. Because that was my saving grace. I mean, I going to deal with the government, but basically it was about the corruption because all the cases were being done, so all the cases that were going to be going to trial, it came out now that Greg, my boss, was former 30 years. So we didn't know who it was, who he was getting information from. We thought it was either a cop or somebody on the other side going to war, which I'll explain to you further. So we knew there was somebody. But now he admits, fast forward, while he's away, that he was a government informant. So he wanted to leave. Even at the very end, he wanted to leave. After all the murders he did during the war. And he does this now. This time. And he said it was 10 years of his life. Wait, I went off track there.
So if he was protected by the feds,
that's why the crowd was wrong. Not only that, this agent was giving us addresses of our enemies. So he gave us an address. He gave us an address. So these are all the things, and I'll get to them, of the last casualty. Well, not really last one that we did. Then when I was away, there were a couple months when we got arrested. just sort of cleaning up the mess.
So, did this agent get in trouble? Is that how Greg got in
No,
trouble?
him and Greg were together for many years. He was working for the feds for 30 years. It goes all the way back to the Mississippi burning story. You ever see that movie?
No, I've heard. I'm familiar with it. What is it? Can you tell for people who haven't heard it? Tell us.
It's about these three civil service workers that they're fighting to abolish the racial tensions and all of that. But the Ku Klux Klan in Mississippi is still very strong, and they killed these civil service workers. One was black and two was white, and they buried the bodies. The FBI couldn't get anybody to cook, and then the Klan's guys would cook, so they recruited Greg Scott. They brought him to Mississippi, and you could see it in the New York Times. This is very funny. He went, and the words that were told to me later on, because sometimes you have to write with motivation, was that he did unspeakable things. Yeah. So, that leaves you a little imagination. And then later on, I heard he had a knife there. One area,
Cut their dicks off.
Again, I wasn't there, but these are things that you piece together yourself. Unspeakable things.
No, unspeakable if you're talking about KKK.
No,
in your character, cut his balls and dick off. It's like, sorry.
Exactly. So anyway, he finally gets to the guy that knows where the fuck he's like only one guy really knew. And whether it was the second in command or whatever. And so since that day, I used the term carte blanche. He had carte blanche with whatever he wanted to do. Never get arrested. And he took advantage of that. So, a money-making machine, a killer.
He's making a good. He must have been getting paid quite a bit.
Oh, he was getting paid. Yeah. That came out later on in the trial. The FBI agent, I won't mention his name because he beat the case. The reason he beat the case,
really?
was Greg, his last wife, the one that I was with for 10 years, had conflicting stories. Earlier on, and this is my deduction, she was still on the payroll. She's not quiet. She knew a lot about this agent. Okay. And once they stopped paying her, I think she got sworn. Okay, so now she had no money. She was not living well. Is dead. So she comes clean and admits what she knew about it. So the things that I knew, okay, during the war, we had this big, I don't know if you remember, big shoe phones, big stockbrokers. Now everybody has a little cell phone. We didn't have phones back then. So he would call somebody, or the person would call on that phone, and he would refer to the person as his girlfriend, like his connection. Whatever it was, we didn't know. We thought it was a cop based on some of the information, and we thought it could be someone on the other side. So someday I'll tell you. He didn't tell us. Me and Jim, my phone. Only two guys who together every day during the war. Nobody else would come us anymore. Because we knew somebody would give us up. Our own friends now. It gets over, would kill us. So we wanted to treat us. And he,
the big shoe phone, constable thing.
Yes, so we had, I had phone left. Later on, the feds got these phones. So they know exactly who we were talking about. Okay? He had a scanner, which had a secret code, like 5 or 6 digits. Any 5 or 6 numbers. 73165. We had that code. So we were listening to the FBI and local task force police as they were following us and our enemies. We knew when they were behind us. We knew where they were going. So how did we get this? Then it came later on, we were getting this information that had to be from surveillance. It came back that he knew exactly what time this guy leaves his house. 3:40 in the morning. Because it goes to school bus company. Okay, we get there at 3:20, 3:40, lights are off. somebody was found. So that information was later on. We also had access to FBI badges and credentials because there was one guy who wanted to go and call him out of the house as the FBI. They get him in the car, and once he gets put in the car, Rabbi was in the car. I mean, picture that. How that guy was so. He's in cuffs and sitting on the room. Because Wyatt knew us. Actually, Wyatt, he knew me, so I couldn't go to the door. But there were a few guys that we didn't know that was just in the truth and we go up to the door, show the credentials, call them out, tell them we're not going to cuff you in the house. Sometimes they'll do that, they cuff you outside. If they want to be nice, not to do the because they know we're not so anyway, we had this whole plan. So all these different things led to okay. Later on, two of the agents themselves were sitting in the office with this agent, and they have an episode on the Sopranos about this. When the biggest hit of the war happened, Mickey Ransom, who was Vic's choice for country. Okay. When we got him, he banged the bus. We're going to win this thing. We're going to win this thing. The other agents said, like, men started putting these together. We had, this is what made them know. There's one underneath. This is a supervising agent. And underneath there, yes, in his dress. And surveillance of where Piccarino's hiding. That's our number one target. If we kill Vic, the war's over. Okay? He gets this address. We go there. There's no house in the house. It's a wrong address. So, the only person Chris gave that wrong address was his superior. How did Greg end up with the same exact wrong address? So now they knew. They followed Greg there or something? So, no, just he only Chris didn't get it to Greg. Okay? This address. He gave the address from surveillance. This is to his superior. So that's the only. So he's wondering how Greg got that address. And this all came out in the trial later on. That's how it came.
How did Greg initially get? Like, if he had that protection, how did that protection resolve? Because the other agents found out that Chris was dirty.
Well, no, Chris wasn't. His superior. Yes. Partially that. And it's a leg. His name's Lance. I don't like to come on in because he beats kids. Okay. So
he doesn't speak about it publicly.
He does. He wrote a book. You can read the book. It's called Deal with the Devil. Deal with the Devil. Yeah. And he's done documentaries.
Oh, really?
So he's out there. I mean, just you can research his kind of stuff. This is first name. So the way it all ended was Greg at the end of the war. Okay, his dementia was setting in, and he wasn't making good decisions. His son Joe, who's my godson, I stood up for him in confirmation. Winds up getting the drug business. Okay, and I'll backpedal that a little bit and tell you how we all how the trouble went down there. But Joey was now in the drug business, and I guess there was a corner that he claimed was his, and somebody else was selling it. So he went with a baseball bat. The guy pulls out a gun. So he comes back to the house, tells his boss. Well, he calls me. I was home. Takes me 5 minutes, 8 minutes to get there, and I'm I drive to the house, and he tells me what happened. So I know who he's talking about. We go to the corner, he's not there. He probably knew. But before we go, Joey has a gun. took the dump truck, put it in the glove compartment, and I locked it. This is what I wanted to do.
Plus, it makes me
And
feel
my
like
father
I'm
asked me to
better
talk
than
to
everybody
him.
else.
And this kid
Yeah,
was
I'll
becoming
be
a
at your
little
house
nervous.
in a couple of minutes.
Father, misled to be right, be the Grim Reaper. So we go looking, 15, 20 minutes. He's like, I said, let's go home. Go back. I told Greg, I think it's best anyway. I said, let everybody cool down. We'll find him. Cool ahead. He agreed. I said, yeah, I think you're right. I go home. I'm not home 1 minute. I don't have my clothes on. I'm getting ready to get on the ring. And it's Linda screaming on the phone, panicking like a lunatic. She thinks Joey got killed, Greg shot, just Mars. I'll be right there. She's telling me, come on. I get in the car, I drive back. On the way, I pass the block where this kid lives. Unmarked cars, police cars, ambulances, fire cars, and it's I go on one way, go to the house, get to the house. The car that I was in, I go. Joey's friend, who's housing also, which he was sitting in the back. Joey was sitting next to me. He's in the back seat. He asked me to try and get he wasn't lying. I go upstairs into the house. Greg is on the phone. He has a scotch in front of him. He's got a towel. He got his eyes shut. Okay? And he's telling the parole people, because we were already, he was arrested. And he was getting bail. Biggest boss in the history of my time was nobody got in jail. Nobody. They gave him bail. And he had the bracelet. So they were calling this is put your alarm on. You were further than 50 feet from the house. And he's denying it. No, I never left. I've been here the whole time. Now, I got to bring him to the hospital. Okay? Oh, he went there with Joey. Joey was probably still breaking his job. We got to get this guy. We can't let him do this. He pulled the gun on me. I just used to get on this for his kid. All right, when it comes to just like that, let's go. There he goes. They were waiting in front of the house, and there's about 8 guys. As soon as Greg gets out, he starts shooting. They're all shot. Open up a shot. This kid's in the back seat gets hit in the head. Joey runs. He runs in the driveway. I heard a kid hit him in the body, fell something. So he runs. Survived. And the father gets his eyes shot. So I got to bring him to the hospital. There's 4 or 5 hospitals. He insists on going to the hospital. Mount Sinai. So I got to go through all blue cops. It's the days when the cops make it. I got to drive through Manhattan with this guy dying in the car. And I go. So I was loyal to the fault.
I was just switched on the back seat.
No. I took him to my car. This guy's got, he's going to die. So I walked into the hospital and the nurse goes, oh my God, what happened? I said, he fell in the yard. I think the pipe went in the yard. So she reels him, they reel him back, put him on the journey. She gives me paperwork. She comes back out. She says, you stay right now. I know she's short.
I'm telling you, man, that
So
tri-tip is bring up that tri-tip. Just go there, ideally on those. Make sure they get no justice. But if they dip it, he's got this tri-tip that's perfectly barbecued, right? Like they smoke and all that. Then he goes, you want this? And he dips it in there, and all of a
That
sudden,
was the last week. Now they locked him up. He couldn't get there.
yeah, it's
Had
so,
to leave him right behind.
I don't even know how to describe it.
Jungle.
I think
But they had the best
the
safety.
meat they choose is really specific. A long way.
And a few months later, I got arrested.
But if you go in 12 hours, you're okay.
Everybody up there. They had guys before me.
It's
4 or
the
5
sauce
guys.
can't be
I'm
made.
an assessor.
That cowboy sauce, you are
First one.
fucking lying. We're like,
Before
what the
big
fuck
meeting,
is this
at the
report?
meeting, everybody got
What day?
except
We went yesterday.
so I mean, it's
They're
like
still talking about it.
treachery in the backstory. There's no, it's just
No, because it was about
mind-boggling. He survived and shot in the eye. with AIDS and everything. And then the bullet, well, here's what happened. Here's what they said. It didn't go in this way. It must have deflected off the car. So it didn't penetrate deep into the brain. Right. Yeah. So. Yeah, both, exactly. So, but he was running out of his mind. Age was near eventually not being in prison.
And how much time did you actually have?
10 years.
What was your whole trial? What was your whole
Well, I didn't go to trial. I was offered the deal to tell them I knew basically about the corruption. Okay, I walked out 3 times because they wouldn't let my partner Jimmy come in on the same umbrella. They wanted to touch him. He was on the land. Jimmy was on the land. I got arrested in Florida.
Oh, really?
I came down for vacation after the war. And let me just get out of here. This way they don't see me around. And Jimmy and I had plans. He was going to come down, meet me, and we were going to drive off and go somewhere. We set up our pipelines and just to stay out of their faces. Kind of help. Our boss, I confused with our boss all the time. This Joe T is our acting boss on our side. The person goes, and he went on the lam. They caught him, I think, 5-6 years later. Okay? And then they deal with him like that. Okay? Because there's new prosecutors, they have their own cases, they don't want this one thrown up now. So they just, if we would have went on the lam, we would have probably got that same 5 years, 7 years. But ultimately, this is over.
I guess the health and human services
but, and I couldn't get more than what he was. So I said, I'll see if I can get a message to him. That's why I can get something and I had no idea who he was. I really did. But I knew how to contact him. So he was able to come in. And, I had to cop out because it was for life. So if I would have lied or I would have gotten, they would have found out that I was complaining on things that I did, I could be charged. Ultimately, he gave 10 years. And, the guys that online got 3 years, Sammy got 5 years. So the guys that really did the law, but they didn't really like me because it was the corruption. It wasn't, not that they didn't like me personally, but the case that I brought them was basically their own. So they weren't going to fight tooth and nail. This reform guy, give us a chance. They did what they had to do. They said he lived up to his obligation.
How much time did the lame do?
He beat him. Like I said, he walked out. But the judge, the New York Supreme Court, the judge said in his closing argument or closing whatever that record is, I read it. Said even though you're walking out of his court, I'm not convinced you're innocent. And he was the judge. He was the judge and the jury. He was raised the jury. Okay. And he ripped into him. He ripped into the FBI for how they allowed this monster, that's what we call it, to survive all these years in a plot. So he ripped him in the out of all the judges I was with. I had one off. What's the word? He accused himself, stepped down. He told us, he says, you can't get a fair trial. You're all guilty. He said, and I feel like an only member of the Colombo family that I've heard so many of your cases. He said, you can't get a fair trial. So he left. We get this other guy, Sifton, who was the most miserable human being on earth. Even other judges hate him. He just was a hated man. And I wound up with him. And the same judge, earlier on, at the very beginning, when I first met Linda, I was on fire from the test. I took the test. I got a 99. I got a 95 on the. I was going to be called within a year to the academy. This judge, because at the time, and women, test was too tough. It wasn't fair. So it took him 2 years to rule on it. And then another 2 years to set the next date. So 4 years went by. I'm not blaming him, but it just shows you how some things happen in life. I would have taken the fight. I was still early on. I didn't know Greg. It wasn't a year and a half in, 2 years into my relationship with him. I knew it was wrong. And he's the same judge that had a sentence.
Wow, how wild is that?
It is. It's amazing. It's amazing. So this judge, going back to judge, it's something like Reebok or Reichbach, Reichbach, Reichbach. But research it. If you, he was a really, he's still died. But this guy, you know how they always wear black robe? Yeah, he did. He wore John Gotti shoes. Had his hair impeccable, but he was a smart guy. And he would ask me questions. Like, while I'm sitting there. Even though the lawyers are asking questions, he said, I want to ask you a question. And he asked me a question. And very brilliant, just brilliant, and very, very polite to me. The other judges, you're a piece of garbage. Nothing but okay, they go away for life. They're all the same thing. This guy was very fair. And that's why when I had to get thrown out, got thrown out. So he told me, you're not in the suit in my house. But he was able to, obviously make people's pension and everything else.
What kind of prison were you in? Federal maximum security?
Maximum security. And then as time went on, I wound up in media. But the very, very but they are. But you could avoid that. It's not like again like the CTV. There are prisons like that where they're just gangs and they're always, that's their life. But most federal prisons are not that way. If you're not into gay stuff, you'll avoid the fights. They'll actually fight over that. If you don't gamble, which I did every single day, everybody made sure everybody had to catch up. Stamps was cash. Want a better football game? Cash has to be closed. That was my main business. And I booked every day that I was away. I supported myself. I'll tell you, this is a funny story. I said it 1,000 times. You're allowed 3 books of stamps. Everybody's equal. You can't have more than 3 books of stamps because you can use that for currency. At any one time, they come and shake my room down myself. Right. They see 10 books. Maybe go to a hole, maybe I get duty or whatever. When I got released, I had 2,000. Oh my God! And I left them in there with different guys. I gave them like 500. So they used I pay a guy who put the stamps in my room. Pay another guy who put the stamps, bring me good food out of the property. I don't want to eat the dog. So you can live a little better, right? If you want to, if you got that money, that's always I'm gonna put these coins back on again.
Were you still in contact with any of these mob guys when you were inside?
No, it's because everything's monitored. The phone calls, you can't really call.
Right, but didn't you see some of the guys, like one of the original bosses was still the boss after he got locked up?
Yeah.
Like, how do you do that?
He on visits. He would have, Chuck, who was a captain, that was his nephew, that would go visit him. His son would go visit, so he would bring, and they put him all in California. And he still would get messages. And that was also a problem during the war, was his brother Teddy was not very smart. He was respectful, he was a simple-minded guy. Okay? He wasn't crude, he wasn't street smart. But he was going, because he's a brother, he can go deliver messages. And he wasn't bringing the right messages. Ultimately, we found out he was soft-coated with thick navy. So he sort of liked it. And I remember Junior saying, how did he his own brother? How did he, but he did it with the Machiavelli tactic. you know, like bringing one of the brothers to the casket, and he's showing good faith, you know. But he was bringing like Greg would say, you bring this message, tell him that we are not going to stop shooting until they, the first word out of the mouth of the meeting has to be, you are recognized as the boss. Petty would come back and say, no, he wants you to keep talking. He wants peace. He wants peace. He wants to keep talking it out. And Greg told me, there's no way Junior said that. There's no way. Junior, his message would be, take that God's one person he had an interview in the whole wide world, and he wasn't happy. That's the greed. That's that ego. I want this position official. You did that. You were an official acting coach. So all you had to do was run the ship. Like, you know, I think he was worried he was going to be knocked down. Carmine's son, Stephen Erskino's son, and I don't think that was going to happen. I don't think that was the case. My personal, I had conversations about it. This guy come out, I think that position. I'm back in the game. You know, so not immediately anyway. Maybe ultimately he would have wanted the position, but he was a cousin. He was Junior's cousin. So he should have known that. But Greg said he wasn't a powerful cousin. He was very big. And Junior thought he could control and never lose power. But the problem was, other people controlled it too. Like I said, if he put a guy like himself, if he was a guy like me, or Kofi, maybe 4 or 5 guys, they would never try to take it. You know, and anybody comes to tell them to do it, they will tell them. Talk like that one's me. I don't want to get it. You know, just do it. Listen. And then John Dodd had made he wanted to kill him. The reason is, that's wonderful. Joe Scope grew up with him. All the egos together is he wants to be a boss of all bosses. But he wanted to have the strongest vote. So, if Vic wins the this came out later, it's a fact, they were going to vote themselves. And let Joe Scope will become the boss. So him and John got 2 votes on the commission. That's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
What is it like? Is there any thing left over in this kind of mob gang world today?
I'm going to tell you what Nick Leggy said in one of the write-ups for Ultimate TV series. What's left is a few scattered guys go up the road. They're picking up the road. I forgot the exact words, but that there's just a few guys left and just cleaning up the gun. Exactly. Yeah, there's nothing left. Because the guys that I grew up under, that I saw, and I had to answer to, were seasoned, old school guys that you may see in some movies. Okay? Now, they scrape the bottom of the barrel. They don't dress the same, they don't act the same, they don't have the same ethics. You know, they wear hoodies. Games. I mean, you know, it's like culture for sure. It is. And the families are totally weakened. I think it must be harder to kill people out there. Oh, it is. And I think, you know what? I had always said that was our downfall. I said, if I ever started something, I would say, no, kill him. Beat the guy up until he leaves on his own. Just keep beating him up. Every time you see him, give him a beat. Eventually, he's going to leave. It's just as good as and we don't have to face life. I believe, and Sammy told me just recently, and he might have heard it somewhere too, there's a no-kill beating. If that's the right word. edict is like a law, right?
I will say, it's true
Yeah, I
that you
think that's
see
exactly
some,
what she used.
you see some
There's a
people,
no-kill.
and you're like,
So there hasn't been.
you see
You
some
haven't
kids,
either.
and you're
I
like,
used to read, you know,
it's gonna be a
almost
challenge.
a few a month. A few a
It's
month.
actually a challenge.
You know, you see a body, somebody got killed, somebody's missing. Now you don't. I mean, the last one that I remember reading about was a famous pizza place. Okay, that was somewhat mob owned. I say that because I think it was funny. The mob guy and the guy that was arrested. Yeah, they split up. There was a problem. Okay? And one of the guys tried to take the recipe, and they killed him. He was killed in front of his house. It had something to do with the recipe, the pizza recipe. L&B. Oh my God. It's a great, it's still a great pizza. If you ever go to Brooklyn, go to L&B.
L&B.
Spumoni God. And there's Spumoni ice is fine. But I got a book for you, so I'm going to give you the book. Okay. I wish you would have read it first.
Yeah.
Because a lot of these things I'm telling you, you sort of known about it already, like the restaurants and stuff in New York. But not right now. Yeah. New York. I wouldn't go to New York.
Everyone I know that was born and raised in the Brooklyn area, they never want to go to New York.
No,
I really cut my
now.
arm off and go back to New York.
Yeah. Especially now with the politics. It's how it works. Yeah, it's horrible. It's more dangerous than we is. They want us back.
Is it really more dangerous?
Yeah, you guys in the street. None of this. You know, the nonsense that you see. Just the rioting, looting stuff. They could. When Al Sharpton marched through on there, okay, the cops knew it, they were happy. We had more mob guys and 5 families lining up the street. They weren't allowed on the cycle. They had to walk. They could do their march, but they were not going to come near our stores or our houses. Right? So we lined the street where they were. Until one muffhead, and I know this too, I knew his brother well, runs in there and stabs Al Sharpton. He stabbed him. I arrested the time for that. He's right in front. There's cops all around. All the mob guys are there. And he just runs in the middle of the parade and stabs Al Sharpton. Yeah. Needless to say, he's not a good fighter.
How did
Well, the cops that were on my case, I told you, became their security guys. Yeah. And he was looking for somebody from the old Thunderlight that can give him some tips on playing like a franchise guy, a mob guy, hitman, or whatever. And they all said me. And, you know, and it's funny, too. I've said this a few times. It's double-edged sword. They all said me. So I'm going to tell you how to kill a guy, how to get rid of weapons, how to bury a body. I mean, that's what you would think. But he also wanted to get the words, how, and in situations, how would this happen? How would a guy, knowing he's in trouble, not just run when you reach the top, you know, things like that. So, because there's a scene where you got to kill a guy, and the guy knows he's in trouble. So I told him how Greg used to have a handkerchief, and he would sneeze, or cough, and he'd reach in, go to his pocket, and the guy would see the handkerchief, and he'd actually be relieved. So he'd wipe his nose, when he put the handkerchief back in, comes up. So that was a little trick of his. Yeah. So yeah, I told him how we got rid of weapons, and all of that's in the movie. I mean, so probably a dozen things that I sat talking about. So what was it, a one-time meeting? No, I wouldn't probably 3 or 4 times. Well, we met at his he has a hotel in Greenwich Village, and his office is right there. So the first time I spent about 3 hours with him, and he was just listening. And I kept saying, Mr. D, no, keep going. Just listen and getting words and hearing about this from my book. Then the next time he gave one of the cops a list of things, and I got on the phone with him. Then another time we went back and we sat in his living room. We went to Scorsese's house one time. Really? Yeah, yep. And he had, he wanted to meet Martin Scorsese, and he had 2 casting directors who were also listening. So they were all using it for their own casting reasons, you know, and ultimately I was going to get a part. I didn't know why. I didn't have this call until Albert on stage in the pubs, which is a famous or infamous stage in New York back in the 50s. So it was an incredible experience. And then probably a month or so later, I'm in Nick Leggie's house. And Nick Leggie was Goodfellas Casino, part of American. Yeah, he's the 3 of them, my wife was throughout the whole thing. We said we are sitting with cinematic words. That's what it is. And Nero Scorsese and Leggie. It was amazing. And then I met him twice after. As a matter of fact, the last day of that picture, the last day of filming, he invited us in to watch the last scene. It was him. He was just, you know, almost when you see the movie, you'll see that he has lock on, and there's significance to that. But it was funny. He made it. He fired a knot in different ways. And so Scorsese caught it. He said, well, earlier on, you tied a different knot. So he had to tie it the same exact way. So De Niro went like this. But they're fine. I mean, and he went back and he had to do the scene again, you know. And
that's crazy. Yeah, you think about all like little continuities and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, Kelly got to watch him film my scenes through the camera. He still uses the old fashioned camera. I like using he uses the old big
film cameras.
Yeah, the old just yeah. And she was able to look through it and watch exactly what he saw. So there was a couple. We did my scene. You see it, it's really short, but it's probably 20 seconds. We filmed it 40 times. Once he got too much of a brick wall, he said, people aren't coming to the movies to see it. It's always, then another time, one of the girls walking by me, smiled. And he says, what are you smiling about? What are you doing, a movie? She's walking a baby. So she couldn't smile. And then, you know, Big Bob, one of the cops, that actually wrote the forward to my book. The only part of the book I didn't write, because I had to write it by myself. Right. He's the bouncer, the bodyguard. Probably told his first. They want him to look menacing, so plenty of times he would give me the eye. That makes people think he was in it. Nobody knows for sure if the bodyguard was in it, or he wasn't. So him looking at me, you know, this, and then we walk up the steps. And gotta say, I had another part in a TV series called Perfect Motive. I played a corrupt ex-cop. So, and the mob guy I was working for was Joe Pesci's character in the Tony Spalato. Yeah. And it's funny too. We have on our desk a possible story about more about this guy, because he was. The bar I was behind the bar, and I was popped out of the back seat. Somebody comes out of the back seat. Yeah, I was the guy. But in the scene in the bar was this guy, and now it's called Crazy Horse. It's a cabaret in Vegas. But it was violent, bouncing in there with killing people, biting them in his desert. They weren't paying bills, they were beating them. I mean, yeah, drugs. It's almost like the Studio 54 type of movie. But we have, you know, we have somebody that wants to get our producer. My wife's the manager. She does all the managing for all the people we bring in. I mean, but that's seven. So I was show starting. They just start filming it in June. It's all about paranormal and Bigfoot and stuff like that. But it's mob related, because it's an ex-mobster that really believes in this stuff. And he goes tracking them down. Finding Bigfoots, yeah, and paranormal stuff. But they have all the equipment, and they say that, you know, we're using our skills and tracking people in the street, that we had to go after this. Oh my God! Yeah, but it's going to be. I think it's going to be lighthearted, but it's real. But there's going to be. I mean, there's no way Yeah, it's going to be because these are ex-mob guys, and they're talking like mob guys. You know, and he tells there's a scene. He tells one of them, he's a martial arts guy. He says, "We learned from Bigfoot. You're going to have to use all your moves." That's serious, you know. And but I laugh too. Like you just did it.
Like you see a ghost, you put a gun on and shoot him.
Well, they have stuff. They're going to have rabbis and priests in case they run into an exorcism situation, stuff. But we have like a little portfolio, you know. Anyway, yeah. So
What was it like going to Martin Scorsese's house?
where was it? Okay, it's near Central Park. And very exclusive house. It's a 4-story round. So it's very, very rich house. Yeah, very, very.
What do you mean? What does that mean?
It's a type of house. They're all built together side by side.
Is it like on the ground level?
There's the ground level. Okay. Then there's 4 stories. But each one is your house. They're huge. So we go in. Is
it kind of like? I don't know if you've ever seen the pictures of Jeffrey Epstein's house in New York.
Probably.
It's like between these big buildings, and you just go. It looks like a cathedral.
Yeah. This I know what you're talking about. It's more. Right, so.
Can you find it on Google?
Yeah.
Can you find a picture of a brownstone house in New York?
Yeah. So anyway, his is white.
Yeah.
And it's 4 stories. We walk in. I don't know him to his house. I know I'm meeting him, but I'm assuming he's in a restaurant, studio, or something. So he brings us upstairs. The butler, like the third floor. And it's one huge living room. Okay. There was another room the other way. It might have been bedroom level. So we're sitting down. All of a sudden, I just told him,
He's looking at it.
so I see the Oscars. Yes, I don't know where. I'm looking at the Oscars. So I turn around, just standing in the door. So he comes and says hello, sits down, then Marty comes down with the PDS. And it was amazing. We were talking, and it was, you know, a couple of things. I cursed and I apologized because I don't. Anyway, you know, and I was saying, I'm sorry, excuse me.
Okay, yeah. Those are all over New York.
Yeah, I know that. Exactly. So you see, the red one in the middle there?
That one?
Yeah, but it was like that, but it was white.
Okay.
You might have zeroed in on the top.
It just blends in with the rest of the house. You can't even tell it's.
Exactly. But inside, they're incredible. And, Nick Pileggi,
and it has those like stairways that just go right to the sidewalk.
Yes.
Everything
And
along.
then there's a basement. There's a small level there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's a style. Nick, when we went to see Nick Pileggi, he had. We went on the second floor, and there was nothing but books. When he came in, he came from upstairs down. He says, my wife made me buy this universal. He lives in the penthouse. And that downstairs was sort of his office, his library. Yeah, amazing. But he had a big spread of food out for us. I'll never forget it. He says, my mother would never forgive me if I didn't put out food for her. No, it was amazing. He's a very nice guy. Yeah, very nice. I called him and always answers back.
Who's Scorsese?
No, Nick Pileggi. Yeah. You know, at the beginning I was in contact a lot with De Niro, but he wound up with personal issues with going through the divorce. And I think the other thing now with the pandemic, he's got businesses all over New York that have to get killed. Restaurants, hotels. So he's sort of just been, I think he's in seclusion almost. You know, Scorsese, I haven't talked to again. But you know, when we were leaving, he made us come back in because his wife wanted to meet us. So we went back in and we met her, and then at the final day of filming, she was there, and she has a beauty partner. I think that's what it is. So she's having a little trouble, but she remembered us. All these months later, she's very, you know, so and he's a nice guy. He's very personal. Like, De Niro's quiet, shy. Scorsese talks, he laughs. You know, he's outgoing. You know, they're almost opposite. Yeah. And the other thing I learned is that these casting directors, you don't have to be the greatest actor. Okay, because if you start watching a lot of Daniel's movies, the idiosyncrasies are always there. Most of his movies, the way he laughs, the way he looks at you, So when they're casting somebody, they're looking for certain things, like not that he's not a great actor, because he's done things like that sort of out of character, like the Deer Hunter. Those were fabulous. Fantastic. The gangster movies to me,
He's got like some fast.
Yeah. Well, it's been a huge moneymaker. It's a huge moneymaker. So, and then there's guys that can, go back on the stage and play Hamlet.
Right.
Those are. But anyway, I've noticed that. That's why you see a lot of the same guys in the same movies. Not because they're great actors, just because they almost don't have to.
Yeah, it's almost like he's got like that brand that goes around himself. Where it's like you watch this guy.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
He's trying to fucking save his movie last though, It's like fuck that.
He's still making. And like the name of the book I'm gonna bring it to. I wish I had it to show you. Yeah. To show the fans too. It's called The Life.
Tell people where they can find it and where they can download it, whatever.
Yeah, it's called The Life. There is a Kindle version. The difference is you don't get the pictures. And I have some really nice pictures in there of all the people I've met, including De Niro, Legend, Mike Madsen, Armand Asante, who wrote Testimonial. That's just phenomenal. And he's a great guy. Armand Asante, he's one that played John Guy. The original. And he also
not John Travolta.
No, he wasn't good for that part. And I like him. So you can get it on there, or you can go to my website, www.larrymazer-thelife.com. And there I sign every book that goes out. And some mornings I spend hours signing them, like probably after your show I'll get a bunch, I hope. And so I sign everyone. And like I said, the pictures, it's worth getting the book for the pictures. Right. There's pictures, you could put a face to every name I said today. Junior Persico, and Carmine Sessa. When you look and see them, and I think they're important.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
Yeah. And you get a picture of Red, Grim Reaper. And when you see a picture of him, you're going to say, if on the mobster in the dictionary is his picture.
Oh,
that's
really?
how he dressed that way. The fancy watch.
And he was the guy who did the 666, like he would carve 666 when he
No. That's what happened was we all had beepers back then. We didn't have cell phones, so we would have a code. Like say the guys from 13th Avenue. It would be 013. So we knew who was beating us. Then the next thing would be a number of the edition. And we had like 12 different numbers. One was Nathan, one was Alan B, one was Donald somewhere, one was Diner. They're all over the city. They're all actually like Jersey. So we knew this was the first, it was 11, it was the first of those. He took the code 666. So they knew it was him. So he was 666-8, which was a restaurant in Sousa Bay, dash the time at 1:30. So that's how he was so.
He doesn't like heavy metal music, or is he like
No, he liked, definitely not. He was traditional. He liked Barry White. He liked that type of music.
Okay.
He liked Frank Sinatra, of course. Jerry Vale. And I listen to all that. He was good.
I apologize for it being a little bit of a.
Well, cool, man. Dude,
it's a pleasure. What I liked about, what I really enjoyed was we talked about some different things. I'm tired of talking about the hits from before the they were never easy. The hits during the war, talking about them was a little easier because it was still
it's gonna be fun. We got some great panels.
Great comics. And but a lot of people want to hear, first time you did this, the first time you did that. So there's more to me than
Yeah.
you know.
No, I think it's a lot more fun to just get to know somebody and just have a loose conversation and just like go, you know, do bullet point questions like some of the other interviews.
No, definitely.
South Carolina, August 1 and 2. Yes.
I
And
want
San
to
Diego, California, might drop August 22 and 23. We're going to change the world here.
Not at all.
Charlotte, North Carolina. September 9th.
Yeah.
Let's go. Let's go, kids.
Get a little lower than that.
and I was portraying it. That's how we met.
Oh, really?
In the gym, yeah.
That's awesome.
About joy mode, sexual performance.
That's beautiful, man.
Well, thank you.
I'm happy you guys. Thank you so much for being here again.
Maybe we'll do it again.
We'll have to. We're only a couple hours with each other.
We could do a part 2 for sure.
Supplement, designate, and designed to enhance blood flow, giving you firmer, more reliable dogs. Okay, boners. Joy mode isn't just about better sex. Daily use supports healthier blood vessels, boosts heart health, and enhances your athletic performance, and is expertly formulated and backed by science.
Also, you don't have to have all the weird side effects that you get from the prescription drugs or those freaking gas station pills, dude. They just simply mix a pack with water. Feel effects within 45 minutes. That way you're popping, dude. Anywhere, anytime. Never miss a beat.
It's proven to enhance
Where you
erections by
live now?
50% higher.
So, basically, I want to just introduce your story real quick and then you can elaborate. But basically, you were sentenced to 12 years in prison for trafficking bath salts from China, right?
So, you know, we had a variety of
what really got us on the DEA radar was methadone, which is synthetic MDMA. And
Not much, buddy. I am back from Brea. Shout out to Brea. Shout out to
Is that what the news calls bath salts? Is the same thing?
yeah, it can be a variety of chemicals. A lot of people blend, like that guy in faces off.
Yeah. Is that the same shit that you were selling?
It was like 5 different chemicals blended in one. So, experimental, they call them research.
Oh, really? But, and you actually met Matt Cox in prison too. Same prison as Matt Cox.
So in prison, I didn't meet him, but when I met him in person and we realized we were at the same facility, I recalled looking out the door, seeing him beelining it for the library. So he's always like in the front of the pack, just going as fast as he possibly can because the library only holds like 100 people.
A little man running.
Very memorable.
But you never actually talked to him.
In prison, I never talked to him. We had some mutual friends, Donovan Davis.
Yeah.
He wrote his story.
Your house, you know, in a helicopter. I know. I was in there. Your house is
Frank Dennis, big real estate guy here in Florida, commercial real estate guy. Got like 15 years
one day when I succeed, that's the house I want. So congratulations on that. Thank you. I like it very much.
What about you? You ever meet Frank Amadeo?
I didn't meet Frank Amadeo, but very popular.
What's going on here? And so,
Yeah, I was talking to him before he got out.
it was raining, so I figured we could get fireworks.
Okay, so for the sake of the story, can you sort of like explain how this whole thing began with you distributing the shit and eventually busted?
Sure. So, you know, I moved to Orlando in 2004 to go to college. After college, I started working in a real estate company. We were doing really well, and then I saw an opportunity. I was actually playing a poker one day. This guy stood on the back of the house. If you can figure out what this is, we can do it. And
He was like trying it.
no, he actually owned head shops. And so they sold these products in their stores. And he didn't understand. He didn't really know what they were putting on the marshmallow, the loose leaf. They were making people high. Given at the time, WHH, it literally was. So it wasn't crazy. Now when you hear K2, like run for the hills because that stuff is making people fall off the floor. Dangerous stuff. And I've seen it with my own eyes. But back then, before they kept modifying, you know, what they do is they move it like one carbon molecule to the left or whatever, then they just call it something else. And now they've got all kinds of chemicals. I don't even know what they're currently selling that are like cannabinoids, but they don't produce a cannabis like that. Now they're like more like a tryptamine or something like that. It's like literally like they went not.
So that's what you were trying to basically do, mimic cannabis.
Yeah, it's because it obviously wasn't legal. Right. So, they had a line. That was their bread and butter at the head shops when it was stuff. It was never here. See, it wasn't scheduled at the time. It was covered under the analog act. The Federal Analog Act, in the Feds, you have the controlled substance, which controls everything, category 1 or whatever, of all the listed controlled substances. But then they've also got what's called the Federal Analog Act. The Federal Analog Act states that any substance that produces a similar like mind altered, they can charge you for use. So even though that's not the same, that's what they're going to charge you. Because it produces a similar effect. And you're probably rightfully so. I mean, some of these experimental drugs, people are misusing them, they're extremely dangerous. But where they can just go get the real thing and know that if they like using drugs for recreational purposes, I believe that's on them. Personally, my beliefs are the government shouldn't really have a whole lot to say what we can buy, sell, consume, or possess. You like to get high. So, I justify that. My viewpoints, and I justify what I was doing. I disconnected, associated with me enabling people, and potentially putting people in harm's way. I think being in prison, I kind of connected the dots a little better. I realized that, hey, I don't want to be part of the problem. I want to be part of the solution. And money isn't what you can't buy. I think the study shows that stuff like your happiness can increase as you make more money. But after that, the law of diminishing returns kicks in, and you just it doesn't help. If anything, it further complicates things and makes your life crazy. So what brings happiness to me, what brings joy to me in my life, I've realized is helping. If I can create something that helps people and adds value to people's lives, then I feel better about myself. It isn't about how much money you make. It's about what I'm contributing.
Right. I mean, now you say that after prison. But what? So when you were playing poker and your buddy slid this little baggie of K2, what happened after that?
Sent it to a lab in Texas. I had it analyzed and JWH it's an analog. It's a synthetic cannabinoid. At the time, it was not scheduled. And then I started looking for suppliers. And in China, I found a whole host of suppliers. I ended up going with a company called Kanzotech Private Limited in Jiangsu, China. And I was doing this stuff for like $1,200 a kilo.
So how do you go? I feel like you're progressing down this path way too fast. What were you doing prior to this? How are you making money? What were you doing?
I was running a property management company.
Okay.
I was making about $20 a year. I was doing good. I have a college degree. I was doing good, but at the time, I see a way to make money, and the entrepreneurs figure out how to do it. I wasn't thinking about the repercussions. I wasn't thinking about who was hurt. I wasn't thinking about consequences, positive or negative. I was just thinking about how much money can we make.
You knew that you could sell this stuff to head shops.
Right, and the people that were producing the product, selling it to us. I have a buddy in Fort Lauderdale, I won't say names, but was, selling millions of units.
So you knew somebody who was already doing it. You wanted to duplicate it.
I didn't just want to duplicate it. I wanted to get myself in the middle between me and the people that produce it. I wanted to become the largest influencer. I wanted to find a way to position myself where we were bringing the largest amount possible into the country and resell it to people who produce it. And I was pretty successful at doing that. I negotiated a consignment relationship. We were bringing hundreds of kilos a day. So, very large quantity.
So once how did you find somebody in China and how did you know what you were looking for? You just Googled the ingredients of this stuff and you found out the biggest manufacturer of
so I searched the chemical. When I found out what the chemical was, then I searched it. And I started looking for suppliers, and I saw red, and I found some people that in order to this lab, and I just went out. I think the very first time I placed an order,
very,
send a Western
very
Union.
specific.
And that got more sophisticated. When you're sending hundreds of thousands of dollars to China, you can't just keep sending money through Western Union money. So we started using Bitcoin. We started trying to disguise. We started using PGP, pretty good privacy, PGP encryption. So between all of the communication between me and the suppliers in China was encrypted. The problem is all of your emails are archived. Emails archived all the way back to NSA. I promise you they do. Any of the federal agencies, the alphabet soup agencies can access it. The DHS, the DEA, the FBI. Once they get Title III, once they conjure a grand jury and they bring an indictment against you, all of that is like public information. They can see it all. So even if you go through and delete a message on Facebook or something, it's not deleted. Trust me, it's not deleted. It's archived in NSA. So what happened?
Well, it's text messages too, probably.
Everything. I think it's called PRISM. So you have to look it up. But the federal government, the Pentagon, and DHS, they kind of connect it all together through this back office system. It's called PRISM. And what it is, it's like we're each a node in a mesh topology. So we're all connected. Just like every computer, every device on the internet is all connected. We're all connected in PRISM. So they can pull me up. Now it pulls it up on the map. And now that you and I have set up this table together, now there's a line drawn from me. So they know that we're sitting in the same room together. It's I don't know how sophisticated the AI is, but I'm sure it's best technology. But
so you were cognizant of this, and you went extra steps to make sure all your communication with the company in China was
as good as we could. But the problem is those emails, those first 3 emails before we started encryption, was enough to bring an indictment. Those 3 emails, when they slid them across the table, I had every intention on taking it to trial. So when they slid those emails across the table and I said, do you have these substances and how much are they? They responded with a price list, and then I said, this is the one we want. And then they had an email with the Western Union proof that I was. So if I went before a jury with that proof, they didn't need anybody to testify against me. They didn't need anything else. They had everything they needed in the first email. So what good is encrypting everything else? The first thing, you know what I mean? So hindsight's 2020, but honestly, I don't regret going down the path that I went down. It's tough now, like it is, like getting out. Obviously, I have my own company and we're doing good, but the first year or so, reintegrating into society, incarcerated, it's difficult. You have to play by the rules. You're not technically own your own business, or at least run your company. There's all kinds of rules.
After you found the company, how much were you buying with them? What kind of deal did you do?
So it started slow. I ordered a kilogram, probably maybe 500. How much is that? Oh wow! Look, I think the kilogram we were paying $1,500 for. When I bought 100 of them, I would get $1,200. Okay, I think the cheapest they were like $1,100. So, and the vehicles quickly change. So, China isn't like the United States. In the United States, like something's going to be scheduled, or something undergoing testing right now. Determining whether or not they're going to bring it on the schedule, how it's going to be scheduled. The DEA toxicology report comes back and says it's like equivalent to this amount of marijuana or whatever. Pretty crazy that actually. But China, it's black and white. It's like it's either illegal or it's not. There's no gray area. And they give their manufacturers a heads up. So whatever you got of this, can't liquidate it, get rid of it. Because after this date, which is their suppliers in China know that. And they work around. So when something's coming up, they know it's going to be scheduled. They just change the chemical a little bit. Still produces a similar effect, but now it's technically legally a different chemical. So so that's how they skirt the whole thing. And they just haven't thought it through as much as the United States. If it produces a similar effect, doesn't matter if it's illegal or not. You get caught with that stuff, you're going to prison. So,
So what was the first substance that you were buying? JWH.
JWH. 15, and then they got
And then what you started selling?
started selling it to people who were producing the product, and then started producing our own brand. We actually had the first menthol brand, and we were selling thousands, tens of thousands. Some little kind of styles all over the place. And they got we sold it for $1. 1 gram of pure JWH could produce 10 grams of smoking.
How much came in a little vial?
1 gram.
1 gram. $1 a piece.
Well, we sold it for $1. Stores are selling it for $20. Well, that's how we got it. By slow K2 was charging $5-6 a unit, and we're selling it for 1%. So we're getting a check in that dirt. We're not getting paid today. We're getting paid. So
How long did it take before you started making like crazy money?
about a year. 6 months to a year. 6 months we were making $3,000 to $5,000. After a year we were making like $10,000. It was. I remember one day we did almost $100,000, and I remember thinking like, wow, this is the biggest payday I've ever had. And the amount of money that came in was possible to say no. And I knew that we were playing with fire. At that point, I already knew it was like a deal now. Your intuition never lies. The problem is all these temptations, you know what I mean? The lifestyle, being able to fly to Vegas and rent a helicopter, do whatever, not think about the price tag. That is so alluring that when you're caught in a mix, or at least I can use ice. When I was caught in a mix, I couldn't say no, you know, and now, having been through what I've been through, it's a totally different story. Of course, I would say, but
So when you say $100,000 days, is that like revenue or is that profit?
revenue.
Revenue.
Yeah,
That's insane. Yeah. How old were you?
First kid I ever punched in the face was like, here's that bad guy. I don't know, but it was the first kid I ever seen.
Yeah, so you were making a shitload of money. You started getting burned.
And then they held me back and I was so angry. And I said, hurry up. They let me go.
one day of all places, I said no on Twitter. I had this overwhelming sense of
being impressed with me and I overheard him telling an older counselor, kid's fucking maniac, man. He like pretended he was okay. And we were holding him like I don't play any fucking class. And you know me and my anger, I was like,
I'm not clairvoyant or anything. I just knew that like I was operating in gray area. We got multiple letters from the FDA. So the FDA sent us letters saying stop selling this product or you can bring criminal action. I'll rip them up and throw them in the trash. Now I wouldn't talk to a lawyer. I mean, really do this. Lawyer's not a federal lawyer, but he's like, no, as long as it's not legal, you're good. If it's not legal, ban substance. I wasn't do it. It wasn't a crime. No. It wasn't like, you know, they would tell us like people are using this. The letter would say people are consuming this. Undesirable effect, dangerous, stop selling. So they would send you warnings. They'll tell you to stop it. The DA doesn't send warnings. The DA just sends warnings.
They sent letters.
I mean, they all work for the DEA.
Did you hear any stories back then, like when you were selling it, of people like doing fucked up shit, like keeping their faces off?
I mean, like, one news was me personally. I never found the fire chief. He was up there trying to save lives. You know, I think that's probably a mixture.
You tried it?
Did you?
Yeah, so in North Carolina, they still haven't found a lot of bodies because I'm sorry to say
I
this.
mean, back in the day, good 15 days, I remember. I won't say what it is, but I came to visit me from Philadelphia, and I got some of the sand back and tried it, and I was like, that was good. And we packed the whole, we smoked it, and we watched the movie, and we all got high before we watched the movie, and it was like a weed high. It was actually enjoyable. But those chemicals, trust me, do not use spice, whatever. Today, it's not the same thing. So I don't know what I'm sure they've changed 1,000 times since then, but they're in prison. it's like an epidemic. Screw coronavirus. The K2 problem in prison is insane. Every day, someone is falling out. They're swimming on the concrete. They're screaming Jesus. It's making decisions. It's like an LSD trip. Why is it so different now? Because they keep changing the chemicals. It's all experimental. Like they do drugs with never existed. So they just keep changing. If that's even what it's interacting with at this point, I'm convinced that it's not even a cannabinoid. Seeing the way people react to this stuff.
So you never saw anybody react like that when
No, that goes back to like my libertarian viewpoints. I see prohibition as a problem. Like if you make weed illegal, all right, and then to the point where people feel like they have to produce a chemical to circumvent drug testing. They can't just smoke a plant with protein around. You know, that's why this stuff all came about. It would have never existed if prohibition. If
weed was legal, you would not.
That's very true. Wow.
So, how long did this last when you were making $20,000 a day?
About a year. So what happened was there was another product on the shelves, and it came in a little pack, 2 little red pills, had a like the Walmart smiley and Happy Time pills. Some of them just Happy Times.
Mr. Happy, Mr. Nice Guy, that's
Mr. Nice Guy, Happy, methylone, knockoff.
Okay.
So that's when the DEA didn't ever do anything. As far as I know, their investigation didn't even involve the FDA didn't like the synthetic cannabinoids. DEA drew the line in the sand at Moss. So when they see, people are taking this club drug, people overdose on this stuff that's dangerous, the DEA gets involved. And that's when so, we got indicted on DK methadone. That's what the DEA indicted us on. That is like synthetic Molly, or like you said, bath salts. Yeah, call it whatever.
So up until the point you got indicted, like what was the process like when you first realized, like, shit, you might be in some shit to the point where you finally got indicted? Like, was it instantaneous? Did it happen like the next day?
It was instantaneous, but I did have my intuition. Like, I remember I got an email from the supplier that asked for a phone number. Somehow cracked their PGP. This just seems fishy. But it was such a big order. It was like 300 kilos. So it was such a big order that even though it seemed fishy, I took the bait. So definitely was baited. At the time, I was sitting in county jail and thinking, like, like somehow the federal government set up a honeypot in China. And, like, it just seemed weird. How how it all came about.
No. Isn't that what a honeypot is? And they try to get some hot chick to,
well, what I meant by that is, like, they set up like a sting operation or a honeypot where they would they facilitate the drug trade. So the government actually sets up an offshore entity that facilitates the drug trade. Lets you get big so that they can knock your head off once you get to the point where you go on that radar.
Oh, okay. I thought a honey. Maybe I'm thinking of a honey trap. Did you actually go to China to check out this company? No, you never went there. So,
it wasn't necessary.
What was it like the day that you found out?
This is insane. He's an underwater inside of your feet. Look at him. Now watch this.
How did they walk me through that day?
They laying in bed. They kicked the door in.
Like early in the morning, late at night.
Midday was like right. It was like
someone gets tight when they show up there.
In Orlando. They kicked the door in.
What a badass.
People all over the lawn. I mean, all up the street. They had. I mean, it was just crazy. Video cameras. There's no warning. They don't knock. You kick the door in. They come in with guns from all angles. They throw you on the ground. They bust all your doors, they rip doors out the hinges, they destroy the place. And they hold you to the ground with a huge military boot until they zip tie your hands and throw you in the back of the dog catcher. No, I mean, no. They're not. They're not mental. But, the way they see it and the way, if you read that article at the Department of Justice, they paint me like I'm somehow chocolate. And what's funny is the girl I'm dating right now, she has a lot of law enforcement in her family. And her family is adamant on her not dating her. They think I'm some big dangerous drug trafficker. One of her brother-in-law said, if you choose this lifestyle, we're disowning you. You're not allowed to see your niece and nephew anymore. You're not welcome at our house. And she says, but he's not trafficking drugs. He has an app. It's a C corporation in Delaware. He has employees. He has revenue. It's all done legally. And he said, well, if he was doing like hard physical labor, like I just don't believe it. He thinks that Contractor Plus is some way for me to launder drugs or while struggling. I would never touch drugs again. I don't care to use them. I don't care to sell them. But convincing someone who is in that line of work of that is difficult.
Yeah, Matt talks a lot about his trouble trying to make friends and meet people.
It's hard. Have you ever seen Orange is the New Black? So the last season is actually really important because it shows Piper's reintegration into society. It shows her interaction with the probation officer. It shows the struggle she has finding her sanity, maintaining her sanity. Dude, I never thought it would be a problem. As soon as I had an internship in college at 111. As soon as I completed, as soon as I got my degree, I applied for one job, and I got that job. It's a web designer, a web developer, which is not what I went to school for. But so I got that job. Within 6 months, I'm running that business and another business owned by that guy. Another 6 months later, I'm given equity. I'm promoted to vice president. I'm running the whole business. And I ran that business for almost 7 years. So finding employment has never been a struggle for me. I started my first business at 13. Before I ever went to college, I started working as an e-commerce director. I think I was 18 years old in Pittsburgh at Action Fanatics. So they're like a paintball distributor. Jeff Lizzick owns that company. Brilliant company, by the way. He owns a marketing company now in Pittsburgh. He's been buying up smaller marketing companies. He's been kind of like a mentor to me. He believed in me when I was 17 years old. I remember I got a call from him, and I was stocking shelves at Rothschild, and he said, "Do you know who I am?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Well, where are you at right now?" I told him, and he laughed, and he was like, "Dude," he was like, "I saw the website you built for the paintball team in Columbus," and he said, "It was an indoor paintball." He said, "I saw the website you built. It was just immaculate. It was awesome. I need you to come to Pittsburgh. How quick can you come to Pittsburgh?" I said, "You give me like $25 an hour. That's pretty good for a 17-year-old kid." Oh yeah. So I went to Pittsburgh. I built their new migrated to a new commerce platform called Utopia. A couple months later, that company, our main supplier, Key Action Sports in Sewell, New Jersey, owned by one of the biggest brands. They called Jeff and said, "Who built your new website?" So they told him to come to Sewell, New Jersey, on the brand. So I go to Pittsburgh, get in the car with Jeff, and we drive across the state of Pennsylvania. And they pulled us in the conference room separately, first together and then separately. And because of my age, they offered me, I think, $35 grand a year. And I told them, I said, my age has nothing to do with it. I'm making more money than that. You're going to have 10 people working. This is just starting to pay. They tried to sell me on an opportunity, and I said, well, I don't know. Jeff, we offered him like $185 a year, like a 10-year contract. So, what's the price? Just pretty interesting. At that point, I was like, it was a pivotal moment. I said, I'm going to college. I want to go to Full Sail. I'm going to college in Orlando, and I opened the door. And that's when life began. Where did you get your degree in? Music business.
And they got a crazy
situation yet? Yeah, absolutely not.
I don't know.
Crazy.
It's about 40 minutes.
I think I told you already, but I'd probably like 5
You know what it is when you're even 12 minutes away from the
no one
airport.
paid off.
So when you're in the airport, you go there.
I think
They
for the bachelor's degree,
Lewis is 15
you
miles
can't
away.
work when you go to that school because they have a split schedule. You go from like 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. and then you have 3 or 4 hours off and you come back. So it's impossible to make anything unless you're doing your own thing on the internet or something as a freelancer. You couldn't work in your So a lot of people, unless you're born so free now, you have to go and for living as well. And that's what I did. So I think I have $120,000 in student loans, and I paid on that for years. It's like a $1,200 payment was just paying the interest. So it's pretty wild. How much is the interest on that one? I don't know. It's 4%. How much do you owe now? Well, so while I was incarcerated, a lot of those loans were charged off. And I disputed. That's all deleted off the credit. So LSU credit bureaus, most people don't do that. COVID, I think, is a blessing because people working remotely. I don't know if that's why they got deleted, but I know that I was persistent. I disputed every month, and eventually things just went away. And now my credit score towards 800. I actually started fixing my credit score. I started making steps to set my credit builder account. So, trying to make the rest of it like self.com or self.com. You set up it's like a loan. It's a CD. Every month you put $150 and then after a year it unlocks, you get the money back. Or you can roll it over into a prepaid card. All of that payment activity goes to build your credit. So, part of it was understanding what really contributed to the credit, what it means, because, it made one job, having positive history, and both things are equally important. So I read books on it, and multiple books, and I learned what I needed to do to get my credit looking right, and it worked. And it's not hard. It's just a matter of taking the time to do it, and it's the smartest thing you can do because everything is dependent on your credit. Whether you're going to buy a place, or you want to trade a mortgage, or you're going to buy a car, that 1 point, 1% interest makes a big difference in your payment. So having a good credit is important. Especially as a felon, because that's now as a felon, most HOA countries, they don't want to desire. There's countries I keep traveling to, Australia, it's a no-go zone. I think even Canada, so I'm marked for life in that regard. Never own a firearm again. There's a lot of things that I couldn't do. I can apply to like voting. But pretty much once you go down that path and once you make that mistake, your prison sentence started. I never really knew. But when I got out, I had a great job. More than qualified as a marketing director position, $160,000. I was hands down the best person for the job. I went through the first interview, they loved me. Went through the second interview, the executives loved me. Got through the third interview, they already made a contingent job offer. HR, they were vetting me, running through the background. I think at this time, full disclosure, I just got out of federal prison.
Good sushi spots. Yes, I mean, the sushi one's trash.
It just doesn't make any sense to me. You like the person. You know that the portfolio speaks for themselves. You know that they can do what you've done properly. You know that they can do culture and your company. And find out that they went to prison for drug trafficking and get out of our office. Is that what you charge was? Drug trafficking? Drug trafficking conspiracy. That was the actual
the website and for a quarter
drug trafficking conspiracy.
or less, I think.
Yeah, that's what they're charging.
It costs
$48.
It's like
yeah,
most Americans can't afford $48 for your fucking olive oil. That's why we use canola oil.
So what do they call it? They methylene. BK-Indian. So they actually seized 200 and
it's nutrition for rich white people for other rich white people.
in America. So that's what they actually seized in one shipment. And it was all going to addresses that were